Chapter 1 188 Handsome Man Applying for Husband. Hey, did you guys know? Our school's most beautiful girl, Lynn, is looking for a husband. I know. It was just released on the Lynn Group's official website 5 minutes ago and it's already trending. It's unheard of that marriage proposals are being posted on official websites. TSK, the son-in-law is not easy to choose. Lynn sure will not look down on those who are not outstanding, but being outstanding does not mean that they have good character. If you are not careful, he may even wipe out the whole family. Hearing the discussion of the students in the back row, Shin Jung-an suddenly stood up, picked up the book on the table and walked out. This left the students around confused. Jung-an, where are you going? Class starts in a few minutes. Selling myself. After saying that, Shin Jung-an quickened his pace and left without looking back. At the entrance of the girls' dormitory. Classmate, could you help me deliver this letter to Lin Yujiao? For a fee. Shin Jung-an stopped a quiet-looking girl. The girl was a little unhappy at first, but when she looked up and saw Shin Jung-an's handsome face that was comparable to that of a young boy, her face immediately turned red. Well, okay, give me the letter. Thank you, classmate. Shin Jung-an smiled brightly and handed the letter and 200 yuan to the female classmate. Watching the female classmates gradually disappear in the female dormitory building, Shin Jung-an put away his smile and began to feel uneasy. He could only pray silently that this female classmate would be reliable and deliver the letter to Lin Yujiao. As for whether Lin Yujiao can open the envelope and fall in love with him, we can only wait for a miracle. But then again, 200 yuan is not a small amount for a poor guy like him. If he failed, he would have no money for food for the next few days. For a moment, he discovered that he had the potential to be a gambler. Lin Yujiao's name was well known throughout the school, and the female students easily found her dormitory after asking around. Knock knock knock. A cold female voice came, "Come in." After getting the consent, the female classmate pushed the door open and came in. She saw Lin Yujiao sitting on the computer chair at a glance and was instantly stunned by the strong visual impact. Lin Yujiao was wearing a short black skirt. Her smooth black hair fell to her waist, and her long, white legs were casually crossed. She should have worn light makeup today, but the simple makeup further highlighted her top beauty, like a proud black swan. This is simply the arrival of the goddess of beauty. Classmate, I'm the only one in the dormitory right now. Who do you want to talk to? I can speak for you. Lin Yujiao saw the strange girl standing at the door in a daze, and couldn't help but interrupt her trance with a voice. The female classmate finally came to her senses. She quickly walked over and handed the letter to Lin Yujiao with both hands. I'm looking for you. This is a handsome male classmate who asked me to give it to you. Yeah, okay. Lin Yujiao took the envelope with her slender fingers, which made the female classmate blush even more and her heart beat faster. She is worthy of being a goddess. Not only is she beautiful and has a great figure, but she also smells good. What perfume does the goddess use? Or is this her body odor? The female classmate didn't dare to stay any longer and ran out of the dormitory after delivering the letter. She was afraid that if she stayed any longer, her sexual orientation would change. As the dormitory door closed, Lin Yujiao stared at the envelope in his hand thoughtfully. As the campus beauty of Haicheng University, she received many envelopes like this. Logically, she would have thrown the envelope into the trash without hesitation as usual. But this time, for some reason, she became interested. Let me see if this suitor will also write several pages of flowery and pretentious love letters. Thinking of this, Lin Yujiao opened the envelope. But to her surprise, there was only a piece of paper inside. There are a few big words written on it. 188 Handsome man applying for a husband can be a wolf or a milkman. If you are interested, you can chat privately. 182 Same number for phone and WeChat. At this moment, even the knowledgeable Lin Yujiao was stunned. After she read the paper over and over again, she suddenly smiled speechlessly. That's really interesting. Other suitors would have been eager to write an electronic resume and send it to him, but this genius just handed him a piece of paper with simple and crude content? Just looking at the content inside, if you don't know, you might think it's a small card stuck on a telephone pole. However, thinking about what the female classmate said just now, that the letter was given by a very handsome male classmate, and the content on the paper, Lin Yujiao actually became interested. She wanted to see how handsome this divine man was. The boundless horizon is my love, flowers are blooming at the foot of the rolling green hills, what rhythm is the most swaying? As soon as the most dazzling ethnic ringtone sounded, Shin Jing'an knew it was a call. He quickly pulled out his 4-year-old war-damaged cell phone, which was so stuck that he had to swipe it several times before the call was connected. Before he could say anything, a female voice came from the phone. "You are very interesting, puppy, let's meet up at the Starlight Cafe near the school." Shin Jing'an was stunned for a second before quickly reacting. He replied cheerfully, "Okay, master." Starlight Cafe. Lin Yujio looked at the man in front of her with interest. She pushed the paper in front of Shin Jing'an and asked, "Did you write this?" Shin Jing'an smiled harmlessly. "Yeah, how was it? Didn't you feel disappointed meeting him in person?" "I'm not disappointed." What Lin Yujio said was true. In fact, she had some impression of Shin Jing'an. After all, she had seen Shin Jing'an's photo on the school's confession wall several times. The photos were obviously taken secretly. Although they are blurry, you can tell at a glance that he is a handsome guy. Just looking at his face, I thought he was a sunny boy, but I didn't expect that he was so, introverted and reserved in private. After receiving the affirmation, Shin Jing'an smiled even more broadly. He went straight to the point. "Then can I be your son-in-law? If you feel I'm not qualified, you can just keep me as a gigolo outside. I'm very powerful and big." Lin Yujio, a virgin who had never even held a boy's hand, was shocked by these words. Fortunately, she didn't drink coffee now, otherwise she would have choked. However, she was always strong-willed and didn't want others to see her intentions, so she pretended to be calm and said, "This alone is not enough." Shin Jing'an tried hard to promote himself. "I have many advantages. For example? For example, I have a good personality. No matter how you hit or scold me, I won't get angry. Instead, I will feel sorry for you and wonder if you are tired. For example, I won't fight or compete with you. Even if you cheat on me, I will still cook dinner and wait for you to come home. For example, I have no ambition or strength, only a good appearance. I won't destroy your Lin family, and I will be very proud to take me out. For example, I'm an orphan. If you marry me, you'll be my only relative. I'll treat you well with my life. Anyway, I'm not greedy. As long as you provide me with food and shelter and a monthly living allowance, I'll be your most obedient puppy." Chapter 2. Congratulations, you are selected. When she heard the word orphan, Lin Yujio's beautiful eyes trembled. Shin Jing'an didn't react at all, as if what he just said was a very ordinary thing. Under normal circumstances, Lin Yujio would definitely severely humiliate this man who only wanted to live off her. He has lost the fighting spirit at such a young age and is unwilling to endure any hardship. But now, she moved her lips several times, but never said anything unpleasant. Finally, she stood up gracefully, picked up her bag and left. He only left one sentence: "Go back and wait for my notice." Shin Jing'an laughed in silence. This statement was obviously perfunctory. Shin Jing'an, you really think too highly of yourself. Aren't you just more handsome, with a better figure, and a bigger brother? Why do you think you can impress the eldest daughter of the Lin group with just these? It's better to work honestly in the future and stop dreaming of soaring to the sky. During the last class in the afternoon, Shin Jing'an asked his roommate to send the books back to the dormitory, then he rode his bicycle and went straight to the river in Haicheng to fish. Helaleo is a catering company whose main focus is to provide emotional value to customers. Although I am very tired, there is nothing I can do. He has no family to support him, no smart brain and no skills, so he can only earn a living by working part-time. Because of his good image, some generous customers would occasionally give him money, which served as his extra income. Of course, he also met many lechers who only knew how to take advantage of women, both men and women. After arriving at the place, he quickly changed into work clothes. Shin Jing'an is tall, and the one-size-fits-all work clothes are tight on him, which adds to his charm. As soon as he changed, someone urged him to work. "Xiao Shin, you're here. Curry and serve the dishes. This is peak dining time and we're almost overwhelmed." "Okay, I'll go right away." Shin Jing'an hurried to help. The first table of customers he served was a couple. The woman is quite pretty, but the man is a bit ugly. "Handsome guy and beautiful girl, the dishes you ordered are here. I'll help you with them now. This is the rule of fishing in the river. Customers are God, and we must serve these gods well. Not only do you have to help serve the dishes, you also have to help pour the drinks, and you have to keep the most polite and friendly smile on your face at all times." If it weren't for the high salary, Shin Jing'an would have wanted to quit. But no matter how much you complain, you still have to get your work done. When the third dish was served, the ugly man suddenly knocked over the plate in Shin Jing'an's hand without any warning. He roared, "Fuck you! Your clothes are so tight, are you trying to hook up with my girlfriend?" Shin Jing'an's mind went blank after being yelled at. What the hell? Who to hook up with? The woman was embarrassed and annoyed. What are you talking about? The waiter was just serving the dishes normally. The ugly man became even more furious. You're actually still speaking for him? Don't think I don't know, you were secretly glancing at him several times just now. This waiter doesn't look like a good person at first glance. He's dressed like a duck. Where's the store manager? Get out here right now. Are you guys going to shut down your store? You're hiring a duck to attract customers. The commotion here was so loud that other customers in the store also came to watch the fun. When the ugly man saw the strong man, he cursed even more vigorously. He originally wanted to grab Shin Jing'an's collar, but the height difference of nearly 20 centimeters forced him to give up. In the end, he could only resort to pulling Shin Jing'an's sleeve. Everyone here, look this way. This is the duck trying to hit on my girlfriend. Do you think work clothes in a normal restaurant would be this tight? I seriously doubt this place has any sexual services. No matter how good-tempered Shin Jing'an is, he cannot accept unwarranted slander. He said sternly, "Sir, you should have evidence when you speak. Sometimes people are too self-conscious and sensitive, and life can be very tiring." The ugly man immediately exploded when he heard this. What do you mean by a bitch? You said I have low self-esteem? I have low self-esteem, what the hell? Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like that? After this barrage of insults, Shin Jing'an's fists clenched so tightly that they made crackling sounds. His face was dark. What are you scolding? Are you deaf and must I curse your mother again? I just cursed CNM. Did you hear that? CNM. I'm scolding you, you idiot of S's family. You're looking for death. Shin Jing'an grabbed the ugly man's neck with his big hand. His eyes were red. You, a beast, are you allowed to scold my mother? Ah! The woman screamed in fear and immediately hid away, fearing that she would be in danger. The ugly man was no longer arrogant. At this moment, he was trying to push Shin Jing'an's hand away, his eyes full of fear. Shin Jing'an, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Let go. Just then, the store manager came hurriedly. The manager nearly had a heart attack when he saw this scene. He was so angry that he yelled, Shin Jing'an, do you want to kill someone and go to jail for life? I'm telling you, if you really dare to cause a death in this store and affect our business, I'll put you in jail for life. These words brought Shin Jing'an back to his senses. Yes, as long as he perseveres, he will graduate from university. He couldn't let his future be ruined by this scum who only bullied the weak and feared the strong. Shin Jing'an let go of his hand, and the ugly man sat down on the ground, covering his neck and coughing violently. The manager said with an apologetic smile, Sorry, customer, I frightened you. How about this, we'll waive your bill and let this matter go. After saying that, he glared at Shin Jing'an and scolded him, Come over here and apologize to the guests. I've told you long ago that the customer is God. What's wrong with God scolding you? Just hold it in. Seeing that someone was backing him up, the ugly man straightened his back instantly. He said viciously, An apology alone is not enough. I'm going to make that bastard kneel down before me and give him 50 slaps. Otherwise I'll give it a bad review and even post it on Douyin to expose it. I want to see how he can seduce women after his head becomes swollen like a pig. The manager agreed without hesitation. As long as you can calm down and let this go, anything is fine. Shin Jing'an was shocked and looked at the manager in disbelief. Why? He's clearly the one who's wrong. The manager looked impatient. Why are you still being stubborn? Can God be wrong? It's obviously you who are wrong. Stop talking nonsense. If you don't follow the customer's instructions, get out of here right now. Shin Jing'an's Adam's apple rolled. He thought he was very strong, but when he was bullied, tears still wanted to flow out. At this moment, his most dazzling ethnic-style ringtone suddenly rang. Shin Jing'an answered the call without even looking at the number clearly. Then, Lin Yuzhou's lazy voice came, Congratulations, you are selected. From now on, I will regularly deposit 300,000 yuan a month for your living expenses into your card, plus a car for you to use as a car. Do you have any comments? If you don't have one, prepare your household registration booklet. We'll meet at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau at 8 o'clock tomorrow. Chapter 3. How about we try it before marriage? Ah. Was it selected already? Shin Jung-an was stunned by this huge good news. He quickly said, no problem, no problem. I'll follow my wife's arrangements. Lin Yujao on the other end of the phone cursed shameless and hung up. Shin Jung-an continued to stare at the dead mobile page and laughed foolishly. The ugly man crossed his arms and said sarcastically, so you, a pretty boy, have a wife? Does your wife know you're a gigolo? Or is the wife you're talking about actually an ugly, fat old woman? TSK, they really don't care about their dignity just for the sake of money. The manager naturally knew that Shin Jung-an had his own moral principles and would not serve an old woman for money, otherwise he would have stopped working as a waiter in the river long ago. He thought the wife the boy was talking about was actually his girlfriend, so he kept urging and threatening her. Did you hear that, little brat? Kneel down and apologize to God. Otherwise I'll fire you and leave you with no money to even support a girlfriend. Women nowadays are very realistic. If you don't have money, they'll just dump you. You don't want your girlfriend to leave you, do you? Shin Jung-an suddenly laughed when he heard these threatening and sarcastic words. Damn it, he has disliked the stupid manager for a long time, and today he finally got the chance. The manager continued barking, what are you laughing at? I'm warning you, if you don't apologize, it won't be as simple as kneeling down. Shin Jung-an's eyes were sinister as he approached the manager step by step. You're just someone's dog, you idiot manager. You're at the bottom of society, yet you use your little power to embarrass others every day. Why don't you just die, a beast like you? Look at your bald head and fat body. It's not your fault that you're ugly. It's your fault that you have a bad character. Don't you always love to use your status to bully others? Who cares about you outside? If you like to show off so much, why don't you just tattoo your status on your forehead? You don't want to get involved in this mess? The manager was frightened and took several steps back, quickly distancing himself from Shin Jung-an. I just don't want to mess around anymore. Shin Jung-an threw his work hat to the ground. Whoever wants to take this humiliation can take it, but I won't take it. After saying that, he turned his gaze to the ugly man again. What do you want to do? The ugly man was so scared that he started to stutter, if you dare to touch me, I will. I will call the police to arrest you. Shin Jung-an sneered, don't worry, I won't touch your shit. I just want to tell you, don't let me run into your mother when you go out, or I'll kill her. You. The ugly man was so angry that his heart ached. After cursing, Shin Jung-an felt refreshed. The resentment that had accumulated for such a long time was finally vented. It feels so great. After leaving the river, Shin Jung-an went to the night market stall to buy new clothes. I'm getting my marriage certificate with my wife tomorrow, so I have to dress nicely. On the other side. What the hell did I do just now? Did he drug me? Otherwise, why would I call him? Lin Yujao tossed and turned on the soft big bed, screaming like crazy. As soon as she got home, her grandfather handed her a thick document. It was full of fiancés that her grandfather had selected for her, and she was asked to choose one from them. As a result, Lin Yujao became more and more desperate the more he looked. Even though there were so many men in the profile, they were either ugly, bald, or short. In short, she didn't like any of them. Please, she is obsessed with looks, how could she accept an ugly man having sex with her? The most important thing is that these men are from small families, and each of them is very smart. Who would believe that they had no other purpose for marrying into the wife's family? She didn't want to work hard all day at the company and then have to fight wits with her husband when she got home. Amidst the lightning and thunder, she suddenly thought of Shin Jung-an. That boy is tall and handsome, and the child he has will definitely be good looking too. Moreover, he has no power behind him. If he dares to have second thoughts in the future, the worst that can happen is that his father will be killed and his son will be left behind. The more Lin Yujao thought about it, the more feasible it seemed, so that's when the phone call came about. But now, she felt that she was too impulsive. Forget it. I don't want to think about it anymore. Let us just take it one step at a time. Lin Yujia covered herself with the quilt in a fit of anger, and after thinking about random things for a long time, she actually fell asleep. The next day, Shin Jung-an, wearing a newly bought white shirt and holding his household registration book, stood at the door of the Haicheng Civil Affairs Bureau, looking forward to it. At 7:59, a pink Maserati stopped steadily in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau. The car door opened, and the first thing that got out was a pair of long legs wearing Saint Laurent high heels. Shin Jing'an's mouth went dry after just one look. He quickly looked away and approached her attentively. Miss Lin arrived quite on time. Lin Yujia took off her sunglasses, used her hands to smooth her hair which had been carefully permed early in the morning, and raised her little head proudly. Of course, I have a very good sense of time. Ahem, by the way, I forgot to tell you yesterday that you have to sign a prenuptial agreement before getting the marriage certificate. Shin Jing'an was a little confused. What agreement? Lin Yujia took out the prenuptial agreement that she had asked her lawyer to urgently write last night from her designer bag. Well, don't worry, take your time to read it. Before seeing the content of the agreement, Shin Jing'an was a little nervous, fearing that it was some kind of unfair agreement. But after reading it, his heart was finally at ease. Didn't it mean that after marriage, he couldn't interfere in any of the Lin Group's affairs? Didn't it mean that the child would take the mother's surname? Didn't it mean that he would get nothing after the divorce? He thought it was something else. Take a pen. Ah? You just signed it like that? Lin Yujiao's brain froze for a moment. She thought Shin Jing'an would bargain with her. Shin Jing'an looked at her with a strange look in his eyes. What else? As long as you don't owe me the 300,000 yuan monthly living allowance, I can agree to any conditions. Lin Yujiao handed him the pen while muttering softly, how can I, the daughter of the Lin family, owe you that little bit of money? Really, what do you think of me? After signing, Lin Yujiao put the agreement back into her bag. Suddenly, she didn't know what she thought of, and her eyes rolled. By the way, what you said yesterday, is it all true? Shin Jing'an didn't quite understand. Huh? What? Oh, that's what you said in the cafe yesterday. You said you were very powerful, is that true? At the end of her speech, Lin Yujiao's voice was as small as a mosquito, but soon she said confidently, you are the son-in-law of the Lin family. What if you are useless and I can't get pregnant? I'm just taking precautions to prevent any disasters. Poochie, Shin Jing'an couldn't help laughing out loud. However, after feeling the murderous gaze, he quickly replied with a serious face, I think I should be very good, I can masturbate for at least half an hour at a time. But I'm still a virgin after all, and I haven't used a real gun yet. How about we try it out before we get married? Then we can get the marriage certificate if we're satisfied? Chapter 4 got the certificate. Who would believe you're a novice boy? At this moment, Lin Yujiao's face is like a ripe peach, making people want to kiss it. She took a long step and strode into the Civil Affairs Bureau. I don't want to bother with you, a hooligan. Shin Jing'an quickly followed. Wife, wait for me. After coming out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, each of them held a red book in his hand. Lin Yujiao looked at the photo of the two of them on the marriage certificate in a daze. Shin Jing'an raised his eyebrows. What's wrong? Do you regret it? I don't regret it so much, it's just. Lin Yujiao smiled a little embarrassedly, I just haven't told my grandfather about this yet. You may have to accompany me tonight to face the first family storm after marriage. By the way, my grandpa has a bad temper. If he wants to hit me, you must stand in front of me. This news was like a bolt from the blue for Shin Jing'an. He was ashamed. It's not you who's making trouble? After all, Mr. Lin is your biological grandfather. He will beat you up at most. But I'm different. Maybe I'll go home with you tonight, and tomorrow I'll be in pieces and can't be put together. No, we haven't left the Civil Affairs Bureau yet, let's get a divorce. Lin Yujiao remained calm in the face of danger and slowly took out a card. Oh, the money is ready, but unfortunately, I can't spend it today. Shin Jing'an's eyes widened and he immediately changed his tone, I was just joking. Tonight, whether we have to climb a mountain of swords or descend into a sea of fire, I will always be with you. Oh. Lin Yujiao stuffed the card into Shin Jing'an's hand, then put on his sunglasses and got into the car. What you said just now made me unhappy. I don't want to take you back to school. Just go back by yourself by picking up a bicycle. Oh, by the way, the bank card password is the first 6 digits of your mobile phone number. After saying that, she drove away. Of course Shin Jing'an wouldn't care, after all, beautiful women all have tempers. He kissed the bank card and marriage certificate over and over again excitedly. I'm rich, I'm rich. Sure enough, with a little effort, a bicycle can really turn into a motorcycle. Brothers, go for it. After returning to school, he was absent-minded in class all day, and opened his mobile phone from time to time, as if waiting for someone's message. Finally, his upper bunkmate Zhang Xiaotian couldn't help but secretly ask, "Zhengyan, are you and Meng Shuefei reconciled?" When he heard this name, Shen Zhengyan's face suddenly fell. I emphasize again that Meng Shuefei and I have never talked about it, let alone reconciled. Don't mention that woman in front of me. It was her who almost caused me to lose my precious virginity. When Shen Zhengyan mentioned this woman, he gritted his teeth in hatred. Not long after his freshman year started, he met Meng Shuefei while working part-time at the library. Meng Shuefei is beautiful and lively, and has no shortage of suitors. But during that period, Meng Shuefei developed a strong interest in Shen Zhengyan, and often made some physical contact with him intentionally or unintentionally. In fact, for Shen Zhengyan, he never expected to have a sweet love in college. After all, he knew in his heart that his family was not well off and he was lucky enough to be able to support himself. Where would he get the spare money for a relationship? But as the saying goes, it only takes a little time for a girl to pursue a boy. Faced with such proactive Meng Shuefei, the young Shen Zhengyan quickly fell in love. Just as their relationship was becoming increasingly ambiguous, Meng Shuefei suddenly distanced herself from Shen Zhengyan. This made him very painful, and he acted like a bootlicker for a long time, buying gifts for Meng Shuefei whenever he had some money. One day later, Meng Shuefei suddenly asked him to go to the bar for a drink. This made Shen Zhengyan ecstatic, but when they arrived at the place, Meng Shuefei kept pouring him wine. When he was drunk and his mind was hazy, he saw a fat, old woman with a face full of flesh walking towards him with a sly smile. This frightened him so much that he sobered up, and he finally escaped amid the old woman's scolding. The next day he stopped Meng Shuefei and forced her to ask why she did it. Unexpectedly, the woman just smiled contemptuously. "I approached you initially because you were handsome and had a good temperament. I thought you were a low-key rich second generation. I didn't expect that after getting to know you, you turned out to be such a poor bitch. Then I can't just let go of the time I wasted on you. I can only sell you to a rich woman." From then on, Shen Zhengyan closed his heart and locked away his love, and never believed in women's lies again. Of course, except Lin Yujiao. Because she is so beautiful, someone as pretty as Meng Shuefei is not even worthy of carrying her shoes. It seems that it is not impossible to be emotionally toyed with by such a beautiful woman. Seeing Shen Zhengyan's strong reaction, Zhang Xiaotian tactfully shut up. At noon, Shen Zhengyan finally couldn't help but edit a text message to Lin Yujiao. "What are you doing?" The opponent responded immediately. "I'm waiting." "What are you waiting for?" "Waiting for you to remember to add me on WeChat." Shen Zhengyan stared at the text message in a daze, then suddenly realized what was going on. "Yes, we communicated over the phone these 2 times, and I haven't added Lin Yujiao on WeChat yet." He quickly searched for Lin Yujiao's phone number on WeChat, and soon a pure black avatar appeared. "My online name is just one word, Lin." Shen Zhengyan sent a friend request. This time, it took a full 10 minutes before the other party agreed. "Shen Zhengyan, hello, wife." Lin Yujiao on the other end of the phone was almost mad with anger and simply ignored him. "Oh my god, what kind of person did I marry? You may say he is stupid, but isn't he quite charming with his words? You might say he's smart. Even after getting married, he won't even take the initiative to add a girl on WeChat." After a while, Lin Yujiao's cell phone kept ringing. She opened her phone and saw that all the messages were from Shen Zhengyan. "I'm sorry, honey. Getting married feels like a dream. I was so excited that I was stunned. Don't be angry. Being angry is harmful to your health. I am not worth it." This made her feel a little better. "Forget it, since this guy has a good attitude, I'll just reply to him. Lin, I don't want to bother with people like you. And don't keep calling me wife, it's making me feel old. Shen Zhengyan, good daughter-in-law." Lin Yujiao was speechless for a moment. How can this person be so shameless? But this time she was too lazy to correct him. "Lin, I'm warning you, only call me that in private. If you dare to call me wife in front of others, you'll lose your life." Fearing that it would not be intimidating enough, Lin Yujiao posted another emoticon package that he thought looked very fierce. "Shen Zhengyan, as you wish." Shen Zhengyan has no more classes after the first class this afternoon. Lin Yujiao simply skipped classes and took him back to the Lin family. Anyway, she had good grades and a good family background, and she won many trophies in various competitions. Even if she skipped classes, the teachers turned a blind eye. The car stopped at a mansion. Looking through the car window, Shin Jing'an was immediately shocked by the scene before him. Lawns, fountains, rockery. These are scenes that you can only see in TV dramas. You have to know that Haicheng is a first-tier city where every inch of land is valuable. It is an unattainable dream for ordinary people to buy a 100-square-meter commercial house here, let alone such a large mansion. Lin Yujiao poked him. Hey, stop looking and follow me in. My grandpa is waiting at home. Chapter 5 I am better at serving others. Shen Zheng'an followed Lin Yujiao in nervously. Before going in, he repeatedly warned her, Wife, if grandpa wants to cut me into pieces, you must not stand by and watch me die. Lin Yujiao gave him a look that told him to fend for himself, which made Shen Zheng'an even more panicked. Lin Yujiao, you'd better explain to me what's going on. You have to make me mad to death before you're happy. As soon as he entered the hall, Shen Zheng'an heard a loud roar. Grandpa, don't be angry first, being angry is bad for your health. It's not worth it for me to be angry. Don't worry, your granddaughter is so smart. Only others will suffer losses, not me. Lin Yujiao ran over in a coquettish voice to comfort Old Man Lin. But why does this line sound so familiar? Old Master Lin is a complete granddaughter con. Now that he has been coaxed by his granddaughter, his anger has mostly subsided. This afternoon he wanted to send a message to ask his precious granddaughter how her selection went, but he didn't expect that the girl would directly send him a photo of her marriage certificate. This almost pissed him off to death. He no longer had the energy to deal with the company's affairs and went home to wait for Lin Yujiao's explanation. By the way, he wanted to see which brat actually dared to trick his precious granddaughter into getting married. Shin Zheng'an also tactfully stepped forward to introduce himself. Hello, Grandpa. My name is Shin Zheng'an, and I'm Yujiao's legal husband. Old Master Lin squinted his eyes and looked at Shin Zheng'an. Although this guy doesn't look as good as he did when he was young, he is still quite handsome. About the same height. Lin Yujiao asked coquettishly, Grandpa, I have good taste, right? I picked a handsome husband. Your great-grandchildren will definitely be good-looking in the future. It will be so impressive to take them out. Mr. Lin was still angry and said something sarcastic, What's the point of being handsome? It can't be used to make a living. When choosing a husband, you can't just look at his appearance. Grandpa, you really underestimate me. Shin Zheng'an showed a naive smile, I know a lot, especially serving people. Lin Yujiao and Old Man Lin had different expressions. Especially Mr. Lin, he secretly wondered if his granddaughter chose this boy for this reason. But the next second they heard Shin Zheng'an continue, for example, cooking, cleaning, massage and so on, these are easy for me. The key is that I'm very obedient. Apart from illegal activities, I'll do whatever you tell me to do. The grandfather and grandson then realized that they had been thinking in the wrong direction. Huh, what good food can you cook? Mr. Lin's face was full of distrust. You two are so mad at me that I haven't had lunch yet. Didn't you say you can cook? Show me your skills. Sure. Shin Zheng'an agreed without hesitation. The Lin family's kitchen is very large, and the refrigerator is packed full and well organized. After Shin Zheng'an thought of the menu, he took out the ingredients from the refrigerator and started cooking with ease. On the other side, Lin Yujiao was also trying hard to persuade Mr. Lin to accept Shin Zheng'an. Grandpa, I actually want to listen to you, but the men you pick are all ugly and cunning. This is related to my happiness in the second half of my life and the appearance of our Lin family's descendants. This Shin Zheng'an has no ambition, no strength, and no background. He is simply the best candidate for a son-in-law. Besides, your granddaughter is so smart. The prenuptial agreement has been signed. Don't worry, I won't suffer any loss. As long as I give him a little money every month, he will be very happy and obey my orders. From now on, I'll go out to earn money to support the family, and he'll stay home and take good care of the kids. What a perfect combination. Besides, he is an orphan. After we get married, we will be his only relatives. He will definitely take care of you as his own grandfather. Huh? Old Master Lin was a little surprised. He's an orphan? Lin Yujiao nodded, yes, his life experience is quite pitiful. The old man didn't respond, but just sighed. What a miserable child. He thought about how he had lost his father and mother at an early age, and lost his only son in a car accident in middle age. Yu Jiao is the closest person to him in this world. The meal is ready. Soon, Shin Zheng'an came up attentively with a tray and brought the dishes. There were 3 dishes and one side on the tray. The three dishes are shrimp balls stuffed with green peppers, spicy fish fillets, and lettuce with oyster sauce. He also makes noodles by kneading the dough. Lin Yujiao praised, "Wow, this looks good, and quite appetizing." Shen Zheng'an handed the chopsticks to Mr. Lin with both hands. "Grandpa, please do me the honor of eating." "Humph." Old Master Lin still didn't look happy with Shen Zheng'an. He took the chopsticks angrily, picked up a piece of fish fillet and put it in his mouth. Why does it taste a bit delicious?" "Not sure, eat another piece." After eating this, Mr. Lin couldn't stop. He slurped another mouthful of noodles. So chewy. Originally, Lin Yujiao was trying to lose weight and would not eat after noon. But she saw that her grandfather was eating so happily, and the food cooked by Shen Zheng'an looked so tempting, so she couldn't help but take a bite of the lettuce with oyster sauce. Just one bite and her eyes lit up instantly. "This is so delicious." At this moment, she put her weight loss aside and tried the other two dishes in succession. Even Shen Zheng'an felt incredible when he saw the grandfather and grandson eating so happily. He was afraid that the food would be wasted if not finished, so he made small portions of each dish. Logically speaking, rich people like them have tasted all kinds of delicacies. Although the home-cooked meals I make are quite delicious, they shouldn't be so exaggerated. Just like that, under his shocked gaze, the grandfather and grandson ate the three dishes until only the soup base was left. Mr. Lin also ate all the noodles. Seeing the empty plate, Shen Zheng'an hesitated for a moment and said, "If it's not enough, I can make another one." "No, I'm almost full." Old Master Lin was extremely satisfied with the meal. He originally wanted to find some faults, but after the meal, he felt too embarrassed to do so. "Yujiao, you said you and Xiao Zhang signed a prenuptial agreement. How much money did you pay each month?" Lin Yujiao curled her lips. Wasn't he quite fierce just now? Why is he even calling him Xiao Zhang now? She replied, 300,000. 300,000? Old Master Lin's expression suddenly turned bad again. This made Shen Zheng'an and Lin Yujiao nervous as well. Shen Zheng'an carefully observed Mr. Lin's expression. "If Grandpa thinks this is too much." "No, you have such a good skill. A mere 300,000 is really too much of a waste. I, Lin Jian, never treat my own people unfairly. You must give me a raise." Mr. Lin waved his hand and said, "I'll give you an extra 200,000 every month, but you have to pay for my 3 meals a day." Add an extra 200,000, wouldn't that be 500,000 per month? This is a number that makes your heart beat faster just by hearing it. Shen Zheng'an knows that his body is his capital, so he pays special attention to his physical health. Not only does he do moderate exercise every day, but he also makes sure to have 3 meals a day. Anyway, he doesn't have to pay for groceries, electricity, gas, and water. As long as I can give him a bite to eat, what's the harm in spending some effort to cook? Not to mention the monthly salary of 500,000 yuan and a campus beauty as his wife. It must be the ancestors from the underground who showed up and helped me get a great bargain. I must burn more paper for my ancestors next year. On the other side, after calming down from his anger, Mr. Lin also felt that he had gotten a great bargain. For just 500,000 a month, he could find a very handsome man to take care of his granddaughter and also serve as the chef at home. It's worth it. Chapter 6. You and Yujiao will sleep in the same room from now on. Unlike the chaos he had imagined, Lin Yujiao did not expect the matter to be resolved so smoothly. If she had known this, she would not have gotten the marriage certificate without consulting her grandfather first, thus making her grandfather angry for nothing. She said coquettishly, "Grandpa, are you accepting Zheng'an? I told you that you love me the most, how could you bear to embarrass me?" Mr. Lin smiled and said, "Don't worry, I haven't finished yet. Xiao Zhang, now that you've entered our Lin family, I'm going to set some rules for you. You must strictly abide by them. It turns out that it's not that easy to get into a wealthy family." Shen Zheng'an complained silently in his heart, but still pricked up his ears and listened carefully. Mr. Lin cleared his throat. 1. The son-in-law of the Lin family must observe male virtues and must not be promiscuous. 2. For various reasons, your true relationship with Yu Jiao cannot be revealed until you graduate from university. In fact, the second point Mr. Lin made was more concerned about Shen Zheng'an. After all, Lin S is a big company, and as the saying goes, a big tree attracts the wind. Shen Zheng'an, a young man with no background, can easily be framed by people with connections. As for the last point, Old Master Lin stretched out his voice and said meaningfully, "You should move to the Lin family tonight. It will be much more convenient for you to cook for me. As for where to sleep, let's just share a room with you, Jiao. Ah. Shin Jing'an and Lin Yuzhou both widened their eyes and exclaimed ah. These slightly funny actions are exactly the same, and at first glance they look like a couple. Lin Yuzhou quickly covered her mouth with her hands and whispered, "Grandpa, this isn't okay, okay?" Old Master Lin gave Lin Yuzhou a look that said relax. Then he followed suit, covering his mouth with his hands and whispered, "Didn't he say he was good at serving people and giving massages? Since you've spent the money, you might as well enjoy it openly." Lin Yuzhou choked all of a sudden. As expected of someone who made his fortune abroad in his early years, my grandfather's thinking is truly ahead of the times. As for Shin Jing'an, he was looking at the grandparents and grandchildren in a depressed mood, chirping in front of him, and glancing at him from time to time. This made him feel itchy, and he really wanted to yell, "What are you guys whispering about? Add me in." I don't know what Grandpa Lin said to Lin Yuzhou, but after the cricket game ended, Lin Yuzhou actually agreed to sleep in the same room with him. "Well, you have nothing to do now, so go back to the dorm and get your luggage. I'll take you to the garage first so you can choose a mobility scooter. It will be convenient for you to travel in the future." Garage. This. I can choose any of these cars? Are you sure? Shin Jing'an almost dropped his jaw when he saw the dozen or so luxury cars in the garage. Any one of these cars is beyond the reach of a poor boy like him. Lin Yuzhou nodded. "Yeah, I can't finish driving it anyway, so it's just sitting there. Besides, didn't I tell you when I called you before? I'll give you a car." Shin Jing'an did not forget these words. But he didn't expect that the vehicle he was using was a luxury car? It would be so painful if it got bumped into something. In the end, he gritted his teeth and picked a more low-key Porsche Cayenne. Lin Yuzhou took off a car key from a bunch of car key chains and threw it casually into Shin Jing'an's arms. "Here's the key. Boys probably don't have much stuff, so go move it yourself. I'll wait for you at home." Shin Jing'an hurriedly caught the car keys. He twisted his arm hard. "Ouch, that hurts. It seems this is not a dream, this is real. I have really become a distinguished Porsche owner. Mr. Chen, please don't stay here. Please." In a remote corner near Haicheng University, a bald, fat man was looking at a beautiful woman who was a head taller than him in an obscene manner. "Fei Fei, what are you afraid of? There's no one here. Besides, don't you think this is more exciting and feels better?" As he spoke, the bald, fat man's hands began to touch Meng Shuefei restlessly. He touched her skillfully, and soon Meng Shuefei's face turned red. She bit her lower lip hard to prevent herself from making any unusual sound. The more she did this, the more excited Tu Fei Yuan became, and the more excessive his hand movements became. "Mr. Chen, please don't do that. It's really not possible." Meng Shuefei looked aggrieved, as if she was about to cry in the next second. She desperately pulled at the edge of her skirt, not wanting to let Baldy succeed. Bald Fatty was breathing rapidly. "Fei Fei, just obey me this time. Afterwards, I will take you to a luxury store and buy you brand name bags, brand name shoes, and brand name cosmetics. Anyway, I'll buy you whatever you want." These words touched Meng Shuefei's heart deeply. She pretended to refuse and then let Baldy come. In the tense sprint stage, they suddenly heard the sound of a car. Tu Fei Yuan and Meng Shuefei couldn't help but stop and watched nervously as a car stopped not far away. Fortunately, the place where they were was covered by tall and dense weeds, so as long as they squatted down, it would be difficult for others to find them. When Meng Shuefei recognized the car as a Porsche, her eyes lit up instantly. She couldn't help but open her eyes wide, trying to see who got out of the Porsche. If he was a student of Haicheng University, then she would have a chance to take action. Kaba. The car door opened. When Meng Shuefei saw clearly who was coming down, her face was full of disbelief. "Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. How could poor bastard Shin Jing'an own a Porsche?" Meng Shuefei felt her brain was in a mess, and suddenly an idea flashed through her mind. Could it be that this guy is being kept by an old woman? Once this idea came into her mind, it took root deeply in her mind. She was jealous at first. They were both playing with the old man, so why couldn't she drive a Porsche? Why was she always dismissed with just a bag? But then came anger. "You're such a good fellow, Shin Jing'an. When you desperately ran out of the bar, I thought you were so noble. But in the end, you still became an old woman's plaything? If that's the case, why did you run away in the first place? Why not just earn a referral fee? He said at the beginning how much he loved me. Bah! As expected, there is not a single truth in a man's mouth. But then again, it seems like he made a lot of money from it. I have to find a way to make his money my own. Poor Shin Jung-an didn't know that his wallet had been targeted by someone with ulterior motives. The reason why he chose such a remote place to park was that he didn't want to attract attention and was afraid of getting into trouble. Unexpectedly, I still couldn't escape. Of course, he knows nothing about all this now. After getting off the bus, he went back to the dormitory refreshed and packed up his junk. Chapter 7. I bought this for my husband. Guys, I'm leaving. As soon as he returned to the dormitory, Shin Jung-an dropped a bombshell. As expected, the dormitory was in an uproar. Fuck Shin Jung-an, you're not going to go up? Why? Did something happen to you? You can make a fuss, but don't treat dropping out of school as a joke. Jung-an, if you have any difficulties, the brothers will definitely not sit idly by and watch. We will support you financially until you graduate from university. Yes, you're already in your 3rd year. If you drop out now, wouldn't it be like all those years you've studied were wasted? Seeing his sons gathered around him and chattering about his concern, the old father Shin Jung-an felt very pleased. Everyone in the dormitory knew his background, but no one looked down on him because of it, and no one did anything to hurt his self-esteem in the name of pity. On the contrary, if anyone dared to make fun of Shin Jung-an by using his identity as an orphan, the other 3 people in the dormitory would definitely be the first to show their fists. In short, the relationship between the students and their dormitory is very close. Sometimes when Shin Jung-an finds a part-time job that is easy and well-paid, he will bring his sons to work with him. Do you remember that day when I suddenly left at the end of class? You asked me what I was doing, and I said I was going to sell my body? Shin Jung-an blinked his eyes and smiled wickedly. Congratulations, I succeeded in selling myself. As soon as these words were spoken, the dormitory fell silent. Everyone looked at each other with complicated expressions. Although they were talking about Lin Yujiao's marriage that day, no one was thinking about it at the moment. Because in their eyes, Lin Yujiao is just like her name, a bright moon that can only be admired from afar and not played with. Even if they were to recruit a son-in-law, they would have to choose a man who was 1 in a million. Although Shin Jung-an is very handsome, his handsomeness cannot be used to make a living, nor can it be used as an identity card for upper-class people. He wants to be the son-in-law of the Lin family, but he is far from qualified. In short, they all thought of the same possibility. Shin Jung-an was kept by a rich old woman. This. Zhang Xiaotian hesitated for a moment and asked, have you signed the indenture? If not, you'd better run away. Old rich women like this are usually mentally ill and enjoy torturing people. That's how they're portrayed in TV dramas. Louis quickly nodded and agreed, yes. Zhang-an, you should listen to my advice. It's not easy to live with a rich woman. What you should do most now is study hard, find a good job after graduation, and then find a good girl to marry and have children. Instead of taking shortcuts. Shinsu also advised earnestly, this is not a shortcut at all, this is clearly an abyss. That old woman is just greedy for your body. By the time you finish this so-called shortcut, you will be so weak that you can't even stand up. Shin Jung-an was moved but also speechless. What touched me was that I felt the care from my sons. What as speechless is that I didn't expect that in their eyes, I would be this kind of person. Although he loves money, he also has some bottom line, okay? If the other person is older, uglier, or has some special fetishes, he will not sell his body. He said angrily, it's too late. The contract of sale has already been signed. I came back just to pack up my things and live with the rich woman. The dormitory was silent again, and after the silence, there were sighs from the roommates. They watched Shin Jung-an packing up his things with disappointment, as if they had already seen his miserable future. Shin Jung-an didn't have much stuff, so he could just pack it all in one bag. He didn't take anything with him, like the quilt and pillow. He said to Zhang Xiaotian, who lived on the upper bunk, Xiaotian, haven't you always felt that the upper bunk was inconvenient and wanted to sleep on the lower bunk? From tonight on, you will stay in my bed. I know you're lazy and don't like moving or laying out the quilt, so I'm not going to move my things. You can sleep on what's already there. Oh. Under normal circumstances, Zhang Xiaotian would definitely jump for joy. But now he was uninterested and very depressed. After Shin Jung-an packed his bag and left the dormitory, Zhang Xiaotian nervously yelled at his back, Xiaoanan, you will definitely regret this. Feeling the strange looks from others in the corridor, Shin Jung-an quickly quickened his pace. If he hadn't had an agreement with the Lin family beforehand, he would definitely tell those bastards who the rich woman they were supporting was. This will prevent them from doing something that will embarrass themselves. As soon as they returned to the Lin family, Lin Yujiao took him to her room. I have to say that poverty really limits a person's imagination. Just like before, Shin Jing'an could never have imagined that a person's room could be as large as 100 square meters. Bathroom, toilet, living room area, fitness area, and study area are all available. This is enough for an ordinary family of 3 to live in. Is this all you have? Lin Yujiao curiously rummaged through Shin Jing'an's backpack. Inside was a bar of soap, a few short-sleeved shirts that looked shoddy, a pair of shorts, and... Ha! Suddenly, Lin Yujiao let out a disgusted ha, and then pinched a pair of washed transparent panties with 2 slender fingers. Then with a whoosh, he threw it into the trash can next to him. Don't! By the time Shin Jing'an could stop him, it was too late. He was heartbroken. These underwear have been with me since high school. I'd become attached to them. Lin Yujiao rolled her eyes at him and said, "You're already dressed like this, why are you still wearing it? It's so thin, aren't you afraid that it will penetrate with just a hard erection? If you don't know, you might think our Lin family abused you." What do you mean by just piercing through with just a hard erection? Is that what he imagined it to mean? Shin Jing'an couldn't believe his ears. Could these vicious words really come from the mouth of the cold and arrogant campus beauty of Haicheng University? He looked at Lin Yujiao strangely. He didn't expect that the gap between this character and reality was so big. Lin Yujiao didn't notice Shin Jing'an's little thoughts. She yelled and called the housekeeper. "Uncle Dong, go buy some men's clothes and some men's daily necessities and send them over. By the way, buy an extra pair of underwear too. The styles should be suitable for young people in their 20s. Oh, this is not for my grandfather, this is for my husband." After saying this, Lin Yujiao quickly hung up the phone with an unnatural look on her face. This was the first time she had said the word husband since she was a child, and it felt really hot. Her face flushed and her heart beat fast for a while before she realized that Shin Jing'an was also looking at her. Lin Yujiao became anxious when she thought that this man must have heard her say husband just now. She couldn't help but raise her voice, trying to maintain her presence. "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a beautiful woman call her husband? Look again and I'll dig your eyes out." Shin Jing'an quickly looked away, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. How can the aloof school beauty be so cute in private? Chapter 8, Changing Clothes in Front of Others. On the other side, Butler Dong was unable to recover for a long time and fell into deep self-doubt. Is it really because I'm old and my hearing isn't working well anymore? Why did I just hear the eldest lady say that the clothes were bought for her husband? When did the eldest lady start dating someone? How come I, an old man who has worked in the Lin family for 30 years, didn't hear anything about it? Suddenly, he had an idea and remembered that he saw Miss Lin coming home a few hours ago, and she brought a very handsome boy with her. Could that be the husband that Miss Lin mentioned? In fact, no one knows about Lin Yujiao's marriage except Shin Jing'an and old man Lin. Because this happened so suddenly, even Mr. Lin's head was buzzing. When Lin Yujiao brought Shin Jing'an home today, he specifically drove out all the servants of the Lin family, so it was normal that Uncle Dong didn't know. But what is the secret for workers to stay in the job for a long time? Of course, do more and talk less. Butler Dong has taken this sentence as his motto and always keeps it in mind. He bought several sets of clothes and underwear according to the body shape of the handsome guy in his memory, and then bought a series of daily necessities such as men's facial cleanser, skin care products, toothbrushes and toothpaste, teacups, etc. After the purchase, it was delivered urgently. Sure enough, he saw the handsome guy in Lin Yujiao's bedroom. He is really handsome and really tall. But Butler Dong struggled internally for a while, but finally secretly pulled Lin Yujiao aside and talked to her in private. "Miss, although I am just a servant in your family, I have watched you grow up since you were a child. I know some of the things I said are beyond the line, but I still want to say them. You've only been with this kid for a short time, and you're already taking him home. Isn't that a bad idea? Have you investigated his identity? Be careful not to be fooled by this boy's sweet talk and beauty. Is it because old Master Lin has been trying to find you a son-in-law these days, and you don't want to, so you're doing this out of spite?" Even though Lin Yujiao called him husband, Uncle Dong still didn't think about getting a marriage certificate. In his eyes, this was just an act of rebellious impulse by the eldest lady. After all, it is very normal for young people nowadays to call each other husband or wife at every turn. What he was afraid of was that the eldest daughter was beautiful and had a good family background, but she had no experience in love. What if she was cheated by a man? Lin Yujo of course knew that Butler Dong said so much for her own good. She smiled awkwardly. Uncle Dong, there is something I haven't had time to tell you yet. Well, actually, I'm married. Yes, it's the man in front of you. What? What did you say? Butler Dong felt dizzy and almost couldn't stand. Lin Yujiao quickly stepped forward to support him. Uncle Dong, don't get excited. My grandfather knows about this. And it was my grandfather who asked him to move in with me at the Lin family. It happened suddenly, so I asked you to help me buy men's items. These words were like a powerful heart-saving pill, and Butler Dong felt like he was revived. Ahem, that's good. Butler Dong returned to his usual serious expression. Although his eyes were still full of inquiry when he looked at Shin Jung-an, they were much kinder than before. Even if he doesn't believe the eldest lady, he has to believe in Mr. Lin's vision. After Uncle Dong left, Lin Yujia took out a shirt and gestured to Shin Jung-an. It looks like it would fit you well, go try it on. Shin Jung-an took the clothes. The fabric felt soft and skin-friendly, and the style was very straight. It was obvious that it was different from the cheap clothes he had worn before. He quickly took off his clothes on the spot and put on new clothes. Ah! Why are you so embarrassed? Caught off guard by the sight of a man's naked upper body, Lin Yujio felt angry and embarrassed, and covered her eyes tightly with her small white hands. Damn, the room is so big, can't you just find a sheltered place to change? I think this girl did it on purpose, trying to seduce me with her beauty. Wait, but then again. Isn't he her legal husband? What's the use of just looking at him? Besides, didn't I marry him because of his handsome face and good figure? What's more, I have already spent my money, wouldn't it be a bit of a loss if I don't watch it? Thinking of this, Lin Yujio put down his hands awkwardly. Unfortunately, while she was daydreaming, Shin Jung-an had already changed his clothes. This caused a surge of nameless anger in Lin Yujio's heart. Damn man, why did you change clothes so quickly? Are you afraid that I will see you? Deduct money, you must deduct money next month. As a result, the next second, Lin Yujio's car suddenly stalled. Because she saw Shin Jung-an taking off his pants. Her eyes involuntarily locked onto a certain place. This guy wasn't lying, it's quite big. Although Shin Jung-an was still wearing his underwear had been washed very thin. This vague and ambiguous feeling made Lin Yujio feel itchy. Change underwear, change underwear, change underwear. Lin Yujio shouted in her heart. However, this did not go as she wished. Shin Jung-an picked up a pair of pants from the things Uncle Dong sent and put them on. How does the saying go? Clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. Shin Jung-an's figure is already top-notch, and now he is wearing the new season clothes just launched by a luxury brand, which is even more amazing. Go to that station, just like the spokesperson. Lin Yujio blushed and her heart beat fast as she watched, and she started to have some thoughts in her mind. It just so happened that the Lin Group also wanted to enter the military clothing field in recent years. Please be a famous star. Not to mention the sky-high endorsement fees, the key is that he likes to act like a big shot, and there is a risk of his reputation collapsing at any time. Anyway, Shin Jung-an's face is a top-notch one in the entertainment industry, so we might as well make good use of it. Wife, what do you think of me wearing it? Shin Jung-an naturally did not forget to please his financial backer. He turned around and let Lin Yujio take a look. Lin Yujio's mouth was almost watering as she watched, and she accidentally said what was in her heart. Well, not bad, broad shoulders and narrow waist, big hips and long legs, and with your handsome face, it's absolutely perfect. Shin Jung-an's mouth twitched when he heard this. Why does this compliment sound weird? Lin Yujio also realized what lewd word she had just said, and she quickly changed the subject. It's not too late. Normally, my grandfather would be home in more than an hour. Why don't you go cook first? Chapter 9 Lin Yujio dominantly protects her husband. Shin Jung-an glanced at the time and his expression suddenly became serious. Cooking is his job and he has to treat it well. Shin Jung-an arrived at the kitchen door and heard the sound of a knife scraping across the chopping board. He was a little surprised and immediately took out his cell phone to report the situation to Lin Yujio. Lin, Aunt Jean usually cooks at home. I forgot to tell her that she doesn't need to be responsible for this anymore. Please wait for a moment. A few minutes later, Lin Yujiao came down from the second floor in a hurry. She walked into the kitchen and said with a smile, "Aunt Zhang is cooking?" Aunt Zhang replied with a forced smile, "Yes, I have to be busy in the kitchen at this time almost every day. I have been repeating this life for 15 years. Miss, you've never touched water before, so you don't know how tiring cooking is. My elbows are so worn out from swinging the spatula that I can barely lift them. If it weren't for the fact that the old man and the eldest lady would eat my food, I would have quit long ago and returned to my hometown to retire." "Oh, but if I leave, what will you do? Will you still be able to eat food cooked by others?" Miss, why did you take the male classmate home?" Aunt Zhang talked a lot before she looked up, and suddenly she saw Shin Zheng'an standing behind Lin Yujiao. The moment they looked at each other, Shin Zheng'an gave her a friendly smile, but unexpectedly Aunt Zhang curled her lips in disgust. She couldn't help but preach, "Miss, don't blame me for being nosy. The most important thing for a woman is her reputation. You rashly brought a man home. Aren't you afraid of people gossiping about you? Aren't you afraid your future husband and in-laws will mind? And based on my understanding of the old man, he hates these unreliable, superficial pretty boys the most. Anyway, I'm doing this for your own good. You should be more careful with men and don't get a reputation for being promiscuous. As for whether you can listen to it or not, that's your business." After hearing these remarks, Shin Jing'an frowned. Is this what a servant should say to his employer? Is this caring or crossing the line in the name of caring? Lin Yujiao's face also looked very bad. She has disliked Aunt Zhang since she was a child. Aunt Zhang has a lot of problems. For example, he likes to preach as a person who has experienced it, likes to act as an elder in front of her, and likes to take credit and play the victim. However, considering that she had been in the Lin family for 15 years, Lin Yujiao did not argue with her. She cleared her throat. "Aunt Zhang, don't you often complain about your elbow hurting from using the spatula? From now on, you can be free. You can do some easy work, like watering the flowers or feeding the fish. The salary will remain the same." "How can that be?" Aunt Zhang glared at him, her face looking very sarcastic. "I've been cooking for the Lin family for over 10 years, and the old man loves my cooking. Besides me, who else can take on this important task? It doesn't matter if I'm a little tired, as long as you can remember my contribution to the Lin family. Lin Yujiao, Aunt Zhang, don't worry about this. We have already found a new chef. This is the one chosen by Grandpa. Here, this is it." Lin Yujiao pushed Shin Zheng'an out and said, "Let me introduce him. His name is Shin Zheng'an. He is the new chef of the Lin family and also my husband. We are married." "What? You're married?" Aunt Zhang suddenly raised her voice, and her voice was very harsh. It's no wonder that Aunt Zhang was so excited, because ever since she knew that the Lin family was looking for a son-in-law, she had other thoughts in mind. She wanted to introduce her baby son to Lin Yujiao. In this way, she could jump from being a servant of the Lin family to becoming the queen mother of the Lin family, making a great turn of events. As for the child taking the mother's surname, once Mr. Lin dies, it's all bullshit. She just didn't believe that she and her son couldn't control a young girl. By then, the Lin family will have property, a daughter-in-law and a grandson, which is simply killing two birds with one stone. Now her dreams are shattered. Not only did someone replace her, but even her son's position as groom was taken away. This made her furious, and she disliked everything about Shin Zheng'an, including Lin Yujiao. Aunt Zhang looked down at Shin Zheng'an and spoke with sarcasm. "Can this pretty boy cook? I think he's just a gigolo. And he was chosen by Old Master Lin? TSK, I don't believe it. Old Master Lin loves the food I cook the most, how could he be willing to replace me?" "Miss, don't think Aunt Zhang is nagging you. You're just young and got deceived by a bad man. This man is obviously a playboy and dishonest. You'd be better off marrying my son than him. You saw my son a few years ago. He's so tall and strong from eating so much. He could knock that pretty boy out with one punch. The most important thing is that he's honest and upright. He's going to graduate from university next year, and he'll even have a third-tier university. As for this pretty boy, I don't even know if he even went to high school. He might even be from some club. You're going to regret it if you marry him without thinking. Aunt Zhang, you don't need to care about the affairs of my Lin family." Lin Yujiao's face suddenly darkened when she heard someone slandering Shin Zheng'an like this. No matter what, Shin Zheng'an is her legal husband, and it is not up to an outsider to judge whether he is good or bad. If you disrespect your husband, you are disrespecting yourself. Lin Yujio understood this principle. Aunt Zhang still didn't realize her identity and kept insisting, "Miss, why are you talking so harshly? After all, I've worked in the Lin family for 15 years, so I'm considered your elder, right? Your kindness is truly being taken for granted. Who else but me would be so open-hearted and speak to you about this? I think you've become a bad person just by following bad people." That's enough. Lin Yujia was rarely angry at the servants. First of all, you have to understand that only if I acknowledge you, you are considered my elder. If I don't acknowledge you, then you are just a servant of the Lin family. Don't always bring up the fact that you worked for the Lin family for 15 years. It was you who knelt at the Lin family's door and begged my grandfather for a job, saying that as long as you were given food, it would be fine. My grandfather took you in out of pity. Your salary has increased from 100,000 yuan a year to 300,000 yuan now, and you get food and lodging. My Lin family has never treated you harshly. Don't you think cooking is tiring? Then why are you unwilling to do an easier job when I find you one? To put it bluntly, don't you feel that your position is insecure? Aunt Zhang, you must never think too highly of yourself. In my eyes, you have never had any status at all. You are just an insignificant servant of the Lin family. As for your precious son, he's not as tall as my husband, not as handsome as my husband, not as good looking as my husband, not as educated as my husband, and he can't even compare to one of my husband's toes. When Lin Yujia mentioned Aunt Zhang's son, she felt like retching. She could never forget the summer vacation of her senior year in high school, when she threw the popsicle into the trash can, and Aunt Zhang's dark and fat son picked it up and started to eat it with relish. It's so disgusting. Chapter 10. You are just a bastard. Seeing her most proud baby son being devalued to nothing, Aunt Zhang completely forgot Lin Yujiao's warning. In her eyes, she is an elder of the Lin family and an elder who has watched Lin Yujiao grow up since childhood. Does she really have the guts to fire herself for arguing with the younger generation? She even thought that when Mr. Lin got off work, she would definitely complain and make sure this ignorant and disrespectful girl got punished. This is outrageous. You're arguing with me, your elder, just for a pretty boy you just met? Lin Yujiao, your conscience has really been eaten by a dog. Does old Master Lin know what you're like? You pretend to be filial and sensible in front of him, but you act arrogant and domineering when he's not looking. How could such a good girl become so crooked? I'll definitely expose your true colors and let him give you a good lesson. Hearing that Aunt Zhang dared to call her by her full name and not even call her Miss, Lin Yujiao no longer cared about their old relationship. Only an old man like Uncle Dong is worthy of being her elder. A servant like this who doesn't know his own position and wants to take advantage of his seniority can go away wherever he wants. Lin Yujiao called Butler Dong. Uncle Dong, please settle Zhang Jiuhua's salary for this month and clean up her dormitory. We in the Lin family don't need people like this. Zhang Jiuhua is Aunt Zhang's full name. After hearing this, Zhang Jiuhua still didn't realize the seriousness of the matter and continued to shout. It's not your turn to be the head of the Lin family yet. Old Master Lin will definitely not fire me. I won't leave either. I'm going to wait for the old man to get home from get off work. After saying that, she threw the spatula away and left the kitchen proudly and angrily. When she passed by Shinjingan, she even said gloatingly, Mr. Lin has eaten the food I cooked for 15 years. He will know whether it is made by me as soon as he tastes it. When he gets furious because he can't eat the food I cooked, I'll see how you end up. Lin Yujio gave her a cold look and said, Stop talking nonsense and get your salary and get out. After Zhang Jiuhua left, Lin Yujiao kicked Shin Zheng'an on the butt in frustration. Are you stupid? Aren't you usually quite talkative? Today, Zhang Jiuhua has been so demeaning to you, and you didn't even say a word, just letting her say it? Shin Zheng'an covered his buttocks and said aggrievedly, I'm a newcomer. Am I afraid that Zhang Jiuhua's status in your heart is really higher than mine? Besides, you're already incredibly powerful on your own. If I'm added to the mix, I'm afraid she'll be pissed off to death. What Shin Zheng'an said was the truth. Don't be fooled by his appearance, he is actually very rude when it comes to scolding people. This is all thanks to the fact that he grew up in the countryside. Whenever there was a quarrel in the village, he would go and join in the fun. Over time, some useful little knowledge was automatically transmitted to his brain. I thought Lin Yujiao would continue to scold him after hearing this. Unexpectedly, she said seriously, Shin Zheng'an, how could you think so? Remember this, no matter what, you are still my legal husband. To put it bluntly, you have to look at the owner before beating the dog. Next time you meet someone like this, just beat them. As long as you are right, I will stand by you unconditionally. As long as you are right, I will stand by you unconditionally. The impact of this sentence on Shin Jung-an was no less than giving him 1 million directly. He hadn't received such blatant favoritism since his parents died. Lin Yuja's little mouth was still chattering, but Shin Jung-an, a grown man, acted like a child who had made a mistake, lowering his head and not saying a word. Okay, I see you've realized your mistake, so I'll let you go this time. Hurry up and cook. I'm hungry too. Lin Yuja thought that Shin Jung-an was reflecting on himself by keeping his head down and never expected that he was actually just enjoying himself for the sake of the boy. After Lin Yuja left the kitchen, Shin Jung-an's suppressed smile finally released and rose wildly. He was in a good mood, humming the latest popular songs and going to the refrigerator to choose ingredients. It's so hard to meet in a sea of millions of people and have the same tacit understanding. You understand my stubbornness, I understand your temper, our two hearts are getting closer, I can't wait to explain my feelings, I'm afraid of missing the opportunity to fall in love with you. Because of Aunt Zhang's interference, the time for cooking this time is a bit tight. However, because Mr. Lin went home halfway today and delayed his work, he came back half an hour later than usual. In the end, Shin Jung-an successfully prepared a table full of delicious dishes before Mr. Lin got off work. Wow! Lin Yuja was like a kitten seeing canned food, pacing around the dining table anxiously. What should I do? It smells really good, but it's already evening and I'll get fat if I eat it. Besides, I ate one meal in the morning, one meal at noon, and then I ate the meal Shin Jung-an made in the afternoon. I've eaten 3 meals today. Why are you still so greedy? Shin Jung-an watched Lin Yuja muttering incoherently around the table like a shaman, and asked curiously, what are you mumbling about? Is this a pre-meal ritual for the rich? Hearing the teasing, Lin Yuja stopped what he was doing. She looked at Shin Jung-an with resentment and pointed at his nose angrily, you are just a bastard. I. Shin Jung-an pointed at himself in disbelief, wife, how did I make you angry? Don't call me wife. You cook so delicious meals, don't you just want me to get fat? You are an obstacle and a stumbling block on my road to weight loss. Shin Jung-an felt a little ashamed. He has only had contact with a handful of people of the opposite sex since he was a child. He wanted to ask, do girls really get angry for no apparent reason? Shin Jung-an turned around and went back to the kitchen. When he came out, he had an exquisite cartoon bowl in his hand. I guessed that you would skip dinner to maintain your figure. You're already so thin, why are you so hard on yourself? Oh, you girls just love to make trouble for yourselves. Here, this is a fat-reducing meal specially made for you. You still have to eat dinner. You can't sacrifice your health for beauty. Lin Yuja was immediately attracted by the small cartoon bowl in Shin Jung-an's hand. In fact, she had eaten a fat-reducing diet for a period of time before, but she gave up soon. Because the fat-reducing meal tasted like chewing wax, she could only eat a few bites and couldn't finish it. But the fat-reducing meal Shin Jung-an made looked different from what she usually ate. The exquisite plating is paired with delicate cartoon bowls, which can whet your appetite just by looking at them. Thank you, husband. The smile on Lin Yuja's face was so bright that she took the small bowl but did not eat it immediately. Instead, she looked for an angle to take a photo with great interest. Shin Jung-an was once again shocked by the speed at which the girl's expression changed. Wow, it's such a shame not to learn Sichuan opera face-changing. Chapter 11 and Zhang the Clown. Not long after the meal was ready, Mr. Lin came back. Zhang Juhua, who had been hiding in the dormitory and staring out the window, suddenly had her eyes light up. She wanted to rush downstairs to complain immediately, but she held it back. No, she can't go out now. She wanted to wait until Mr. Lin ate the meal made by that pretty boy and got furious before appearing as the victim. This will create a strong contrast, and Mr. Lin will be more aware of her importance in the Lin family. When the time comes, I will exaggerate what happened today and then pretend that I have been wronged and want to resign. She just didn't believe that Mr. Lin would be willing to let her go. Humph, Lin Yujiao, Lin Yujiao, even if you are the eldest daughter of the Lin family, so what? I still have plenty of ways to deal with you. Just by imagining it, Zhang Juhua couldn't help laughing out loud. Then she crossed her legs, lay on the bed and waited quietly. As soon as Mr. Lin entered the house, he saw a table full of dishes. The fatigue of the day was instantly reduced by more than half. Shin Jung-an greeted him with a smile, Grandpa, you're back just in time. This dish was just out of the pot. Mr. Lin couldn't wait to come forward and said, let me see what you did tonight. Shin Jing'an introduced them one by one. I made 4 dishes in one soup. The 4 dishes are stir-fried green beans with meat, kung pao chicken, stir-fried water spinach, and pineapple beef. The soup is shrimp, mushroom, and tofu soup. The staple food is the small steamed buns I made. Well, not bad. Old Master Lin nodded with satisfaction. These home-cooked dishes are much better than those fancy and expensive specialty dishes in hotels. Sometimes when he went to a 5-star hotel to eat, he couldn't guess what the dish was just by looking at the name. The most important thing is that the home-cooked dishes made by Shin Jing'an are all in small portions, so even if you can't finish them, not much will be wasted. When Mr. Lin was poor, he often couldn't even get enough to eat, so he cherished every grain of food that he had. Even after he became rich, he still couldn't stand the behavior of wasting food. In short, these small details inadvertently made Shin Jing'an gain favor with Mr. Lin. After washing his hands, Mr. Lin couldn't wait to start eating. Afraid that Shin Jing'an would be embarrassed, he even called him out, "Jing'an, why don't you sit down and eat with us? You are my grandson-in-law, so don't treat yourself as an outsider." After hearing this, Shin Jing'an no longer worried about anything. He sat down in the empty seat next to Lin Yujiao and enjoyed his own cooking. As for Lin Yujiao, when she saw the person next to her eating so happily, she instantly lost interest in the exquisite fat-reducing meal in her hand. The fat-reducing meal prepared by Shin Jing'an is much more delicious than what I had eaten before, but it is a fat-reducing meal after all. How can it be compared with home-cooked meals? Lin Yujiao looked at the delicious food so close to her with depression, and a voice in her heart kept urging her to eat it. Eat, eat, how much weight can you gain by eating a little? Running 2 laps will help you lose weight. Thinking of this, her chopsticks reached out for the pineapple beef. Mr. Lin looked at her in surprise. He knows his precious granddaughter's temper better than anyone else. Yujiao attaches great importance to her body management and will not eat if she says she won't eat. He hasn't seen Yujiao eat dinner for several years. At first he would try to persuade her, but later he got used to it and was too lazy to talk anymore. But today, he felt incredible when he saw Yujiao eating the fat-reducing meal, not to mention taking the initiative to pick up some food. Unconsciously, Mr. Lin's favorability towards Shin Jing'an increased a lot. Soon, all the dishes, which were originally small in quantity, were eaten up. Everyone was just about 80% full. Shin Jing'an tactfully cleared the dishes and tidied the table. "Xiao Zhang, let others do these tasks, and you can just focus on cooking." Old Master Lin stopped Shin Jing'an and said, "Didn't you say you can give me a massage? Why don't you give me a massage first and let me see how good your skills are?" "Okay." Shin Jing'an came behind Mr. Lin and placed a pair of strong hands on his shoulders. I have to admit that Shin Jing'an was not bragging, he is indeed very good at massage. He controlled the strength of his hands just right, neither causing pain nor making people feel weak and powerless. After the set, Mr. Lin felt refreshed and all the meridians in his body were unblocked. Now, he was becoming more and more satisfied with his grandson-in-law, and even began to envy Lin Yujiao. Yujiao really found a good husband. Where can I find a man like this who can cook, do massage and has good genes, and who earns 500,000 yuan a month? Hey, in the end, the man who was so hard to find even with a lantern was found by his own granddaughter. Zhang Juhua lost her initial confidence and began to feel uneasy in the dormitory. From time to time she looked through the window towards the living room. It's strange. Mr. Lin has been back for so long, why hasn't he shown the rage I imagined? Is it because I was too far away that I didn't hear it? The more I think about it, the more likely it becomes. Zhang Juhua decided to take the initiative and find out what was going on inside. As a result, as soon as she entered the living room, she saw several empty plates on the table. Shin Jing'an was giving the old man a massage while chatting and laughing, and he looked like he was living a peaceful life. Zhang Juhua was dumbfounded and walked to that station like a fool. Old Master Lin noticed her and said, "Xiao Zhang, you're here just in time. Hurry up and clean up the dishes on the table and the kitchen." Lin Yujiao saw Zhang Juhua and openly expressed her dislike for her. "Didn't I ask Uncle Dong to settle your salary? Why are you still refusing to leave?" Although Shin Jing'an didn't say anything, his eyes were full of provocation. As if to say, "You whimsical old woman, who do you think you are? You really think highly of yourself." Mr. Lin frowned. "Is this a quarrel?" Aunt Zhan was so aggrieved that she started to cry. She kept complaining, "Grandpa, the eldest lady was rude to me today. She didn't let me continue cooking for you and asked that pretty boy to do it. Come on, you've been eating my cooking for 15 years, how can you get used to eating someone else's?" I just said a few words, and the young lady actually wanted to chase me away. Woo woo. Old man, you must make the decision for me. Stop, be quiet, stop howling. It's giving me a headache. The old man said unhappily, Xiao Zhang, please be careful with your words. What do you mean my granddaughter spoke rudely to you? Is it normal for an employer to say a few words if a servant doesn't do his job well? Does my granddaughter need to worship you like Empress Dowager Cixi? Also, the pretty boy you're talking about is my grandson-in-law. If you don't respect my grandson-in-law, you're disrespecting me. Zhang Juhua choked, paused for a few seconds, and then cried, Grandpa, you don't even know what happened today. I don't need to know what happened today. I will support my granddaughter's decision anyway. Old Master Lin waved his hand and said, since Yu Zhao has told you to collect your salary and leave, then don't show up in front of her anymore. My granddaughter's mood is the most important thing. Only when Zhang Juhua saw that Mr. Lin was serious did she start to panic. Old man, you can't kick me out. What about the 15 years I've dedicated to the Lin family? Shen Zhang'an couldn't bear it any longer. He had long been fed up with Zhang Juhua using the moral blackmail of I have dedicated 15 years to the Lin family all the time. He sarcastically said, What? Are you making a selfless contribution? Didn't you get paid? If you did, it's not a contribution, it's a transaction. Lin Yuzhou also echoed, Yes, this is a deal, you are not contributing anything. Besides, your cooking skills are just average, and Grandpa usually has a lot of social engagements, so sometimes he's not home for dinner all day. In the end, we are the ones who suffered the loss. Well, my grandfather is a soft-hearted man. He thought that you had been with him for so long, so he never fired you. I didn't expect that not only would you not be grateful, but you would be so arrogant as to think that we can't live without you. If you leave the Lin family, you'll probably have a hard time finding such a good job even if you search with a lantern. Chapter 12 Temptation. The young couple sang the same tune and almost pissed Zhang Juhua off to death. But rather than being afraid, she was more terrified. She knew very well that after leaving the Lin family, it would be a fantasy to find a job with easy work, high salary, and good benefits. She was scared, so she tried her best to save the job. I won't leave. Old master, miss, I really know I was wrong, I won't dare to do it again. I'm old, I don't have any education or skills, and all the money I earned was spent on my husband and son. I didn't save a penny for myself. Please have some pity on me. How am I going to survive if I lose this job? Unfortunately, it's too late. Butler Dong has arrived with 2 security guards. When Butler Dong heard that Zhang Juhua had even gone to old Master Lin to make a fuss, he almost fainted from anger. Who in his family would understand? He himself is a shrewd old fox, but he never thought that one day he would be backstabbed by his colleagues. At first, he was thinking about their long-standing relationship as colleagues, and he didn't want to make things too awkward after settling her salary, so he didn't throw out her luggage or force her to leave. I didn't expect Zhang Juhua to be so ungrateful that she even brought the matter to Mr. Lin. No, don't drag me into this just because you're unemployed. It's over. Will Mr. Lin and Ms. Lin question my business ability? Thinking of this, Butler Dong's face almost turned as black as ink. His tone was icy. You two, quickly throw this crazy woman out and don't get in the way of the master. As for the junk in her dormitory, since we've given her a chance and she won't clean it up, let's burn it all. After receiving the order, 2 young and strong security guards each held one of Zhang Juhua's arms and carried her out. Zhang Juhua was still struggling desperately. Let me go, you two. Or I'll sue you for molestation. I'm not leaving. Why should I leave? I've been in the Lin family for 15 years. This is my home. Hearing these remarks, Steward Dong broke out in a cold sweat. He has worked in the Lin family for 30 years, but he doesn't dare to say that this is his home. This Zhang Juhua is really bold. As soon as Zhang Juhua left, the room suddenly became quiet. Butler Dong took the initiative to plead guilty. Miss, I haven't done what you asked me to do. I will take the initiative to deduct 50,000 from your salary next month. This little mistake is harmless. Uncle Dong, you just need to learn from your mistakes. Lin Yuzhou has always been very generous to his own people, which was taught by Grandpa Lin. Family, love and friendship are not as reliable as money. If you want your subordinates to do their work well, you can't just use those vague emotions to hold them hostage, you have to come up with something practical. Lin Yuzhou kept these words in mind, so as long as it was not excessive, she generally would not deduct the servants' money. Butler Dong hurriedly thanked him, and when he noticed out of the corner of his eye that the dining table had not been cleared yet, he called other servants to clean up the kitchen and the dining table. After doing all this, he left. Well, it's getting late. You two should go back to your room and get some rest. It's time for my old bones to rest too. Old Master Lin winked at Lin Yujiao, then went back to the house with a thump. I'm afraid that if I'm a second late I'll become a third wheel. For a moment, Lin Yujiao and Shin Jing'an were the only two people left in the huge living room. That. Shin Jing'an picked at his fingernails like a young boy. If you can't adapt to such a fast pace, I'll go sleep outside. Lin Yujiao glared, his expression looking fierce. Why? My room of over 100 square meters can't accommodate you? Besides, living together doesn't mean anything will happen. I'll sleep on the bed and you'll sleep on the floor. That's a happy decision. Lin Yujiao leaned against the headboard, seemingly watching TV series on her tablet, but in fact her eyes kept glancing towards the bathroom. The sound of water dripping could be heard from the bathroom. Hearing this, Lin Yujiao blushed and her heart beat fast, and she couldn't help but imagine what kind of scene was in the bathroom just across the door. Oh, I regret it so much. If I had known earlier, I would have replaced the bathroom door with a transparent one overnight. Lin Yujiao was so upset that she couldn't bear to watch the show anymore. Just as she was daydreaming, the bathroom door opened. Shin Jing'an's white bath towel was tied loosely around his waist, and his upper body exposed to the air was strong and muscular, with his 8-pack abs particularly obvious. His handsomeness is unquestionable, and the wet ends of his hair are still dripping after taking a shower, which adds a bit of broken beauty. Gulp. Lin Yujiao swallowed helplessly. She has never had a boyfriend in her life, so how could she have experienced this kind of visual impact and temptation? Afraid of making a fool of herself, Lin Yujiao forced herself to look away. After Shin Jing'an came out of the bathroom, he went to blow dry his hair. The wind from the hairdryer was blowing whoosh. This made Lin Yujiao feel as if there were millions of little bugs crawling in her heart. It's strange. I was clearly blowing Shin Jing'an's hair, but why was it my own heart that was being blown? After drying his hair, Shin Jing'an went to change into pajamas. Of course, he deliberately avoided Lin Yujiao's sight and hid in a small corner to change. Lin Yujiao's defense was broken. What the hell is this little juice doing? Why can't I watch it if I spend my own money? This is too much and too infuriating. When Shin Jing'an changed into his pajamas and reappeared in sight, Lin Yujiao turned off the tablet angrily and deliberately put it on the table with a bang. The noise startled Shin Jing'an. Before he could ask what was going on, the lights in the room were turned off with a click. Lin Yujiao's unpleasant voice was heard in the darkness. Go to sleep. You're going to sleep on the sofa tonight. I warn you to be honest and don't try to do anything bad to me. Otherwise, I'll make you pay. Shin Jing'an was confused by Lin Yujiao's sudden anger. He scratched his head in confusion. Did I offend her in any way? Or was it that his image when he just came out of the bathroom was too frivolous, making Lin Yujiao feel offended? It seems I have to cover it more tightly next time. Thinking of this, Shin Jing'an followed the route he remembered and lay down on the sofa in the dark. The sofa is very soft and large, much more comfortable to sleep on than the hard beds at school. Soon, Shin Jing'an felt sleepy. Just as he was falling asleep, a voice pulled him back to reality. Shin Jing'an, are you asleep? I can't sleep. Wife, I'm sleepy. Oh, then go to sleep. An hour later. Shin Jing'an, are you asleep? If you are asleep, just answer yes. If you are not asleep, just answer no. Not asleep. Oh, it's getting late, then you should go to bed early. Another hour passed. Shin Jing'an, are you asleep? I can't sleep. Can you sing me a song to sleep? Or tell me a story? What song do you want to hear? Whatever, it depends on what you are good at. He tossed and turned like this for most of the night, and the next day Shin Jing'an got up with dark circles under his eyes to make breakfast. Chapter 13 Meng Shuefei's Little Plan. Lin Yujiao slept soundly and peacefully in the second half of the night. Because she successfully got Shin Jing'an into her bed by saying, I watched a horror movie and was so scared. Touching his 8-pack abs, Lin Yujiao fell asleep contentedly. But Shin Jing'an was in trouble. After all, he is a young man full of vigor and vitality. How could he sleep while being held by a beautiful woman? He was so excited that he couldn't fall asleep until dawn. So he simply got up, washed up, and prepared breakfast. When Lin Yujio woke up, there was no one around him. She immediately checked her clothes. After discovering that her clothes were intact, she felt a little disappointed, but more excited. Interesting. She loves to tease serious little boys. Lin Yujio stretched beautifully, then got up and washed. When she went downstairs, she found that Shin Jung-an had already prepared breakfast and put it on the table. Mr. Lin was savoring the delicious food slowly. Yujiao, are you up? Hurry up and sit down to eat. Xiao Zhang made stomach-nourishing porridge for breakfast today, come and try it. Oh, okay. Lin Yujiao saw the huge dark circles under Shin Jung-an's eyes, and when she thought about what happened last night, she couldn't help feeling guilty. Last night, I think I did go a little too far. Mr. Lin, the shrewd old man, immediately noticed that there was something wrong in the atmosphere between the two. But it wasn't what he imagined it to be. I really want to ask what happened last night. At the critical moment, Mr. Lin suppressed his gossipy heart. Forget it. It's better not to ask too much about matters between young people. After dinner, the family driver took them to school. When they were about 1,000 meters away from the school, Shin Jung-an suddenly said, "Driver, please let me get off here." Lin Yujio understood what he meant instantly. Mr. Lin asked them to keep their marriage secret before graduation. If anyone saw him getting out of the Lin family's luxury car, it would definitely make the headlines of school gossip. After getting off the bus, Shin Jung-an walked the rest of the way. When they arrived at the classroom, the roommates saw that Shin Jung-an's eyes looked like he had black eyeshadow on, and they all exclaimed wow, and even automatically imagined some random plots. Zhang Xiaotian also knew that this was a shameful thing to do, so he lowered his voice for fear of being heard by outsiders. Zheng'an, how come you were tortured like this in just one night? What did that vicious woman do to you? Shin Jung-an lay listlessly on the table. She won't let me sleep and always wakes me up. He stated the facts, but others heard it in a different way. Louis sighed. Brother, if you continue like this, you won't be alive soon. One misstep will lead to eternal regret. Listen to me, run away before you get too deep. Shin Jung-an shook his head. It's too late, too late. Now that I have obtained the certificate, isn't it too late? Chen Su was furious after hearing this. Did she force you to sign some agreement? Or did she record a video to threaten you? What a scheming old woman. She's just taking advantage of your youth and inexperience. Shin Jung-an didn't respond because he had fallen asleep on the table. The roommates looked at each other and sighed. Look how tired the child is after just one night. That rich woman simply doesn't treat Zheng'an as a human being. Fortunately, the morning classes were all taught by the same old man. As soon as the old man started teaching, he became very serious and forgot about his emotions. He was completely immersed in his own academic world and didn't care about the state of his classmates. So Shin Jung-an slept until school was over at noon. After catching up on some sleep for a few hours, Shin Jung-an finally felt a little more energetic. At this time, he received another temporary notice that Mr. Lin had a social engagement at noon and would not be home for lunch. So he followed his roommates to the cafeteria to eat. In addition to ordering a bowl of noodles, he also ordered 3 duck legs. This would have been unthinkable a few days ago. When Zhang Xiaotian and others saw Shin Jung-an being so extravagant, there was no envy in their eyes. He deserves these 3 duck legs. Brother Zheng'an, what a coincidence, we met here. Just as Shin Jung-an was enjoying his meal, a disgusting female voice rang out. Before he could react, there was an extra person sitting next to him and an extra meal on the table. At the same time, a strong smell of perfume almost made it difficult for him to breathe. The person who came was Meng Shufa. On her upper body, she wore a small tube top with less fabric than Shin Jung-an's underwear, and on her lower body, she wore low-waist shorts with a pair of small high-heeled sandals. At this moment, she was approaching Shin Jung-an intentionally or unintentionally. Brother Zheng'an, have you made a fortune? Buying 3 duck legs at once is really great. I want to eat it too. You wouldn't mind if you gave me one, right? After saying that, she went straight to the duck legs with her chopsticks without waiting for Shin Jung-an's consent. In a flash, the half-eaten duck leg of Shin Jung-an was in Meng Shufa's bowl. She took a small bite thinking she was being very charming, and even deliberately bit the place where Shin Jung-an had just bitten. It's delicious. Brother Zheng'an, can you treat me to duck legs every day from now on? Meng Shufa said this very against her will. She disliked the cheap fireworks in the cafeteria and couldn't get used to eating duck legs that had been frozen for who knows how long. If she didn't have a purpose, she would never have set foot in the cafeteria and would have coaxed the old man to take her to a high-end restaurant to eat caviar. Fortunately, Shin Jung-an did not let her down. Although she came from a poor family and her parents favored boys over girls, her years of experience among men made her quite knowledgeable about luxury goods. Just like what Shin Jung-an is wearing today, although it looks ordinary, it is actually a new product launched by a century-old Italian luxury brand. The shoes on his feet are also very valuable, enough to buy an apartment in a small county town. Thinking of this, Meng Shuefei became excited. He spent so much money just on clothes, it seems that Shin Jung-an made a lot of money. Meng Shuefei is confident that she is definitely younger and more beautiful than the financial backer behind Shin Jung-an. If I can seduce him once, I can naturally seduce him a second time. After all, men are visual animals who forget the pain once the wound heals. The more you couldn't get a woman, the more you wanted to conquer her. What's more, the self-esteem of these pretty boys who are kept by old women will be hurt, and they urgently need to find their lost dignity in another woman. Anyway, my ultimate goal is money, and most of the rich men I meet are perverts, so why not commit myself to a handsome man? You know, playing some perverted games with a handsome man is called romance. Chapter 14, You Green Tea, Give Me Back My Duck Leg. When Shin Jung-an saw that the half-eaten duck leg was gone, his face instantly turned dark. Zhang Xiaotian and others also stared at Meng Shuefei with vigilance. As good roommates, they knew very well how ruthless this woman was when it came to money. Meng Shuefei felt these unfriendly looks, and first looked at Shin Jung-an with grievance, then put the duck leg she had just taken a small bite of back into his bowl. Brother Jung-an, Who would have thought that Shin Jung-an exploded before she could finish her words? Brother, you idiot. Do you really think you are a chicken? Are you dying? Why are you staring at my duck leg? The key is that you took a bite and then put it back to me. How can I eat it? Do you know that your action just now made me so sick that I couldn't even eat? You green tea bitch, compensate me for this meal, quickly, immediately, right now. Meng Shuefei never expected Shin Jung-an's reaction to be so big. The cafeteria is at its peak traffic at this time. Seeing people arguing, the enthusiastic and gossipy college students all stopped and even stopped eating. Meng Shuefei saw that the people around her who were watching the fun had formed a circle, and she felt that she had lost face. Shin Jung-an, stop talking. Everyone is watching us. Is this a waste of time just for a duck leg? Aren't you ashamed? Shin Jung-an got even more excited when he heard this. You don't feel ashamed, so why should I? After all, you're the one who stole the duck legs, and I'm the victim. You don't look like someone who can't afford to eat, do you, with the way you're dressed? Why are you so cheap and like to eat food from men's bowls? If you still want to talk, please stop being so close to me. Are you trying to suffocate me with that cheap perfume? Meng Shuefei was so angry that she almost vomited blood. The perfume I sprayed today cost more than 1,000 yuan for a small bottle, and it smelled very high-end. How come it became a low-quality perfume in his mouth? You are really going too far. Meng Shuefei turned around and was about to leave in anger, but Zhang Xiaotian quickly grabbed her wrist. Wait! You haven't even paid for my brother's meal yet. Let me go, you stinking man. Are you worthy enough to touch my wrist? I think you're just trying to take advantage of me. At this moment, Meng Shuefei no longer cared about her image and scolded Zhang Xiaotian. Louis took out a tissue from his pocket and said loudly and deliberately in a gloomy tone, Xiaotian, your hand just touched something dirty. Why don't you wipe it quickly with tissue? Be careful not to catch a disease. Zhang Xiaotian took the tissue and wiped it vigorously while shouting exaggeratedly, it's over, I can't keep my hand anymore. Tears gradually blurred Meng Shuefei's vision. It was so embarrassing. She was slapped twice by the old man's wife last month, but she wasn't as embarrassed as she is now. At the same time, a flower protector landed in the crowd of onlookers. He was filled with righteous indignation and protected Meng Shuefei behind him. You grown men are bullying a little girl, do you have any shame? Isn't it just a duck leg? I'll pay. Shin Jung-an knew this person. He is Bai Yapeng, Meng Shuefei's loyal bootlicker, and he has been bootlicking her since his freshman year. During the time when Shin Jung-an and Meng Shuefei were having an affair, he even came over to warn Shin Jung-an to stay away from his goddess. Seeing someone paying compensation, Shin Jung-an quickly showed the WeChat QR code. This meal costs $34. Bai Yapeng scanned the code and transferred 100 yuan. I'll give you 100 so you can eat as many duck legs as you want. When Shin Jung-an saw the money, his expression improved a lot. Just when he was about to give up and let the matter end here, Bai Yaping spoke again. I've already paid for your meal. Now let's settle the score for your bullying of Shuefei. Xin Zheng'an didn't expect you to be so petty. Isn't it because Fei Fei didn't accept your pursuit during your freshman year that you got angry and deliberately looked for opportunities to make things difficult for Shuefei? I must seek justice for Fei Fei. I want you to publicly apologize to Fei Fei, otherwise I will never let you go. Apologize? Xin Zheng'an raised his eyebrows, as if he had heard a huge joke. This made Meng Shuefei's right eyelid twitch. Her intuition told her that running away was the best option. Otherwise, who knows what kind of dirty words would come out of Xin Zheng'an's mouth. She quickly grabbed Bai Yaping and said, Yaping, they are outnumbered and powerful. We can't defeat them. Let's leave quickly. How could a man show his weakness in front of the woman he loves? Bai Yaping patted his shriveled chest and said, Don't be afraid, Fei Fei. I've been practicing taekwondo since I was a child. Even if the four of them come together, they are no match for me. At this moment, Meng Shuefei really wanted to curse. How could Bai Yaping be so lacking in self-awareness? He was a powerless, thin, and small man, no taller than 1.7 meters. Not to mention fighting 1 against 4, he would only get beaten up if he faced anyone from Xin Zheng'an's dormitory. No wonder I looked down on him so much. I haven't slept with him once in 3 years. That's right, a woman like Meng Shuefei has such a chaotic private life that even she herself can't remember how many men she has slept with. Most of the men around her now have given it to her. After all, if you don't give them some sweet benefits, how can you keep them? But Bai Yaping is an exception. He has been licking Meng Shuefei for 3 years, but has never even touched the goddess's hand. Other suitors who are handsome or have good family backgrounds can be eaten in half a month or a few days. Of course, the reason why Xin Zheng'an didn't get to eat it was simply because he was too serious at the time. Faced with Meng Shuefei's repeated temptations and hints, he was too shy to do it. You can leave if you want, but don't blame me for not reminding you. If you stay here any longer, I will never talk to you again, let alone accept any gifts you give me. Meng Shuefei roared angrily, then pushed through the crowd and ran out embarrassedly. Bai Yaping saw the goddess leave angrily and no longer cared about fighting 1 against 4. He said, Just wait for me, and hurried after him. This is the end of the farce. Back in the dormitory, Xin Zheng'an was puzzled. What exactly does Meng Shuefei want to do? They haven't had any contact since their freshman year breakup. But now she suddenly did this, could it be some conspiracy? Thinking of this, Xin Zheng'an quickly asked his smart sons to analyze it for him. Everyone was talking about it, saying all kinds of things. Suddenly, Lui's eyes fell on Xin Zheng'an's new clothes and new shoes. Zheng'an, do you know how much your clothes and shoes cost? Could it be that Meng Shuefei noticed that your outfit was quite expensive and thought you were rich, so she deliberately flirted with you? I don't know the price, but it shouldn't be too expensive. Xin Zheng'an looked at his new clothes. Apart from the better fabric and style, he really didn't see anything special about them. Chen Su also touched the fabric curiously and finally concluded, this fabric is so good, it must be worth several thousand, right? After the discussion failed, the 4 people started searching online. 10 minutes later, everyone was silent. Zhang Xiaotian looked at the information on the computer, his voice trembling. In other words, Xin Zheng'an is wearing a toilet in Haichang on his body? Chapter 15. Do you think I care about my reputation or my past? Yes, that's right. Through the internet, they found out that Xin Zheng'an's clothes cost 200,000 yuan and his shoes cost 450,000 yuan, totaling 650,000 yuan. These 650,000 yuan are enough to buy a toilet in Haicheng, where every inch of land is worth a lot of money. Are you kidding me? There's no way someone would be so generous to me. This must be a high imitation. Xin Zheng'an denied it flatly, but the more he spoke, the more guilty he felt. Because through the brief time they had spent together over the past few days, he subconsciously felt that Lin Yujiao simply disdained to buy fakes. Louis said, if it was really a fake, would Meng Shuefei still try to seduce you with such a smug face? But don't underestimate her. This kind of woman has a sharper eye than the salesgirl at the counter and can tell the real from the fake at a glance. Zheng'an, I'm now curious about the identity of the rich woman who supports you. She's so generous. Xin Zheng'an did not answer. He stared at his dirty sneakers, feeling so distressed that he didn't want to say a word. You know, sneakers at this price are not for wearing, but for collecting. Letting him wear it is such a waste of resources. Fei, walk slowly and don't fall, otherwise I will be sad. Meng Shuefei finally stopped on a secluded path in the school. She turned around suddenly, and the sinister and disgusted look in her eyes scared Bai Yaping. Although the goddess had never been kind to him from beginning to end, she would never look at him with such eyes. This is the first time. Bai Yaping was a little hurt. He asked cautiously, Fei, did I do something wrong? Can you please stop looking at me like that, as if I were trash? Aren't you just garbage? Meng Shuefei slapped Bai Yaping without warning and said viciously, You're worse than garbage. Garbage can be recycled, but you're just wasting air and resources by living. Did you think you were so cool by butting in just now? Did you think I'd fall in love with you just like that? I really want to pee on you to wake you up, you idiot. In fact, Meng Shuefei also knew that Bai Yaping had good intentions, but she was really furious now and urgently needed a punching bag to vent her emotions. Anyway, she doesn't want a suitor like this who has no money, no power, and no looks. So what if she offends him? With one less fly around her, her ears felt a lot quieter. But what I didn't expect was that Bai Yaping's ears turned red after being humiliated. He touched the half of his face that was beaten, intoxicated, and even had an infinite yearning for the goddess's words, I really want to pee to wake you up. It would be great if the goddess could do what she said. It's a pity that his mother told him since he was a child that beautiful women are the most deceptive. Meng Shuefei, still immersed in anger, did not realize the seriousness of the matter at all. She continued to spout insulting words. You could have paid and left, so why did you insist on showing off? You're making me even more embarrassed. Do you think you're rich just because you paid $100? That I'll look down on you? Wake up, any pair of shoes in my shoe cabinet is enough to cover your living expenses for a year. From now on, don't bother me anymore. If people around me knew I had a suitor like you, they would laugh to death. How can that be? Bai Yaping was anxious. He said seriously, Fei, those men around you are not reliable. I am the only one who truly loves you. Take Wang Nian, who you dated for a while last year. Do you know what he said about you behind your back? He said you were a stinky whore who could be fucked by anyone for a few bucks. When I found out, I went to him to argue, but he pinned me to the ground and beat me up. But I don't regret it. For you, I can even give up my life. Fei, be with me. I don't care about your reputation or your past. I will definitely treat you well. Meng Shuefei laughed when she heard this, and the sarcasm was evident in her words. No wonder they are poor, their thinking is so superficial. You think I care about my reputation or my past? I care about money. You know? Lots of it. I'd rather be a rich man's toy than a poor man's wife like you. After all, with my looks, even if I'm paid by the day, you can't afford to spend a night with me. After she finished speaking, she walked away swaying her butt in her high heels. Bai Yaping was left standing there feeling sad and depressed. Is he really that bad? Holy crap! Guess what gossip I just saw in the restaurant? In the female dormitory 301, Wang Mimi started screaming as soon as she entered the dormitory. Nowadays, who doesn't like to hear some gossip? Her voice successfully attracted everyone's attention. Among them is Lin Yujio. Although she is a day student, she has her own dormitory at Haicheng University and usually goes back to the dormitory after class. Wang Mimi described the situation vividly. Just now in the restaurant, a couple got into an argument over a duck leg. The reason was that the woman ate the duck leg from the man's bowl and then put it back. The man then accused her of being a thief and not only asked her to pay for it, but also said a lot of nasty things. Finally, the woman's bootlicker suddenly appeared out of nowhere and not only paid for her meal, but also threatened to make the man pay the price. Zhang Mengli asked curiously, are they a couple? Wang Mimi shook her head. They're not a couple. I guess the girl is pursuing the boy unilaterally. She might have wanted to use this tactic to create an ambiguous relationship with the man, but she didn't expect the man to do it so drastically. Lin Yujio also commented after hearing this, that man really went too far. Even if you disagree, you can't humiliate a girl in public like this. TSK, with his emotional intelligence and magnanimity, I wonder which girl would be so blind as to fall for him. Wang Nini sighed. Oh, but that boy is really handsome. He's always on the love wall. I think his name is Shin Zheng'an. I didn't expect he'd be so rude to girls in real life. The filter is really shattered. Lin Yujio? Wait a minute, that man is Shin Zheng'an? Wang Mimi nodded, yes. Lin Yujiao didn't expect to be slapped in the face so quickly. The last second she was still wondering which girl was so blind as to fall for him, but the next second she discovered that the clown was actually herself. So, after being silent for more than 10 seconds, she demonstrated her extraordinary speed in changing her face. I think the man's behavior is fine. On the contrary, isn't the woman a green tea? Can't she afford to buy duck legs herself? Why is she so cheap that she has to eat from the man's bowl? What if the man has someone else? Besides, if you really love the guy, you should just throw money at him. But now, you're chasing him without spending money, and you're even taking advantage of him by giving him a duck leg for free. What's the point? You're such a slut. Chapter 16 Jealousy. The roommates were shocked by how quickly Lin Yujiao's expression changed. But if you think about it carefully, what she said does make sense. Putting aside the question of whether Shen Jing'an has a girlfriend or not, isn't it standard practice to pursue someone by giving them gifts or treating them to a meal? Not giving anything as a gift, but eating other people's duck legs in return, this seems really unethical. At the same time, Lin Yujiao was sending a message to Shen Jing'an with a sour tone. Hey, I heard someone broke a little girl's heart in the cafeteria today. Wow, Masayasu-san is really charming. Looks like he's owed a lot of debts of love. When Shen Jing'an saw this, his alarm bells immediately rang. The tone of my financial sponsor seems a little off. He didn't know how Lin Yujiao knew it, nor did he know what version she heard. Afraid that Lin Yujiao would misunderstand, he quickly tapped the 9 keys on his phone and explained the whole cause and effect. Of course, this includes how he acted as a bootlicker for Meng Shuefei during his freshman year and how he was framed. Lin Yujiao also carefully read the short essays sent by the other party. The more she looked at the results, the more unbalanced she felt. No, why can Meng Shuefei let her husband be her bootlicker without spending a penny? Why? It's really infuriating. Etc. Lin Yujiao suddenly thought of something, she narrowed her eyes dangerously, and then sent a message. You haven't shown her your abs, have you? Just tell me the truth, I won't be angry. Even through the screen, Shen Jing'an could feel the murderous intent. He couldn't help but shiver. His intuition told him that he must not believe Lin Yujiao's words "I won't be angry" at this time. He quickly replied, how is that possible? You are the only one who has seen my abs. The authenticity of this news could not be verified, and Lin Yujiao pouted unhappily. Tisk, do you think I will believe your nonsense? I don't care what you were like before, but after you marry me, you must observe the moral code of a man. Your abs are only for me to see. I have a strong sense of revenge. If I find out you're having affairs, I'll chop you off. Did you hear that? When Shen Jing'an saw the message, he immediately squeezed his legs together and replied, I heard it. I promise, from now on, my abs will only be for you to see. After that, Lin Yujiao never sent him any messages again. Shen Jing'an breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a terrible idea came into his mind. Could it be that this girl is jealous? There is a physical education class in the afternoon. As we all know, physical education classes in college usually involve running around the playground a few times and practicing a set of gymnastics, and then students can move freely. For boys, most of their entertainment activities are playing basketball. Shen Jing'an is no exception. When he was having a great time fighting, he took off his shirt. But as he was fighting, he suddenly realized something was wrong. It's strange, why do my teammates on the court seem so absent-minded today? After paying a little attention to his surroundings, Shen Jing'an quickly understood why. Because Lin Yujiao didn't know when he arrived at the basketball court. There were many girls watching boys play basketball on the basketball court, but as soon as Lin Yujiao appeared on the court, she was simply a crushing presence. Even from a distance, you can see her glowing white skin and slim figure. With such a stunning beauty appearing on the court, who would still have the mood to play basketball? I don't know where my heart has drifted to. However, Lin Yujiao seemed to be in a bad mood. She walked towards that station with an expressionless face, as if someone had offended her. Before he had time to think, Shen Jing'an was caught off guard when he heard a girl being infatuated with him. Wow, who's that guy with the 8-pack? He looks so good to touch. Look at his waist, it's definitely strong, it makes me so greedy. The nympho's voice was not small. Lin Yujiao's face turned even worse after hearing this, and her eyes were filled with anger and grievance, as if she wanted to kill Shen Jing'an on the spot. Oh shit. After reacting, Shin Jing'an quickly threw down the basketball, protected his abdominal muscles with his hands and ran to the place where he had just taken off his clothes. It's over, it's over. How could I forget it as soon as I got into it? He had just promised Lin Yujiao that his abdominal muscles would only be shown to her. After putting on his clothes, Shin Jing'an looked up again, but there was no trace of Lin Yujiao. Hiss. Shin Jing'an quickly called Lin Yujiao. I called 3 times but couldn't get through. Finally, on the 4th time, the other party finally answered. Shin Jing'an was overjoyed. Just as he was about to explain, a shy female voice came from the side. Hello, handsome guy with 8-pack abs, can we add AV? Beep. Before Shin Jing'an could react, the phone was hung up again. What a sin! What a sin! Shin Jing'an was about to collapse. The crazy girl here is still urging, just add one handsome guy, and consider it as expanding the list. Shin Jing'an couldn't bear it any longer. He roared, I won't add it, and you don't have to talk to me anymore, or I'll die immediately. Show. You. How can he be such a handsome man, but a psychopath? The nymphomaniac girl was frightened and left angrily after complaining a few words. In the following time, Shin Jing'an sent hundreds of messages to Lin Yujiao, but these messages seemed to fall on deaf ears and received no response. He wanted to find Lin Yujiao, but he didn't have Lin Yujiao's class schedule and didn't know where she took classes. After school, Shin Jing'an returned to the Lin family. He saw Butler Dong watering the flowers in the yard and hurried over to ask, Uncle Dong, is Yujiao home yet? Butler Dong hesitated to speak. The eldest lady is in the kitchen. It's just that she doesn't seem to be in a good mood. Shin Jing'an didn't understand the hidden meaning. He hurriedly thanked her and ran to the kitchen. Butler Dong sighed as he looked at his back. Well, young man, you're on your own. Ho ho ho. The closer you get to the kitchen, the clearer the sound of knife sharpening becomes. This made Shin Jing'an's heart beat faster, almost jumping into his throat. Is Lin Yujiao sharpening his knife? Why is she sharpening the knife? Suddenly, Shin Jing'an remembered the message Lin Yujiao had sent him today. I don't care what you were like before, but after marrying me, you must abide by the moral code of a man, and only show me your abs. I have a strong sense of revenge. If I find out you're having an affair, I'll chop you off. Hiss. Could it be that she was sharpening the knife to chop off her second brother? Thinking of this, Shin Jing'an couldn't help but take a few steps back in fear, wanting to slip away quietly. As a result, he accidentally knocked over a chair while slipping away. The sound of knife sharpening in the kitchen stopped instantly. Then Lin Yujiao's sweet and sickening voice came out from the kitchen. Honey, is that you? Come into the kitchen and make scrambled eggs with me. Oh, it seems there are no eggs in the kitchen. What should I do? Look at my memory. How could I forget that my husband has 2 eggs on his body? Chapter 17, Men Who Don't Love Themselves Are Like Rotten Cabbage. Shin Jing'an was in tears. He knew that he had no way to escape this time. Taking a deep breath, Shin Jing'an clamped his legs together, forced a smile and went to the kitchen. Wife, why did you want to go into the kitchen today? Your tender little hands are not suited for this kind of work. Be good and put the knife down immediately. Lin Yujiao said nothing, but just kept sharpening the knife. This afternoon, she saw that Shin Jing'an had a physical education class, and she suddenly had the idea of going to see what he did in the class. Unexpectedly, it made her very angry. Shin Jing'an trembled. Wife, don't be jealous. I really know I was wrong. I will pay more attention next time. Bang! The sudden loud noise frightened Shin Jing'an so much that he trembled several times. Lin Yujiao slammed the kitchen knife down on the chopping board with a gloomy face, and the chopping board was instantly damaged. I'm not jealous. But Mr. Shin, please remember that I am a businessman. I don't like to do business at a loss. I just want to tell you that anything shared is cheap, including men. There is a saying that goes, a man who doesn't love himself is like rotten cabbage. I want to get the best value for my money. Shin Jing'an nodded quickly after hearing this. My wife is right. I will pay more attention to my every move in the future. I'll deduct 100,000 yuan from your salary next month to teach you a lesson. If you do it again, you won't have to go to school anymore and will just stay home. After saying that, Lin Yujiao left the kitchen, leaving Shin Jing'an standing there in a mess. No, why does he feel that his wife has the potential to be a yandere? During dinner, Lin Yujiao's face still didn't look very good. Shin Jing'an diligently picked up food for her and called her wife in a very affectionate manner. Lin Yujio was cold and didn't say a word, but she was very honest with her words. She finished all the dishes that Shin Jung-un put into her bowl. The old man laughed secretly at this. He knew his granddaughter well. She had been stubborn since she was a child. It's hard to appease someone who is angry. Young man, it's time to let you know that living off others is not so delicious. After dinner, Lin Yujio returned to her room in silence. Shin Jung-un quickly followed behind obediently, thinking of one trick after another to please girls. Finally, he gritted his teeth. This is the only thing I can do to help my wife calm down. As soon as she stepped into the room, Lin Yujio heard the sound of a belt being unbuckled behind her. She turned around curiously and saw Shin Jung-un kneeling on the ground, holding a belt in his hands devoutly. I'm sorry, daughter-in-law. I really know I was wrong. Please use your belt to beat me hard. If that's not enough, I'm willing to tattoo your name on any part of my body. Shin Jung-un is very open-minded. Compared with money, dignity, this intangible thing is not worth mentioning to people of his class. As for tattoos. Anyway, he is not going to take the civil service exam and will not be a soldier, so he can get the tattoo, as long as it can make his sponsor's wife happy. Are you sick? Aren't you afraid of being seen? Don't you even know to close the door? Lin Yujio closed the door in a panic. Her heart was pounding. Shin Jung-un is tall and has a good figure. He is very attractive when he kneels down. With his handsome face and expression that seems to be about to cry, he really makes people want to pity him. This really makes me feel a little angry. After reacting, Lin Yujio felt a little annoyed. Damn it, I was teased back. But it's not a good idea to forgive him so easily, right? Humph, forget it. Considering that it's his first offense, I'll forgive him this time. As long as the man is willing to please me, that's enough. Although his anger had mostly subsided, Lin Yujio still had a stern face. I'm not from the alphabet circle, and I don't have a habit of beating people with a belt. As for the tattoo of my name on your body. I wouldn't do such a tasteless thing. Lin Yujio lay down on the bed and ordered, come here and give me a massage. Grandpa arranged for her to live in the same room with Shin Jung-un, wasn't it so that he could take good care of her? If you spend money, don't waste it. Shin Jung-un received the order and came over quickly. He placed his big hands on Lin Yujio's beautiful back, massaging her seriously while saying flattering words. Lin Yujio listened absent-mindedly. How can a man's hands be so big and so hot? Even through her clothes she felt like she was melting with the heat. But it's really comfortable. I feel so comfortable that I want to sleep. The next morning. The light shone through the gap in the curtains onto Lin Yujio's face. She slowly opened her eyes and was about to stretch, but she found herself restrained by something. Lin Yujio turned away in a daze. The next second, her eyes widened. Because her sight was completely occupied by a divine face that was so close to her. Clean and neat facial lines, superior eyebrows and eyes, high nose bridge, thick and long eyelashes and rosy lips. It is true that every facial feature is designed by manhwa. At the same time, she finally understood why she felt so restrained. Shin Jung-un's strong arms were holding her tightly, his handsome face nestled next to her ear as he breathed evenly. I have to say that beautiful things are indeed pleasing to the eye. However, this beautiful scene did not last long, and Shin Jung-un's alarm clock rang. It's time for him to get up and cook. Lin Yujio quickly closed her eyes and pretended to be still asleep. Shin Jung-un was woken up by the alarm clock. He was stunned when he opened his eyes. More than a dozen thoughts flashed through his mind within a second. No, didn't I give a massage to my sponsor last night? How come she fell asleep while hugging her sponsor? It's over. Will the sponsor think that she is lazy and taking advantage of her? What if he deducts her salary again? No, we must escape before the sponsor wakes up. Having made up his mind, he hurriedly changed the alarm clock and then tiptoed out of the room like a thief. After hearing the slight sound of the door closing, Lin Yujio finally couldn't hold back her laughter. This guy is so fun, more fun than any other entertainment. At this moment, she was no longer sleepy, so she simply opened her tablet and started drawing the clothing design. In fact, Lin Yujio majored in finance in college. However, since her father had been nagging her in recent years about wanting to join the military fashion industry and even threatened to pass this heavy responsibility onto her, she had no choice but to start taking time out to learn fashion design. Originally, Lin Yujio really thought that studying fashion design was just about drawing manuscripts, drinking coffee, and typing on the computer. However, she did not expect that when she really got in-depth exposure to it, she discovered in despair that fashion design not only required learning design, fabrics, pattern making, draping, layout, calculating process sheets, sewing, but also 3D glow. Oh, it's all tears if I talk too much. When drawing the draft, Lin Yujiao couldn't help but think of Shin Jing'an's naked body, and imagined what style of clothes he would wear to better show off his figure. It's true, this method gave her a lot more inspiration. Just when she was drawing enthusiastically, her cell phone suddenly rang. Lin Yujiao opened it and saw that it was a message from her childhood friend who had been abroad for 5 years. Jiao, I'm back home. Can we meet up now? Chapter 18. We can be together secretly. Lin Yujiao didn't want to see him. She is a family woman now and has to keep her distance from the opposite sex. What's more, she and this childhood friend were only good friends when they were young. When some unpleasant things happened when she was in the first year of high school, their relationship gradually faded. Then, when she finished her freshman year of high school, this childhood friend who was 2 years older than her went abroad to study, and the two of them hardly kept in touch. Wouldn't it be awkward if we had nothing to talk about when we met? Before I could even think of how to politely decline, another message arrived. By the way, I heard from the elders at home that Grandpa Lin is planning to enter the clothing industry. Don't forget, our family made its fortune in the clothing business. Perhaps I can give you some valuable advice in this area. After reading it, Lin Yujiao felt a little moved. Since her parents passed away when she was young, Grandpa Lin has been training her as his heir, and has let her learn about financial management, finance, investment and other aspects since she was a child. She has also been deeply engaged in these areas until college. I have learned the theoretical knowledge, but I don't have much practical experience. I have only participated in small projects that are not very important. It was not until the past 2 years that the old man decided to hand over the big project of clothing business to her as his first assessment of her. Therefore, Lin Yujiao attached great importance to this project and vowed to achieve good results to impress everyone in the business community. After hesitating for a moment, she replied okay. Lin Yujiao had no classes in the morning, so after breakfast he went to the location sent by the other party. It was a high-end restaurant, and a simple meal there would cost an average person a month's salary. Jiao, I haven't seen you for 2 years. You shed your youthful immaturity and become much more mature and generous. Zhang Junjie looked at Lin Yujiao who was sitting opposite him. She was not wearing any makeup and was dressed very simply, but she looked so bright and flamboyant. This made even Rao, who was used to seeing beautiful women, feel a surge of excitement in his heart. Lin Yujiao responded politely, you have also transformed a lot in the past few years when you were abroad. Then I have really transformed a lot. At this point, Zhang Junjie couldn't help but talk about his life experience. He talked about everything from what competition he participated in to how popular he was with the opposite sex abroad and how he was being sought after by the daughters of several foreign politicians. Lin Yujiao didn't expect that just a few polite words could make him so excited. However, she was not interested in listening to Zhang Junjie's love, hate and emotions, but out of politeness she couldn't interrupt him directly, so she could only respond perfunctorily and pray in her heart that he would get back to the point as soon as possible. On the other side, Zhang Junjie also felt Lin Yujiao's absent-mindedness. He couldn't help feeling a little uncomfortable. Why is this different from what he imagined? Zhang Junjie probed, Jiao, you've really matured a lot. You're no longer the little brat who always liked to follow me around and clamored to marry me. If it were in the past, you would have been furious when you heard me entangled with so many women. When Lin Yujiao listened to his sigh, 100 horses ran through her heart. It's not me who's asking. Where does this come from? It is undeniable that due to family business dealings when she was a child, she and Zhang Junjie had a very good relationship for a while, and she even clamored to marry him. But she was only 6 or 7 years old at that time, and she didn't even know what getting married meant. It was only when the elders of the Zhang family teased her and said, after you get married, you can play with Junjie forever, that she started to speak without restraint and clamored to marry him. Besides, Zhang Junjie is only 2 years older than her. She didn't expect that he could still remember it. Also a talent. Lin Yujiao pulled the corners of his mouth stiffly. You must be joking. I was only 6 or 7 at that time. How could I take such innocent words seriously? Oh? Really? Zhang Junjie gave a mysterious smile. 6 or 7 is young, but what about 15 or 16? Is that still young? I remember that when you heard that Sun Jingyu and I were having an affair, you killed her class and slapped her in the face. Now, Lin Yujiao couldn't laugh anymore. She beat Sun Jingyu back then simply because she was too cheap and deserved to be beaten. Not only do they not study hard at school, they also form cliques and small groups in an attempt to isolate themselves. If we don't beat this kind of person, will we let him get ahead of us? As a result, Jiang Junjie thought she was jealous. However, Lin Yujie was too lazy to explain, so she simply got straight to the point. Didn't you say you would give me some valuable advice on the clothing business? Can you tell me now? What Lin Yujie didn't know was that in Jiang Junjie's eyes, her action was just a guilty attempt to change the subject. Girls are so thin-skinned that they still refuse to admit it even at this point. Jiang Junjie didn't respond to Lin Yujie's question, and continued, Yujie, Sun Jingyu and I are married. Lin Yujie, I heard about it. I wish you a happy marriage. Jiang Junjie, but I don't like her. Our marriage is essentially a transaction. But due to family pressure, I can't resist. What does it have to do with her whether this marriage ends or not? If it weren't for the relationship between the two families, Lin Yujie would have wanted to pack up and leave. She asked doubtfully, so, what do you want to say? Jiao Jiao. Suddenly, Jiang Junjie's eyes became full of affection. I've always been a very frank person, and I won't beat around the bush with you. In fact, the person I've always liked is you, and the person I want to marry is also you. Lin Yujie was surprised. After saying so much, do you want to be my son-in-law in the Lin family? I'm the only son of the Jiang family. How could I possibly become a son-in-law? Jiang Junjie's face looked a little grim. I also know that your grandfather is looking for a son-in-law for you. But are those men even 1/10,000th as good as me? Jiao Jiao, you are so outstanding and beautiful, are you really willing to submit to those inferior men? You and I are in love, and neither of us is satisfied with the family's arrangements, nor can we resist them. So why don't we use another way to silently resist? Lin Yujie frowned. For example? For example, we can be together secretly. Of course, I allow you to find a son-in-law to cover up. But that man must not touch you, and the child must be my own flesh and blood. As for me, I will leave Sun Jingyu with a seed and complete the mission of carrying on the family line, and then I will not care about her anymore. As soon as your grandfather passes away, I will change the child's last name and buy a villa in the suburbs. I will bring you and the child over and we will live happily together as a family of 3. Lin Yujie almost dropped her jaw at this shameless statement. He has a very good calculation. Not only can he have someone to sleep with without any responsibilities, but he can also take over the Lin family's property. Wow, I have to say, he and Sun Jingyu are really a perfect match. They are simply a match made in heaven. Lin Yujie could no longer maintain the proper dignity. She taunted him, young Master Jiang, I see you haven't made any progress in the past few years studying abroad, except that you've become much more cunning. Look at you, where do you get the confidence to think that a top-notch beauty like me, even without makeup, would be so blind as to fall for you? In terms of family background, perhaps more than a decade ago, our two families were evenly matched in strength, but now, your Jiang family is far inferior to our Lin family. As for academic qualifications, don't think that studying abroad can change the fact that your middle and high school grades were average. In short, you are not as good as me in every way. I won't even look at you if you marry into my family. I've said everything I need to say. My time is very precious. I hope young Master Jiang won't waste my time in the future. After saying that, she picked up her bag and left without looking back. Chapter 19. Do you think you can be so arrogant just because you are with a rich woman? Jiang Junjie looked at Lin Yujie's graceful back and was so angry that he wanted to teach her a lesson on the bed right away. In fact, he had wanted to sleep with Lin Yujie for a long time. But Lin Yujie was not smart at that time, and no matter how he hinted, the other party remained unmoved. Helplessly, he could only look for Sun Jingyu, who was easier to deal with and also good-looking. After that, he went abroad to study and gain experience. While abroad, he met all kinds of women and spent every day enjoying himself among them. My knowledge has not increased, but my skills have improved a lot. However, during these years abroad, his thoughts about Lin Yujie have not diminished at all. Lin Yujie comes from a wealthy family and is extremely pretty, but the key is that she is still a virgin. Who wouldn't be tempted by this? I thought I had ignored her for a few years, and now that I came back to make peace, she would definitely devote herself to me. But who would have thought that after so much time had passed, not only had she not become wiser, her temper had become even worse. This is really infuriating. But Jiang Junjie soon calmed down. Does Lin Yujie really not love him? Jiang Junjie's answer is no. He was very confident in his own charm and firmly believed that Lin Yujia loved him from the beginning to the end, otherwise he would not have rejected so many suitors and remained single until now. Isn't it obvious that she is waiting for him? As for why Lin Yujia was angry just now, Zhang Junjie quickly analyzed it. First, she was upset by the arranged marriage between her and Sun Jingyu. Second, she was a traditional good woman and could not accept being a mistress who destroyed other people's families, even though she repeatedly emphasized that she had no feelings for the person she was marrying. As the saying goes, even a rabbit will bite when it is cornered. You can't be impatient about this, you have to take it slow. Zhang Junjie firmly believes that Lin Yujia will one day give in to love and become his secret lover. At this moment, Shen Zheng'an didn't know that someone was plotting against his financial sponsor. He was distractedly dealing with the plaster in front of him. Meng Shuefei, are you sick? You rushed into the classroom as soon as the get out of class was over and stopped me from leaving. What on earth do you want to do? Meng Shuefei bit her lip and looked down, and saw Shen Zheng'an holding the latest model of Apple phone in his hand. When she thought about the recent incidents at home and how she was mad at herself for all the money she had saved, while Shen Zheng'an was complacently spending a lot of money to buy a mobile phone, she felt a surge of nameless anger in her heart. However, she quickly hid these strange emotions. Tears fell from her eyes. Jinan, can we have a peaceful and calm talk? You were never like this before. You always took good care of me. You brought me breakfast every morning without fail, chatted with me to cheer me up, and even bought me gifts with the money you earned from your part-time job. Stop talking. Shen Zheng'an didn't want to hear about his dark history. Don't use these empty words, just get straight to the point. Seeing Shen Zheng'an's bad attitude, Meng Shuefei felt very uncomfortable. In fact, ever since she was embarrassed in the restaurant last time, she had given up the idea of hooking up with Shen Zheng'an. Anyway, there are so many rich men around her, so one more won't make a difference. Even if most of those men are ugly and have some little quirks, so what? As long as he is willing to spend money on her, he is a good man. What good is it no matter how handsome and tall Shen Zheng'an is? I am a popular person, and I am giving him face by taking the initiative to find him. But it was not until this time, when something happened in Meng Shuefei's family and she was rejected when trying to borrow money everywhere, that she finally faced the reality. She thought she was a socialite at Haicheng University, had a wide network of contacts, and was liked by many men. Wouldn't it be easy to borrow 300,000 yuan? As a result, when they heard about borrowing money, the men who usually surrounded her and liked to brag started to be evasive and found various excuses not to lend. Some people even took the opportunity to suggest booking a whole night or something like that. Under normal circumstances, Meng Shuefei would definitely be happy to make money, but the key is that she is in urgent need of money now. By the time I collect 300,000 yuan by booking overnight stays, it's too late. In this situation, she suddenly missed Shen Zheng'an very much. Shen Zheng'an is still the best. He is handsome and has good character. He is gentle and considerate and never brags. He is also a man of action. His only weakness before was being poor, but now this shortcoming is gone, and he is simply the perfect boyfriend. If I could get him back, given his character, he would definitely take the initiative to help me through this difficult time. Meng Shuefei had no better idea at the moment, so she can only turn her attention to Shen Zheng'an again. She was in tears and hypocritically confessed her mistakes. Zheng'an, I really know I was wrong. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have hurt you like that. Can you give me a chance to make amends? Let's make peace. I will definitely take care of you in the future, just like you once took care of me. Shen Zheng'an was unmoved. He held out his hand and said, then first, return all the money I spent on you. I don't have any money. Meng Shuefei played the victim. Do you know that something happened in my family recently? I almost wanted to sell myself to raise money. I'm really tired. I can't hold on any longer. I really want to find someone to rely on. He. Shen Zheng'an sneered, what does your family's trouble have to do with me? It's useless to tell me these things. Not only will I not sympathize with you, on the contrary, I will gloat over your misfortune. As for selling yourself, Shen Zheng'an sneered, did you sell less? Don't pretend to be a decent woman in front of me. Shen Zheng'an, don't go too far. Meng Shuefei became angry and embarrassed. She couldn't understand why he was still so arrogant even though she had begged him so humbly. Did he think that just because he was with a rich woman, he could soar to the top? Did he think that he could look down on her? Shin Jing'an, you better keep your mouth shut. Don't think I don't know that you're hanging out with an older woman. Otherwise, how could you afford to wear clothes worth hundreds of thousands of dollars or buy the latest iPhone? Hurry up and lend me 300,000, or I'll expose this to the world and make you unable to raise your head in school. Listening to these harmless threats, Shin Jing'an just wanted to laugh. You can expose it all you want. I want to see, in the end, whether it's you, the all-powerful, oh no, is it me, the all-powerful person, who can't even raise my head to face people, or whether it's me, who can't even raise my head to face people. After saying that, he no longer followed the gentleman's rule of using words instead of violence, and directly pushed Meng Shuefei away. Meng Shuefei's lower back hit the corner of the table hard, and she screamed in pain. By the time she recovered from the pain, Shin Jing'an had already left. Chapter 20, Money Doesn't Matter, I Just Like Mature Women. Meng Shuefei covered her lower back and left the classroom in embarrassment. She walked aimlessly on the campus and opened her cell phone. The message list was empty, and the man who usually rushed to invite her to dinner had disappeared. At this moment, tears fell silently from the corners of her eyes. She hated her bad life. She was born in a family that favored boys over girls, and all the good things in the family were left to her disappointing brother. Even when she was admitted to Haicheng University, her parents didn't want her to continue studying and planned to marry her to a fool in the village in exchange for a high bride price. Fortunately, she was smart and sold her most precious and only valuable thing, bought a ticket and secretly came to Haicheng. From that moment on, she vowed to make a name for herself and let her parents who looked down on her know that she was 100 times, 10,000 times better than her bastard brother. But it was simply nonsense for a little girl with no background like her to make a name for herself in Haicheng, so she started to go astray. To be honest, she has made a lot of money in the past few years, so she shouldn't be so short of money. But she sent most of the money she earned home just to hear her parents' hypocritical praise. She used the remaining money to invest and dress herself up. So, her bank card balance usually does not exceed 5 digits. She is in urgent need of 300,000 yuan because her good brother broke someone's arm and the other party threatened to send her brother to jail if she doesn't give him 300,000 yuan. How could I be born into such a crappy family? How come I have such a useless brother? Why am I so beautiful but can't find a rich second-generation guy who truly likes me? Just as Meng Shuefei was feeling sorry for herself, the phone suddenly rang like a death knell. Meng Shuefei glanced at the note, complex emotions flashed in her eyes, and after hesitating for a moment, she still picked up the phone. As soon as the call was connected, a barrage of abuse came pouring in. It's been several days, why haven't you raised the 300,000 yuan yet? The people over there said that if they don't see the money within a week, they will send your brother to jail. You ungrateful bastard, are you just hoping your brother goes to jail? He's your own brother. Don't you always say how well you're doing in Haicheng? Go borrow some money from that big brother godfather you know. Even if it means just sleeping with him, you have to get me the 300,000. Meng Shuefei couldn't hold back any longer. She ignored the strange looks from others and roared, 300,000. This is 300,000, not 30 yuan. Why should I bear the full consequences of your son's mistakes? Are you parents just sitting back and doing nothing? I've transferred hundreds of thousands of dollars to you, right? Where's the money? Where did it all go? Take it out now and save your precious son. On the other end of the phone, Meng Shuefei's mother gritted her teeth and said, your brother invested all the money and lost it all. We worked so hard to raise you, and your brother wouldn't be happy if we asked you to help him out a little? We are all your closest relatives. My dearest relative? How could my dearest relative ask me to sleep with him? You only have that disappointing son in your heart. Don't talk too much nonsense. I'll give you 3 days. If you still can't raise the money, your father and I will go to Haicheng University to bring you back and marry you. I'll use your betrothal money to redeem your brother. After the person on the other end of the phone finished speaking, he hung up. Meng Shuefei collapsed weakly on the ground, crying so hard that she could hardly breathe. Fei, what's wrong with you? Did some bastard bully you? Can you please stop crying? Bai Yapeng, this bootlicker, appeared out of nowhere. It was the first time for him to see the usually high and mighty goddess' vulnerable side, and his heart was almost broken with heartache. Hearing the familiar voice, Meng Shuefei stopped crying for a few seconds, and then threw herself into Bai Yapeng's arms. After licking her for 3 years, this was Bai Yapeng's first time having physical contact with the goddess. He was so nervous that he didn't know where to put his hands. Meng Shuefei cried, Yapeng, can you lend me 300,000 yuan? Something happened at home and I really need this money. When Bai Yaping heard about so much money, his face turned pale. Fei Fei, it's not that I don't want to help you, it's mainly because I. Before he could finish his words, Meng Shuafei cried even louder. She begged, Yapeng, you are all I have now. If you don't help me, I won't live anymore. The words you are the only one I have now deeply touched Bai Yaping's heart. He looked at Meng Shuafei who was crying, and gritted his teeth and agreed. Okay, Fei Fei, don't be afraid. I will get the money together as soon as possible. Although Bai Yaping has no money, he still has a house in his hometown county, which is the one his parents live in now. Anyway, my parents said that the house would be his sooner or later. There were no classes in the afternoon, so the 4 people in Shin Jing'an's dormitory reluctantly gave up their games and went out for a walk. They went to the supermarket first. Zhang Xiaotian, Louis, and Lu Su each took a can of wolfberry and threw it into the shopping cart. This made Shin Jing'an look confused. Are you guys dating? Zhang Xiaotian smiled evilly. No, this is a treat from my buddies. After all, it's not easy for college students to start their own business. As good brothers, we must give them more support. Ever since they knew that Shin Jing'an wore a toilet in Haicheng on his body, they could no longer feel sorry for him. Moreover, according to observations over the past 2 days, Shin Jing'an had no wounds on his body, indicating that the financial sponsor he served was not the old woman with special fetishes as imagined. This made them unable to help but gossip. Louis bumped Shin Jing'an's shoulder and winked, saying, Xiaoanan, can you tell us a little bit about your sponsor? Could it be that your sponsor is a woman in her 30s, exuding the charm of a mature woman? Shin Jing'an rolled his eyes at him and said, Go away, don't ask questions about adults' affairs. The more he did this, the more likely it seemed to others. They excitedly surrounded Shin Jing'an and chattered, asking him to help introduce some older sisters. Money doesn't matter, the main thing is that they like mature women. After shopping in the supermarket, these losers decided to go to the largest shopping mall in Haicheng. Of course, they didn't go in to buy anything, they just wanted to stroll around and see the world. After all, the prices in that mall are shockingly high, and with their financial resources, they have to think for a long time before buying a cup of coffee. After taking 7 or 8 subway stops, they finally arrived at the entrance of the shopping mall. He smiled obscenely and started daydreaming in broad daylight. Do you think there'll be a rich woman there who'll fall in love with me at first sight and offer me 10,000 a month to support me? Louis rolled his eyes. That's pure loser thinking. Only 10,000? Who are you going to give it to? If someone wants to support me, it'll be at least 20,000 a month. Wake up. Zhang Xiaotian made a disdainful gesture towards them. In this dormitory, besides Zhengyan, I'm the most handsome. Logically speaking, I'm the most likely to be attracted to a rich woman among the 3 of us. Several people entered the mall in a noisy manner, but Shin Jiang was the only one who remained quiet. He was typing with his head down, reporting his whereabouts to his sponsor. Chapter 21 Sir, could you help me try on the clothes? Wife, I'm just hanging out with my 3 sons. Is there anything you want to eat? I'll go buy groceries for the party. Lin Yujiao quickly replied, I have my period today, you can do whatever you want. Jin Gan, why are you so quiet? Oh, so he's chatting with his wife. I'm on my period today, so you can do whatever you want. Zhang Xiaotian came up to him with a frivolous look on his face, and saw the chat history between Shin Jing'an and a person with the note wife. He couldn't help but read the chat content with bad intentions. Naturally, the other 2 would not miss this good opportunity to tease. Can you coax this rich woman into submission? If not, let me do it. Calling her daughter-in-law is so old-fashioned. Nowadays, it's popular to call her sweetheart or darling, ha. The rich woman hasn't reached menopause yet? Zhengyan, you'd better seize the opportunity. What if the rich woman gets pregnant? Wouldn't your position be secure? Shin Jing'an laughed and scolded, Go away, all of you, get out of here, you're just talking nonsense. The prices of goods in the mall are shockingly high. Although Shin Jing'an has money, he is used to being frugal. His consumption concept is no different from before. He has never seen any big scenes and is essentially still a loser. Some stores are so luxuriously decorated that they don't even have the courage to go in and take a look around. When passing by a luxury store specializing in men's suits, Louis suddenly exclaimed, Am I seeing things right? Is that the campus beauty from our school, Linda? Shin Jing'an looked over subconsciously, and through the transparent glass door, he saw Lin Yuzhou carefully choosing a suit. Chen Su, the loser, was excited. Oh my gosh. Isn't it said that the campus beauty of Lin University is not interested in men? What's going on here? Is she dating someone? This is really big gossip. Zhang Xiaotian pretended to be deep and shook his head inside. That's really useless. Can you guys stop being so sexually suggestive and think about everything in that way? Can't school beauty Lin buy it for her elders? The three of them started arguing with each other and ignored Xin Zheng'an. At this moment, Xin Zheng'an was staring at Lin Yuzhou intently, his heart beating rapidly. Because he had a hunch that Lin Yuzhou was picking this for him. I don't know if it's telepathy. Lin Yuzhou, who was originally listening to the salesgirl's explanation attentively, suddenly turned her head and looked at Xin Zheng'an with a watery look. Lin Yuzhou was a little surprised. She didn't expect that Xin Zheng'an's wandering around with the three sons actually meant going to a shopping mall full of luxury stores. Soon, the other three also noticed the abnormality of the school beauty. Stop it. The school beauty is looking at me. Zhang Xiaotian, stop talking bullshit. The school beauty is clearly looking at me. Okay, both of you stop arguing. The school beauty is clearly looking at, The school beauty is walking towards me. Lin Yuzhou was indeed walking towards them, but her eyes were always on Xin Zheng'an and the 3 cans of wolfberries in his hands. She pushed open the door and smiled seductively. Sir, you and my boyfriend have the same body shape. Can you come over and help me try on some clothes? There are rewards. Lin Yuzhou's eyes were too direct and passionate, which made Xin Zheng'an, a grown man, feel a little embarrassed. Finally, under the urging of his roommates who were jealous and envious, he nodded randomly. Lin Yuzhou's smile widened. She said to the salesgirl in a cool manner, bring over the outfits you recommended just now, including the ones I chose, and let him try them on. Okay, Miss Lin. When the salesgirl saw the big order coming in, her eyes lit up instantly and she hurried to get the clothes. Considering that there were too many clothes and Xin Zheng'an couldn't finish trying them all in a short time, Lin Yuzhou thoughtfully asked someone to send small cakes and milk tea for Chen Xiaotian and others. You are Xin Zheng'an's roommates, right? I'm so sorry to have kept you from shopping. I'll treat you to something to eat to kill time. If you like any of the suits in the store, go try them on. I'll pay for them. Chen Xiaotian, Louis, and Chen Su were flattered. They were already very satisfied to have the opportunity to get in touch with the goddess, but they didn't expect that now they not only had the small cake and milk tea that the goddess treated them to, but the goddess also said that she would pay for them. Of course, they are not so shameless as to actually choose clothes and let the goddess pay for them. However, the goddess's action instantly narrowed the distance between them. Zhang Xiaotian considered his words carefully and asked curiously, School Beauty Lin, how do you know Zheng'an's name? Do you two know each other? Lin Yuzhou smiled and said, it's not like I don't use the internet. Xin Zheng'an's name appears on the school's confession wall from time to time. It's hard for me not to know him. Also, from now on, just call me by my name instead of always calling me School Beauty Lin. Okay, School Beauty Lin. Zhang Xiaotian was filled with emotion. They had also benefited from Xin Zheng'an's good looks. After a while, Xin Zheng'an tried on another set of clothes. I have to say, he is simply a natural clothes hanger. With his face and figure, he would look very fashionable even if wrapped in rags. Lin Yuzhou nodded in satisfaction. Well, not bad, I'll buy this one. You don't need to try on the others, I'll buy them all. I won't disturb you guys from strolling around. The salesgirl's face was almost broken with laughter. Okay, Miss Lin, I'll pack it for you right away. How do you plan to pay? Lin Yuzhou took out a card slowly from her bag. The salesgirl took it with a nod and bowed, and then returned it with a nod and bowed after a while. Ms. Lin, I'll help you carry these things to the car now. Lin Yuzhou stood up and winked at Xin Zheng'an playfully. Goodbye, I hope you have fun. Goodbye, School Beauty Lin. Thank you, Miss Lin, for the cake and milk tea. Goodbye, go slowly on your way. Xin Zheng'an felt a little embarrassed when he saw his 3 sons staring at Lin Yuzhou's back and grinning like idiots. Please, anyone with eyes can see that Lin Yuzhou was saying goodbye to him. Why are they so narcissistic? Ahem. Xin Zheng'an kindly reminded, brothers, stop looking. Your saliva is about to flow out. Besides, Lin Yuzhou has already gone far away. As soon as Xin Zheng'an finished speaking, everyone's eyes fell on him. Fuck, being handsome has its perks. We're kind of reaping the benefits of your looks. Jinan, you don't know, you looked so handsome when you came out of the fitting room just now. I'll ask your rich sister to buy you a set of clothes later. Shaonan, I know the school beauty is very beautiful, but you must not have any other thoughts. If the rich woman who supports you finds out, I'm afraid you will be in trouble. Wait, am I the only one who's focused on the fact that school beauty Lin said she bought these clothes for her boyfriend? I noticed that too. I wonder who is so lucky to be able to date a beauty like Lin Xiaohua. Don't even think about it. To be the boyfriend of Lin Xiaohua, you must be a rare talent. Xin Zheng'an agreed from time to time, feeling secretly happy, and couldn't help but smile. Hee, my dear sons, you will never guess that the dragon and phoenix picked out from a million that you are talking about is actually your father and me. Chapter 22. The reward is, you can kiss me. In the evening, Xin Zheng'an bought a bunch of vegetables. Lin Yujia was a little confused when he saw it. She sincerely posted, "Is the end of the world coming soon? Stocking up here? Xin Zheng'an, didn't you say your period is coming? I bought you a bunch of meat to nourish your body." When a girl is menstruating, no matter how much brown sugar water she drinks, it's not as satisfying as a meal of beef. Don't try to lose weight these days. Your health comes first. Oh, there's one more thing. Speaking of this, Xin Zheng'an felt somewhat helpless. Could you please not buy me such expensive clothes next time? I'm already very satisfied if you just give me a fixed salary every month. Lin Yujia pouted and said, "You're such a funny person. You're not happy when I ask you to wear new clothes? It's not that I'm unhappy, I just feel that the value I create is far from worthy of this." That's just your feeling. In my eyes, you're a real-life version of Miracle Nikki. Dressing you up so handsomely makes me feel very accomplished. I can exchange a few sets of clothes for my emotional value, and I feel it's worth it. Don't think too much. Remember, I'm a businessman and I won't do business at a loss. For some reason, Lin Yujiao felt a little uncomfortable when she saw Xin Zheng'an being so polite to her. Although they are married, their relationship is essentially unequal, that of a sponsor and a supported person. Logically speaking, the more polite and well-defined Xin Zheng'an is, the happier she should be. But why did she feel a sense of loss in her heart? Not wanting to go into details, Lin Yujiao went back to her room after saying, "Call me when the meal is ready." Lying on the bed, she was playing with her cell phone out of boredom. Suddenly, she received a message from Jiang Junjie. "Jiajiao, Sun Jingyu is going to your school as an exchange student." Lin Yujiao was confused. So? What does it have to do with her? She originally wanted to pretend not to see it, but Jiang Junjie sent her several messages in a row. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I accidentally let the cat out of the bag in front of Jingyu, letting her know that I went to look for you as soon as I returned to China." Jingyu was very sad when she found out, and a few days later she suddenly proposed to go to your school as an exchange student. Although Jingyu has a gentle personality, she loves me dearly, so I can't guarantee she'll do anything extreme. Oh, this is so frustrating. Can't you two just coexist peacefully for my sake? I really don't want to see a situation where both sides get hurt. Lin Yujiao laughed angrily. But she still didn't reply with a single punctuation mark. Because Lin Yujia knew that a narcissist like Jiang Junjie was incurable, and even if she scolded him, he would still stubbornly believe that he was turning hate out of love. Ignoring is the best way to deal with it. Lin Yujiao guessed correctly. At this moment, Jiang Junjie was calling to comfort Sun Jingyu while anxiously waiting for her news. "Jingyu, don't be impulsive. There's really nothing between Lin Yujiao and me. She has a bad temper and she wouldn't want me even if it were free. I met her today because the Lin family is planning to enter the clothing industry recently, and Lin Yujiao has been asking me out to ask for experience. I was forced to meet her for Mr. Lin's sake. Jingyu, I've always loved you. I won't stop you from going to Haicheng University as an exchange student, but please don't get into a conflict with that bitch Lin Yujiao because of me. You'll suffer." On the other end of the phone, a delicate voice came, "Brother Junjie, don't worry, I'm not impulsive, I just want to live in a different environment. As for Sister Yujiao, I won't take the initiative to cause trouble for her. Even if she takes the initiative to cause trouble for me, I won't blame her. After all, who made me take you away? But Brother Junjie, Sister Yujiao has lost you, and she still has the Lin family behind her. If I lose you, I will lose everything. Brother, you can't abandon me. I have given you the most precious thing a girl has. If you don't marry me, what should I do?" Woo woo woo. The soft crying sound comforted Jiang Junjie again. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Junjie still didn't receive a reply from Lin Yujiao. However, he had just gained great confidence from Sun Jingyu, so he just thought that Lin Yujiao did not see the message. In fact, for him, he was reluctant to give up on either Sun Jingyu or Lin Yujiao. Sun Jingyu has a pure appearance, is soft and cute and easy to win over, and most importantly, she is very clingy and obedient, which makes Zhang Junjie, a male chauvinist, very happy. Lin Yujiao, on the other hand, has a completely different style. She is bright and outgoing, and also has a wildness about her. How fulfilling it would be if I could conquer her. In short, Zhang Junjie wanted to take both women into his harem, so he tried to please both of them. As for Sun Jingyu's decision to go to Haicheng University, he was not as worried as he said. On the contrary, he was looking forward to it very much. He likes to see women fighting for his favor. Especially since they are two extremely beautiful women with different styles. After the call ended, Sun Jingyu could no longer suppress the smile on her face. She didn't lie. Her main purpose of becoming an exchange student was to change her living environment. Because she loves to play, but Zhang Junjie's uncle, aunt, and several cousins all work at this university, which makes her dare not do anything wrong. But this depressing life soon came to an end. She will soon be able to go to Haicheng University, where there are so many handsome guys, to have fun. It's time to eat. Hearing Shin Zheng'an's call, Lin Yujiao went downstairs. Today's dinner is obviously more sumptuous than usual. Shin Zheng'an served Lin Yujiao a bowl of beef soup. I made this especially for you, try it and see if it tastes good. Lin Yujiao took a sip and praised, it's delicious, and the beef slices are very thin. Although she tried her best to control her emotions, Shin Zheng'an still noticed something unusual. What's wrong with you? You don't seem very happy. Nothing. Lin Yujiao didn't hide it, I just met an idiot. Shin Zheng'an nodded and said nothing more. He has a deep understanding of this point. Stupidity can easily affect one's mood. After finishing the meal, Lin Yujiao left a mysterious message, after you finished cleaning up, hurry back to the house to collect your reward, and then left. Shin Zheng'an then remembered that today in the luxury store, Lin Yujiao said there would be a reward for helping her try on clothes. But he wasn't looking forward to it, so he didn't take it to heart. Because in his mind, the gift Lin Yujiao gave was most likely a luxury item. He's almost numb. When I opened the door, Lin Yujiao had already finished her shower and was sitting on the bed in a cool pair of pajamas, watching TV series. Seeing Shin Zheng'an come in, she put down the tablet and beckoned her finger at him shyly. Come and claim your exclusive reward. Shin Zheng'an's eyes involuntarily fell on her smooth and slender white legs, and he felt a little swollen and uncomfortable somewhere. For a moment he didn't dare to approach this dangerous woman. Seeing that Shin Zheng'an was still not coming, Lin Yujiao said impatiently, Hey, didn't you hear me? I asked you to come over to claim your reward. Oh. Seeing that the sponsor was angry, Shin Zheng'an clasped his hands together, blocked his crotch, and walked over hesitantly. Lin Yujiao ordered again, sit down. Oh. Shin Zheng'an sat down obediently, but he was full of doubts. What kind of reward is it that requires sitting down? The next second, he knew the answer. Lin Yujiao's arms suddenly wrapped around his waist from behind. As a reward, you can kiss me. Chapter 23, Both Sides Suffer. Oh okay, thank you for the reward. Now Lin Yujiao finally believed that Shin Zheng'an was Xiao Chunan. Because this silly boy kissed her on the cheek as lightly as a dragonfly, and then quickly moved away. Lin Yujiao was angry and annoyed, you are such a fool. After saying that, she pounced on him and tried to kiss Shin Zheng'an forcefully. Isn't this a bit bad? Shin Zheng'an was so scared that he stood up quickly. Lin Yujiao's face suddenly fell. She questioned, what's wrong with that? Let's not talk about the fact that we're a legal couple. Isn't it your face and body that attracted me in the first place? I pay you so much money a month, isn't it your responsibility to please me? Besides, a beautiful lady like me has taken the initiative, and you actually rejected me. That's so abominable. Divorce. If you don't want to be a son-in-law, there are plenty of other men who can be. Oh my dear, you misunderstood me. Shin Zheng'an had no choice but to explain helplessly, girls' desires during menstruation are naturally stronger than usual. I'm afraid you will make more unreasonable demands on me later. For example, asking me to fight bloody battles. It doesn't have any effect on me, but it will cause great harm to your body. Hearing Shin Zheng'an's concerns, Lin Yujiao's anger disappeared in an instant. She had a good reason for choosing to kiss Shin Zheng'an during her period. On the one hand, it was because Shin Jing'an's little mouth looked so kissable, and she had been coveting it for a long time. On the other hand, she was also afraid that she had gone too far. At the moment, she just wanted to give him a kiss to satisfy her craving and hadn't made any plans to go any further. Although they have obtained their marriage certificate, it was done too hastily. In essence, it is just a transaction. Lin Yujiao didn't want her first time to be as hasty as this marriage certificate. She wanted to observe Shin Jing'an for a while. However, because Shin Jing'an was so handsome that it infuriated both humans and gods, Lin Yujiao couldn't help but want to tease him all the time. Menstruation is like a wall that prevents them from doing anything out of line. TSK TSK TSK, if this person doesn't do something mean, how boring his life would be. Lin Yujiao's hands wandered restlessly on Shin Jing'an's abdominal muscles. Don't worry, I'll definitely take better care of my body than anyone else. A bloody battle is out of the question. But then again, before we even got married, didn't you keep saying how awesome you were? How come you don't even dare to kiss me now? Lin Yujiao looked at the small tent he had erected and lied with his eyes open. Are you incompetent? If that's the case, then I recommend you go make a short film in the island country The Incompetent Husband. This provocation was very effective. As soon as Lin Yujiao finished speaking, her lips were wrapped softly. Ah! Lin Yujiao let out a soft cry, then fell down and kissed Shin Jing'an passionately. This was also their first kiss. Even though both sides had watched porn movies privately, they were still a little unfamiliar when it came to actual combat. Lin Yujiao was like a hungry wolf, biting Shin Jing'an's lips until they bled. Not only that, when they were kissing so passionately, her hands actually went to untie Shin Jing'an's belt. Wife, don't! Shin Jing'an was so frightened that he tightly grasped Lin Yujiao's soft and boneless little hand, not daring to let go. Shin Jing'an, when we first met, you said you were very big and powerful, but I still haven't inspected the goods yet. Lin Yujiao's little face was abnormally flushed, and her little hands were trying to break free from the restraints. How could Shin Jing'an dare to let her succeed? He knew that once this started, things would probably get out of control. After all, the relationship between a single man and a single woman is passionate. The man is handsome and the woman is beautiful. This is really dangerous. Looking at the restless Lin Yujiao under him, Shin Jing'an pushed her hard. Still can't you feel it? The huge impact force made Lin Yujiao stop making a fuss instantly. She blinked her big eyes, and when she looked at Shin Jing'an's eyes filled with desire, she suddenly became much more sober, and even a little scared. Forget it, let us stop teasing. This room has good soundproofing. If Shin Jing'an really loses control, she won't be able to escape. Lin Yujiao went to the bathroom in slippers. Just when Shin Jing'an was wondering why she went to take a shower again, he heard her shout, "Go to the closet and get me a new pair of underwear." Shin Jing'an understood something instantly. He opened the wardrobe with a red face, and the small compartment at the side of the wardrobe was filled with various women's underwear. There are lace, hollowing, and cute cartoons. Although he couldn't see or touch anything when Lin Yujiao put it on, Shin Jing'an still chose a piece of lace for her out of selfishness. As soon as Lin Yujiao came out, he immediately went into the bathroom. He was afraid that if he didn't rinse it with cold water, it would explode. It was an hour later when I finally came out of the bathroom. Lin Yujiao, still unaware of the danger, jokingly said, "You said you could masturbate for at least half an hour, it seems you weren't exaggerating." Shin Jing'an glared at her fiercely, cursed the inhumane sponsor in a low voice, and then lay down on the sofa to prepare for sleep. Wait! Who told you to sleep on the sofa? Lin Yujiao said arrogantly, "I have been bleeding these days and my body is weak. My hands and feet are cold. Come here and warm me up." Shin Jing'an gnashed his teeth and said, "You're taking advantage of the fact that you're having your period to torment me like this, right? Okay." He just gritted his teeth and took off his shirt, then ran to the bed wearing only his shorts. Shin Jing'an hugged Lin Yujiao tightly from behind, with Optimus Prime pressing against her beautiful buttocks. He noticed that the person in his arms was twisting her delicate body unnaturally. Shin Jing'an grinned evilly. "Humph, since you want to make me feel uncomfortable, then neither of us will have an easy time." The next day, the young couple who got married quickly woke up with dark circles under their eyes. They tortured each other yesterday and ended up with both of them hurt. No one slept well. Mr. Lin was confused. As the meal was coming to an end, the old man coughed awkwardly a few times, then kindly reminded, "Well, I know young people are full of energy and are full of vigor in doing anything, but you have to learn to be moderate. Tonight I'll have Butler Dong send you a copy of the book Health Talks. You too should take a good look at it. Shin Jing'an and Lin Yujio looked at each other. They realized that Mr. Lin had misunderstood something. But there is no way to explain this matter. They could only lower their heads and silently put food into their mouths. Chapter 24. You're a loser who can't even find a website. When Shin Jing'an arrived at school, his roommates said nothing and just quietly made wolfberry tea for him. At this moment, Shin Jing'an was still in a trance. The passionate kiss from last night could not be erased from his mind. He didn't even notice that the tea was brought to him. Zhang Xiaotian yelled exaggeratedly, it's over, Xiao Ainen has been played around by a rich woman, his brain is no longer working. Shin Jing'an's face turned black when he came to his senses. Get lost. You're the one who's been screwed, I'm still in great shape. Zhang Xiaotian said sourly, I want to play it badly, but no one wants to play it. Growing up, I was the only one who played it. Louis was full of disgust. Zhang Xiaotian, can you please stop being so disgusting? Don't touch me with your dirty hands anymore. Louis, why are you pretending to be such a pure boy? How dare you say you haven't had any fun? I don't know who was the one who stayed up late at night and secretly asked me for the website a few days ago. TSK, you're a piece of shit who can't even find the website. During the quarrel between Zhang Xiaotian and Louis, Chen Su had already discovered the blind spot. He winked and looked like a filthy person who couldn't hold back his fart. Didn't they say the rich woman is on her period? How do you play it? Is it a bloody battle? Shin Jing'an rolled his eyes at him and said, get lost. Do I have such a strong taste? Alright, let's stop talking about this nonsense. Class is almost starting. Speaking of classes, Chen Su suddenly remembered something. By the way, I heard there's an exchange student coming to our computer department. I'm not sure if it's a boy or a girl. I hope it's a pretty girl, he. Come on, even if a pretty girl comes, what does it have to do with you? You act like you can get her. Can't I just take a look even if I can't catch up? Shin Jing'an, I find that your words are getting more and more unpleasant. School gate. The exchange student Chen Su mentioned was leaning on Zhang Junjie's arms reluctantly. Brother Junjie, please wait for me. I will marry you as soon as I graduate. This way, we will never be apart, okay? Zhang Junjie asked, do you like me so much? I don't like you, I love you. Sun Jingyu suddenly felt a little lost. But the girls around you are all so outstanding, especially Yu Jiao. I know I can't compare to her in any way, but I still hope that brother will only love me. Brother, can you promise me that you will only love me for the rest of your life? Okay. Zhang Junjie really enjoyed the feeling of having his wife in his arms and being admired. He stroked Sun Jingyu's head like he was petting a kitten or puppy. I promise you, I only love you. As for that bitch Lin Yujiao, how can she compare to a single hair of yours? No matter how she flirts with me and tries to seduce me, I won't even look at her. After a burst of passion, Zhang Junjie finally remembered the important matter. Jingyu, let me help you move your luggage to the dormitory. Sun Jingyu was extremely unhappy. She was also planning to take this opportunity to hook up with a handsome guy. She smiled awkwardly and quickly refused. No need, brother, you just returned home and must be very busy. I will carry the luggage myself, so I won't bother you. As a result, the more Sun Jingyu refused, the more enthusiastic Zhang Junjie became, and he just picked up his luggage and left. Jingyu, don't be polite. It's not a bother at all. Sun Jingyu was so angry that she cursed inwardly, but she had to try hard to keep smiling and follow him obediently, even praising him from time to time. Along the way, Zhang Junjie was almost praised to the point of being mentally retarded. In fact, Zhang Junjie's purpose in helping Sun Jingyu move her luggage was not pure. On the way, he straightened his back, enjoying Sun Jingyu's admiring gaze while secretly calculating how many people turned their heads to look at him. He couldn't wait to go back and look at the confession wall of Haicheng University to see how many opposite sexes were trying to win him over. However, being in the spotlight was not his main purpose. His main purpose was to meet Lin Yujiao by chance, and he wanted to see Lin Yujiao jealous. As a result, he walked all the way to the door of the girls' dormitory, but he didn't meet the Lin Yujiao he was thinking about. Zhang Junjie looked inside the girls' dormitory building with a sense of loss, imagining that the beauty who had been haunting his dreams would suddenly appear before him. Until Sun Jingyu spoke up and interrupted his trance. Thank you for carrying my luggage, brother. You really dote on me. I am the happiest little girl in the world. Silly girl, are you satisfied now? I will spoil you in many ways in the future. Jiang Junjie smiled evilly and reminded her again and again before leaving, Jingyu, if that woman Lin Yuzhou causes you trouble, you must call me immediately. I will never allow anyone to bully you. Brother, you are so nice. After lingering for a while downstairs of the girls' dormitory, Jiang Junjie finally left. He opened the chat page and edited a message to Lin Yuzhou, wanting to make an appointment to meet. But when he thought about the fact that the woman hadn't replied to his last message yet, he felt a surge of inexplicable anger and deleted all the words in the chat box. I keep sending her messages over and over again, which means I'm spoiling her too much. Women tend to become arrogant due to being spoiled. It seems that I need to leave her alone for a while, otherwise she won't panic. Damn Lin Yuzhou, one day you will bow your noble head in front of me and cry and call me dad. Just when Jiang Junjie was feeling angry and upset, something soft bumped into his arms. Then, a pair of white and tender hands caressed his chest, and a woman's charming voice sounded. Sorry, handsome, I hope I didn't hurt you. When Jiang Junjie saw that the person who bumped into him was a tall hot girl wearing low-cut shorts, the anger in his heart immediately turned into lust. Although this woman's appearance cannot compare with Lin Yuzhou, she is more enthusiastic and proactive. Humph, it turns out that my charm is infinite. Beautiful girls will chat with me whenever I walk on the street. Only Lin Yuzhou is ignorant and pretends to be noble. Thinking of this, Jiang Junjie became more confident. Beautiful lady, your pickup skills are too low, aren't they? The hot girl was stunned for a moment, then smiled sweetly. So handsome guy, would you like to add me on V and get to know each other? Sure. After adding her on WeChat, Jiang Junjie skillfully put his arm around the hottie's shoulders and said, beautiful girl, meeting is fate. How about we have a drink, or I'll treat you to a meal so we can get to know each other better. We are all adults, so some things don't need to be said too clearly. Everyone will understand if you just give a little hint. Just when Jiang Junjie was confident that the woman in front of him would never refuse the opportunity to spend a night with him, the hot girl broke free from his arms. Sorry handsome, I have to rush to class. Let's get to know each other on WeChat first. After saying that, the hot girl flicked her long curly hair and left in a charming manner wearing high heels. Damn, I met another little bitch who pretends to be noble. Watching the hot girl leave without looking back, Jiang Junjie felt so frustrated that he wanted to tear her to pieces immediately. At the same time, a twisted desire to conquer slowly grew in his heart. He couldn't take down Lin Yuzhou in a short time, but he didn't believe that he couldn't take down this little bitch. Thinking of this, he sent a message to the hot girl, hello, my name is Jiang Junjie, please leave a note. Not long after, the other party replied, Meng Shu Fa. Chapter 25 Classmates, can we add each other on WeChat? As soon as Meng Shu Fa reached the corner, she couldn't wait to look through Jiang Junjie's circle of friends. The content is mostly about showing off luxury cars, mansions, delicious food, and some luxury goods, and the IP address is always changing. Sure enough, she was not wrong, this man was a rich second generation. This made Meng Shu Fa very excited, and at the same time, the earnest teachings of a colleague yesterday involuntarily emerged in her mind. That colleague wasn't as pretty as her, nor did she have a better figure than her, but there were men willing to spend a lot of money on her, and the gifts she received couldn't even fit in her room. Meng Shu Fa humbly asked for advice on how to make money, and after the discussion, she really benefited a lot. Colleagues say that the most taboo thing in their line of work is to look down on themselves. If a man can ask you out for 1 or 2,000, then even if you are beautiful, you are only worth that price. Because rich people are all very shrewd. They will not buy gifts worth tens or even hundreds of thousands of dollars for a woman who can be dated for $1 or $2,000. Sometimes, you should take the initiative when you should, and refuse when you should. The intensity must be well controlled, neither too aloof nor too casual. When they want to eat but can't, and are itching to do so, the time is ripe. At that time, even if you quote them 200,000 or 300,000 yuan per night, they will still spend the money. After all, this amount of money is not much for them, it's just a question of whether it is worth it. After hearing this, Meng Shu Fa suddenly realized and finally understood why she couldn't make a lot of money. She used to be short-sighted, thinking a meal at a fancy restaurant for a few $1,000s could buy her an entire night. If she meets a very rich man, she doesn't know how to play hard to get and would like to take off all her clothes and get into his bed immediately. Put yourself in her shoes. If she were a man, he wouldn't spend a lot of money on a woman like this. After figuring it out, Meng Shu Fa couldn't wait to find a rich person to conduct the experiment. Then she met Jiang Junjie, who was wearing a big brand logo, on campus and successfully added his contact information. Just as Meng Shuefei was thinking about her next move, the phone rang. It's Bai Yapeng. As soon as the call was connected, Bai Yapeng excitedly took credit. Fei Fei, I have sold our house at a bargain price of 300,000. Give me your bank card number and I'll transfer the money to you right now. It's sold for 300,000? Meng Shuefei frowned. She had also searched for the local housing prices in Bai Yapeng. 300,000 was not just a bargain, it was a complete loss, okay? Bai Yapeng smiled foolishly. Am I not in a hurry to raise money? You don't know that I even threatened to commit suicide to raise money for you by selling the house. Although we have lost our house and our family can only live in a rented house, I still feel it is worth it to be able to help you. Meng Shuefei was no longer in the mood to listen to what was said next. What a fool! No wonder I look down on him so much. Not to mention 300,000, even if the house is sold for 400,000, it will still be a hot commodity and will definitely be sold within 3 days. If you are short of 300,000, you should sell it for 300,000, not a penny more. What a fool! So if he is short of 100,000 yuan, will he sell the house for 100,000 yuan? She said a few perfunctory words of comfort and then sent him the card number. Yapeng, I've sent you the card number. It's urgent here. Please transfer the money faster and don't make me wait too long. The moment Bai Yapeng saw the card number, he quickly transferred the money. After receiving the text message from the bank, Meng Shuefei rarely showed a sincere smile. She said coquettishly, Thank you, Yapeng, you are so nice to me. Tonight, you come with me to a place, and I want to repay your kindness. On the other end of the phone, Bai Yapeng saw the hotel room number sent by Meng Shuefei. His hands shook in panic, and he dropped the phone on the ground. Classmates, we have a new student in our class. I hope everyone can get along well with each other in the next period of time. Now, let's ask the new member to introduce himself. The boys under the podium were so happy to see that the new student was a lovely little white girl that their mouths were stretched to the back of their ears. Sun Jingyu wore a white dress and had her hair tied up in a bun. Her innocent face was covered with her signature smile. Hello everyone, my name is Sun Jingyu. I'm an exchange student from Nanhai University. I hope we can become good friends in the future of our student life. Pa 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 pa. The boys in the audience almost clapped their hands. Unlike others, Shin Zheng'an just clapped a few times perfunctorily but politely. Ever since Lin Yujiao came into his life, he felt that everyone else was inferior to him. But Chin Su, who was sitting next to him, was like a fly, buzzing around his ear. Shaonan, do you think it's time to replace the beauty queen of our department now that the new students are here? This new student is so beautiful. And haven't you noticed? She has a very similar temperament to the school beauty Lin. They both look very noble. It's just that school beauty Lin is so noble that people dare not approach her. In comparison, the new students seem easy to get along with. He, if I could catch up with you, I'd be happy to live in a villa and drive a luxury car in the future. After hearing this, Shin Zheng'an looked at Sun Jingyu carefully. But soon he was speechless. Shin Su, this idiot, how is he like his wife? He's so petty. Just as Shin Zheng'an was about to look away, he suddenly met the eyes of Sun Jingyu on the stage. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but he always felt that there was something wrong with the way Sun Jingyu looked at him. Shin Zheng'an's heart couldn't help but skip a beat, and a bad premonition rushed into his head. Just then the counselor said, Student Jingyu, please find a seat and listen to the class. At this moment, all the boys in the class focused their expectant eyes on Sun Jingyu. Then they watched Sun Jingyu walk down the podium, walk straight to Shin Zheng'an, and sit down in the empty seat next to him. The class was suddenly filled with wailing. I guess you will definitely sit next to Shin Zheng'an, the pretty boy. Student Sun, look at me. There's no one sitting next to me. Student Sun, you should give up now. There are so many girls who like Shin Zheng'an, and I haven't even seen him date. There must be something wrong with his sexual orientation. But I'm different. I promise I like girls. Even Zhang Xiaotian couldn't stand this blatant rumor. He angrily retorted, What's the point of you revealing your sexual orientation? No one, male or female, likes you anyway. Zhang Xiaotian, I didn't say anything about you, why are you so anxious? It's not okay to say my brother is a bastard. Seeing that someone had started arguing, the counselor hurriedly began to manage discipline. After a series of operations, the class finally began. At the same time, Shin Zheng'an's torment officially began. There was a person of the opposite sex sitting next to him, and Shin Jing'an felt inexplicably repulsed both mentally and physically. He also looked out the window guiltily from time to time, fearing that he would suddenly see Lin Yujiao's angry and sad face. Even if this was not his choice, he was the passive party. But no matter whether he did anything wrong or not, as long as the financial sponsor gets angry, it is his fault. This is the most basic awareness of being a gigolo. As soon as the get out of class was over, he immediately switched seats with Chen Su. Just as Shin Jing'an was thinking this, he suddenly felt sharp nails poking the flesh on his arm. Shin Jing'an turned his head in confusion, only to see Sun Jingyu shyly handing him a note. The note read, "Classmate, can we add each other on WeChat?" Chapter 26 School Beauty Lin visits the cafeteria. Although Sun Jingyu appears shy on the surface, her eyes are full of determination to win. This boy is so handsome that even she, who has seen countless men, was attracted to him and couldn't take her eyes off him. It would be such a shame if we don't play it. She is very confident in herself. After all, her nickname is Thousand Man Killer, and no man has been able to resist her charm since she was a child. What's so difficult about just asking for a contact number? Shin Jing'an was stunned for a second when he saw the contents on the note, then he took it and started writing quickly. Sun Jingyu felt even more proud after seeing this. Sure enough, he never failed to catch the prey he set his eyes on. But her pride only lasted for a dozen seconds. After she saw the reply, she suddenly felt her face being stepped on and rubbed back and forth on the ground. The reply letter read, "I have a girlfriend." This blatant rejection made Sun Jingyu's eyes darken a bit. She picked up the pen and continued writing, "Is it not possible to just add her as a friend? Then your girlfriend doesn't trust you either, and she's restricting your personal freedom. If I were your girlfriend, I would never interfere with your normal friendships." The strong smell of tea made Shin Jing'an frown. His reply was concise and clear, "I don't want to add it." Looking at the reply letter, Sun Jingyu's eyes became moist. She bit her lip, tilted her head, and looked at Shin Jing'an pitifully. This is her usual trump card. In the past, no matter if she got into trouble or made a mistake outside, as long as she made this pitiful expression, the problem would be solved well. This trick has been proven to work. But what she never expected was that Shin Jing'an just glanced at her, turned his head away as if he saw something unclean, and then stopped looking at her. When the get out of class was over, he immediately switched seats with Chen Su next to him. This time Sun Jingyu was really angry and cried. She couldn't understand why this male classmate rejected her so heartlessly. Is it just because he has a girlfriend? But having a girlfriend and having an affair with other girls does not conflict with each other. Or is it that his girlfriend is such a beauty that he has no interest in other women? Just as Sun Jingyu was daydreaming, she heard an extremely flattering voice. "Mr. Sun, you're new here and there must be a lot of things you don't understand. How about we add each other on WeChat? If you have any questions, you can ask me." It turned out to be the ugly guy who had just swapped seats with the handsome guy. Sun Jingyu was disgusted. Do you really think she is a garbage recycling station and anyone can be included in her friend list? She was about to refuse, but then something occurred to her. Sun Jingyu smiled shyly and said softly, "Sure, I'll trouble you from now on." She wanted to find out the background of the boy who had just rejected her and his girlfriend. At noon, Lin Yujiao sent a message to Shin Jing'an, saying that Mr. Lin would not be at home for lunch, so he didn't need to go home to cook. For some reason, through the cold words, Shin Jing'an always felt that Lin Yujiao seemed unhappy. He asked, "Why do you seem to be in a bad mood?" Lin Yujiao, who was lying on the bed in the dormitory, was stunned when she saw the message. She is in a really bad mood now. Ever since she knew that her grandfather was going to the Jiang family for an appointment at noon, she felt as disgusted as if she had eaten shit. How did you notice this? If you don't even have this ability, how can you still be a gigolo? Lin Yujiao was amused by this sentence. What? You're so proud of being a gigolo. That's right. Others are gigolos, and the wealthy men they serve are usually old, ugly, and have special fetishes. But the wealthy man I serve is a rich and beautiful woman in Haicheng. How can I not be proud? Shin Jing'an has a very sweet mouth and he made Lin Yujiao very happy before they even talked for a few words. Suddenly, Lin Yujiao asked, "Where are you now?" "I am eating in Canteen A." After sending this message, the other party did not reply again. Shin Jing'an buried his head in eating a mouthful of rice and didn't care. Until a burst of exclamations was heard, and Lin Yujiao's name was faintly heard. Shin Jing'an looked up. Today, Lin Yujiao wore a tight t-shirt on the upper body and camouflage work flared pants on the lower body. She looked beautiful and cool. Her amazing proportions and perfect face caught the attention of everyone present. Click. Shin Jing'an was so shocked that his chopsticks fell to the ground. In the 3 years he spent at Haichang University, he had never heard of Lin Yuzhou eating in any cafeteria. What happened today? Could it be that you are tired of eating fine bran and want to eat some coarse grains? Since Mr. Lin had set a rule in advance that the two's true identities could not be revealed during school, Shin Jing'an sat in his seat very low-key and ate in silence. But this was hard for Lin Yuzhou, who came specifically to look for someone. At this moment, she blocked out the gazes from all directions, and her beautiful eyes were exploring the cafeteria with a little confusion. Holy crap! Look! It's Principal Lin. She treated us to cake and milk tea last time. She's so approachable. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaotian, who was sitting at the same table with Shin Jing'an, started shouting excitedly as if he had a second-year syndrome. This roar immediately silenced everyone in the cafeteria. Shin Jing'an wanted to cover Zhang Xiaotian's worthless mouth, but it was too late. Sure enough, after a while, I was filled with overwhelming ridicule. Is this person crazy? What is the status of school beauty Lin? Would she treat someone like this to a small cake? At first glance, he's just a clown who's bragging and trying to attract attention. That's right, you're daydreaming in broad daylight? Everyone dreams. I even said that the school beauty treated me to a French meal and confessed her love to me. I'd rather believe that school beauty Lin confessed her love to you than that she would treat someone like this to dinner. Zhang Xiaotian knew that he had said the wrong thing. Faced with numerous ridicules, he awkwardly shrank behind Shin Jing'an, trying to reduce his presence as much as possible. Shin Jing'an, Louis and Chen Su were also implicated and were criticized by many people. At this moment, another cry of surprise broke out from the crowd. Lin Yuzhou walked quickly towards Zhang Xiaotian's table, and even her usually cold expression softened a lot. Lin Yuzhou sat in an empty seat and even took the initiative to greet them. Hello, we meet again. Xiaotian, thank you for saying that the cake and milk tea I treated you to were delicious. If you want, I can treat you anytime, anywhere. Zhang Xiaotian was so happy that he almost fainted. Goddess, I didn't expect you to remember my name. The iceberg goddess smiled, a rare moment. Not only can I remember your name, I can also remember the names of the other 3 people in your dormitory. Your name is Louis, your name is Chen Su, and your name is Shen Jing'an. When talking about Shen Jing'an, the two looked at each other with somewhat unclear eyes. After hearing the conversation between school beauty Lin and these losers, the people around them realized that they were the clowns. The words just now were like a boomerang that hit them painfully. Many people's eyes turned red with jealousy, and they began to gather together and whisper. Could it be that these 4 are powerful and influential, so school beauty Lin was forced to greet them? However, someone immediately jumped out to refute, it's unlikely. There are many powerful people in our school, and I've never seen Lin Yuzhou treat anyone with a friendly attitude. And judging by their clothes and demeanor, they have a penniless air. I'm afraid their entire wardrobe might not even cost 200 yuan. So how did these poor losers hook up with the goddess? Seeking help online, very urgent. I'm willing to pay 100,000 for a tutorial on how to seduce a goddess. Chapter 27. Could it be that she also likes Shin Jing'an? Because of Lin Yuzhou's presence, most people in the cafeteria now focused their attention on Shin Jing'an's table. Their every move is closely watched. Shin Jing'an, Zhang Xiaotian, and the other 4 had never experienced such a scene where so many people were watching them. Each of them was extremely stiff and uncomfortable. Lin Yuzhou noticed that the rice in their bowls had just disappeared a little, so she said, "Don't eat in the cafeteria anymore. Let's go. I'll treat you to a meal out." After saying that, she stood up and walked out, and the other 4 people followed her quickly like little followers. Finally, under the gaze of everyone, they got into Lin Yuzhou's luxury car. The road was quiet. Lin Yuzhou looked in the rearview mirror at the 4 people huddled awkwardly in the back and couldn't help but ask, "Why are you all like statues? Are you afraid I'll eat you?" Louis scratched his head a little embarrassedly. "No, we just haven't ridden in such an expensive car before, so we dare not move." This was the first time Lin Yuzhou had heard such a strange reason since she was a child, and she couldn't help but laugh. "It's time to move. If you don't move or speak up, I'll start to doubt whether this car of mine has any magic." I have to say that Lin Yuzhou has a high emotional intelligence. Soon, she livened up the atmosphere in the car. Zhang Xiaotian also took the opportunity to thank her. "Thank you, Miss Lin, for helping me out. I was so excited at the time that I lost my composure. When Zhang Xiaotian thought about the person who had been mocking him at first, and then his expression turned as ugly as if he had eaten shit, he couldn't help but feel secretly happy. Lin Yujiao smiled calmly. It's okay, anyway, I usually can't stand those who put down the powerful and flatter the weak. I'm also looking forward to seeing those people's reactions after being slapped in the face. In the second half of the journey, everyone was talking and laughing. It was very lively. More than 20 minutes later, the car stopped at a 5-star hotel. Everyone was frightened when they saw the hotel's magnificent decoration. Princess Lin, there's no need to treat us to such a nice meal. It's too expensive for you. Yeah, and coming to think of it, we should treat you to a meal. This meal must have cost a lot of money. I feel bad for you. Lin Yujiao did not respond immediately, but looked at Shin Zheng'an, who had been silent, with some helplessness. Shin Zheng'an, what do you think? Ahem. Shin Zheng'an coughed twice. School beauty Lin is treating us, so we can't spoil the fun. Since you're here, brothers, why don't you treat yourself to a good meal? Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of Principal Lin's kindness? Besides, we can always find a chance to invite him back later, right? The subtext of the last sentence is, with this meal as a medium, there will be more reasons to contact the goddess in the future. After being roommates for 3 years, Shin Jing'an knows the psychological activities of these 3 losers very well. As expected, their expressions changed instantly after they understood the implication of this sentence. Oh, yes, we can't let School Belle Lin's kindness go to waste. We won't eat for free. We'll invite you back when we have the chance. You must show us your kindness when you do. Lin Yujiao arched her eyebrows and said, okay. When they arrived at the private room, Lin Yujiao was afraid that everyone would feel psychologically burdened when seeing the prices on the menu, so she simply ordered all the dishes she thought were delicious. Everyone ate and chatted. Of course, when it comes to talking, Zhang Xiaotian, Chen Su and Louis are the best. They don't even need to rehearse. They just throw in a few words and make a joke. This meal is almost becoming their talk show stage. This made Lin Yujiao laugh so hard that she even planned to invite the 3 of them to choreograph a skit and perform on stage during the company's annual meeting. Halfway through the meal, Shin Zheng'an went to the toilet because he had to pee urgently. As soon as Shin Zheng'an left, Lin Yujiao became a little absent-minded. After eating 2 quick bites, she also left under the pretext of going to the restroom. Zhang Xiaotian was still laughing foolishly. Why are they all going to the bathroom? Come on, let's eat more while they're gone. TSK. Louis revealed an unfathomable expression. Xiaotian, how come you're still so silly and cute even though you're almost graduating? Have you ever thought about the fact that School Beauty Lin helped you out and even treated us to a meal? We are not even related, so why would she be so nice to us? I was just suspicious at first, but just now when they went to the bathroom one after the other, I was completely sure that something must be wrong with them. Zhang Xiaotian's eyes widened in shock. But isn't Xiaoanan being kept by a rich woman? Are you saying that Xiaoanan is two-timing? Louis nodded solemnly. What he did was not only dishonest, but also dangerous. Although I don't know the specific background of the wealthy woman who supports Zheng'an, anyone who can afford to buy a gigolo a set of clothes worth over 600,000 yuan must be from a very important background. As for Lin Xiaohua's background, it goes without saying that she is the future heir to the Lin Group. If these 2 women find out that Zheng'an is cheating on me, they might tear him into pieces. Besides, Zheng'an is an orphan. Even if he disappeared without a trace, no one would care. At this point, Louis excitedly slammed the table and stood up. As good brothers, we can't let Zheng'an make the same mistakes again and again. We must find an opportunity to teach him a lesson. Zhang Xiaotian was no longer in the mood to eat. He had also made up his mind, although I also want to have more contact with Lin Xiaohua, but when it comes to my brother's safety, beauty is not worth mentioning. What's more, Xiaoanan was indeed being unkind in this matter. We must make him stop the loss in time before things get out of control. Chen Su, who was standing by, was so excited that his blood was boiling. Just as he was about to agree, he heard a message alert from his phone. It turned out to be sent by Sun Jingyu. Student Chen, what just happened in the cafeteria has spread like wildfire. How did you and Lin Yujiao meet? Where did Lin Yujiao take you after leaving the cafeteria? Chen Su frowned. He didn't like gossiping with people he didn't know well, even if the other person was a pretty young lady. But I won T reply, after all, the other person is a beautiful young lady. So Chen Su began to make up stories. How could we possibly have known school beauty Lin? It was her kindness and kindness that helped us out. School beauty Lin drove us to a nearby restaurant and left. Sun Jingyu on the other end of the phone was so angry after seeing the message that she almost threw her phone away. Did he really think she was a fool? She couldn't even see such an obvious lie? She is kind-hearted and takes the initiative to help out. When has that little bitch Lin Yujio ever been so warm-hearted? Shinsu, this loser, keeps calling Lin the school beauty. Is he really blind? Obviously, I am 100 times prettier than that little bitch. If she didn't want to find out Shin Jing'an's information, she would never add such a person as a friend. Suddenly, Sun Jingyu had an idea. Yes, when has that little bitch ever been so kind-hearted? When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. Could it be that she also likes Shin Jing'an? Chapter 28, Can't I have both a rich woman and a school beauty? Once this idea came into my mind, I couldn't get it out of my head. The more Sun Jingyu thought about it, the more likely it seemed. When she thought about being able to snatch away something that Lin Yujio liked again, her breathing became rapid with excitement and she almost fell into a state of madness. The last time I competed with Lin Yujio for a man was in high school. Shin Jing'an wiped the water stains on his hands and came out of the bathroom. As a result, he saw Lin Yujio standing opposite the men's restroom. He walked over doubtfully and asked uncertainly, "Huh? Are you waiting for me?" Lin Yujio rolled his eyes at him unhappily. What else? This made Shin Jing'an even more confused. What are you waiting for me for? You. Lin Yujio was so angry that his heart was blocked. In fact, she didn't know why she followed him, she just wanted to follow. I want to follow you, why do you care? Seeing Lin Yujio raging like a kitten whose tail was stepped on, he actually found her cuter. Shin Jing'an couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly, and pinched her face with his big hands with distinct knuckles. Sure enough, girls tend to be much more irritable during their menstrual period. But wife, why are you so cute when you're angry? Stop, this is not right. Where's my dignity? Lin Yujio slapped Shin Jing'an's hand away, baring her teeth in an attempt to make herself look more ferocious. Now you know how to call me wife? It's too late. I haven't settled accounts with you yet. Why were you hiding so well in the restaurant today? It took me so long to find you. If it weren't for Zhang Xiaotian's howl, I probably wouldn't have found you until now. Shin Jing'an rubbed his nose in grievance. Didn't Grandpa say that we can't reveal our relationship to the outside world before we graduate? Lin Yujio was furious. She put one hand on her waist and poked Shin Jing'an's chest with a finger. Why are you so rigid in your thinking? Are all the opposite sex I know my husband? Can't we just be friends? Anyway, I don't care. I'm angry, Shin Jing'an, just watch and comfort me. After spending the past few days together, Shin Jing'an has roughly figured out the temperament of this young lady. As for how to coax her, it's nothing more than sacrificing a little bit of your looks. He held Lin Yujio's hand and walked all the way. Lin Yujio pouted and looked unhappy, but still let him hold her hand. The hotel has surveillance blind spots. Shin Jing'an put his arms around Lin Yujio's slender waist and kissed the beautiful girl in his arms until she was breathless. As expected, kissing is something that only comes with practice. You will master the technique by kissing more often. Ugh, let me go, you bastard. Lin Yujio looked around with her beautiful eyes in panic, afraid that someone would suddenly witness this embarrassing scene. But this feeling of shame, accompanied by excitement and stimulation, made her somewhat addicted for a while. Then, daughter-in-law, are you still angry? Shin Jing'an buried his head in Lin Yujio's neck coquettishly. The smell of shower gel still lingered on his body, which made Lin Yujio dizzy. If this happened in ancient times, he would be considered a tyrant. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Hey, honey, you smell so good. Why do you and I use the same bottle of shower gel, but the smell is different? It's good that my wife is not angry anymore. Shin Jing'an was overjoyed, and immediately let go of Lin Yujio, straightened his wrinkled clothes, and said seriously, then wife, let's go back and eat. Lin Yujio felt her arms were empty, her hands still in the same position as when she was holding Shin Jing'an. Her expression was adorable and silly. Shin Jing'an was a little unsure when he saw this, and hesitantly said, how about we kiss again? You're just a complete jerk. When Lin Yu realized what was happening, her face turned as red as a ripe peach. She punched Shin Jing'an hard in the chest, then strode away angrily. Shin Jing'an covered his chest in pain, stood there for a while before following. Emma, my sponsor doesn't look like he has much weight on his body, so how come he is so strong? Inside the private room, everyone saw Lin Yujio and Shin Jing'an coming back one after another, and they were communicating with each other through eye contact. The careful Louis also noticed that when Lin Yujio went to the toilet, the color of the lipstick on her lips faded a lot, which inevitably made people think about it. How dare Shin Jing'an hook up with two tough women at the same time? The atmosphere in the private room at the back was much colder. Everyone had something on their mind and wasn't in the mood to chat. After dinner, Lin Yujio sent the group back to school. It was when they were parting that she vaguely sensed something was wrong. Why did she feel that Shin Junan's roommates looked at her strangely? Or was she just overthinking it? In dormitory 503, 3 people surrounded Shin Jungan. Shin Jungan shrank his neck in fear. What do you want to do? Shinsu coughed lightly a few times and said, Louis, as the representative of the 3 of us, you should speak first. Good. Louis took a deep breath, his expression unusually serious. Shin Jungan, let me ask you, are you having an affair with school beauty Lin? Faced with such a straightforward question, Shin Jungan quickly denied it with a guilty conscience. How could it be possible that there is no such thing? School beauty Lin is the daughter of the Lin group, how could she be related to me? Don't talk nonsense. How dare this rebellious son hide this? Louis was heartbroken. Without any evidence, how can we dare to make blind guesses? Jinan, you've changed. You used to be so honest and dutiful that you've never even been in a relationship. And now you're playing with other people's feelings, switching between the rich woman and the school beauty Lin. Shensu patted Shin Jungan on the shoulder and advised earnestly, Jinan, we brothers are not jealous. We are just worried that you will go further and further down the wrong path. Listen to me, brothers. Don't be too greedy. You'd better quickly choose between the rich woman and the school beauty Lin. Don't try to have both. Truth will eventually come to light. By the time the truth is revealed, it will be too late. Do you think powerful women like them can tolerate being played with? When you leave the house, I'll chop you into pieces. Shin Jungan was a little amused and helpless for a moment. He lowered his head and said nothing, his mind racing as he thought about how to explain it to his sons. But his actions seemed guilty to others. Zhang Xiaotian sighed, Xiaonan, you are confused. After an unknown amount of silence, Shin Jungan finally spoke. He chuckled and hinted obscurely, a rich woman and a school beauty, can't I have both at the same time? Unfortunately, no one could understand his cryptic hints. The dormitory was eerily quiet, and my roommates' faces were as dark as if they had been poisoned. Louis was so angry that he raised his head and howled to the sky, you rebellious son, you make me so angry. Then we'll wait for you to be chopped into pieces one day, and then we'll buy you a coffin and bury you wherever you want. Hearing this, Shin Jungan was moved to tears. Although these brothers are a little stupid, it's really worth making friends with them. Even after all the quarrel, I still want to buy him a coffin after he dies. Chapter 29 What do you want a man's responsibility for? In the evening, Mr. Lin didn't look very well when he returned home. Seeing this, Lin Yujio immediately asked with concern, Grandpa, what's wrong with you? Did you encounter any troubles? Humph. You've got some trouble, haven't you? I've lived for so many years, and I've never met such a shameless person. Old Master Lin was so angry that he blew his beard and blared, what kind of person is this? How dare you covet my precious granddaughter? If it weren't for his parents, I would beat him to a pulp. Shin Jungan was furious when he heard this. There are actually people coveting his financial backer? How can that be? Shin Jungan immediately echoed indignantly, yeah, what kind of person dares to covet my wife? Is he as handsome as me? Is he as tall as me? Can he cook as well as I can? Can he serve people as well as I can? Is he as obedient as I am? Who's that brat trying to steal my girl? Don't let me see him, or I'll give him a slap in the face. Lin Yujio, all right, stop talking nonsense. He's the only son of the Jiang group. He's powerful, but also treacherous and cunning. If you really run into him, you'd better stay away from him. Oh. Shin Jungan immediately became dejected, like a wilted eggplant. Although he knew that Lin Yujio said all this for his own good. Today's dinner table has become a meeting to denounce the Jiang group. For the first time, Mr. Lin was so angry that he couldn't even eat the food cooked by Shin Jungan. That kid Jiang Junjie has been hinting to me that my precious granddaughter and he have a mutual affection for each other. Bullshit. How could I not know about my granddaughter, whom I raised myself? How could she fall for that guy with kidney deficiency? Besides, he already has a fiancé, and he still says such insulting things to the family. Lin Yuzhou originally wanted to say that this was nothing. Jiang Junjie came to her as soon as he returned to China, and even fantasized about making her his mistress. But seeing her grandfather's face flushed with anger, she hesitated for a long time and finally shut up. Forget it, she only has this one grandfather, so she must not get angry and cause harm to herself. After returning to the room, Shen Jing'an washed himself and then went to bed and hugged Lin Yuzhou. He was feeling a little down at the moment. Although he always reminded himself that he and Lin Yuzhou were essentially a transaction. The sponsor sends him money every month, and he does his job well and doesn't care about anything else. But he is a kind-hearted person, and the Lin family has been good to him. How could he not have feelings for them after being together for so long? Sometimes he even forgot that his marriage with Lin Yuzhou was just a transaction and treated them as just an ordinary couple. But just now at the dinner table, the disparity in their status brought him back to reality. Yes, what husband would be as incompetent as him, not even able to vent his anger for his wife? Now Lin Yuzhou's mind was full of her design draft, and she had not noticed Shen Jing'an's strange mood. She struggled violently for a few times. "Oh, don't hug me first, I haven't finished my work yet." Shen Jing'an let go of his hand, and tears of shame flowed silently. "Wife, do you think I'm particularly useless?" "No," Lin Yuzhou replied while writing and drawing on her tablet. "You're handsome and can cook. If you were really useless, would I be so stupid as to spend a lot of money to hire you?" Shen Jing'an smiled bitterly. "Do you think I'm not a man enough to take responsibility?" Under normal circumstances, Lin Yuzhou would have noticed that someone was in a bad mood when she heard this. But now she was distracted by other things and said bluntly, "What do you need a man's responsibility for? I hired you because you have good genes for being obedient and sweet-talking. A man's responsibility has a different price." Shen Jing'an. Well, he brought this upon himself. He was consumed with internal energy for a while, but in the end, Lin Yuzhou didn't care at all whether he had the responsibility of a man or not. Shen Jing'an quietly wiped away his tears, then looked at the tablet. The moment he saw the design drawing, his eyes lit up. "Wow, did you design this men's clothing?" Lin Yuzhou nodded. "Yes, as long as we add some small details, we can start making the pattern." "Oh." Shen Jing'an asked casually, "Have you found a model for the fitting? Is there any need to look for it? Isn't the best fitting model right next to me?" After Lin Yuzhou said this, Shen Jing'an's originally depressed mood became cheerful again. He couldn't help but said arrogantly, "That's right, I must be the first to try on the men's clothing you designed." In order to get the prototype ready as soon as possible, Lin Yuzhou stayed up until 2 in the morning. Shen Jing'an was not sleepy at all, so he stayed beside Lin Yuzhou and watched her draw. Although he didn't quite understand the design draft, it didn't stop him from admiring Yuzhou. As expected, women who work in business are the most handsome. The next day during class, Shen Jing'an's phone screen suddenly lit up. He clicked on it and found that it was Sun Jingyu who sent him a friend request. What's going on? Who sold him out? Shen Jing'an nudged Chinsu, the only person in the dormitory who had Sun Jingyu's WeChat account, with his elbow, suspiciously, and asked in a low voice, "Son of a bitch, did you betray me?" "Ah." Chinsu, who was secretly eating biscuits with his head down, opened his mouth and the biscuit crumbs fell out of his mouth, which looked very funny. Shen Jing'an almost couldn't bear to watch. After calming down, he recounted what had happened when Sun Jingyu added him as a friend. Being questioned by his good brother was a great humiliation for Chinsu. He was so angry that he immediately opened the chat page with Sun Jingyu. "Shen Jing'an, open your dog eyes and see if I betrayed my brothers for a woman." Shen Jing'an glanced at the chat history and was too guilty to look at Chinsu's heartbroken eyes. "This is all a misunderstanding. It seems someone else in the class pushed my WeChat to Sun Jingyu. Chinsu, don't be angry. Can I buy you a game skin? Am I so cheap in your eyes? Only worth a game skin? One is too few, we need at least 2. Okay, I'll buy you 3. Hey, we're good brothers, why are you being so distant? I'm just teasing you. Actually, I'm not angry at all." Sun Jingyu was a little puzzled when she saw that her friend request had not been approved yet. What's going on? I've taken the initiative, but why hasn't Shen Jing'an responded yet? Or is he listening carefully in class and not checking the messages on his phone? Thinking of this, Sun Jingyu's gaze began to search for Shen Jing'an. Just this one look made her feel so angry that she felt chest tightness and shortness of breath. How could Shen Jing'an not be checking his phone? He was clearly scrolling through short videos on Douyin. Sun Jingyu was unwilling to give up, so she sent a friend request again, but the result was the same. After finally waiting for the get out of class to end, she went straight to Shin Zheng'an. She pretended to be cautious and asked, "Mr. Shin, have I offended you in any way? Why do you dislike me so much that you won't even add me on WeChat?" Shin Zheng'an doesn't buy it. His brows were furrowed, and his disgust was almost evident in his words. What on earth was this woman trying to do? Was she trying to put pressure on him in front of so many people? But even if he puts pressure on her, it won't work. He has a wife and must keep a distance from this green tea girl. Chapter 30, Encountering a top-notch green tea just after leaving the novice village. Although Sun Jingyu looks delicate, her voice is not small. In addition, she has a pretty face, which makes her very conspicuous in this computer department where there are more wolves than meat. In the short 10 seconds when she walked towards Shin Jing'an, she attracted the attention of most of the class. After hearing what Sun Jingyu said, the boys in the class were extremely jealous. We're both boys, so why didn't I see Sun asking for my contact information? TSK, what else does that pretty boy Shin Jing'an have besides his good looks? He just goes around flirting with young girls who are inexperienced in the world. It's really despicable. So the goddess would be as humble as me and ask for someone's contact information? Shin Zheng'an was not affected by the sour words around him. His eyes were slightly cold, and he said word by word, "My dear classmate, was I not clear enough last time? I have a girlfriend, and I don't want to add you on WeChat." Sun Jingyu bit her lip, looking unwilling, "But I asked someone specifically, and you don't have a girlfriend. Is this just an excuse to fool me?" The atmosphere was silent at this moment. Just when Sun Jingyu was secretly delighted, thinking that Shin Zheng'an finally had no reason to reject her, she suddenly heard a sneer. Suddenly a bad premonition came to my mind. Before she could react, Shin Zheng'an had already started speaking passionately. "So you know I'm just making excuses to get you out of it. I'd rather invent a girlfriend than add you as my friend, so why do you keep humiliating yourself? TSK, this is the first time I've seen a girl with such a thick skin. I'm not interested in you at all, but you still come up to me with such a cheeky attitude." Shin Jing'an is not a man who is gentle with women at all. In addition, he has long seen that Sun Jingyu is a green tea girl, so he naturally does not speak politely. At this moment, he just wanted to quickly draw a clear line between himself and this green tea girl. If he made his sponsor jealous, his salary would be deducted at best, and his job would be lost at worst. After hearing this, Sun Jingyu's body trembled slightly, as if she had suffered a huge blow. Tears flowed down her face freely, and the corners of her eyes and the tip of her nose turned red from crying. She felt completely broken. This broke the hearts of the male classmates in the class who already had a crush on Sun Jingyu. The looks they gave Shin Zheng'an became increasingly unfriendly. "Shin Zheng'an, do you think you're so great just because you're handsome? Jingyu just wanted to add you on WeChat. If you don't want to add her, then don't. Why are you talking so harshly? You should improve your speech. Why did Jingyu insist on adding you on WeChat? Who knows if you gave Jingyu some hints and deliberately kept her hanging? You only dare to bully a weak little girl. If you dare, try to humiliate me like this, I'll smash your head off." At first, the male classmates around only criticized her verbally, but in the end, a few radical ones started pushing her. Shin Zheng'an's expression was a little stiff, and he thought to himself that something was wrong. Oh no, he forgot that their class didn't have much of anything else, but a lot of bootlickers. He had no doubt that as long as Sun Jingyu added a little fuel to the fire, these bootlickers would hit others just to show off. Louis, Chen Su, and Zhang Xiaotian were also pushed forward and could not help trembling. With so many people around, they would suffer a great loss if a fight really broke out. Don't make things difficult for Shin Zheng'an. This is all my fault. I didn't handle things properly and caused trouble for Mr. Shin. At this moment, a choking sound was heard, preventing the scene from becoming more chaotic. Everyone looked at Sun Jingyu. Sun Jingyu bowed to Shin Zheng'an very solemnly to apologize, and when she looked up, the tears that she had finally stopped burst out again. "I'm sorry, Shin. I didn't expect my behavior to annoy you so much. I've only been in this school for a few days and just want to make more friends. I don't have any bad intentions. I hope you don't hate me." After apologizing, she bowed deeply to the male classmate who stood up for her. "Thank you for speaking up for me. I'm lucky to have such good classmates like you. But we are all classmates after all, so please don't let me hurt your feelings. Class is about to start." Let's just let this go. If it affects your studies and the teacher's lectures, I'll really feel guilty. Sun Jingyu's well-behaved, sensible and patient appearance made the young people in the class feel sorry for her. They were about to open their mouths to comfort her when the bell rang. They had no choice but to give up. On the seat. Sun Jingyu lowered her eyes and looked at the textbook, but a gleam in her eyes was inconsistent with her pure appearance. She has been popular with the opposite sex since she was a child. Even in a new environment, as long as she is a little clever, she will be surrounded by a bunch of boys in a few days. She has never failed to win over the boys she likes, which makes her very confident in her charm. Who knew that this time she would fall into Shin Jing'an's hands again and again and experience the feeling of frustration? Just like today, she thought she had applied just the right amount of pressure, but who knew Shin Jing'an was so stubborn? Not only did she fail to add him as a friend, she was also publicly humiliated. However, Sun Jingyu was not angry at all, but rather felt a little excited. It was the first time she met such a challenging boy. What's more, this boy knows that little bitch Lin Yuzhou. In short, interesting. It would be a shame not to play with it. On the other side, Zhang Xiaotian couldn't help but say, Xiaonan, don't you think Sun Jingyu is a good person? Even after you said that to her, she still helped us out. If you ask me, what you did just now was indeed a bit too much. Why don't you find a chance to apologize to him? Louis also whispered in agreement, yes, you should go and apologize. Although women are made of water, I'm afraid that if she cries like that, the water will dry up. Chen continued, I have a friend named Sun Jingyu. If you are too embarrassed to apologize in person, I will return your WeChat account to you and you can apologize online. Shin Jing'an remained silent. He was also reflecting on whether he had really gone too far just now. But soon he had an expression of sudden enlightenment. He gritted his teeth and said, this woman is really good at playing with people's hearts. Zhang Xiaotian, ah? Lu Yi, ah? Shen Su, ah? Seeing the three of them looking so stupid, Shin Jing'an couldn't help but blame them. Because there are so few girls in the computer department, only a few in a class. Many of the male students in the class are still single, so how can they tell who is a green tea girl and who is not? Shin Jing'an patiently explained, let me analyze this for you. First, even though I clearly stated that I have a girlfriend and didn't want to add her on WeChat, she still pressured me in front of the whole class. Was that wrong of her? Zhang Xiaotian and the other two nodded. Shin Jing'an continued his analysis, I didn't give in to the pressure and remained steadfast in my decision to refuse. It was she who kept harassing me and even asked if I had a girlfriend. I guess most people don't like people asking about their private lives, right? My friends, just because Sun Jingyu is a bit pretty, you can't ignore the fact that this is an offensive act in itself. Since I'm offended, is there anything wrong with me getting angry? Zhang Xiaotian and the other two shook their heads. Shin Jing'an said gradually, after I lost my temper, a bunch of sycophants in the class stood up for Sun Jingyu. She just cried all the time when she went to that station. Isn't this just adding fuel to the fire? Zhang Xiaotian and the other two thought about it carefully and it seemed to be true. Shin Jing'an asked again, then do you know why she spoke up to stop it later? Zhang Xiaotian and the other two felt like fools, not knowing the answers to any of the questions. Shin Jing'an didn't embarrass them and continued, didn't you notice? She timed it very cleverly, stopping it just seconds before class started. First, she's new here and doesn't want to bring this up in front of the teacher. Second, I'm afraid she still has evil intentions towards me and wants to use this incident to make me feel guilty about her. Brothers, we just came out of the novice village and we encountered a top-notch green tea. Chapter 31 Mannequins. Zhang Xiaotian and the other two were stunned when they heard this. However, after they carefully recalled what had happened and listened to Shin Jing'an's analysis, they finally came to their senses. Yes, Shin Jing'an did nothing wrong in this incident from beginning to end. Be polite before using force. Since Sun Jingyu doesn't understand what people say, she deserves to be scolded. Why did right and wrong become reversed as soon as she shed tears? Shen Su felt even more frightened. He just said that he would pass Sun Jingyu's WeChat to Shin Jing'an. What if this green tea girl succeeds in seducing Xiaonan? Wouldn't it be his contribution to Xiaoanan's three-timing? He can't bear this accusation. On Saturday morning, Shin Jing'an tiptoed to lift the air conditioning quilt covering his body and climbed up from the sofa. Ever since Lin Yuzhou's menstrual period was over, she sent him back to the cold palace and he was not allowed to go to bed without her permission. But Shin Jing'an was also happy and comfortable. At least this way I don't have to suffer and can sleep well at night. Just as Shin Jing'an was about to put on his clothes, he suddenly felt a burning gaze coming from somewhere in the room. He tilted his head curiously and saw that Lin Yuzhou had woken up at some point and was staring at his naked upper body with bright eyes. Shin Jing'an. But who made her the sponsor? Shin Jing'an stopped putting on his clothes and even posed to make his collarbone more prominent. Ahem. This made Lin Yuzhou feel a little embarrassed. What are you doing? Put on your clothes quickly, be careful not to catch a cold. No, you'd better not wear it. You'll have to take it off after breakfast anyway. Shen Zheng'an? He quickly protected his chest muscles with both hands. You are so shameless. Our grandfather is still at home, stop ruining my image in front of him. Lin Yuzhou, you're worrying too much. I forgot to tell you that Grandpa is on a business trip and won't be back for about 10 days. He's already on a plane at this hour. In the next period of time, I hope we can get along well. Shin Jing'an always felt that Lin Yuzhou's last words had a deeper meaning. As soon as Grandpa left, he was not allowed to wear clothes. Maybe he won't even be allowed to wear shorts tomorrow. Shin Jing'an went downstairs to cook with his upper body naked and wearing only shorts. As soon as he entered the kitchen, he saw a short, slightly plump woman stuffing things into the refrigerator with her back to him. Who are you? What are you doing? Shin Jing'an immediately became alert. He had lived in the Lin family for some time and was familiar with all the servants in the house, but he had never seen this woman before. For a moment, all the methods of frame-up used by wealthy enemies as shown in TV dramas flashed through his mind. Oh. You are the uncle, right? Unexpectedly, the woman was not panicked at all when she heard it. Instead, she turned around excitedly and saw Shin Jing'an's naked and strong upper body. Uncle, you still need to be more careful at home. The woman covered her mouth and giggled, but it was obvious that she was not shy. After all, she is 45 years old and has been divorced once, so she has seen everything. With this physique and these muscles, the young lady really has good taste. Shin Jing'an felt a little uncomfortable. He asked, are you a servant of the Lin family? Why haven't I seen you before? Also, I'm the one cooking for Grandpa and Yuzhou at home now. What are you doing in the kitchen? The woman smiled and replied, it's normal that you haven't seen me. I've been a servant in the Lin family for over 10 years. You can just call me Aunt Xiao. I went back to my hometown a while ago and just came here today. I brought some free-range chickens and some vegetables I grew home from home and stuffed them in the refrigerator. Son-in-law, you haven't seen me, but I have heard of you from Brother Dong. Brother Dong praised you to the skies. They say seeing is believing. My son-in-law is indeed handsome, tall, and can cook. There's nothing wrong with that. Brother Dong? Is that Butler Dong? Shin Jing'an was so overwhelmed by Aunt Xiao's praise that he lost his sense of direction. Just when he was about to say a few polite words to show his modesty, he saw Aunt Xiao rush out of the kitchen. Miss, are you up? I missed you so much. Lin Yuzhou's surprised voice came from the living room. Aunt Xiao, you're back. I missed you so much. Miss, you found a good son-in-law. He and you are a perfect match, both talented and beautiful. I can't help but imagine how cute your children will be in the future. Aunt Xiao, please stop teasing me. You should think more about how to pursue Uncle Dong. I'm so old now, I don't have the heart for it anymore. Shin Jing'an accidentally ate a big melon and his ears stood up. Who could have imagined that the enthusiastic and cheerful Aunt Xiao actually likes the serious Uncle Dong? Aunt Xiao and Lin Yuzhou chatted about some family matters and were about to leave, saying that they still had some work to do. Shin Jing'an poked his head out of the kitchen. Aunt Xiao, my meal is almost ready. I'm using the vegetables you brought from the countryside. Please stay and have dinner before you leave. Aunt Xiao quickly shook her head and waved her hands. No, my son-in-law, the Lin family has a kitchen dedicated to servants. There are all kinds of dishes and seasonings in it. I can just stir-fry 2 dishes. Just as Shin Jing'an was about to speak to persuade her to stay, Lin Yuzhou interrupted him. Okay, Aunt Xiao, go ahead. After Aunt Xiao left, Lin Yuzhou came to the kitchen and said helplessly, don't be so polite next time. The servants in the house are very well behaved. Even if they are invited, they will not sit at the same table with their employers for dinner. Oh, okay. Shin Jing'an was a little reserved. In the past, when it was time for dinner in the village, anyone who came to his house would be invited to have dinner, so he didn't think too much about it for a moment. Lin Yuzhou smiled and said, it's okay. This just shows that you have good character. You don't think you are superior just because you are my husband. After dinner, Lin Yujiao took Shin Jing'an to the third floor. This was also his first time on the third floor. Shin Jing'an is a person with a strong sense of boundaries. Although he is now a member of the Lin family, he will not explore this villa blindly unless there is a special reason. The decoration on the third floor is simple and formal compared to the first and second floors. Lin Yujiao opened one of the doors, and Shin Jing'an looked around the room curiously. A table piled with tools, a cabinet, a sewing machine, a clothing-cutting mannequin? Wow, this looks pretty realistic. Lin Yujiao's small hand restlessly pinched Shin Jing'an's arm and teased him. I'm right, right? You don't have to wear clothes. You have to take them off anyway. I'll be sorry to trouble you to be my mannequin for the next few days. Shin Jing'an immediately patted his chest and promised, it's not hard. I'm willing to help my wife with anything, even if it means going through fire and water. Really? Lin Yujiao smiled slyly, as smart as a little fox, with sparkling eyes. Then you should take off your big shorts first, otherwise it will affect my performance. Chapter 32 Sun Family. Sun Jingyu was putting on makeup in the room when she heard the sound of something falling downstairs. She sighed, knowing without thinking that her disappointing brother had quarreled with her parents again. Perhaps she was used to it. Sun Jingyu waited until she had finished putting on her makeup before going downstairs. But as she went downstairs, her eyes were filled with anxiety. Brother, why are you arguing with Mom and Dad again? Mom and Dad are not in good health, so you should stop getting angry with them. Frustrated, Sun's father pointed at Sun Changming's nose and scolded, look at your sister, and then look at you. You're not even half as obedient and sensible as your sister. If I had known you were so troublesome, I should have strangled you to death when you were born. A hint of sarcasm flashed in Sun Jingyu's eyes. She has been hearing this kind of talk since she was a child and is tired of it. But so what? Before his death, Grandpa not only let his brother inherit the company, but he also didn't leave a single share to his granddaughter. My brother is extremely mediocre, why should he inherit the entire company? This is not fair. Sun Jingyu concealed her emotions calmly and advised earnestly, brother, you should apologize to Mom and Dad first. Mom and Dad love you the most. You can't hurt Mom and Dad's feelings again and again. Brother, if you could be more sensible and stop arguing with Mom and Dad, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. Sun Changming doesn't buy it. He mercilessly sabotaged her. Come on, just shut up and stop farting. You are the only one who still hopes for my well-being? Heh, I think you're just hoping to add fuel to the fire. If I really didn't quarrel with my parents, I think you would be so worried that you wouldn't be able to sleep. Sun Jingyu didn't say anything, just lowered her head and let Sun Changming scold her. Finally, Sun's father couldn't stand it anymore and said, shut up. You've already lost all the projects you've been given, how dare you take it out on your sister? Sun's mother quickly stepped out to smooth things over. Changming, how could you talk to your sister like that? Apologize to Jingyu immediately. You'll need your sister's help with the project later. Sun Changming couldn't stand hearing this kind of talk. His tone was icy. Ask Jingyu for help? How can she help? To please men with her beauty? Although I don't like her, she is my sister after all. If I, Sun Changming, need to rely on my sister to sacrifice her looks in order to make it in the business world, then I might as well just find a job with a monthly salary of 5,000 and not cause any harm to anyone. His words were too blunt, and Sun's father and mother's expressions changed drastically, and even Sun Jingyu felt a little embarrassed. Mother Sun said awkwardly, I asked Jingyu to ask Junjie for help. Junjie is your future brother-in-law. We are all family. How can asking one's family for help be considered sacrificing one's dignity? Changming, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you're already so old and still don't control your words. It's a good thing your sister is so generous. If it were someone else, they would have already broken up with you. Who is Jiang Junjie's family? Sun Changming suddenly raised his voice. That boy has shifty eyes and looks like he's been drained by beauty all day long. Only you treat him like a treasure. And Mom and Dad, since you don't understand the company's situation, can you please stop giving blind orders and instructions? Do you know how tight the company's funds are right now? They're not afraid of dying if they force themselves to take on that project. Okay, I have something to do at the company, so I'll leave first. After saying that, he left first without waiting for others to speak. Sun's father was so angry that he cursed at Sun Changming's back. I can't even say a word to you. I really don't know why my father left the company to you. If this continues, the kingdom my father conquered will be completely lost to you. Sun Changming, if you don't know how to manage the company, give me the position of chairman. In the car, after instructing the driver to go to the company, Sun Changming couldn't help but press his eyebrows hard. It was only after his grandfather died of a sudden heart attack that he learned that his grandfather had secretly made a will a few years ago, leaving everything in the company to his eldest grandson after his death. When the will was released, it caught everyone off guard. Especially the grandparents. When my grandfather was alive, he never let my father interfere in the company's affairs. Although my father was unhappy, he didn't dare to say a word because of the old man's majesty. Who knew that the old man died and it was not his turn to inherit the company? Instead, his young son who had just graduated a year ago took over. Sun Changming also suddenly changed from a leisurely young man to a president who was busy all day long. However, not all parents in this world wish the best for their children. Sun's father is the one who was jealous of his own son. He was unwilling to accept the situation and could only keep interfering in the company's affairs to demonstrate his prestige as a father. And my sister Sun Jingyu, it's hard to describe her in a few words. Sun Changming smiled bitterly. As expected, troubles are left to the living. The Sun family. Sun Jingyu returned to the room and sent several 60-second voice messages to Jiang Junjie. The specific content is about crying about how parents and grandfather favor boys over girls and how brother does nothing. In short, it is about the misfortunes of the original family. As a result, 30 minutes passed and the other party didn't reply at all. Sun Jingyu was getting impatient, so she simply made a few more calls, but still no one answered. Now she vaguely sensed that something was wrong. Jiang Junjie now only takes care of company affairs occasionally. He usually spends his time eating, drinking, and having fun, and he never puts his phone down. He didn't reply to the message for half an hour. What was he doing? Sun Jingyu pondered for a moment and decided to go to the Jiang family in person. At this time, only Mrs. Jiang was at home. Hello, Auntie. I came to visit you today because I was free. Jingyu is here. Mrs. Jiang had a decent smile on her face and her attitude was neither cold nor indifferent. Since you're already here, what else do you want to take? The two chatted about family matters for a while, and Sun Jingyu finally lost her patience and asked, by the way, Auntie, where is brother Junjie? I sent him a lot of messages and called him several times, but he hasn't replied yet. Oh, him. Mrs. Jiang took a sip of tea gracefully. He went to the company early this morning. He must be busy now. Jingyu, you have to understand that Junjie is the one who will take on the responsibility of the Jiang family. He shoulders a huge responsibility and it is impossible for him to reply to your messages anytime and anywhere. As the future daughter-in-law of the Jiang family, I hope you can be more understanding and tolerant. Yeah, okay. Sun Jingyu nodded obediently, and at the same time she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She said, Jiang Junjie loved her so much that he almost broke up with his family in order to get engaged to her. How could he possibly cheat on her? Maybe it's because I've been too tired recently, so I'm so jumpy. The two chatted for a while and then Sun Jingyu left. As soon as Sun Jingyu left, Mrs. Jiang dropped the teacup heavily on the table. Her son was spoiled and always caused trouble for her. The last time Mr. Lin came to visit our house, he, who was already engaged, actually said shamelessly that he liked Lin Yujiao. Who is Lin Yujiao? She is Mr. Lin's sweetheart. Because of this incident, Mr. Lin's attitude towards the Jiang family became much colder. Now, this unfilial son has cheated on his wife and aroused the suspicion of his fiancée. She could cover for him today, but what about tomorrow and the day after? She couldn't cover for him forever, could she? Chapter 33 The Shocked by Yapeng. Mrs. Jiang was so angry that she called Jiang Junjie several times. After calling for the 5th time, the call was finally connected. Before she could say anything, a sweet female voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, may I ask who you are? Mrs. Jiang became even angrier when she heard this and started scolding him. Who the hell are you, you little bitch, talking to me? Get lost. Your voice makes my ears feel dirty, and my phone is buzzing. Hurry and get Jiang Junjie to answer the phone. Meng Shufa was stunned by the scolding. At the same time, she also figured out that the person labeled Tiger Mom was Jiang Junjie's mother. Just at this moment, Jiang Junjie came out of the bathroom wrapped in a bathrobe. Meng Shufa handed him the phone and explained with a guilty conscience, I saw you taking a shower, and this call kept coming. I was afraid it might be something important, so I answered it for you first. Jiang Junjie didn't have time to blame Meng Shufa. He felt a little scared when he saw his mother's call. Mom, What's the matter with you calling me? Oh, your fiancé has come to your house. What do you think I want to call you about? Zhang Junjie's heart tightened, but then he heard his mother say, luckily Jingyu is easy to deal with. If it were someone smarter, this wouldn't be so easy to get over. Oh. Zhang Junjie calmed down instantly. Wouldn't it be fine if we just fooled around? You. Madame Jiang felt as if her breath was stuck in her chest. Are you going to piss me off to death? Sun Jingyu was the fiancé you chose yourself. You turned our house into a mess just to get engaged to her. I'm warning you, don't do anything rash. Things are different in China than abroad. There are so many eyes watching us. If you cause any gossip, and Sun Jingyu breaks off the engagement with you, who in the industry would be willing to marry you in the future? I'm asking you, which woman are you with now? Come back quickly. Zhang Junjie said impatiently, Mom, it's not as serious as you say. Jingyu adores me and loves me so much, how could she be willing to break off the engagement with me? At most, I can buy her some gifts to appease her. I'm discussing business with someone outside right now. I'm hanging up now. You're talking about business in bed? Zhang Junjie, hurry up. Before Mrs. Zhang finished her words, Zhang Junjie hung up the phone. It was at this time that he discovered that Sun Jingyu had texted and called him an hour ago. It was Meng Shuefei who secretly set his phone to silent mode. Meng Shuefei was afraid that Zhang Junjie would pursue the matter, so she simply took the initiative. She pretended to be nonchalant and put on her shoes. Since Auntie called you to go home, I'll leave first. Young Master Jiang, you'd better go back quickly. Be careful, your fiancé might make a scene and you won't be able to comfort her. Sure enough, Zhang Junjie did not mention the text message. He was confused. Are you leaving now? That won't do. He had been sending gifts and red envelopes for the past 10 days, and finally got Meng Shuefei out. After shopping and eating, he finally completed the process and even took a shower. But because of a phone call, the duck in his hand flew away? Meng Shuefei smiled seductively. Yes, you should go back quickly, I won't delay you. As she said that, she picked up her bag and was about to leave. Zhang Junjie wanted to keep her. Don't leave, as long as you stay I will buy you the latest Hermes bag. If that's not enough, how about I transfer another 50,000 yuan to you in a red envelope? In fact, Meng Shuefei was a little hesitant when she heard this, but after remembering what her colleague said that time, she became determined again and left with a twist of her butt. That plump big ass made Zhang Junjie very greedy. He swore that no matter how much it cost, he would get this little roast chicken into bed. Meng Shuefei took a taxi to the mall to get an exquisite manicure and buy a few fashionable clothes. The taxi arrived quickly and she leaned back comfortably in the seat when her cell phone suddenly vibrated a few times. She took a look and found that it was Zhang Junjie who transferred 100,000 yuan to her. After waiting for 5 minutes, Meng Shuefei accepted it. She was in a very good mood when she looked at the balance of her bank card. Zhang Junjie has transferred a lot of money and bought her gifts these days, which adds up to almost 400,000 yuan. The key point is that she has never let Zhang Junjie sleep with her once. Sure enough, what you can't get will always cause you trouble. But as that colleague said, men's patience is limited, so we must control the strength well, neither too aloof nor too casual. Let Zhang Junjie have it in a few days. Thinking this way, I soon arrived at the entrance of the mall. Now she has enough money, and after getting her manicure done, she bought a lot of clothes in revenge, so much so that her 2 hands were full. After the purchase, she went to a high-end restaurant for a meal, and then took a taxi back to her rented community, feeling satisfied. Fei Fei. When Meng Shuefei heard this familiar voice, her body stiffened. She turned around and saw Bai Yapeng with a haggard face. She felt a little guilty. What are you doing here? Fei Fei, where did you go just now? Who did you meet with? Bai Yapeng took a few steps forward. At this moment, his mood was extremely complicated, with anger, disappointment, sadness, love and hatred mixed together. Meng Shuefei stepped back calmly. What can I do? Just go shopping with my sisters. You lied to me. Bai Yapeng's lips twitched. I saw you enter a hotel with a man with my own eyes, and it took a long time for you to come out. How dare you follow me? Meng Shuefei was furious, and the few guilty consciences she had vanished without a trace. Why are you following me, you pervert? I can go into the hotel with whoever I want, it's none of your business. If you dare to follow me again, I'll call the police. Bai Yapeng couldn't believe it. Fei Fei, for you, I even threatened to commit suicide and sold my house. Now our whole family is crammed into a rented apartment. I love you so much, and this is how you treat me? What's the difference between this and playing tricks on me? I didn't force you. You did all this voluntarily, didn't you? Besides, I've slept with you for 3 nights in a row to make it up to you. What else do you want? Since the relationship had been torn, Meng Shufa simply stopped pretending. Besides, I never agreed to be your girlfriend. How can I be playing tricks on you? Okay, I'm too lazy to talk to you anymore. Don't come to me next time. You and I are not from the same world at all. After saying that, Meng Shufa walked into the community in her high heels, leaving Bai Yaping standing there like a wooden man. After an unknown amount of time, he finally felt his pocket. There was a folded pair of women's hollow triangle underwear, which he had secretly hidden when Meng Shufa was not paying attention. He has to smell the smell every night before going to bed, otherwise he can't sleep well. How infatuated he is with Fei Fei. Why does Fei Fei treat him like this? Is it just because he is poor? Chapter 34 Shopping Street. The wonderful weekend passed quickly. On Monday, Shen Jing'an became the miserable early morning 8 person again. As soon as they entered the classroom, Zhang Xiaotian, Louis and Chen Su immediately discovered that he was wearing new clothes. Louis winked and said, "It was bought by someone behind you again, right? Judging from the material, it must be quite valuable." Shen Jing'an admitted openly, "Yes, I did a good job these past 2 days, and this is a reward from the sponsor." What he said was true. He had been staying on the 3rd floor for the past 2 days acting as Lin Yujiao's model. Seeing how hard he worked, Lin Yujiao gave him a new set of clothes. But these words have another meaning when heard by others. Zhang Xiaotian asked secretly, "Is that rich woman good to you?" "It's been good for me." Chen Su said quietly, "Why don't you quickly break up with school beauty Lin? Otherwise, wouldn't you be letting down 2 women at once?" Shen Jing'an. Well, every time this topic comes up, he doesn't know what to say. Not far away, Sun Jingyu was also secretly paying attention to Shen Jing'an. Her family background is quite good compared to ordinary people, but compared to a large group like the Lin family, it is not good enough at all. There is a huge gap in vision. Just like now, Sun Jingyu didn't recognize that Shen Jing'an was wearing clothes from some noble brand, and just thought they were some junk sold for 9.9 yuan on Pink Sixy. She was still sighing in her heart. It turns out that handsome people look good in anything they wear. My heart began to stir again. There were no classes on Monday afternoon. Shen Jing'an looked at Lin Yujiao's schedule again and was depressed to find that the day's classes were over after 2 classes in the morning. So he sent a message to ask Lin Yujiao if she had any plans for the afternoon. If not, he would stay in the dormitory and play games with his sons to kill time. Of course, the second half of the sentence cannot be said. At this time, Lin Yujiao had finished today's classes. She was lying in the dormitory reading a novel, bored, with the chattering of her roommates in her ears. "Sisters, do you think this outfit looks good on me?" "Oh, it's different when you're in love, Mimi. Your outfit will surely charm your partner to death. What are you going to do dressed like this?" Wang Mimi felt a little embarrassed when she heard this. "We've only been dating for a week, what can we do? Just go shopping and make some couple crafts." "Are you sure that's all you're going to do?" "Ah, what are you talking about? I don't want to bother with you anymore." Lin Yujiao was originally not interested in this kind of gossip between young couples, but when she heard the term couple handicrafts, her heart was moved. She asked, "Mimi, what does couples crafts include?" "Hee, this touches upon your blind spots in knowledge." Wang Mimi, seeing the famous and talented woman from Haicheng asking her for advice, quickly explained, "We can make couple rings, cakes, pottery, hand masks, plaster dolls, and so on. In short, it's some activities that are highly interactive and can enhance relationships. Increase affection." Lin Yujiao seemed to be lost in thought. Wang Mimi joked, "Jiao Jiao, you don't even have a boyfriend, why are you asking these questions? It's useless." Although Lin Yujiao didn't say anything, his expression showed some dissatisfaction. "Humph, I don't have a boyfriend, but I have a husband. It's still legal." Just when she was thinking hard, she received a message from Shen Jing'an. Without even thinking, she immediately replied, "Go shopping with me this afternoon." The other party replied okay. After the last class, Shen Jing'an couldn't wait to say goodbye to his sons. "Goodbye, sons. Your dad is going to eat something delicious and drink spicy drinks. You guys can just enjoy your duck leg rice in the cafeteria." Zhang Xiaotian and others gritted their teeth. Isn't it just a rich woman? What's there to be proud of? You deserve to die. 40 minutes later. Shin Jing'an followed Lin Yujia to the commercial street near the next university. Miss, when you say shopping, you don't mean the commercial streets near the university town, do you? Shin Jing'an stopped his shared bike and looked at the crowded and narrow commercial street that was full of the atmosphere of fireworks, and fell into deep self-doubt. In his eyes, what Lin Yujia meant by shopping, shouldn't it be driving a luxury car worth tens of millions to visit the most prosperous areas of Haicheng and buy all kinds of luxury goods? What are you doing here? Could it be that he has eaten too much bran and wants to be more down to earth? Or maybe she wants to buy this street as an investment and is here for a field trip today? While his mind was in a mess, Lin Yujia had already locked the shared bike and urged him, "Nonsense, if I'm not going shopping, then why am I here? Hey, stop being dazed. Hurry up and lock your bike and go shopping with me." Oh, okay. Shin Jing'an stopped speculating about his sponsor's thoughts, locked the car, and quickly followed behind Lin Yujia. Today, Lin Yujia wore a baseball cap on her head, a simple white short-sleeved top, blue tight jeans on the bottom, and white sneakers on her feet. Unlike her previous style of a rich girl, today she was a pure and innocent girl. But that's not the point. Shin Jing'an's eyes moved downwards, and he saw the round and beautiful buttocks wrapped in jeans trembling slightly as she walked, and he couldn't help but feel dry in his mouth. Oh my god, why is it so hot today? I have to buy a bottle of water to quench my thirst. Hey, Shin Jing'an, why are you following me all the time? Suddenly Lin Yujia stopped and turned around to question. This scared Shin Jing'an so much that he was speechless due to his guilty conscience. He can't possibly tell the truth and say that he follows you just to admire your beautiful butt. As there was no response for a long time, Lin Yujiao's expression became more and more dissatisfied, and at the same time, there was also a bit of grievance. The commercial streets near the university town are full of young couples out on dates. They hold hands, feed each other delicious food, and whisper to each other from time to time, looking very affectionate. Unlike that big idiot in her family who has no sense of romance at all. Why are you following her around when you're out shopping? She doesn't need a little follower. Isn't it because my wife's legs are too long, and I couldn't keep up for a while? Finally, Shin Jing'an racked his brains to come up with a far-fetched reason. He quickly smiled awkwardly, took a few steps forward, and held Lin Yujiao's hand. Lin Yujia hummed a few times without saying anything, and it seemed that he was still angry. Shin Jing'an had no choice but to take the initiative to find topics to ease the atmosphere. Wife, there's a commercial street near our school. Why did you come all the way here? I don't think this is any different from the one near our school. Lin Yujia looked at him like he was an idiot. Do you want to make our relationship public before graduation? This made Shin Jing'an embarrassed. That's right, Lin Yujia was a celebrity at Haicheng University. If I appear hand in hand with her at the nearby snack street, my personal information will be stripped away to the point of leaving nothing but my underwear the next day. Shin Jing'an quickly changed the subject and said attentively, Wife, you must be tired after riding your bike for so long. I'll go buy you something delicious. After saying that, he ran straight to the barbecue stall nearby. Seeing Shin Jing'an leave, Lin Yujia secretly opened Xiaodu map like a thief. Well, that couple's DIY shop is just ahead. Chapter 35. Why are you eating my leftover chicken legs? Considering that they hadn't had lunch yet, Shin Jing'an bought a lot of grilled skewers and other snacks. Wife, look what delicious food I bought for you. Shin Jing'an showed off the delicious food he had just bought as if to take credit for it. The freshly baked skewers were still steaming, and the aroma was at its strongest. Lin Yujia could smell it through the plastic bag. Okay, she admitted that she was a little hungry now. But wouldn't this kind of street stall be too clean? This is not because she is pretentious. Lin Yujia was born with a silver spoon in her mouth. From kindergarten to high school, she attended aristocratic schools with tuition fees of hundreds of thousands of yuan, shopped at Hermès, Chanel, and Mosaif, and ate at restaurants with a per capita cost of at least 1,000 yuan. In short, she never included street food in her consumption range. Later, when she went out for a trip, she also visited the local food street and bought some snacks. As a result, she suffered from diarrhea that night and was exhausted. Once bitten by a snake, one will be afraid of ropes for 10 years. From then on, Lin Yujia never bought anything from roadside stalls again. Shin Jing'an doesn't understand these twists and turns. After all, in his opinion, how could any college student resist the temptation of street stalls? He took out a grilled chicken wing from the bag and handed it to Lin Yujia. Wife, these chicken wings smell delicious. Try them while they're hot. I guarantee they'll be delicious. The skin of the chicken wings was baked to a golden color and had an attractive luster. Lin Yujiao's saliva was drooling like crazy, but she was still a little hesitant. Shen Jing'an thought she was afraid of getting fat, so he consoled her, "You're already so thin, how much fatter can you get if you eat a little more at this meal? Eat it, eat it. It won't taste so good if it gets cold." In the end, Lin Yujiao compromised. Maybe she happened to eat at a stall that didn't meet hygiene standards last time? You can't just kill everyone with one blow. Thinking of this, she took the string of chicken wings and took a small bite very ladylike, fearing that it would dirty the makeup on the corners of her mouth. Shen Jing'an asked expectantly, "How is it? Is it delicious?" Lin Yujiao didn't answer, but silently took a second bite and a third bite. After finishing eating, she took the initiative to reach out, "I want more." "Okay." Shen Jing'an opened the bag. There are grilled chicken wings, grilled squid, grilled beef skewers. Take a look and see which one you want. Lin Yujiao hesitated for a while, then chose a grilled squid. After taking a bite, her eyes narrowed slightly in happiness. Delicious, really delicious. Shen Zhenan suggested, "Wife, why don't we just find a restaurant and sit down? Do you have any staple food you want? Spicy hot pot, casserole, noodles, braised chicken, crab pot, shrimp." Lin Yujiao glanced around, then pointed to a sign not far away and said, "Let's eat clay pot. I want to try clay pot rice noodles." Yes, that's right. Although it sounds exaggerated, she has never eaten clay pot rice noodles since she was a child. The two of them entered the store and sat down in a corner. Lin Yujiao ordered a bowl of clay pot rice noodles, while Shen Jing'an ordered a bowl of clay pot potato noodles. While the casserole was not yet ready, Shen Jing'an went next door to buy 2 cups of milk tea. Soon the casserole was served. Looking at the table full of carbohydrates, Lin Yujiao was so happy that she took several photos in a row. Now there is a new understanding in her world. It turns out that it's not just bags worth hundreds of thousands and diamonds and pearls worth millions that can make people happy, but also food from a roadside stall worth tens of dollars can make people feel happy. And all of this was secretly seen by Shen Zhang'an. The air conditioning in the store was not very cool, and Lin Yujiao was sweating profusely and his eyes were shining while eating. However, her appetite was limited, and she was almost full after eating the rice noodles. However, Shen Jing'an bought many kinds of snacks, and she wanted to have a taste of them all. After hesitating for a while, she put the roasted chicken leg she had just taken a few bites of on the table, intending to leave some room in her stomach for other delicacies. Shen Jing'an asked, "Aren't you going to eat the chicken legs?" After receiving a positive response, he naturally picked up the gnawed chicken leg and began to eat it with relish. Lin Yujiao was a little confused. "Why, are you eating my leftover chicken legs? Is there a problem?" Shen Jing'an said bitterly, "This roasted chicken leg costs 7 yuan. It would be such a waste if we only eat a few bites. How about this, from now on, if you can't finish your meal, I'll take care of it. I see other young couples doing this." "Oh." Lin Yujiao put a piece of grilled cold noodles into her mouth. Her tone was a little cold, but her ears turned red. No one has ever eaten her leftovers since she was a child, not even her grandfather. She also always thought it was very impolite to let others eat her leftovers, so when she didn't want to eat the chicken leg, her first reaction was to throw it away. But Shen Zheng'an's words just now made her heart ripple again. It seems eating leftovers is also a way for couples to express their love. Does that mean Shen Zheng'an is expressing his love to her? Lin Yujiao was successfully pleased. She was in a good mood and her appetite increased greatly. She took a bite of each of the remaining fried skewers and snacks, and then handed them all to Shen Jing'an to clean up. For a moment, the two of them cooperated very well and quickly finished all the snacks they bought. Belch. Shen Jing'an burped uncontrollably. He said a little embarrassedly, "I ate too much. By the way, where are you planning to go next?" Lin Yujiao's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. "I was enjoying my meal so much just now that I forgot the main purpose of coming here." She hasn't finished her couple-less craft yet. "Let's go." Lin Yujiao changed her mind abruptly. "There's nothing special I want to go shopping for, but it's still early, so let's just wander around and digest our food." Shen Zheng'an was puzzled. "Are you sure you don't want to go shopping?" "Of course I am sure." She has always been spoiled and unwilling to take the initiative to talk about such things. She wanted Shen Zheng'an to take the initiative first. If this guy doesn't understand her thoughts, then I'll deduct his salary. The commercial street is densely populated with shops. The distance from the rice noodle shop to the couple's handicraft shop is neither close nor far, with about a dozen shops in between. In order not to appear too deliberate, Lin Yuzhou visited 2 clothing stores and a boutique along the way. Little did she know that Shin Zheng'an had already noticed her abnormality and his heart was alarmed. What on earth does this little ancestor want to do? First he hesitated to speak, then he went shopping in clothing stores and boutiques. Not to mention these clothes worth $100 and jewelry worth dozens of dollars, would she be interested in them? He was absent-minded while strolling around, obviously thinking about other things. Shin Zheng'an was extremely alert, always paying attention to the surrounding situation and Lin Yuzhou's movements. It was not until they passed by the couple's handicraft shop that Lin Yuzhou inadvertently slowed down his pace. Shin Zheng'an raised his eyebrows, as if he understood something. He asked tentatively, "Couple's handmade DIY shop? This name sounds interesting. Wife, how about we go in and take a look?" Chapter 36 Couple Diamond Ring. I didn't expect things to go so smoothly. It went so smoothly that she didn't even have to use the hints she had prepared in advance. Lin Yuzhou suppressed her inner joy and pretended to have just discovered something as she looked towards the store openly. "Oh, I didn't notice until you mentioned it. It looks quite novel. If you're interested, I can go in with you and take a look." Seeing Lin Yuzhou pretending, Shin Zheng'an just thought it was cute. He nodded. "Okay." After saying that, Lin Yuzhou took the lead and strode into the store, her impatience almost written on her face. Shin Zheng'an. Today is Monday and business in the store is very quiet. When the boss saw the guests coming in, he greeted them warmly. When she saw their faces clearly, she was stunned at first, and then she praised them sincerely. "You two are really evenly matched in appearance, 2 beautiful people together." Shin Zheng'an asked, "Boss, what kind of handmade products do you have in your shop?" The boss introduced, "Our shop is small, and we mainly sell couples' silver rings. We also have plaster dolls and hand masks. Which one do you want to do?" Shin Zheng'an looked at Lin Yuzhou, waiting for her to make a decision. Lin Yuzhou said without hesitation, "Let's make couple rings." Shin Zheng'an smiled and said, "Okay, I'll do whatever you say." They found a place to sit down. But soon a new problem arose. Neither of them had made a plan, and looking at the various tools on the table, they didn't know how to start. Shin Zheng'an took out his mobile phone to search for the strategy tutorial, and Lin Yuzhou also leaned in to take a look. The two were so close that they could even hear each other's breathing. The atmosphere was a little ambiguous for a moment. Lin Yuzhou's heart was moved. She heard every word in the video, but she couldn't concentrate on it. She moved her butt closer to Shin Zheng'an, and now she could even smell the scent of shower gel on his body. That's strange. Lin Yuzhou felt dizzy after smelling it. She couldn't understand why he always smelled better when they were using the same shower gel. At this time, Shin Zheng'an was standing still, his eyes fixed on the tutorial video. It's not that he studies very hard, but that he really has no other options. Who would have thought that his younger brother was so easily teased, and would get excited if Lin Yuzhou got a little closer to him? And he was wearing a pair of jeans today, which made him look. In his heart, he kept praying that Lin Yuzhou would stay away from him. The discomfort of holding it in was secondary. He was more afraid that Lin Yuzhou would find out and scold him for being a stinky hooligan who was in heat anytime and anywhere. Soon, the video progress bar reached the bottom. The two of them stared at each other. Shin Zheng'an asked, "Have you understood it?" Lin Yuzhou shook his head and asked, "What about you?" Shin Zheng'an, "Me neither." The two had no choice but to watch it again. This time they tried hard to put aside distractions and read the film carefully from beginning to end. The tutorial wasn't difficult, and they managed it this time. They decided to exchange rings after they were done. First, choose the ring size that suits you, then cut the silver bar to the appropriate length, flatten it with a rubber hammer, polish it, and anneal it. The first few steps went smoothly. When it came to the engraving process, Lin Yuzhou said in a tone that would not allow for refusal, "Since it is a DIY couple ring, it must be engraved with the initials of both our names." Shin Zheng'an, "Of course." Next, both of them concentrated on doing the handicraft, and would discuss a few words from time to time. 2 hours later, the finished product finally came out. Lin Yuzhou excitedly exchanged rings with Shin Zheng'an. She put the ring on her middle finger and looked at it from left to right. When she was satisfied with it, she took a few photos of her hand. While taking the photo, he praised her, "I didn't expect you to have such a skillful hand. Your work is much more delicate than mine." Shin Zheng'an also carefully looked at the ring made by Lin Yuzhou. The three letters LYJ are engraved on the inside of the ring, and various cute patterns are engraved on the outside. Although it is very childish and some details are handled rather roughly, who can blame it for being done by the sponsor? Shin Zheng'an put on the ring and felt happy. That night, Lin Yujiao, who hadn't posted on WeChat Moments in years, updated a set of 9 square grids with just 2 simple words, happiness. Less than 3 minutes after this set of photos was sent out, a spy lurking in her WeChat list tipped off Sun Jingyu. This spy is called Hu Mengyao. She is the daughter of the current chairman of the Hu Group and her family background is no worse than Lin Yujiao. At this time, she was chatting on the phone with Sun Jingyu and was unscrupulously teasing Lin Yujiao. Has the Lin family fallen on hard times? They're making such a fuss about eating cheap junk food and wearing a worthless ring on their finger that they posted on social media. It's hilarious. My dog's quality of life isn't even as good as theirs. But I can understand it. After all, trash like her deserves only this kind of life. By the way, Jingyu, have you heard? The Lin family is looking for a son-in-law for Lin Yujiao. The only people who are willing to come to my house are the old, ugly, poor people who want to eat the whole family. This is karma. She always bullied you in high school and even used some cheap tricks to try to steal senior Junjie from you. While listening to Hu Mengyao chirping, Sun Jingyu looked at the 9 photos sent by Hu Dai one by one. These 9 photos include food, scenery, and rings. The food was bought from a roadside stall, the scenery was taken casually on campus, and the ring on her hand looked cheap at first glance. Sun Jingyu couldn't help but smile sarcastically. She would normally feel disgusted just by looking at such cheap and tasteless food and jewelry, but Lin Yujiao actually treated them like treasures and posted them on WeChat Moments. How is this any different from a country girl who has never seen the world? It's truly shameful. But of course Sun Jingyu would not say what she really thought, she still had to maintain her persona. Mengyao, don't say that. Maybe Yujiao has really been stimulated by something? Hu Mengyao said angrily, Jingyu, you are just too kind. Have you forgotten how that little bitch Lin Yujiao bullied you by relying on her background? It's a miracle that someone with such bad character like her hasn't been beaten to death in her lifetime. If you speak for her again, I'll be angry. Hu Mengyao has always disliked Lin Yujiao. Isn't she just the daughter of the Lin family? She's so arrogant that those who don't know her would think she's the daughter of the Jade Emperor. He keeps to himself every day, has a sour face to everyone, and looks down on everyone, which is really disgusting. Damn, I hate people who pretend to be cool the most. What she could not tolerate the most was that Lin Yujiao repeatedly bullied her best friend Sun Jingyu. Sun Jingyu coaxed hypocritically, okay, Mengyao, don't be angry with me, it's all my fault. Hu Mengyao sighed. How could I really be angry with you? Don't I understand you? You're just too soft and kind-hearted. You don't even know how to fight back when you're bullied. I wish you could become a little more selfish and vindictive. After chatting for a while, Hu Mengyao's tone suddenly became awkward. By the way, Jingyu, there's something I haven't had time to tell you. Well, I'm in love. Sun Jingyu smiled and asked, which man is so lucky to win Mengyao's heart? Hu Mengyao asked shyly, do you know Zhai Haochen from the Zhai family? He and I just confirmed our relationship a few days ago. Sun Jingyu was stunned and the smile gradually disappeared from her face. She didn't know Zhai Haochen, but she knew the Zhai family. The Zhai family is a large family with profound heritage and businesses spread across overseas. Its family background is much stronger than Zhang Junjie's. How could this idiot Hu Mengyao have such bad luck? Chapter 37. Are you targeting Lin Yujiao because you have a grudge against her? Sun Jingyu held the phone a little tighter, and her eyes turned red with jealousy. Originally, she thought Zhang Junjie was a rich son-in-law. But compared to Zhai Haochen, he is nothing. Sun Jingyu looked at her pure and beautiful face in the mirror and felt extremely unbalanced. Why is it that Hu Mengyao, who is stupid and ugly, can date someone from the Zhai family? Is she worthy of such an outstanding man? On the other end of the phone, Hu Mengyao saw that Sun Jingyu had not responded yet and couldn't help but feel a little worried. Jingyu, why are you silent? Did something happen? It's okay. Sun Jingyu said with almost all her strength, Mengyao wishes you happiness. Hu Mengyao didn't think much about it. She chuckled and continued talking. I accept your blessing, and I also hope that you and Senior Junjie will be together forever. Actually, I didn't plan on dating at first. It was my mom who said I wasn't too young anymore and it was time to find a suitable marriage partner. It just so happened that my grandfather and Haochen's grandfather were old acquaintances, and with the help of our parents, Haochen and I got together. The four words equally matched were like a loud slap in Sun Jingyu's face. Jealousy and resentment surged again like a tide. After treating Hu Mangyao like a fool for so long, Sun Jingyu actually forgot that the Hu, Lin, and Zhai families were all first-tier families in Haicheng. And she herself was just from a small, third-rate family. This gap is not obvious in daily life, but it becomes apparent when it comes to major issues. Like a marriage. Even though Sun Jingyu claims to be better than Hu Mangyao in every aspect, her marriage to the Jiang family, which is at the end of the first tier, is considered marrying above her station. The marriage between Hu Mangyao and the Zhai family of the first tier is a match made in heaven. Realizing this, Sun Jingyu wanted to eat Hu Mangyao alive and take away everything from her. She couldn't accept that Hu Mangyao, a fool, was marrying better than her. This was more painful than killing her. Hu Mangyao had no idea that she had been targeted by her supposed best friend, and she was still foolishly inviting the wolf into her house. "Jingyu, I'm going to invite you and my boyfriend to dinner someday, so you can check it out for me." Sun Jingyu's heart was moved. She was just thinking about what reason to find to get close to Zhai Haochen, and now the opportunity has come, right? Sun Jingyu gave a meaningful smile. "Okay, I'll definitely keep an eye on it for you. We're best friends, after all." After hanging up the phone, Sun Jingyu immediately set off to the beauty salon to do the project. She wanted to make sure she appeared in front of Zhai Haochen in the best condition. As for Jiang Jinjie, anyway, they are just engaged and not married. Since there is a chance to find someone better, he can only be a backup. The Hu family. When Hu Mangyao was leaning on the sofa in the living room and making a phone call, her mother was also beside her. Ever since she heard her say bad things about Lin Yujiao, whose mother's brows have never relaxed, but she still held it in until Hu Mangyao hung up the phone before asking, "Are you talking to that person named Sun Jingyu on the phone?" Hu Mangyao nodded. "Yes, Mom, she is my high school classmate. She has come to our house to play before." "I know." Whose mother was deeply impressed by the girl. "He looks well behaved and harmless, but actually his eyes are full of brilliance and he is not a quiet person at all." She had previously subtly reminded Hu Mangyao to be careful when interacting with Sun Jingyu, but her silly daughter seemed not to have listened. Mother Hu asked again, "You seem to be targeting Lin Yujiao. Do you have any grudge against her?" "Of course. I wouldn't target someone for no reason. She used to." Hu Mangyao was suddenly speechless. Because she racked her brains to recall, she found that there seemed to be no grudge between her and Lin Yujiao. Even when she spoke harshly to her in order to stand up for Jingyu, Lin Yujiao acted as if she didn't want to pay any attention to her. She has a bad character." After a brief moment of hesitation, Hu Mangyao said stubbornly, "I have a good family background, so she naturally doesn't dare to offend me, but she often bullies Jingyu. Jingyu is my best friend. If she bullies Jingyu, she is bullying me. What else doesn't Hu's mother understand now?" Her silly daughter was clearly being used as a gun. Mother Hu thought about the phone call just now when Hu Mangyao said she wanted to invite Sun Jingyu and Zhai Haochen to have dinner together. She had originally planned to remind him, but now it seems unnecessary. It is useless to teach people 100 times, but it will take only one time to learn something. It's time to let Mangyao suffer a big loss. The next day, when Shen Zheng'an entered the classroom, he saw Zhang Xiaotian and two others in the last row lying on the table and sleeping. Shen Zheng'an walked over and slapped each of them on the head. Hey, wake up, don't sleep anymore, class is about to start." This sudden fight scared the three of them and made them alert instantly. Zhang Xiaotian covered his head and wailed, "Fuck, couldn't you be a little gentler? You almost gave me a concussion." Shen Zheng'an asked suspiciously, "Why are you three so listless? Your dark circles are almost bigger than your eyes. What bad things did you do last night?" Louis rolled his eyes at him and said, "We are three good students. What bad things can we do besides playing games all night long? You, on the other hand, are acting like you've taken stimulants this early in the morning. What's wrong? Did your sponsor give you drugs?" Shen Zheng'an rarely responded, and he was actually a little shy. "I didn't take any medicine, but the after effects are stronger than if I did take any." Time goes back to an hour ago, when he was having breakfast with Lin Yujiao. Ever since Mr. Lin went on a business trip, the two young men have been sitting closer and closer to each other while eating. This morning, we were so close that just moving our arms resulted in physical contact. At the dinner table, the two chatted intermittently. It was very strange. Although they were talking about normal topics, Shen Zheng'an always felt that the atmosphere was very ambiguous, and the air around him was filled with pink bubbles. After the meal, Lin Yujiao suddenly said seriously, Shin Jing'an, from today on you don't have to sleep on the sofa. I allow you to sleep on the bed with me. Shin Jing'an was ecstatic at first, but after calming down, he refused. Forget it. I'm afraid I'll get suffocated if there's such a big temptation lying next to me every day. Lin Yujiao blurted out in anger, when did I tell you to hold it in? As soon as these words were spoken, the air became quiet. Both of them were blushing and their hearts were beating fast, their faces were as red as those of actors in operas. Louis felt a chill when he saw Shin Jing'an acting as shy as a little girl. Fuck, who are you trying to disgust with that expression? We're all straight guys, you're seducing the wrong person. Shin Jing'an was not angry, but became even more proud. How can you single guys understand my feelings? As he said this, he put his hand on the table and deliberately tapped it with his middle finger. Soon, the three of them noticed the ring on Shin Jing'an's finger. Chapter 38 Sun Jingyu shows off her wealth. Louis scoffed. So ugly and childish. What are you showing off? This can't be some luxury brand, right? Zhang Xiaotian, it's hard to say. Although the workmanship of this ring looks rougher than street vendor goods, it might really be from a luxury brand. I've seen a lot of them online. Bathhouse slippers with big brand logos cost thousands or even tens of thousands. Luxury goods never earn money from the poor, nor do they need the poor to understand them. Among these three people, only Chen Su was knowledgeable and experienced. He looked left and right, and finally concluded, this is not a luxury item. If I'm not mistaken, this is probably the legendary DIY couple's ring, right? What? This is a couple ring? Louis and Zhang Xiaotian both widened their eyes. Shin Jing'an nodded in approval and said, that's right. I didn't expect you, Chen Su, to have such a discerning eye for talent. The one I'm wearing was made for me personally by my sponsor. At the end, he still said unconvincingly, what's ugly about it? I think you are just sour grapes because you can't eat them. Louis asked, did your sponsor also wear it? Shin Jing'an, nonsense, otherwise why would it be called a couple ring? I thought I would receive envious looks from these single guys, but I didn't expect that their attention was diverted to the Pacific Ocean. Louis analyzed seriously, it seems that Xiao Inan's sponsor is most likely widowed or divorced, otherwise he wouldn't dare to wear the ring so openly. TSK, I used to be afraid that Xiao Inan would be discovered by the sponsor's husband, and then. As he said this, Louis made a gesture of wiping his neck. Zhang Xiaotian thought thoughtfully, people who make DIY couple rings are usually young people. Do you think Xiao Inan's financial sponsor is a young woman? The more they discussed, the more excited they became, and Shin Jing'an couldn't even interrupt. Until they heard a wow sound. Wow, Jingyu, is that Hermes you're holding? Sun Jingyu became a celebrity in the class because of her beauty, and her every move attracted attention. As soon as she entered the classroom, someone who knew the value of the bag immediately noticed that it was worth a lot of money. Sun Jingyu pretended to be puzzled and asked, yes, what's wrong? Oh my god, you actually asked what's wrong? What college student would come to class with an Hermes bag? For those of you who don't know much about bags, this is from the second generation Hermes Kelly series, and it's worth 170,000 or 180,000 yuan. As soon as these words were spoken, the class became excited. WTF? It's so expensive. My family only makes 170,000 or 180,000 yuan a year. I told you, Jingyu's temperament shows that she is a daughter from a wealthy family. I didn't expect Jingyu to be not only beautiful and kind-hearted but also rich. She's got so many buffs. I guess some poor guy must be regretting this. Wow, I'm so touched. Jingyu is so rich but she doesn't act like a spoiled brat. Just give me the order and I'll immediately support you in becoming the new campus beauty of Haicheng University. Sun Jingyu was very pleased with the flattery. She had always been good at acting and she could hardly hide her sense of superiority. You have to know that she went to an aristocratic high school, and all her classmates were either rich or noble. No one cared at all that she carried a bag worth hundreds of thousands of yuan to school. But it's different in college. Most of the people in college are ordinary people. If you carry a bag worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, you will be a rich lady and the object of everyone's praise. Sun Jingyu was pleased with the flattery and said in a pretentious tone, everyone, please stop praising me so much. I'm almost embarrassed by all the praise. What's the point of being called a young lady? It's the 21st century now, and everyone is equal. I don't think I'm superior just because I'm rich. I hope everyone won't feel any psychological burden when playing with me in the future. These speeches again aroused praise from many people. Sun Jingyu looked proudly in the direction of Shin Jing'an, expecting to see a series of complex emotions such as astonishment and regret on the other's face. But after seeing Shin Jing'an's reaction, she frowned slightly. How to say it, Shin Jing'an and his three roommates looked at her from time to time, but their expressions did not look like surprise or regret. Instead, they looked more like they were teasing her behind her back. Sun Jingyu's feeling was correct. The four of them were teasing her behind her back. Shin Jing'an felt nothing when he learned the price of the bag. Because Lin Yujio has a whole wall of bags like this. After seeing it so many times, it naturally becomes less rare. After his last advice, his three roommates also removed their filters towards Sun Jingyu and saw through the essence of the matter at a glance. Louis snorted disdainfully, "You're just pretending to be rich and showing off your wealth. Isn't that just to establish the image of a down-to-earth young lady? Zhang Xiaotian, why is this woman so full of tricks? She's quite good at manipulating people. She's holding back until now to show off her wealth, isn't it just for better effect? Please be aware that the effect of showing off your wealth ostentatiously at the beginning and showing off your wealth casually after getting to know someone is very different." Chen Su also curled his lips. Although he didn't say anything, in order to express his attitude, he directly deleted Sun Jingyu's WeChat. Shin Jing'an was extremely pleased, this child is teachable. Fortunately, his three brothers were not fooled by this green tea girl and became mentally retarded. The class didn't quiet down until the teacher came later. The first two classes were career development and employment guidance. Those who know it, it's a standard nonsensical class, even the PPT was from 20 years ago. The teacher on the stage was giving a speech with great enthusiasm, and the students below were doing what they were supposed to do. Shin Jing'an is naturally no exception. He always suspected that the purpose of offering this meaningless course was to prevent career guidance teachers from losing their jobs. Zhang Xiaotian and the other two urged Shin Jing'an to log in quickly, but faced with the temptation, Shin Jing'an decisively refused. There is no other way. The current employment environment is not good, and he has to improve his business skills to keep his iron rice bowl. He manages his time very well. In the first class, he learned how to make various home-cooked dishes and desserts on Zaya Hongshu. He even took several pages of notes very seriously. The second class is about learning some basic knowledge about skincare, fitness, dressing, etc. that can improve your personal image. He is determined to become a high-quality gigolo and make his sponsors feel that they get value for money. The get out of class was over before I knew it. The third and fourth classes were held in a large classroom in another building. As soon as the bell rang, the students rushed out of the classroom. There were several classes on this floor rushing to attend classes, and the corridor was suddenly packed with people. The people in Shin Jing'an's dormitory had already anticipated this situation. They sat in their seats as steady as old dogs and continued playing with their mobile phones, without even moving their butts, preparing to wait for 2 or 3 minutes until the people in the corridor cleared before leaving. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, someone knocked their table hard with their fingers. Shin Jing'an and others looked up in confusion. Then, a girl named Wang Zihan from the class said arrogantly, "Hey, class is over. What are you four doing sitting here? Get out of here." Chapter 39. The two of them broke up because of a duck leg. Although the situation has not been clarified yet, Shin Jing'an and his roommates in the dormitory are all young men full of vigor and vitality. How could they be willing to suffer in vain? Especially since Wang Zihan is not a good person, there is no need to show any mercy to her. Chen Su immediately retorted, "We're sitting here and can leave whenever we want. Who the hell do you think you are to meddle in our affairs?" Wang Zihan didn't expect the other party to be so disrespectful to her, and her face suddenly turned dark. In her expectation, shouldn't these despicable men get out immediately after hearing this? She had this idea because she was spoiled by some of the warm-hearted men in the class. Everyone knows that things are valuable because they are rare. Boys in the computer department are generally very tolerant of girls, which also makes Wang Zihan feel superior. She often ordered the boys in her class to do this and that, and yelled at them at every turn. She almost treated the boys in her class as her free slaves. Over time, she regarded herself as the big sister of the class and thought she had a lot of prestige in the class. "I didn't expect that I would fail today." Wang Zihan was so angry that he pointed at them and cursed, "Bah! You shameless men, don't think I don't know what you are up to. Aren't you just jealous of Jingyu's wealth, so you want to find a chance to get in touch with her? How could such a coincidence happen in the world? Jingyu and I won't leave after class, and you won't leave either. After Wang Zihan's reminder, Shin Zheng'an and the others noticed that Sun Jingyu was also in the class. Zhang Xiaotian said sarcastically, Hey, we're all sitting here peacefully, and you're the one who's rushing to talk to us. I don't know who wants to get in touch with who. Who knows if you have a crush on one of us? Wang Zihan, stop talking nonsense. If it weren't for Jingyu, who would bother talking to stinky men like you? Shin Zheng'an, it's really the eunuchs who are anxious when the emperor isn't. Your master hasn't even opened his mouth yet, and you're already showing your loyalty? After saying that, he turned to Sun Jingyu and said, Sun Jingyu, what's the point of instigating others to cause trouble? If you have any dissatisfaction with us, just say it to our faces, don't do these little tricks behind our backs. Since he had been directly named, Sun Jingyu couldn't continue to play dead and watch the show. She showed her signature innocent expression, Student Shin, although we had a conflict not long ago, I didn't take it seriously. We stayed in the classroom after class because Zihan was worried that my bag would get damaged, so we wanted to wait until there were fewer people in the hallway before leaving. Zihan was just too concerned just now. Seeing that you guys were staying in the classroom, he was afraid that I would get hurt, so he took the initiative. I'm here to say sorry to you on behalf of Zihan. With these few paragraphs, she not only cleared herself of all charges, but also established a generous persona for herself while making everyone else feel proud. Zhang Xiaotian roared, What do you mean? You said you didn't take the conflict to heart, but are you trying to be petty by tricking us? Also, what do you mean by, 'cause you're afraid we'll get hurt if we stay in the classroom? Are we some kind of vicious people? Sun Jingyu pursed her lips and said nothing, but she looked even more pitiful. Wang Zihan was also angry and annoyed. However, she did not see Sun Jingyu's true face. She secretly cursed Sun Jingyu in her heart, saying that he was a fool who could not tell the difference between friend and foe. What on earth was she apologizing for? This apology lacked much momentum. Does Wang Zihan need to apologize to these stupid guys? But in order to curry favor with Sun Jingyu, she couldn't refute her in public, so she could only swallow the humiliation. We accept your apology. Shin Zheng'an forced an official smile. Since you're afraid we might hurt you, we'll leave now and give you the classroom. Shin Zheng'an turned on his phone and signaled to his 3 sons that class was about to start and they should stop lingering. The 3 sons immediately understood and left the classroom. When they reached the classroom door, Zhang Xiaotian turned around and made a face, You guys better not follow us, otherwise, there is no such coincidence in the world that you will follow us as soon as we leave. Are you looking for an opportunity to contact us? You guys? Wang Zihan was so angry that he was speechless. She already hated men, and now she hates them even more. She swore that from now on she would never be nice to any boy in the class again. By the time Sun Jingyu and Wang Zihan arrived at the classroom, the class had already started for 2 minutes. Sun Jingyu ran in a rather awkward manner, with her hair in a mess. She couldn't help but blame Wang Zihan for being a fool who was more likely to cause trouble than to accomplish anything. He originally wanted to use her to make trouble for Shin Zheng'an, but who knew she was so stupid that not only did he not gain any advantage, but he also made himself late for class. The teacher who was taking the role gave them a cold look and said dissatisfiedly, Come in, you two can sit in the first row. This class was a combined computer and hotel course, and all the good seats were taken, leaving only the first row empty. Sun and Wang sat down reluctantly. Roll call continues. Li Meng. Arrive. Sun Jingyu. Arrive. When a girl sitting in the back row heard the 3 words Sun Jingyu, her expression immediately became strange. This girl is Meng Shuefei, she is majoring in hotel management and is also taking a combined class in this classroom. In fact, Meng Shuefei noticed Sun Jingyu early on, to be exact, she noticed Sun Jingyu's Hermes. However, she mistakenly thought the bag was a high imitation, and secretly took a photo and posted it in the group of fake girlfriends for everyone's amusement. Now that she knew the other person's name, Meng Shuefei was unhappy. Because her financial sponsor's fiancé's name is Sun Jingyu. Considering that she and the sponsor met on the campus of Haicheng University, Meng Shuefei quickly came to the conclusion this was not a coincidence of names, she really met the sponsor's fiancé. Realizing this, Meng Shuefei uncontrollably shifted her attention from Hermes to Sun Jingyu. The more she looked, the more uncomfortable she felt. Sun Jingyu is not as tall as her and does not have as good a figure as her. If she also has a good family background, it is not certain who Zhang Junjie will choose. Meng Shuefei. Is Meng Shuefei not here? The teacher called out twice in a row, and Meng Shuafei finally reacted and raised her hand hurriedly. Teacher, I'm here. After the roll call, Meng Shuafei went to look at Sun Jingyu again, but unexpectedly, they made eye contact. But a second later, the two of them tacitly shifted their gazes away from each other. Meng Shuafei didn't take it seriously, thinking it was just a coincidence. Because she was slow to respond when her name was called, many classmates looked at her curiously. On the other side, Zihan, are you sure Shin Zheng'an liked her before? Wang Zihan glanced at the teacher on the stage and nodded. I'm sure many people in the class knew about this during my freshman year. But later on, the two of them fell out over a duck leg and had a huge argument in the restaurant. Shin Zheng'an yelled at Meng Shuafei to return the duck leg to him. What a shame. If you had come a month or two earlier, you could have seen the show live. Sun Jingyu. Breaking up because of a duck leg? Family members, do you think I should believe what she said? Chapter 40. Sun Jingyu asks Zhang Junjie to buy her equipment for fishing for rich men. Wang Zihan said earnestly, in short, Jingyu, Shin Zheng'an is not a good person at all. He is an orphan, without parents to educate him since childhood, and his roots are crooked. You can tell from the fact that he once had a crush on Meng Shuafei. That Meng Shuafei was always around men, and she wore revealing clothes. She was obviously a man-catcher, and maybe she was in that profession. What man with a sound moral compass would fall for a wanton woman like her? Suddenly she changed the subject and asked tentatively, Jingyu, you haven't been in love since you were a child, have you? Ah. A playful look flashed across Sun Jingyu's eyes, and she nodded blankly. My parents are quite strict, and I don't have much contact with boys, so I've never had a boyfriend. But how did you figure that out? Wang Zihan could hardly suppress the joy on his face. Ah, I can see from the first glance that you are a sweet and soft pure baby who has never been polluted by those stinky men. Baby, let me tell you, we women must not only look at appearance when choosing a partner. Look at Shin Zheng'an. He's just a nice guy, but he's a rotten person. He doesn't respect women. He humiliated you just because you asked for his WeChat. Besides his looks, what else can he really boast about? I don't know what he's bragging about. Does he really think being handsome can make a living? Jingyu, you are so naive. I am really worried that you will be deceived by a bad man. If you really want to fall in love, then let me recommend someone to you. It's absolutely reliable. After talking a lot of nonsense, Wang Zihan finally stated his ultimate goal. She hurriedly pushed the WeChat business card to Sun Jingyu and urged, Jingyu, I've already given you the business card. Add him and have a good chat with him. Sun Jingyu. Isn't she a simple and weak little white rabbit character? Why does Wang Zihan treat her like a fool? Sun Jingyu calmly retorted, Zihan, did you misunderstand? When did I ever say I wanted to fall in love? Besides, you don't have a boyfriend yet, so I'll leave this high-quality man to you. Wang Zihan was dumbfounded. If you don't want to be in a relationship, then why did you take the initiative to ask for Shin Zheng'an's WeChat? Ha? Does asking for his contact information mean you want a relationship? I'm just curious about Shin Zheng'an. Sun Jingyu scolded him, Zihan, you are too sexually minded. Wang Zihan hasn't been humiliated for a long time. She took a deep breath and told herself to be patient. She tried hard to put on a fake smile, hoping to continue fooling people. As a result, this time she received a stern warning from the teacher before she could even open her mouth. The girl on the left in the first row, I've been paying attention to you for a long time. If you don't want to listen to the class, don't disturb other students. Wang Zihan was very embarrassed and angry when the teacher called him out in front of so many people. She cursed the teacher in her heart for treating her differently. It was clearly two people talking, but when the teacher said it, it became like she was disturbing others? What a snob! Isn't it just because Sun Jingyu is rich that he doesn't dare to offend her? This kind of teacher with no professional ethics should be hit by a car when he goes out. But despite the scolding, Wang Zihan didn't dare to speak again in the following class. She held it in until the get out of class was over, and Wang Zihan immediately continued to persuade her, Jingyu, actually, the guy I just recommended to you is my biological brother. For my sake, even if you don't want to be in a relationship, please add him. We are all good sisters, how could I harm you? My brother is honest and kind, and he is good in every way. I would not be willing to introduce him to anyone else except you. You two should add each other and chat first. Who knows, you might even want to fall in love someday. Sun Jingyu simply lowered his head to play with his phone and pretended not to hear. She doesn't have the patience to pretend in front of everyone. Jingyu, are you listening? Seeing Sun Jingyu chatting with someone else, Wang Zihan curiously leaned over and asked, "Who are you chatting with? You're so focused that you can't even hear me." But Sun Jingyu didn't give her this opportunity. She turned off her phone and smiled sweetly. "Zihan, something happened to me suddenly. I've already asked for leave from my counselor. I won't be with you in the next class." After saying that, she stood up, picked up her bag and left. Wang Zihan was so angry that her teeth were itching. She glared at Sun Jingyu's back fiercely. "Just wait, you little bitch. Wait until you become my brother's woman, and see how I'll deal with you." A luxury car worth 5 or 6 million yuan was parked in front of the gate of Haicheng University, attracting the admiration of countless passers-by, and many people took out their mobile phones to take pictures. The car owner was leaning against the car door and posing in a cool manner, and from time to time he raised his wrist to look at the famous watch on his hand, as if he was waiting for someone. Suddenly his cell phone rang. The man didn't know what message he saw. His face changed and he drove away angrily. "Jingyu, didn't I ask you to wait for me at the school gate? Why did you insist on going out through the side door? It's as secretive as having an affair, as if you're afraid of being seen. Isn't this just because you are afraid of being seen by others?" Sun Jingyu didn't know what was wrong with her. She was actually afraid that as soon as she got into Jiang Junjie's luxury car, Shin Zheng'an would post it on the school's confession wall. She had a hunch that if Shin Zheng'an knew that she had a fiancé, there would be no hope for the two of them. In short, before she wins over Shin Zheng'an, she will always pretend to be a good girl who has never been in love. As for Jiang Junjie's questioning, Sun Jingyu planned to put the blame on Lin Yujiao. Anyway, even if Lin Yujiao didn't admit it, Jiang Junjie would think that Lin Yujiao was lying. She said weakly, "I'm afraid Yujiao will start to cause trouble for me again after she finds out." "Brother Junjie, let's keep a low profile." "What do you mean, I'm causing trouble for you again?" Jiang Junjie suddenly became excited. "Did Lin Yujiao bully you?" "No. No." Sun Jingyu's eyes dodged. "I just said the wrong thing accidentally. I haven't seen Yujiao in all these days since I came to Haicheng University." What she said was all true, but Jiang Junjie just didn't believe it. "That's enough. Jingyu, stop making excuses for that bitch. I feel sorry for you. Lin Yujiao is such a vicious person. If she had the guts, she could have come to me. What's the point of bullying you? Jingyu, don't worry. I will never let you suffer in vain. I will definitely seek justice for you." She didn't know if it was Sun Jingyu's illusion, but she always felt that although Jiang Junjie said harsh words, he was not actually that angry. Instead, he was faintly excited. But at the moment she had more important things to do and no time to delve into it. Sun Jingyu held Jiang Junjie's hand and said in a coquettish voice, "Brother Junjie, I asked you to come here today because I missed you and wanted you to accompany me." Jiang Junjie said lovingly, "Okay, I'll put all my work aside today and spend time with you. Brother will take you to the big mall later, and you can buy whatever you want." Sun Jingyu's lips curled up. This was the sentence she was waiting for. Hu Mengyao will invite her and Jai Haochen to dinner next week. The opportunity is precious. She needs to buy some beautiful clothes and bags to show off. She must attract Jai Haochen's attention. Chapter 41, Making Jiang Junjie bleed profusely. Jiang Junjie brought Sun Jingyu to the largest shopping mall in Haicheng. Jiang Junjie said in a very generous manner, "Jingyu, let's go shopping from store to store. You can buy whatever you like. I still have enough money to support my girlfriend." "I don't want these." Sun Jingyu's eyes were full of sincerity. "Brother Junjie, it's not easy for you to make money. It's better not to spend money. I'm not the kind of woman who is materialistic and doesn't know how to be content. I'm already very happy if you are willing to spend time with me." Sun Jingyu's heartfelt words made Jiang Junjie feel even more distressed and wanted to show himself even more. Without saying anything, he dragged Sun Jingyu to the nearest store. This is a store that sells luxury bags. Perhaps to show off his dominance, Jiang Junjie pointed at a salesgirl as soon as he entered the store and said, "Come here and recommend a few bags suitable for my girlfriend." This attitude is not only arrogant, but also very disrespectful. The salesgirl who was pointed out was a little angry at first, but her anger disappeared instantly when she saw the Hermes bag in Sun Jingyu's hand. "Oh my god! Is this the god of wealth coming to deliver sales?" The salesgirl smiled happily and immediately recommended a bag to Sun Jingyu. "Miss, please take a look at this. Miss, this is a new product in our store. Miss. Miss, please take a look and see which one you like. These bags are all so beautiful. Sun Jingyu couldn't let go of any of them. She hesitated for a while, then looked at Jiang Junjie. Brother Junjie, you have good taste. Please help me pick one. I can't decide. Jiang Junjie saw the desire in Sun Jingyu's eyes and sighed. His fiancée is good in every way except that she is too petty. Isn't it just a few bags? Even if I buy them all, how much will it cost? Jingyu, I told you to buy whatever you like. You don't have to save money for me. Since you can't pick out, just buy them all. Okay, sir, I'll pack it for you right away. The salesgirl was ecstatic and packed it up as quickly as possible. While packing, I was still regretting that I didn't recommend enough. It's a pity that she didn't see such a good opportunity. If she had known earlier, she would have recommended 10 or 8 people at once. But people also need to know how to be satisfied. 5 bags were sold in just a few dozen minutes, which was unimaginable in the past. After packing the items, the salesgirl handed the package to Sun Jingyu with a nod and a bow. Then, with a smile on her face, she asked Jiang Junjie, Sir, your total purchase is 1,059,700. How do you plan to pay? How much? How much? How much? Jiang Junjie thought he had misheard, and his body, which was originally leaning lazily on the sofa, suddenly straightened up. When the salesgirl saw Jiang Junjie's big reaction, the smile on her face froze a little. She repeated patiently, Sir, these 5 bags total 1,059,700. Jiang Junjie was dumbfounded. He knew that some luxury bags were very expensive, not to mention 5 of them costing 1 million, even one bag costing 1 million. But Sun Jingyu usually carries bags that cost 20,000 to 30,000 yuan. So this time, he subconsciously assumed that Sun Jingyu also picked bags in this price range. Who knew it would be far beyond his budget? Now he is in a dilemma. If he pays for it, it will hurt, but if he doesn't want to embarrass himself in front of his girlfriend. Seeing Jiang Junjie hesitating, Sun Jingyu stuffed the packaging bag back into the salesgirl's hand. She said aggrievedly, I didn't know it was so expensive. I don't want it, brother Junjie. I'd better pick a cheaper one. Miss, you should reconsider this. The salesgirl, who couldn't let the order slip away, advised, you have a more elegant temperament. Those cheap, basic bags can't hold you down at all. It's expensive for a reason, and this stuff isn't always available. Who knows, some rich kid might buy it and give it to his girlfriend someday. Swipe the card. As soon as the salesgirl finished speaking, Jiang Junjie took out his card to pay. His self-esteem would never allow him to be inferior to other rich second generations. He comforted himself that it was worth spending money on his future wife. Jingyu was so sensible and loved him so much. Could she just run away like a gold digger after getting the money? Besides, these bags were recommended by the saleswoman, and Jingyu didn't know the price. If she knew the price, she would definitely not be willing to let him spend money. In a corner where Jiang Junjie couldn't see, Sun Jingyu showed a smug smile. She deliberately put on the most expensive clothes, shoes, jewelry and bags in her closet today, with the purpose of making a big profit from Jiang Junjie. Jiang Junjie is a man after all, and he won't spend much time to find out the prices of women's bags, jewelry, and clothes. Just like today, Sun Jingyu carried a Hermes Kelly 2 Series bag worth 170,000 or 180,000 yuan. Jiang Junjie only knew that the bag was from Hermes, but he didn't know what series it was from, let alone how much it cost. He thought it was similar to the 20,000 or 30,000 yuan bag she usually carried. But he didn't know, but the salesgirl knew it very well. The salesgirls in any store are all smart. They will first estimate the customer's value in their minds based on the customer's dress and appearance, and then recommend products to the customer within the estimated range. So the bags that the salesgirl recommended to Sun Jingyu just now were all within the price range of 150,000 to 250,000 yuan. After paying and coming out of the store, Jiang Junjie looked a little unhappy. Sun Jingyu asked with concern, Brother, are you feeling unwell? Why don't we go back and stop shopping? It's okay, time to go shopping. Jiang Junjie forced a smile. Since I promised to visit every store in the mall, I must not break my promise. What if you think I'm stingy and reluctant to spend money on you? No, brother Junjie is not a stingy person. Sun Jingyu suddenly felt a little sad. Brother Junjie, you are the best person to me in the world. Ever since my grandfather passed away and my brother took over the company, it has been operating at a loss. I saw it with my own eyes and was worried, so I mustered up the courage to persuade my brother to run the company properly. But he scolded me and accused me of coveting his company. My brother already hates me, and now he's using this as an excuse to stop giving me living expenses. My parents didn't dare disobey my brother, nor did they dare to help me privately. Sun Jingyu choked up, "Brother Junjie, you are really the only one I have." "What? That bastard Sun Changming actually cut off your living expenses?" Jiang Junjie was shocked, and then hugged Sun Jingyu in his arms with heartache. "I know you've been wronged at home, but I didn't expect them to go this far. I'm such an incompetent fiancé. I didn't even notice when you stopped paying me for my living expenses." "Silly girl, don't resist next time you're wronged. Don't forget you still have me. I will always be your strongest support. If Sun Changming doesn't give you living expenses, I will. I'll give you 20,000 a month." Of course, Jiang Junjie didn't know when Sun Jingyu stopped providing living expenses, because all of this was a lie she improvised to gain sympathy. It turns out this trick is very useful. Jiang Junjie has already regarded himself as the savior who can save Sun Jingyu from the dire straits. Under the influence of this emotion, the 1 million I just spent didn't seem so painful. Chapter 42. It's okay, I just laugh more frequently. The second store they visited was a clothing store. This is a high-end luxury brand from abroad and is also very famous in China. Many daughters of many groups and first-line female stars like to wear it. Sun Jingyu took Jiang Junjie's hand and said coquettishly, "Brother Junjie, please help me pick one. You have better taste than me." "Oh?" Jiang Junjie suddenly lowered his voice and said in what he thought was a charming voice, "Baby, will you wear whatever I pick?" Any adult could understand the meaning of this fiery gaze and this subtle hint. Sun Jingyu pretended to be shy. "Brother Junjie, you are so annoying." Okay, I won't tease you anymore." Jiang Junjie gave a lewd smirk, "Then let's pick out some clothes first." The reason why Sun Jingyu asked Jiang Junjie to help her pick clothes was simple. After all, he spent money, so he should have some sense of participation, so that when it comes time to pay, he won't look as ugly as if he had eaten shit. But Sun Jingyu soon regretted it. Because Jiang Junjie picked very elegant, simple, and ordinary styles. Not only that, he was also stubborn and repeatedly rejected the clothes chosen by Sun Jingyu, always feeling that the ones he chose were the most suitable. The first thing he said was, "You yourself said you don't have as good taste as me, so just listen to me." Sun Jingyu was so angry that he almost vomited blood. She usually likes to wear light-colored clothes, but that is to increase her visual affinity. Moreover, every piece of clothing is carefully designed to always show off her good figure just right. Unlike the styles picked by Jiang Junjie, which are dull and boring, they look like a nun when worn. How can you seduce a man who is a visual animal? Sun Jingyu cursed Jiang Junjie 800 times in her heart until she suddenly found that Jiang Junjie was staring at somewhere motionlessly. Following his gaze, Sun Jingyu's eyes lit up. It was a dark green cheongsam. Under the light, the fabric had a soft sheen and the patterns on it were simple and clear, but this only highlighted its unique coolness, unpretentiousness, and elegance. The salesgirl quickly stepped forward and introduced, "Sir, this cheongsam is the only one in stock in the entire Haicheng, and it is also the most expensive piece of clothing in our store. But this cheongsam is too picky. It won't work on fat people, thin people, short people, or people without temperament, so many people don't dare to buy it." Sun Jingyu rarely praised sincerely, "Brother Junjie, did you like that cheongsam?" "Brother, you have a good taste. I like this cheongsam at first sight. I feel it suits me very well. I'll go give it a try." Just as Sun Jingyu's hand was about to touch the clothes, Jiang Junjie stopped her. "You don't need to try it on. This cheongsam doesn't suit you." "Huh? Why is it inappropriate? This cheongsam is too expensive. It's not suitable for a girl like you." "Sun Jingyu. That doesn't sound like a good thing. Is Jiang Junjie implying that she is petty?" Sun Jingyu was so angry that she almost couldn't hold back her expression, but fortunately, she had mastered the art of facial expression management. After adjusting herself, she put on an aggrieved face. "Well, I know that I am too petty to support this cheongsam. Since Brother Junjie doesn't want me to try it, then I won't try it." This wasn't a compromise, it was a retreat to advance. Sun Jingyu had used this tactic to achieve countless victories. I thought Jiang Junjie would feel guilty and realize that he said something wrong, but the next second, Don't be sad, just because this one doesn't suit you doesn't mean the other clothes won't suit you. Look, I picked out so many clothes that suit you. Sun Jingyu couldn't hold it anymore when she saw these ugly clothes. The corners of her mouth were twitching with anger. Zhang Junjie was startled. Jingyu, what's wrong with you? Sun Jingyu, it's okay, I just laugh more frequently. The clothes have been bought. After walking out of the store, Sun Jingyu forced himself to cheer up again. The next step is to buy jewelry, which is much more valuable than clothes. They went into a jewelry store. There was a dazzling array of jewelry on display in the cabinet, and Sun Jingyu was dazzled and wanted to buy all of them. The most eye-catching thing is the store's treasure, a jade bracelet worth 9 million yuan. The beauty of this jade bracelet cannot be described in words. Only those who have seen it in person know how stunning it is. Sun Jingyu stared with her eyes wide open. However, she knew in her heart that Zhang Junjie would never be willing to buy her such expensive jewelry, so she just looked at it a few more times and then looked at something else. This time Zhang Junjie did not intervene. He and Sun Jingyu each looked after their own affairs. Without any obstacles, Sun Jingyu successfully picked out a diamond necklace worth 300,000 yuan, a bracelet worth 200,000 yuan, and a pair of pearl earrings worth 250,000 yuan according to her preferences. When paying, Zhang Junjie's face suddenly turned bad when he found out that the 3 pieces of jewelry cost a total of 750,000. He was very dissatisfied. For the first time, he felt that Sun Jingyu was a little ignorant and had no idea about the ways of the world. Yes, he did tell Sun Jingyu to buy whatever she liked, but anyone with a little emotional intelligence would know that she couldn't really buy it. But for the sake of face, he paid the money reluctantly. After leaving the store, Zhang Junjie felt heavy-hearted and could hardly lift his legs to walk. He had already spent 2 million just by visiting 3 stores. If he really visited all the stores in the mall, he couldn't imagine how much more he would spend. Damn it, I shouldn't have pretended to be cool. How could Sun Jingyu, a shrewd man, not see the clues? But she had already bought everything she needed to buy, so she tactfully took the initiative to find an excuse. Brother Junjie, my feet hurt from walking in high heels. How about we stop shopping? Zhang Junjie breathed a sigh of relief without making a sound, but he still pretended to be helpless and said, okay, everything is up to you. If you don't want to go shopping, then don't go. Afterwards, Zhang Junjie accompanied Sun Jingyu for a meal and couldn't wait to find a reason to leave. Jingyu, my dad just sent me a message saying that something urgent happened at the company, so I can't accompany you for now. Huh? So sudden. Okay, brother's work is the most important thing. I'll go shopping by myself first. You can come and accompany me when you're not busy. Although Sun Jingyu was a little suspicious, her mind was now full of thoughts about how to steal her best friend's boyfriend, so she didn't ask any further questions. Just go, she will turn a corner and go to the beauty salon to get a hydrating injection. After leaving the mall, the two said goodbye in a hypocritical and greasy manner. Do you think this is the end? Actually, it doesn't. 10 minutes later, Zhang Junjie's car appeared again in the underground parking lot of the shopping mall. He went to the clothing store he had visited not long ago with ease. As soon as he arrived, he said to the salesgirl, pack up that dark green cheongsam in your store for me. Finally, he added, remember to package it nicely. The first time Zhang Junjie saw this cheongsam, he thought of Lin Yujia. The same nobility, desolation, mystery and stunningness make people unable to take their eyes off it. He firmly believed that in the entire Haicheng, only Lin Yujia was most compatible with this cheongsam, and only she could wear it to bring out its true beauty. In fact, if there were 2 of this cheongsam, he could buy one for Sun Jingyu, but there was only one, so he could only give it to Lin Yujia. Besides, he was doing it for Sun Jingyu's own good. Others may not know, but how could he not know Sun Jingyu's true figure? My breasts are not big, my butt is flat, so I have to wear hip-lifting pants all year round. My shoulders are narrow and I can't support such spacious clothes at all. Chapter 43, The gentleman who just came with you bought it. The salesgirl recognized Zhang Junjie. She was shocked and felt guilty for being caught saying bad things about others. Because she had just been complaining to her girlfriends about a stingy guy she met at work today. He specifically picked out cheap and ugly clothes for her girlfriend, and didn't even dare to let her try on more expensive clothes, for fear that she would ask him to buy them. But the next second, the stingy man appeared in front of her. Not knowing what was going on in her head, the salesgirl swallowed her saliva and said cautiously, Sir, this cheongsam costs 600,000. What do you mean? Zhang Junjie narrowed his eyes and said, Are you questioning whether I can afford it? The salesgirl thought to herself that this was not good, and hurriedly defended herself. No, sir, I absolutely do not have any intention of questioning you. Jiang Junjie became more and more excited. Do you know who I am? I am the future heir of the Jiang Group. My daily pocket money is more than your lifetime salary. I'll do it if I tell you to. If you keep talking nonsense like that, I'll file a complaint with your headquarters. I'm sorry, sir. I said the wrong thing. Please be magnanimous and don't complain to me. I'll cover it for you right away. The salesgirl bowed and apologized repeatedly, then packed up the cheongsam neatly. She didn't know Jiang Junjie, nor did she know whether Jiang Junjie's daily pocket money was really more than her lifetime salary, but her sixth sense told her that she must not get entangled with such a person, otherwise it would be no different from being haunted by a ghost. This, sir, it's already packed. Jiang Junjie's mood improved when he saw the salesgirl nodding and bowing. This is right, this is the attitude that a person from the lower class should have, instead of questioning whether he can afford a cheongsam worth 600,000 yuan. He swiped his card to pay without blinking, and then went to the jewelry store he had just visited. The jade bracelet and cheongsam are a perfect match. He plans to buy back the 9 million jade bracelet and give it to Lin Yujiao together with the cheongsam. It would be a lie if Jiang Junjie said he didn't feel sad when paying. You know, 9 million is not a small number for him. He usually doesn't want to buy such expensive luxury goods for himself. But when he thought that this was a gift for Lin Yujiao, he felt it was worth it. After all, Lin Yujiao is a favored daughter of heaven, the moon in the sky, and she deserves these precious things. Although he loves Sun Jingyu very much, people are always different. Jiang Junjie was afraid that Sun Jingyu would see him, so he drove to the side gate of Haicheng University. After parking the car, he couldn't wait to send a message to Lin Yujiao. Jiao Jiao, come out for a moment. I'll be waiting for you at the side door of your school. After sending it, he waited quietly for Lin Yujiao to come out, while thinking about many things in his mind. First of all, since he knew that Lin Yujiao bullied Sun Jingyu, he must take care of it. He didn't want to favor one over the other and encourage Lin Yujiao's arrogance. However, Lin Yujiao is too stubborn. If he starts to blame her right away, the relationship between them will probably become even more strained. So in the end, Jiang Junjie came up with a brilliant idea. He first gave the gift he bought to Lin Yujiao, and then wrote a few words while Lin Yujiao was happy. It's harmless to stop while you're ahead. Jiang Junjie couldn't help but feel proud of his high emotional intelligence and hummed a little tune happily. But soon he was no longer happy. After waiting for nearly an hour, Lin Yujiao not only didn't show up in front of him, but didn't even reply to his message. Jiang Junjie kept his composure and waited for another 5 minutes before finally breaking through. He didn't care whether Lin Yujiao was in class or not, and just called her without a care. The first time I called, the call was hung up just a few seconds later. The second time, a mechanical female voice came from the other end of the call. The number you dialed is busy. Jiang Junjie looked incredulous. His phone number was blocked? After realizing what was happening, Jiang Junjie was both annoyed and furious, and wanted to immediately find Lin Yujiao to ask for an explanation. Even if you are throwing a tantrum like a little princess, there must be a limit. Making him wait at the school gate for an hour, are you making fun of him like a clown? Jiang Junjie angrily checked Lin Yujiao's WeChat again. Fortunately, WeChat did not block him. This discovery reduced Jiang Junjie's anger by half. Humph, she is indeed throwing a tantrum like a little woman, even leaving a WeChat message waiting for him to coax her. However, Xin Jing'an didn't dare to send her WeChat messages now, for fear that this young lady would block him on WeChat if she was unhappy. After much thought, he decided to wait for Lin Yujiao to finish school and then go to Lin's house in person. He wanted to communicate with Lin Yujiao face to face. And as far as he knew, Mr. Lin hadn't returned from his business trip yet. It's a good opportunity. After Sun Jingyu came out of the beauty salon, her mind was still full of thoughts about the cheongsam. She could even imagine how dazzling she would be in the crowd wearing that cheongsam. Why should she not buy it just because Jiang Junjie said it was not suitable? Buy. Must buy. Anyway, I'm not wearing it for him to see, so as long as other men think it looks good, isn't that enough? Sun Jingyu looked at his balance and found that there was still 760,000 left. This amount of money is considered a lot compared to ordinary people, but compared to people in the same circle, it is pitifully small. In fact, her grandfather had never treated her badly during his lifetime. Even after her grandfather passed away suddenly, Sun Changming Management Company never treated her harshly in terms of living expenses. It was just that she spent too much and could not save money. Sun Jingyu was a little nervous, not knowing whether the money was enough. But soon her eyes became firm. Anyway, she has decided to buy that Cheongsam. Even if she doesn't have enough money, she will borrow money to buy it. People should have a long-term vision. As long as she can pry Zhai Haochen away, will she still lack money to buy clothes in the future? Thinking of this, Sun Jingyu came to the clothing store she had visited before. As soon as she entered the store, she asked the salesgirl, "How much is that dark green Cheongsam in your store?" The salesgirl also recognized Sun Jingyu. She was stunned for a few seconds before replying, 600,000. 600,000? That's enough money in her card. Sun Jingyu was in an unprecedentedly good mood. Then please help me pack up that Cheongsam. I bought it. The salesgirl avoided my gaze and said, "Someone bought it. How is this possible?" Sun Jingyu, who usually spoke softly and gently, now had a sharper voice. "Didn't you say this Cheongsam was very picky and hard to sell? How could it be such a coincidence that it was sold just a few hours after I left? You must be lying to me, right? Otherwise, why can't you look me in the eye? What are you avoiding?" "I don't care, you have to give me the Cheongsam now, or I'll go to headquarters and complain about you." The salesgirl felt like the sky was falling. Why do these young couple always threaten poor workers with complaints? She said stubbornly, "Miss, it's really sold." Sun Jingyu stared at the salesgirl, her eyes like a venomous snake, "Then turn on the surveillance camera for me, I want to see who bought it." The salesgirl said, "It was bought by the gentleman who just came with you." Chapter 44. Jiang Junjie ran to the Lin family to find Lin Yujia. Sun Jingyu was skeptical. "You'd better not lie to me, or I'll go to headquarters to complain about you." "I didn't lie to you, I didn't lie to you, I really didn't lie to you." The salesgirl quickly checked the surveillance video for her. After watching the surveillance video, Sun Jingyu's face showed a series of expressions including shock, confusion, doubt, sudden enlightenment, and joy. Her voice tightened again. "I'm sorry, sister, I was too impatient just now, please don't take it to heart. Maybe my boyfriend bought it for me secretly as a surprise." The salesgirl's expression was indescribable when she heard this sickeningly sweet voice. At the same time, she was very curious about how this woman knew that the Cheongsam was bought for her. According to the salesgirl, the surprise should be that the woman is reluctant to buy it, and then the man secretly buys it and gives it to her, right? But this is obviously not the case with them. In the store, her boyfriend almost criticized her badly, saying that the clothes didn't look good on her and even refused to let her try them on. How could a man like this secretly prepare a surprise for her? The salesgirl has been working here for 2 years and has seen many wealthy people's outrageous actions. She had a vague guess in her mind: the man was most likely giving it to another woman, and most likely a woman he didn't get, otherwise he wouldn't be so generous. Just as the salesgirl was daydreaming, Sun Jingyu's dissatisfied voice brought her back to reality. "Sister, I've already apologized to you, why don't you say anything? Are you still going to put on airs and refuse to forgive me?" Salesgirl: No, this is all a misunderstanding. "You are so polite, miss, for apologizing to me." After another round of humble bows, the plague god was finally sent away. The salesgirl finally breathed a sigh of relief. Oh my god, the commission they earn is not enough to compensate for the mental damage. Jiang Junjie waited until 8 o'clock before coming to the Lin family. This was just the right time for him to find a reason to invite Lin Yujia to have a candlelight dinner together. The Lin family's door was tightly closed. Jiang Junjie shouted, Jiao, it's me. I'm here to find you. Open the door for me." "Jiao, don't be angry with me. I came here specifically to apologize to you." "Jiao, I've come all the way here to comfort you, are you still going to keep throwing a tantrum? Do you really have the heart to embarrass me like this?" Inside the Lin family villa, Shin Jing'an was making bobo chicken in the kitchen. Lin Yujia was so greedy that she had no appetite to do anything else and just stayed in the kitchen. She touched here and there, and looked at the ingredient list of each condiment. Shin Jing'an was helpless. "Wife, why don't you go back to your room and rest for a while? It's not like I'll eat alone without calling you after I finish cooking." Lin Yujia glared at him fiercely. "Shin Jing'an, you're annoying me, are you afraid that I'm getting in the way? I'm telling you, I'm not leaving. I'm staying here. Shin Jing'an was overwhelmed. "No, what do you think about in your little head every day? You are my wealthy wife, how dare I find you annoying? Just being in the same space with you, I have to be mindful of my image all the time and I dare not relax." So that's why your back is always straight. Lin Yuzhou sneered, her hand restlessly stroking Shen Zheng'an's back, and then she slapped his butt hard. Hiss. The slap was quite powerful and Shen Zheng'an hissed in pain. Lin Yuzhou said with a grin, your butt is really fun to play with. It bounces back when you pat it, and the shape is also very beautiful. It's really a perfect butt. TSK, this will definitely make some girls envious to death. Shen Zheng'an silently glanced at his wife's curvy figure and said, your butt isn't bad either. Of course. Lin Yuzhou was very proud. I was born with a peachy butt. I don't need to exercise. I just suddenly thought of a girl in high school who I really disliked. She had a flat and sagging butt and couldn't live without hip-lifting pants. She even hired a personal trainer to train her, but it didn't work. What's even more ridiculous is that she was jealous of my good figure and actually spread rumors that I had a tech figure and that my breasts and butt were fake. Seeing her heartless smile, Shen Zheng'an asked with some distress, you must have felt helpless when being slandered by such a person. Lin Yuzhou shrugged, very open-minded, it's all over, she didn't get any benefits from me anyway. Oh, by the way, she seems to be studying at Haicheng University as well. What bad luck? Shen Zheng'an asked, what's her name? I'd better be on the lookout for her if I run into her someday. Lin Yuzhou, it's okay to tell you, her name is Jiao, it's me. I'm here to find you. Open the door for me. Jiao, don't be angry with me. I came here specifically to apologize to you. Suddenly, there were ghostly howling sounds outside the door, and Lin Yuzhou's words were abruptly interrupted. She frowned, not understanding what this lunatic Zhang Junjie was up to. Shen Zheng'an felt a little aggrieved and a little angry. He thought he was the only one, but then a strange man appeared out of nowhere. He originally wanted to ask who the wild man outside was, but when he saw Lin Yuzhou's face, which was as dark as ink, he silently continued to make bobo chicken. Forget it, he is a licensed concubine. The calmer he was at this time, the more ignorant that wild man outside seemed. Women all like sensible and virtuous men. Lin Yuzhou called Aunt Xiao over. Aunt Xiao, please quickly drive that idiot out of here. Okay, miss, I'll go right away. Aunt Xiao had been unable to contain herself for a long time, but she did not dare to act on her own without the eldest lady's permission. She would never allow anyone to destroy the relationship between the eldest lady and her brother-in-law. Who is this uneducated thing that dares to bark at the Lin family's door? If you dare bark again, I'll beat you into a rattle. Aunt Xiao's loud voice drowned out Zhang Junjie's screams and howls, and she came out of the villa cursing. Zhang Junjie recognized Aunt Xiao and tried to get close to her. Aunt Xiao, it's me. I'm Zhang Junjie, the eldest grandson of the Zhang family. Have you forgotten? When I was a child, I often followed my elders to visit the Lin family. It's just that I seldom came to the Lin family after I grew up, and then I went abroad to study. You haven't seen me for 6 or 7 years. Aunt Xiao was stunned. She looked at Zhang Junjie's face carefully. It seemed that there was indeed such a little boy in her memory. But so what? Playing the emotional card won't do her any good. Through the door, Aunt Xiao asked with a gloomy face, Master Zhang, there are other families living around us. You are shouting at the top of your lungs here. Isn't that disturbing them? Besides, my eldest daughter has nothing to do with you. What are your intentions in running to the Lin family's door in broad daylight and shouting my daughter's name? Are you trying to ruin my daughter's reputation? Master Zhang, my eldest lady doesn't welcome you, you'd better leave. Chapter 45. My wife said, close the door and beat the dog. Are you driving me away? When Zhang Junjie heard these words, his first reaction was to feel broken and angry. An old woman who worked as a handyman in the Lin family dared to ride on his head and shit. Is there still respect and hierarchy in this world? Is there still order? Who the hell do you think you are to talk to me like that? Calling you Aunt Xiao, you old bitch, do you really think you're such a big shot? Zhang Junjie gritted his teeth and said, you want me to leave? Unless Jiao comes out and talks to me in person. Aunt Xiao, my eldest daughter doesn't want to see you. Grass. Zhang Junjie was furious. He kicked the door, and it made a loud noise instantly. Lin Yuzhou, come out. You actually let a damn old woman come and humiliate me? Are you treating me like a dog? Come out and say something. What are you doing hiding from me? Zhang Junjie felt that Lin Yuzhou was simply unreasonable. First he didn't reply to messages, then he made things difficult for his fiancée, and now he hired a servant to trample on his dignity. Either approach caused him varying degrees of harm. As a victim, he must ask Lin Yujiao for an explanation this time. He wanted to know clearly what he was in her eyes. As long as he heard with his own ears that Lin Yujiao wanted to draw a clear line between them, he would let go completely, never bother with her, and live a good life with Jingyu. Just as Zhang Junjie was trying hard to get an answer, the door of the villa was opened again. This time, a young and tall man came out, but at this moment, the man's handsome face was expressionless, and his eyes were filled with undisguised disgust. Zhang Junjie stopped yelling and just looked at the man in shock. His mind was in a mess now, with countless thoughts flashing through his mind. What's going on? Why is there a man in the Lin family? And he's so handsome. Relative? No, he had never heard that Lin Yujiao had such a handsome relative. Partner? That's not right. Mr. Lin is on a business trip, and Lin Yujiao doesn't hold any position in the company. Even if Lin's partners want to discuss work, they won't come to her. Marriage partner? That's even more impossible. The business community is very concerned about Lin Yujiao's marriage to a son-in-law. Any movement in the Lin family will not escape everyone's eyes. But the Lin family is also a lot of talk, but little action. At the time, the Lin family's official website recruitment of sons-in-law was a hot topic, but after the heat died down, there was no further news. Until now, there has been no news of the Lin family interacting more frequently with any other family recently. Damn it, who is this man? Zhang Junjie didn't come to his senses until the man was about to approach him. The moment their eyes met, they both saw full of malice in each other's eyes. Zhang Junjie was like a husband who had caught an adulterer. His tone was aggressive and extremely unfriendly. Who are you? Why did you end up at the Lin family? What is your relationship with Jiao Jiao? Everyone present ignored his question. Xin Jing'an glanced at him with disdain, then said in a condescending tone, "The eldest lady has said that you can go in. As for the car, just park it at the door." The young lady said it's not worth much anyway. If it gets stolen, she can just compensate you. Zhang Junjie was very annoyed by Xin Jing'an's condescending attitude. If the times hadn't allowed it, he had no doubt the man would have added, "Kneel down quickly and thank the Lord for his grace." Xin Jing'an opened the door himself, and he didn't move after opening it. Zhang Junjie said to him viciously, "A good dog doesn't block the road, get out of here." Xin Jing'an looked at him meaningfully, then took a few steps back and stood aside. Zhang Junjie felt a little better. He took the gift from the car, then walked into the Lin family compound with his chest straightened. When passing by Xin Jing'an, he stopped and wanted to say a few harsh words. Since I can't compete in looks, I must not lose in momentum. But what he never expected was that as soon as he stopped, Xin Jing'an quickly hid away. If you didn't know, you would think he was a smelly piece of dog shit. Zhang Junjie. Forget it, let us take care of the important things first. When there's a chance, I'll deal with this bastard who came out of nowhere. Thinking of this, Zhang Junjie quickened his pace and walked towards the villa. Behind him, Anqiu asked Xin Jing'an in a low, indignant voice, "Son-in-law, why did the eldest lady let him in? It's not enough to worry about it." Xin Jing'an smiled slightly. "My wife said, close the door and beat the dog." In the hall, Lin Yujiao was sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, sipping tea. The day before yesterday, she casually said that she wanted to drink tea, and today Xin Jing'an had already learned how to make it and made it for her. This efficiency, wow. It's really worth paying this guy such a high salary. Jiao Jiao, are you still angry with me? In fact, before meeting Lin Yujiao, Zhang Junjie had already rehearsed a lot of sarcastic questions in his mind. But when he actually met Lin Yujiao, he couldn't say a single word of what he had prepared. There was no way. Lin Yujiao became more beautiful after not seeing her for a while. She was so beautiful that Zhang Junjie didn't want to pursue it anymore and just wanted to repair their relationship. Lin Yujiao put the teacup on the table and then looked at Zhang Junjie straight in the eye. "I don't understand why you were so stubborn in thinking that I'm angry with you. Given our friendship, I don't think there's any reason for me to be angry with you, right?" Zhang Junjie, look, you're starting to say angry words again, and you still say you're not angry with me. Jiao Jiao, I know you're still angry because I persuaded you to be with me behind my back last time. But you have to listen to my explanation. I'm with you because of love, and I'm with that woman to appease my family. Jiao Jiao, you have to remember that the one who isn't loved is the third party. Besides, I don't have a better solution, do I? You are the only son of the Lin family, so you can only marry a son-in-law. I am the only son of the Jiang family, so I can only marry a woman to carry on the family line. We are destined to never be together openly. I know my last suggestion was a bad one, but I had no choice. Jiao Jiao, I already dote on you enough. I didn't pursue the matter even when you didn't reply to my messages or bullied my fiancé at school. Doesn't this prove how important you are to me? Jiao Jiao, can you please stop being angry with me? Look, I carefully selected a gift for you. Please forgive me for the sake of the gift. After hearing all this talk, Lin Yujiao's patience was exhausted. She was too lazy to defend herself. Jiang Junjie wouldn't believe her anyway. Jiang Junjie is a person who is extremely narcissistic, selfish, stupid, imaginative, has poor comprehension ability, and most importantly, he can't understand what people say. With so many problems appearing in him at the same time, have Jiang Junjie's parents ever considered having a second child? Lin Yujio had no doubt that if Jiang Junjie had no money or power and was just born in an ordinary family, he would have been beaten to death long ago. Chapter 46. Seeing that Jiang Junjie wanted to get closer to Lin Yujiao, Shen Zheng'an quickly grabbed his collar from behind and pulled him back. Hey, you can talk, but why are you getting so close? The sudden pull caused Jiang Junjie to stagger back 2 steps, and he almost fell into Shen Zheng'an's arms. What are you doing, you idiot? Let me go. It is undoubtedly very embarrassing to be pulled by the collar in front of the woman you like. Jiang Junjie struggled hard to break free, but he couldn't get free until several buttons on his shirt were broken off. In anger and embarrassment, he started swearing. I'm CNM, you. Pa. Shen Zheng'an didn't give in either. He grabbed Jiang Junjie's collar with one hand and slapped him hard in the face with the other. While fanning him, he asked, Will you speak properly? Will you speak properly? Every time Shen Zheng'an slapped someone, his hand became numb, but he had no intention of reducing the strength. Anyway, Lin Yujio said, as long as they don't beat him to death or maim him, it's fine. Jiang Junjie's body was usually drained by alcohol and sex, and now he was completely powerless against the strong Shen Zheng'an. Look, he started to see stars before he was even hit a few times. He looked at Lin Yujio with difficulty. Someone is causing trouble in the Lin family. Lin Yujio can't just sit back and watch, right? But when he saw Lin Yujio still drinking tea leisurely, even he realized at this moment that all this was instigated by Lin Yujio. After realizing that no one at the scene would help him, Jiang Junjie began to beg for mercy incoherently in the spirit of a real man who can bend and stretch. Brothers, stop. Stop. Shen Zheng'an increased his strength and pa. You're even using foreign words. I think you still haven't learned to speak properly. I'll let you be my foreign ass. Jiang Junjie, stop fighting, brother, stop fighting first. I'm just talking nicely. Isn't that enough? Shen Zheng'an then stopped with a feeling of being unsatisfied. Now he finally understood why the villains in TV dramas would slap people when they disagreed with them. Because it was so damn cool. I felt relaxed both physically and mentally after playing it. It's just a bit labor-intensive. As soon as Shen Zheng'an loosened his collar, Jiang Junjie couldn't stand steadily. He swayed several times before he barely managed to avoid falling down. Stand still. My eldest daughter wants to ask a question. Shen Zheng'an scolded, How can you stand so awkwardly? Jiang Junjie was startled and stood up straight. Lin Yujiao then asked casually, Do you still feel that I have that kind of feelings for you? Jiang Junjie quickly replied with a tearful face, No. This is all unrequited love on my part. Jiao Jiao, blame me for loving you so much. I did so many inappropriate things on impulse. I promise I won't bother you again. Could you please stop having people beat me up? Shen Zheng'an was so angry after hearing this sophistry that he kicked Jiang Junjie on the butt. Hey, I've noticed you have a histrionic personality. Even at this point, you're still not honest. Why are you pretending to be affectionate to excuse yourself? Let me ask you, if Mr. Lin was at home today, would you dare to kick the door? Would you dare to throw a tantrum in front of the Lin family's door? To put it bluntly, you've never truly respected the young lady. In your eyes, the young lady is just a weak and vulnerable woman without the protection of old Master Lin. I didn't. Jiang Junjie wanted to argue anxiously, but he couldn't find any point to refute for a while. Because Shen Zheng'an was right. Although he didn't dare to admit it, he really never respected Lin Yujiao from the bottom of his heart. No, to be exact, he has never respected any woman from the bottom of his heart. In his eyes, women of all identities, including his biological mother, are essentially playthings for men's entertainment. It's just that Lin Yujio's appearance, talent, and family background are all outstanding, so her investment value is higher. But that's all. Just like pets, they can be sold at different prices depending on their appearance and pedigree. Owners can dote on their favorite pets, but their status will never surpass that of their owners. To sum up, Zhang Junjie never treated Lin Yujio as an independent individual from beginning to end. In his eyes, this favored daughter of heaven was nothing more than a daughter that grew up under the protection of Grandpa Lin. Without Grandpa Lin, her beauty and talent would all become tools to please men. That's why Zhang Junjie is so arrogant and doesn't care whether his behavior will cause trouble to Lin Yujio. It would be best if you could catch her, but even if you can't, it won't cause any loss to you. But he miscalculated today. He never thought that he would be beaten for such a small matter. Zhang Junjie, get out of here right now. If you dare to harass me again, you won't just get beaten. Lin Yujia was hungry, and she was always thinking about the bobo chicken in the kitchen, so after venting her anger, she was too lazy to listen to Zhang Junjie's excuses, and just wanted to quickly get rid of this annoying thing. Zhang Junjie was still standing there stupidly. At this time, his face had swollen like a pig's head after a period of fermentation, and just looking at it would affect one's appetite. Lin Yujia frowned, not leaving? Do you want to stay for dinner? No, I'm leaving. I'm leaving right away. Originally, Zhang Junjie wanted to find out the identity of the man who beat him. However, after being threatened by Lin Yujio, he did not dare to stay and quickly slipped away, even forgetting to take the gifts he bought. Lin Yujio ordered, "Anchio, go close the door. Zhengyan, go to the kitchen and continue making bobo chicken." Lin Yujio followed Shin Zhengyan to the kitchen again. The atmosphere was somewhat silent, and neither of them spoke. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Yujio finally lost his patience. She asked somewhat unhappily, "Shin Zhengyan, don't you have anything to ask me? Aren't you curious at all? Aren't you gossipy at all? Aren't you jealous at all? Humph, I see you don't care about me at all. You won't even know when your house is robbed." Shin Zhengyan looked up at her and burst out laughing. Why would I be jealous? If there weren't laws to enforce this, he would have been carried out. You two have such a bad relationship, and I'm still worried that you're having an affair with him. And I just listened to your entire conversation, and I guessed his identity. He must be Zhang's only son. It was him that Grandpa angrily came home and scolded him a while ago. You told me at the time that Zhang's only son was treacherous and cunning, and told me to stay away from him if I met him. Lin Yujio nodded. Yes, that's him. He was quite normal when he was little. Why is it that he has become more and more crazy as he grows up? TSK, listen to how outrageous his words were just now. He even said something about not being loved being a mistress. Is that even human talk? That's outrageous. I don't know how his parents raised him. Shin Zhengyan agreed, handing Lin Yujio a skewer. The delicious bobo chicken is ready. Let's go to the living room and eat while we chat. Yeah, I have a lot to complain to you about. Shinan, let me secretly tell you some explosive gossip in the circle. What gossip? But this time there was no echo. Shin Zhengyan looked at Lin Yujio, who was so sleepy that she couldn't even open her eyes in his arms, and smiled helplessly. The girl talked gossip to him for several hours, from eating to sleeping. It seems that she doesn't have anyone to chat with, so she is feeling depressed. Chapter 47. My dad is just playing secretly. It was already 12 o'clock in the morning when Zhang Junjie returned home from the hospital. I thought my parents were asleep at this time, but when I entered the house, I saw the living room in a mess, and Father Zhang and Mother Zhang were sitting on the sofa on one side. Father Zhang's face was gloomy, and there was a clear slap mark on his left cheek. Zhang's mother's eyes were red, her makeup was smudged from crying, and her hair was messy. She had completely lost her usual decorum. Zhang Junjie's whole body was about to break apart. Why are you guys arguing about something again? Hearing the noise, Zhang's father and mother looked towards the door at the same time. Mother Zhang was so frightened when she saw Zhang Junjie's face that she stood up. Junjie, why is your face so swollen? Who beat you like this? Who dares to hit me in Haicheng? I accidentally fell off my motorcycle. Mom, answer me first, what did you and Dad quarrel about? After applying ice, the slap marks on Zhang Junjie's face were no longer visible, but it was still very swollen. Jang Junjie changed the subject, feeling a little guilty. After all, he knew that this was not a glorious thing. What's more, his parents had already warned him not to provoke Lin Yuzhou again. Last time he spoke without restraint in front of Mr. Lin, Zhang's father apologized a lot afterwards. Perhaps because the story was about something sad, Zhang's mother did not continue to ask, and the tears that had finally stopped flowed again. Son, your dad is not a human being. You don't know, he's been getting involved with a new vixen in the company recently. When I found out, he promised me he would fire that vixen. But when I went to the company to bring him lunch today, I saw that vixen in the office again. Mother Zhang gritted her teeth. That slutty vixen is only wearing a piece of cloth the size of a palm, with half of her breasts exposed. How can this be considered a work discussion? I think this is clearly flirting. Bah! Your father is such a shameless old man. At his age, is he tired of the stable life at home and is going out to cheat and seek excitement? Zhang Junjie looked at his mother's ferocious expression and her slightly sagging face despite countless treatments, and couldn't help but feel a little sympathetic towards his father. With such a tigress taking care of the family, I have to do it secretly even if I want to play. It's so frustrating. Under normal circumstances, for the sake of family harmony, Zhang Junjie would pretend to comfort Zhang's mother, but today he was in a terrible mood. He simply vented his anger on Zhang's mother. Mom, you're already an adult, why are you still so childish and jealous? My dad is just playing around behind my back, and he didn't bring his mistress to provoke you. Why are you so angry? You should also be more considerate of my dad. If he hadn't worked himself to death at the company every day, how could you have the life of a wealthy wife now? My dad is a great contributor to our family, can't he find a woman to relax with? Mom, I think you are just idle. You should find more things to do. You. Mother Jiang was so angry that her body was shaking. Junjie, your father betrayed our family. How can you still excuse him and put the blame on me? You disappoint me so much. Is this still the son I raised since he was a child? Betray? Zhang Junjie doesn't feel anything about this word. His father didn't create any illegitimate child to compete with him for the family property, so how can this be considered betrayal? Even if he betrayed me, it wouldn't be a betrayal to him. He wouldn't get involved in this mess and offend his father. Zhang Junjie touched his slightly painful face and said nonchalantly, then the last time I went out to look for a woman, didn't you also make excuses for me in front of Jingyu? As a woman, don't be too strong, otherwise it will be bad for everyone. I insisted on getting engaged to Jingyu because she has a good personality and is gentle and kind no matter what happens. Look at any rich girl in the industry who can be as gentle as Jingyu. Only by marrying a woman like this can the family be harmonious. Okay, Mom, I'm a little dizzy, so I'm going back to my room to sleep. Don't keep getting mad at my dad. He has to go to work tomorrow, unlike you who can do nothing and sleep until noon. You should reflect on yourself first and don't let your comfortable life be ruined. After saying that, Zhang Junjie went upstairs. Zhang Mu couldn't come back to her senses for a long time. Zhang Junjie's words just now were like a knife stabbing her heart. She couldn't believe that the son she had raised would speak to her like that. She lied to Sun Jingyu last time, but wasn't it all for him? How come it has now become a sharp blade to attack her? Father Zhang stood up from the sofa. The look he gave his wife was even colder than that of a stranger. You're really getting narrower as you get older. Our sons all understand reason, but why do you treat it like an unforgivable sin? It seems that for the sake of our long-term marriage, I won't pursue the slap you gave me today, but if you dare to do it again, don't blame me for being ruthless. These words completely broke Zhang's mother, and she cried helplessly. Today is a particularly important day for Sun Jingyu. Because the dinner she had been looking forward to for a long time finally arrived. Although the dinner was at noon, she still got up early in the morning, changed her makeup again and again, and changed her clothes several times. Finally, she was satisfied and went out an hour before dinner time. There was some traffic jam on the road, and when Sun Jingyu hurriedly arrived, Hu Mengyao and Zhai Haochen had already arrived. Sun Jingyu was a little annoyed. If she had known, she wouldn't have taken so long. She was late for their first meeting, and she didn't know if Zhai Haochen would have a bad impression of her. Jingyu, we are here. Hu Mengyao saw Sun Jingyu and waved at her excitedly. Although Sun Jingyu looked happy, he was extremely contemptuous in his heart. This is a high-end restaurant, not a roadside stall. It's really uncivilized to shout and yell. Besides, she is not blind, and she can see such a big person sitting there. Sun Jingyu walked over quickly, hesitated for a second, pulled out the chair opposite Hu Mengyao, and sat down. Originally, she wanted to sit opposite Haochen, but then she thought that this was too purposeful, so she gave up. She placed the designer bag worth over 200,000 yuan that Zhang Junjie had bought her on the empty chair next to her and apologized. "I'm sorry, there was a traffic jam on the road and I'm late." Hu Mengyao quickly said, it's okay. We are all friends, so there's no need to be so particular." Jai Haochen also greeted her with a smile. "Hello Jingyu, I heard your name a few years ago." "Ah? Really?" Sun Jingyu was flattered. "It's such an honor. Where did you hear my name?" Jai Haochen explained, "I know your brother Sun Changming. He's a very good and interesting person, and I believe his sister must be just as interesting." "Oh, so you are my brother's friend." Sun Jingyu felt a little disappointed. She thought it was because of her reputation, but she didn't expect that her brother, that loser, could actually know Jai Haochen. At this time, Hu Mengyao noticed the cream-colored bag on the seat next to Sun Jingyu. "Wow, Jingyu, is that your new bag? The color and style are very beautiful, and it goes well with your outfit today." Sun Jingyu smiled and said, "Yes, I have a good eye. Besides, it's not expensive, only over 200,000. Damn, it's so cheap." Hu Mengyao widened her eyes and took out a bag from behind her back. "Jingyu, you're such a spendthrift. I feel like my crocodile skin worth over 2 million isn't as good looking as yours worth over 200,000. Chapter 48 failed to get Jai Haochen's WeChat. As the saying goes, the speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. Sun Jingyu clenched his hands under the table instantly. She even coaxed Zhang Junjie into buying bags worth over 200,000 yuan. Even her mother only had 2 bags worth over 1 million yuan. But Hu Mengyao casually put the bag worth more than 2 million yuan behind her back and mocked that the bag worth more than 200,000 yuan was cheap. Isn't this a slap in her face? She thought Hu Mengyao was so innocent, but she didn't expect her to be such a two-faced slut. Hu Mengyao was completely unaware of all this and continued, "Jingyu, I must ask you to go shopping with me next time. Your aesthetic taste is much better than mine. The things I buy are expensive and don't suit me. They're so tacky. I dress like a nouveau riche every day." Jai Haochen disagreed. "How can he be called a nouveau riche? This is called nobility. What if I cover my entire body in luxury goods? So much so that not even a shred of skin is exposed? That's doubly noble. TSK, you just make me happy." Sun Jingyu saw them flirting in front of her and tried to interrupt and join in the conversation several times, but failed every time. This is worse than killing her. She couldn't understand why Jai Haochen had so much to talk about with a moron like Hu Mengyao. After waiting for a long time, the dishes were served and the table finally became quiet, but Sun Jingyu's conjunctivitis became more serious. This idiot Hu Mengyao is like a giant baby. Even small things like picking up food and wiping her mouth have to be taken care of by Jai Haochen himself. And she just eats like a pig. The key point is that Jai Haochen not only did not show any impatience, but also looked doting. These were treatments she had never enjoyed from Zhang Junjie. Sun Jingyu swore that she would get Jai Haochen no matter what means she used. The opportunity came soon. Hu Mengyao went to the bathroom and only she and Jai Haochen were left at the table. However, Jai Haochen didn't seem to want to chat with her, he just kept cutting the steak. Sun Jingyu could only take the initiative and asked, "You and my brother are friends, so I should call you Brother Haochen." "Brother Haochen, how did you and my brother know each other? Did he say anything bad about me in front of you?" Jai Haochen stopped what he was doing and smiled. "No, Changming just said that he has a very cute sister." Jai Haochen has a refreshing laugh, and his appearance is also refreshing. He's tall, dressed simply and neatly, and even has a bit of an artistic vibe when he sits there. Although his face isn't particularly handsome, he's definitely pleasing to the eye and approachable. Anyway, he is 100 times better than that greasy guy Zhang Junjie in every aspect. The more Sun Jingyu looked at it, the more satisfied she became. She even began to fantasize about the wonderful life she would have after marrying into the Zhai family. "Brother Haochen," Sun Jingyu's voice began to rise, and at the same time, it was also a bit shy. "Since we can sit together to eat, then we are friends. Let's add each other as friends first." After saying that, she clicked on her WeChat QR code. Sun Jingyu was very confident in herself, because no man can refuse the admiration and initiative of a beautiful woman. Jai Haochen was stunned for a moment, then evaded the question, "Forget it. Apart from work matters, I generally don't add people of the opposite sex on WeChat." Sun Jingyu was dumbfounded. She was rejected? She had just experienced this feeling of frustration with Shin Jing'an not long ago, and she didn't expect to experience it again today. Sun Jingyu forced a smile. Meng Yao and I are good friends, adding her would be convenient for you. I know all of Meng Yao's preferences. If you don't know what gift to give her during festivals in the future, I can help you with some suggestions. No need. Zhai Haochen's tone was light, yet full of unquestionable confidence. Meng Yao's preferences should be discovered by me, her boyfriend, personally, rather than from another woman. Jingyu, thank you for your kindness. I know you want to promote the relationship between Meng Yao and me, but love is originally a matter between two people. I don't like others to interfere. Although Meng Yao and I have only been together for a short time and are still in the getting along phase, and I'm not familiar with her yet, there's still a long time to go. I believe that as long as I put in the effort, I'll soon be able to understand all of her preferences. Ha, that's quite thoughtful of you. Sun Jingyu laughed dryly a few times. Jealousy spread like a virus to every cell in her body, making it difficult for her to breathe. She hated it. She hated that such a good man was not hers. She hated herself even more for being so short-sighted that she treated Jiang Junjie as a treasure and used so many tricks to get engaged to him. Not long after, Hu Mengyao came back. She was so calm that she didn't notice that the atmosphere at the dinner table was a little strange. She also asked with concern, Jingyu, why does the steak on your plate seem to be untouched? Is this restaurant not to your taste? No. Sun Jingyu, it's just that I haven't been feeling well lately and have no appetite. Hu Mengyao carefully observed Sun Jingyu's complexion, which seemed to be not very good. She couldn't help but feel touched. Wow, Jingyu, my dear darling, you came to the appointment even though you were not feeling well. You are so kind. After dinner, Hu Mengyao wanted to take Sun Jingyu shopping, but Zhai Haochen stopped her. Jingyu is not feeling well, let her go back and have a good rest. I didn't expect that Zhai Haochen would dislike me so much. Sun Jingyu's gums were almost broken by biting, but she could only follow his words and say, Mengyao, you guys go shopping first. I won't accompany you. I want to go home and have a good sleep. Hu Mengyao nodded, okay Jingyu, you must have a good rest. I will go shopping with you when I have time. Sun Jingyu did not go home. Instead, she went to a very famous local club. The place is filled with the rotten smell of decadence and extravagance, and countless rich businessmen and women go crazy here night after night. Miss, what do you think of the quality of this batch? Sun Jingyu's eyes swept across the row of male models standing in front of him, and finally fixed his gaze on a male model who looked very similar to Shin Jing'an. The fifth one on the left stays. The consul breathed a sigh of relief. This woman has been choosing for a long time, so long that he thought she was just looking for trouble. Now she finally has a male model that catches her eye. It's really not easy. Just as the consul finished his sigh, he heard Sun Jingyu say, anything else? I want to pick two more. In the spirit of treating guests as guests, the consul continued to serve patiently. After another long period of selection, Sun Jingyu finally reluctantly picked a male model who looked 30% similar to Zhai Haochen. Mission accomplished, the consul quickly slipped away. Chapter 49 Sun Jingyu's Corpus Luteum Rupture. Sister. Is this your first time here? You look unfamiliar. Sister, how do you want to play? We can provide the tools in our club. As soon as the strangers in the private room left, the two male models came and sat down next to Sun Jingyu, one on each side, in a sweet voice. They were both very excited because compared to the perverted rich women and wealthy businessmen with homosexual tendencies that they usually served, the young and beautiful Sun Jingyu could simply be described as a fairy. Not only can you get money but you can also play with beautiful women. Who wouldn't he be happy if this kind of thing happened to them? Besides, how much experience could a young girl like this have? With their skills alone, they would surely make her completely subdued. How do we play? Let me think about it. Sun Jingyu looked at the low-profile versions of Shin Jing'an and Zhai Haochen beside her. Although there was a smile on her face, her eyes were frighteningly cold. She really needs to think carefully about whether there is any way to play that will not cause any loss of life but will still torture others. The waiting process was a bit long, and the two male models became vaguely uneasy from their initial excitement. Because they always felt that the young girl in front of them looked at them with hatred in her eyes. The two looked at each other, somewhat confused. Strange, had they offended this guest in some way? He. Suddenly, Sun Jingyu twitched the corner of her mouth. I thought of a fun game. You guys should take off your clothes first. The two male models immediately became excited upon hearing this, forgetting all their previous anxieties. Are we finally getting to the point? He he he. Woo woo woo. The two male models whimpered in pain. They both knelt on the ground, with obvious wounds on their bodies. Sun Jingyu was also tired from playing, so she put down the whip and collapsed on the sofa happily. Okay, I've had enough fun. From now on, you two will serve me well. You'd better work harder, or I'll make you pay. Sun Jingyu was still looking forward to this segment, because usually she always had to compromise in order to please Jiang Junjie. Not only did she have to agree to some of his excessive requests, but she was also forced to perform. Now, it's finally her turn to enjoy herself. The two male models spat out a small ball from their mouths and stood up in embarrassment. The male model, who looked very similar to Shin Jing'an, said, "Sister, you have to pay extra for that trick you just played." Sun Jingyu asked unhappily, "How much?" Not much, just give each of us an extra 100,000 in tips." "If it's expensive, why don't you just rob it?" Sun Jingyu yelled, "Why didn't you tell me before playing? I think you just want to extort money. Do you really think I'm young and easy to fool? Don't you even consider whether your lives are worth 100,000? Stop talking nonsense and serve me quickly, or I will complain to you." The two male models were shocked. They were wearing ball gags at the time, and seeing Sun Jingyu was having so much fun, they didn't disturb her. Besides, the people who come here to spend money are all rich people. 100,000 yuan is just a drop in the bucket for them. If they have a good time, they will take the initiative to give more tips, so they are not worried that Sun Jingyu will default on his debt. But they didn't expect that they would encounter such an outrageous thing today. Ha, they never show mercy to such scoundrels who want to play and eat free meals. An hour later, the ambulance arrived. Several people in white coats hurriedly pushed a stretcher to a private room, then wrapped the naked Sun Jingyu in white cloth and lifted her onto the stretcher. The commotion here was so loud that Meng Shuefei, who had recently been working part-time at the club, followed the guests out of the private room next door to watch the fun. After just a quick glance, Meng Shuefei, who was watching the show, suddenly widened her eyes. When she wanted to take a closer look, the doctor had already walked away with the stretcher. "Oh my god, am I seeing things?" Meng Shuefei muttered to herself, "Why does the person lying on the stretcher look so much like Sun Jingyu?" After returning to the private room, Meng Shuefei was a little absent-minded at work, which made the guests very dissatisfied. But at this moment her mind was in a mess and she couldn't concentrate on her work at all. The customer patted her butt and said dissatisfiedly, "Can you be more serious? Why are you always out of state?" Meng Shuefei said flatteringly, "Boss, I'm feeling a little unwell. How about getting someone else to serve you? I don't want the money." "What? I'm already in the mood and you're telling me this?" The customer cursed, but still gave Meng Shuefei a small wad of cash. "Get out, get out, get out." Meng Shuefei took the money and quickly left the box, then went to find the two colleagues to inquire about the situation. When the two male models mentioned that stingy woman, they became furious. "Damn, she looks so fancy, but I didn't expect her to be such a poor bitch. She wants to get all our projects for free with such a small amount of money? Dream on. I seriously suspect she's a psychopath. She hit and yelled at us. If you didn't know better, you'd think we'd raped her mother. Didn't she tell us to serve her well? Then we'll serve her well, until she bleeds from her vagina. Let her save the money for medical treatment. Besides, we're not afraid of her revenge at all. She's so young. If she still wants to get married and have children and doesn't want to be famous in Haicheng, then she'll have to hold it in." Bleeding from the lower body? Meng Shuefei seemed to be lost in thought. According to her experience, this is most likely a rupture of the corpus luteum. After thanking her two colleagues, Meng Shuefei stuffed the cash she had just received into their hands. "Oh, how can I accept this?" Meng Shuefei could naturally see through their hypocritical behavior, so she urged, "Take it. It's not much. Consider it your inquiry fee." "Thank you very much." The two of them accepted it with a smile on their faces, which also made Meng Shuefei's eyebrows jump. She said to one of them, You should smile again." The other party was puzzled, but did as he was told. Hiss. Meng Shuefei was extremely excited, as if she had discovered something extraordinary. "Don't mention it, you really shouldn't mention it, the smile really does look a bit like them." The male model was confused, "Like what?" Meng Shuefei shook her head, "It's okay, I just feel that your smile is a bit like someone I know." She quickly walked out of the club and took a taxi to the First People's Hospital. On the way, Meng Shuefei reached the peak of her IQ, and she analyzed a lot based on some fragmented information. First of all, Sun Jingyu is Jiang Junjie's fiancé, and she is a classmate of Shin Jing'an. These 2 points can be basically confirmed. Thinking about what the two colleagues had just said, Meng Shuefei came to a bold conclusion after a preliminary analysis. Sun Jingyu was suspected of being unable to love Shin Jing'an, so she broke down and came to the club to vent her anger on an unlucky guy who looked a bit like Shin Jing'an. As for the other male model, Meng Shuefei seriously suspected that he was also Sun Jingyu's beloved stand-in. Anyway, these are easy to verify. I can just go back to school and ask her classmates. Meng Shuefei now has only one question left to figure out: do Sun Jingyu and Jiang Junjie know that each other's private lives are so colorful? She guessed that Sun Jingyu might not know about Jiang Junjie, but Jiang Junjie definitely didn't know about Sun Jingyu. Because after spending such a short time together, Meng Shuefei could tell that Jiang Junjie was a man with male chauvinism, strong possessiveness, and double standards. How could such a man allow his fiancée to cheat on him? The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. At the same time, a bizarre idea came to her mind: if one day Jiang Junjie knew that his fiancée was cheating on him, would she have a chance to get promoted? Chapter 50: Flies belong with maggots in the toilet. Sun Jingyu did have a corpus luteum rupture, but it was not very serious, so the doctor decided to treat her conservatively and let her take some medicine and stay in the hospital for observation for a few days. Sun Jingyu was lying on the hospital bed, the pain in her lower abdomen constantly reminding her of the humiliation she had just suffered. But she could neither find anyone to confide her grievances to nor seek revenge, because once this matter was leaked, it would be a scandal that she would never be able to erase in her life. By then, let alone becoming a rich wife, she would just be thankful if someone in the circle was willing to marry her. After realizing that she could only swallow her anger, Sun Jingyu burst into tears. She looked really pitiful when she cried, but none of the doctors and nurses in the ward sympathized with her. Because hospitals are a good place to spread gossip, the glorious story of Sun Jingyu ordering a male model in a club and having her corpus luteum ruptured has spread. Wow, it's true that you can't judge a book by its cover. She looks like a very innocent girl, but I didn't expect her to be so extravagant. People like this don't deserve sympathy, they just brought it upon themselves. At the same time, Meng Shuefei also rushed to the hospital. Although she had no power and could not directly find out which ward Sun Jingyu was staying in, she could use the process of elimination. Corpus luteum rupture is a gynecological emergency, so she first went to building number 3 based on her experience. Considering Sun Jingyu's financial situation, she judged that Sun Jingyu would not be able to stay in a VIP ward, but it would definitely be better than that of ordinary people, so it was likely that she would live in a single room. After making a rough guess, Meng Shuefei ran to the store in front of the hospital and bought a box of milk and a box of bread, and then went to the single rooms on the floor to look for people one by one. With these 2 boxes as cover, the doctors and nurses coming and going thought she was visiting a patient, so they didn't pay too much attention to her. Soon, Meng Shuefei found Sun Jingyu's ward smoothly. Through the glass on the door, she saw Sun Jingyu lying alone on the hospital bed receiving in 4 drip. TSK, how pitiful. Being sick is the time when a person is most vulnerable. How can she do without the care of her fiancé at this time? Girls help girls, so let her help Sun Jingyu pass on the message. Meng Shuefei curled up her lips into a wicked smile. She secretly recorded a video and then quickly left the hospital. At the same time, Sun Jingyu's cell phone suddenly rang in the ward. She opened it and saw that it was a friend request. When she saw the profile picture, her heart skipped a beat. Years of spying allowed her to recognize at a glance that this was Lin Yujio's WeChat avatar. Why did Lin Yujio add her? At this time, Sun Jingyu's curiosity was also aroused, and she accepted the friend request. As soon as she got through, the other party sent her a series of chat screenshots, and at the end he sent her a message: control your fiancé and stop him from running around like a teddy bear. Sun Jingyu suddenly had a bad feeling. She clicked on one of the screenshots and felt a chill all over her body after reading it. She swiped the screen of her phone with trembling fingers and read the other screenshots. These screenshots include WeChat and text messages, but without exception, they all show Jiang Junjie sending messages to Lin Yujio like a madman. Not only that, he also repeatedly explained to Lin Yujio that he would never marry her if he was not forced to do so by his family. Before Sun Jingyu could digest this information, Lin Yujio dropped another bombshell. Oh, by the way, the last time your fiancé came to my house to harass me, he even prepared a gift for me. It was a cheongsam and a jade bracelet. I have to say, this is really low taste. I later kicked him out, but he didn't take the gift. If you want it, come and get it yourself. If you don't want it, I'll throw it away. Cheongsam? Jade bracelet? Sun Jingyu shuddered and instantly remembered what happened in the mall last time. At that time, she had her eyes on a Cheongsam, but Jiang Junjie tried every means to stop her from trying it on. Later, when she returned and planned to buy it herself, the salesperson told her that the Cheongsam had been bought by Jiang Junjie. At that time, she naively thought that Jiang Junjie was planning to give her a surprise secretly. But he didn't expect that the person he wanted to send as a gift was the bitch Lin Yujiao. And there was a jade bracelet worth 9 million, but she didn't even dare to think about it at that time. So Jiang Junjie actually bought it and gave it to Lin Yujiao? Sun Jingyu lost all her rationality and immediately made a voice call to Lin Yujiao. Her voice was sharp and piercing at this moment, completely different from her usual voice. Lin Yujiao, are you showing off by sending these to me? Are you feeling very proud now? You beat me, you stole Jiang Junjie away from me. You bitch, you slut, you shameless bitch. A mistress like you who specializes in stealing other people's fiancés deserves to be fucked to death by thousands of men. In the end, you'll get sick and die in a stinking ditch. How can you tell I'm showing off? Lin Yujiao interrupted her impatiently, I'm just annoyed. Jiang Junjie is like a fly, appearing every now and then to annoy me. Flies should be with the maggots in the toilet, not dreaming of being favored by a beauty of my level. And Lin Yujiao paused, as if thinking of something funny, and I've never fought with you before, let alone win or lose. Everything you get is something I don't like. Otherwise, do you think you can take anything away from me? Ah. You bitch. Bitch. Sun Jingyu was completely defeated. She cursed like crazy, but when she was tired of cursing, she found that the other party not only hung up the phone long ago, but also deleted her. Sun Jingyu lay on the hospital bed and cried loudly. Just now, her pride and self-esteem were all shattered. She always thought that Lin Yujiao liked Jiang Junjie. Because Lin Yujiao has an arrogant personality, she is not close to anyone at school. The only person she can talk to is Jiang Junjie, who is 2 years older than her. Later, a rumor came out from somewhere that the two of them were childhood sweethearts. This sparked endless speculation among the onlookers, and some even said that they had been engaged as children. Later, she got together with Jiang Junjie, who often made up stories for her, which led her to firmly believe that Lin Yujiao liked Jiang Junjie. In the end, Jiang Junjie was the one who was the bootlicker, the one who couldn't get the love. And she was like a jumping clown, showing off Jiang Junjie's love for her in front of Lin Yujiao again and again. Ridiculous, really ridiculous. Originally, Sun Jingyu still felt a little guilty for cheating on Jiang Junjie, but now all the guilt has disappeared, leaving only deep hatred. Husband, are you calm now? If you're still angry, I'll find someone to deal with him. As soon as Lin Yujiao hung up the phone, she asked Shin Jing'an seriously. Shin Jing'an quickly said, It's gone, it's gone. Wife, I just said it casually. I calmed down after I beat him up last time. No. Lin Yujiao disagreed with this statement. How can you just say so many things casually? It's because you're thinking about it in your heart. Lin Yujiao is a narrow-minded person in some ways. Since Jiang Junjie made Shin Jing'an unhappy, he can't expect to have an easy time either. In fact, the gift he bought had been thrown into the trash can a long time ago. Lin Yujiao said this deliberately to provoke Sun Jingyu. Oh. There's a fire in the backyard, and he's been busy lately. Chapter 51 Anonymous Text Message. As soon as she arrived at school the next day, Meng Shuafei began to verify her guess from last night and asked someone to inquire about Sun Jingyu. There was a response soon. After hearing that Sun Jingyu asked for Shin Jing'an's WeChat in public and was rejected, she was a little surprised, but more of a strange sense of balance. TSK, she thought Sun Jingyu was so charming, but in the end, she was slapped in the face by Shin Jing'an in public just like her. Thinking of this, her resentment toward Shin Jing'an was much less. The next step is to consider how to pass the message to Jiang Junjie without revealing his identity. After school at noon, Meng Shuafei walked out of the classroom with a heavy heart. Fei Fei. Suddenly she heard someone excitedly calling her name from behind. Meng Shuafei frowned in disgust, then quickened her pace and left without looking back. But in the end, I couldn't leave. Fei Fei Fei, why are you avoiding me lately? I sent you a message but you didn't reply, and you even blocked me on your moments. If I've upset you in any way, just tell me and I'll change. But please stop avoiding me, okay? Before Meng Shuefei had walked far, Bai Yaping caught up with her and grabbed her arm. She struggled violently. "Let go. You're hurting me." Bai Yaping quickly let go of her hand and apologized helplessly. "I'm sorry, Feifei. I was so excited to see you that I didn't control my strength well for a moment." Meng Shuefei glared fiercely at the man who had lost a lot of weight compared to the previous 2 months. "Bai Yaping, are you done yet? If you dare to harass me again, I will block all your contact information." Bai Yaping quickly explained, "Don't, Feifei, I'm not here to harass you. I recently saved 1,000 yuan from my part-time job, and I want to treat you to a good meal. Don't you girls all love eating beautiful meals and taking pictures to post on social media? I found a restaurant with really good food, and I've even booked the coupons. Oh, I also learned some photography skills online. I promise to take beautiful photos for you." "Ha, group buy?" Meng Shuefei scoffed. "Is this what you call a good meal? Who are you trying to make cheap? 1,000 yuan meal can only fool those country girls who haven't seen the world. You want to fool me? Maybe in your next life." Bai Yaping frowned. "Feifei, I also want to give you the best. But I can only give you this much money. You know, ever since I forced my parents to sell their house to help you last time." Stop. Meng Shuefei interrupted impatiently. "Stop blackmailing me. I didn't force you to help me. Isn't this all your own free will? Or am I so worthless in your eyes that I should be so grateful and work like a slave for a mere 300,000 yuan? Let me tell you, there are plenty of men willing to spend money on me. I'm giving you this opportunity to spend money, you should feel honored." Bai Yaping opened and closed his mouth again and again. He was so frustrated that he couldn't speak, but he stubbornly held Meng Shuefei's arm and didn't want her to leave. Meng Shuefei was so angry that she kicked Bai Yaping hard. He kicked it several times in a row and actually kicked the phone out of Bai Yaping's pocket. Bang! The screen shattered the moment the phone fell to the ground. In a flash, an idea flashed through Meng Shuefei's mind. She was just worrying about how to pass the message to Jiang Junjie without revealing her identity. Isn't this a ready-made tool? Meng Shuefei bent down and picked up the phone on the ground, then put it back into Bai Yaping's trouser pocket. Her red lips curled up. "Yaping, I agree to have dinner with you, but you have to do me a favor." In the restaurant, Bai Yaping looked at Meng Shuefei with some uneasiness as she was typing away on her mobile phone with her head down. He chuckled twice and asked cautiously, "Feifei, who are you texting to? And you have to use my phone to send it. It's so mysterious." Meng Shuefei rolled her eyes at him and said, "How can you be so talkative as a man? Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask." Bai Yaping shut up angrily. 10 minutes later, Meng Shuefei checked the edited content again before clicking send with satisfaction. As soon as the message was sent successfully, she deleted it immediately. Then she drummed her fingers on the table, her eyes fixed on the phone screen, as if waiting for something. Buzz buzz buzz. Soon the phone vibrated, and Meng Shuefei was very excited to see the call. She quickly handed the phone to Bai Yaping. "Hurry up and answer it. Just do as I taught you just now. If you dare to make any mistakes, I will never forgive you in my life." Bai Yaping took the phone, and as soon as the call was connected, he heard a man's roar. "Who are you? What's your purpose in sending this to me? I'm warning you, spreading rumors and slander will land you in jail." Bai Yaping glanced at Meng Shuefei and swallowed nervously. I don't know anything. Keep pretending. This is a text message sent to me from your phone number. You say you know nothing? You're kidding. Do you know who I am? I'm from the Jiang family in Haicheng. Before you try to cheat me, you'd better think carefully about whether you can afford to offend me. I advise you to tell the truth and tell me whether what you posted is true or not, otherwise I really have the ability to kill your whole family. Bai Yaping was so scared that his face turned pale. He was just an ordinary citizen, how could he have seen such a scene? He started fighting and killing everyone in the family. Moreover, he saw the Haicheng Jiang family in Haicheng's financial newspapers every now and then, and the other party might really have this strength. Hey, stop pretending to be dead when you speak. Are you mute? Jiang Junji was still shouting wildly on the other end of the phone. His fiancée ordered a male model and ended up being hospitalized by him. Regardless of whether it is true or not, any man who sees this message will not be able to remain calm the first time. What's more, he is a man like Jiang Junjie who is flammable, explosive, and has serious male chauvinism. Meng Shuefei was also extremely anxious. How could this wimp fail at the crucial moment? He was so frightened by these few words that he didn't even dare to say a word. In desperation, she picked up the glass of water on the table and splashed it at Bai Yaping. The cold touch made Bai Yaping shudder. He finally came to his senses and said, following the script Meng Shuefei had taught him, "Why would I lie to you? I really don't know anything. Just now, a man slipped 200 yuan into my pocket and said he wanted to borrow my phone to send a text message. He deleted the text message after sending it. I don't know what he sent you, but you just started yelling at me. I'm so unlucky. I wouldn't have taken advantage of this little advantage. And please don't call me anymore. I'm just an innocent passerby." After saying this, he hung up the phone at Meng Shuefei's signal. Bai Yaping wiped the water stains on his hair, face, and clothes with a tissue while anxiously asking, "Fei Fei, is the person who just called really from the Zheng family?" Meng Shuefei was very contemptuous. "What? Are you scared? If you're scared, just push me out and say I sent it from your phone." Meng Shuefei can be said to be fearless. Although she looked down on Bai Yaping, she had to admit that Bai Yaping was the man who loved her the most among all the men she had met. No matter how she humiliated and tortured him, he remained devoted to her. So she was completely confident that Bai Yaping would never betray her. "Fei Fei, how could I possibly betray you?" As expected, the next second, Bai Yaping whispered, "I'm just worried about you. We are all ordinary people. How can we, who have no power or influence, offend the rich?" Meng Shuefei curled her lips. Being timid and cowardly is really useless. "Okay, I know what I'm doing. Let's eat." Chapter 52 Sun Jingyu gets beaten. On the other side, Jiang Junjie was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. What? Now anyone dares to hang up on him even with all the rubbish? He really wanted to call back immediately and rap a rap that was heavily based on his mother's feelings. But his limited rationality told him that now was not the time to pursue these trivial matters, and even the investigation into who sent him the text message had to be postponed. The most important thing at present is to verify the authenticity of the information content. In fact, subconsciously, Jiang Junjie didn't believe that Sun Jingyu would betray him. But the text message was full of details. It listed in detail which club Sun Jingyu had been raped, which boy she had been entangled with at school, and even where she was hospitalized. He couldn't pretend not to see it. You must know that once the seeds of doubt are planted in your heart, they will take root and sprout. What's more, he himself is unfaithful in love, so he is more likely to be suspicious and cannot trust Sun Jingyu 100%. Jiang Junjie paced around a few times in frustration, and finally picked up the car keys on the table and rushed out. He decided to rush straight to the hospital to see for himself what was going on. After Jiang Junjie parked the car, he immediately went to the ward mentioned in the text message. Looking into the house through the small piece of glass in front of the door, his eyes suddenly widened. At the same time, Sun Jingyu had not yet realized the danger was coming. She was chatting on the phone with Hu Mengyao. Hu Mengyao asked shyly, "Jingyu, when you saw Haochen last time, what did you think of him? This is my first time in a relationship and I have no experience, so please help me check it out." Hearing this, Sun Jingyu was so jealous that she almost crushed her phone. "What can I do? Of course it's great, 10,000 times better than Jiang Junjie." Sun Jingyu forced a smile and said, "I feel Haochen is excellent in all aspects. He has a good family background, good looks, and good manners." But the next second she changed the subject, "But I always feel that he is a cold and indifferent person who is good at acting. He doesn't really like you." "Ah. No way?" Hu Mengyao was shocked. "But no matter how busy Haochen is, he always makes time to chat with me every day. He also takes the initiative to inform me of his meetings and dinners. Oh, and he also carefully observes my preferences and prepares surprises for me. He is also very good to my parents and comes to my house every now and then. The most important thing is that he respects me. It's been about a month since we started dating, and we've only held hands. Haochen said that as long as I'm not ready, he will never force me." "Jingyu, isn't this love? Men are very good at disguising themselves." Sun Jingyu was almost jealous, but she had to pretend that it was all for your own good. "Mengyao, don't be fooled by Zhai Haochen's superficial efforts. To judge whether a person loves you, you must look into their eyes. I feel like Zhai Haochen looks at you with a cold gaze and a fake smile. Men like this are usually very cold and indifferent. He treats you well now because you are useful to him. When you are no longer useful to him, he will kick you out." Hu Mengyao, "Ah. No way?" Sun Jingyu took the opportunity to say, "How about this, Mengyao, you can find some time to arrange a dinner party, and I'll observe carefully." "Hu Mengyao, okay, but Jingyu, are you too sensitive?" "I still feel that Haochen is not that kind of person. Even my mom said that I was lucky to meet a good man like Haochen." "Hey, Jingyu? Jingyu, why aren't you talking? Wow, wow, wow. My dear, are you listening?" Beep. The phone was suddenly hung up, and Hu Mengyao was a little confused and at a loss. Is her best friend angry? "June. Junjie brother, why are you here?" The moment Sun Jingyu looked at Jiang Junjie through the glass, it was as if she had seen a ghost, and she was completely scared. After she realized what was happening, she quickly hung up the phone, her mind racing as to how to get away with it. Jiang Junjie pushed open the door, his expression as sinister as that of a male ghost. He asked with a fake smile, "Jingyu, why didn't you tell me that you were sick and hospitalized?" Sun Jingyu pretended to be calm. "I just have a little problem. I don't want to tell you and make brother Junjie worry." "A minor problem?" Jiang Junjie sneered. "Severe rupture of the corpus luteum can be life-threatening. How can this be considered a minor problem?" Sun Jingyu's pupils trembled slightly, and she tried to make a final struggle. "Brother Junjie, please listen to my explanation." "Go explain to your neighbor next door, Sun Jingyu, you stinky bitch, how dare you cheat on me? I'm going to kill you." Jiang Junjie completely lost his mind and beat her up on the bed. Sun Jingyu screamed like a pig being slaughtered. She struggled desperately, but Jiang Junjie grabbed her arm and threw her off the bed. Ah! Sun Jingyu was so numb from the fall that she cried out for help. "Is there anyone here? Come, help me." Jiang Junjie kicked Sun Jingyu hard, specifically kicking her stomach and lower body. "You're a tattered piece of junk. I should have realized how cheap you were when you slept with me the day after we started dating. I'll beat you to death, you worthless thing." After about 4 or 5 kicks, the nurse and security guard came running over. The security guard grabbed the frantic Jiang Junjie, and the nurse helped Sun Jingyu up. "Miss, do you need me to call the police for you?" No, Sun Jingyu said quickly, "it's just a minor friction, we can solve it privately." She knew very well that there was still room for maneuver if the matter was resolved privately, but calling the police would really make the matter a big deal. By then, everyone in her circle would know about her scandal. How would she survive? How would she find a rich husband? Sun Jingyu knew very well that this was not something that could be solved by being clever and telling a few lies. At this time, she thought of her family whom she had always despised. She dialed Sun Changming's number with trembling hands. 10 seconds later, the other party picked up the phone. Sun Jingyu immediately cried for help. "Brother, come and save me." Chapter 53. Sun Changming kneels. "Director Yan, please help me preside over the next meeting. I have something urgent to go out for." Sun Changming hurriedly picked up his coat and went out. Although Sun Jingyu did not say specifically what happened on the phone, based on Sun Changming's understanding of her, she must have been in big trouble. Otherwise, his sister, who is too ambitious but lacks the ability, would never have called him for help. Sun Changming shortened the 30-minute distance from the company to the hospital by half. After parking the car, he jogged to the location Sun Jingyu sent him. As soon as he entered the ward, he saw a scene that was out of control. Jiang Junjie was cursing and was about to rush up to hit Sun Jingyu, and 2 security guards were trying hard to stop him. Sun Jingyu was shivering and hiding in the corner of the ward. "Brother! Brother, save me!" When Sun Jingyu saw Sun Changming, she felt like she had seen a savior. She quickly ran behind Sun Changming to seek shelter. Seeing his sister, who had loved beauty since childhood, with bruises all over her face, Sun Changming was furious. "Asshole, why did you hit my sister? Why?" Jiang Junjie's expression was ferocious. "Because your sister is a slut and a bitch. If someone hadn't stopped me, I would have beaten her to death. Oh, by the way, I'm afraid you still don't know why your good sister is in the hospital?" Sun Changming was stunned. He really didn't know. He turned around and looked at Sun Jingyu, but Sun Jingyu was too guilty to even look him in the eye. Then he heard Jiang Junjie's crazy laughter again. "How could she have the nerve to tell you? She couldn't tell you that she went to the club and ordered 2 male models for excitement. In the end, the male models played with her until her corpus luteum ruptured. Ha ha ha, so what if I beat up this slut? Doesn't this bitch deserve a beating? When she's in school, she hooks up with the boys in her class. When she's not in school, she goes to clubs and orders male models. Her college life is so colorful, it's like a bus. This kind of loose woman won't be honest even if she's 13 years old. After hearing this, Sun Changming felt like his three views were about to explode. And judging from Sun Jingyu's reaction, this matter is most likely true. He first sent everyone in the ward out, then asked bitterly, "Jingyu, how can a girl like you be so shameless?" Sun Jingyu felt extremely aggrieved. Why did everyone come to condemn her for not loving herself? She was just feeling depressed and went out to have some fun, not to kill or set fire to anything. The grievances and anger that had been accumulating in Sun Jingyu's heart erupted at this moment. "Jiang Junjie, do you think you are a good person? Don't you feel a little guilty while blaming me? Don't think I don't know that you gave that Chong Salmon the 9 million jade bracelet to Lin Yuzhou. But have you ever bought such an expensive gift for me, your fiancé? If Lin Yuzhou didn't look down on you, you would have kicked me out long ago. You're a habitual liar, narcissistic, and vain. Lin Yuzhou doesn't even bother paying attention to you, yet you keep adding drama to your own story, telling little lies from time to time to make everyone misunderstand that Lin Yuzhou likes you. Are you disgusting?" Sun Jingyu became more and more excited as she spoke. "Do you know why I cheated? It's because you're weak. The foreplay takes half an hour and the action only takes 30 seconds. How can you be a man? Go wash your ass and be my sister. I was just deceived by your sweet words before, but now that I think about every little detail of our time together, I'm afraid you've cheated on me quite a bit." Sun Jingyu didn't dare to say this just now because she was afraid of provoking Jiang Junjie and getting beaten again. But now that Sun Changming is here, she has become bolder. She believed that Sun Changming would not watch her get beaten. "Why don't you just shut up?" A crisp slap sounded in the room. Sun Jingyu covered her face and looked at Sun Changming in disbelief. She never thought that the slap was given by her own brother. Sun Changming didn't care about her after beating her. Instead, he said to Jiang Junjie in a humble manner, "Junjie, my sister was spoiled by her family. You are a magnanimous person. Don't bother with her. I also know that this is Jingyu's fault, and our Sun family will never let her off easily. But telling this to others won't be good for your reputation either. How about we settle this privately?" "Want to settle this privately?" Jiang Junjie was furious at what Sun Jingyu said. "No way. I'm going to make sure everyone knows that Sun Jingyu is a slut. I'm going to call the reporter right now. Such explosive gossip about a wealthy family will surely stay on the trending search list for a week." Thump. Seeing that things were about to develop in an uncontrollable direction, Sun Changming did something in desperation that no one expected. He knelt down. This stubborn and strong-willed man, who had vowed never to bow his head and to uphold the honor of the Sun family, knelt down on his knees. "Brother! You!" Sun Jingyu's lips moved with complicated emotions. Jiang Junjie was also confused, and he slowly put down his phone. Sun Changming almost begged, "Please, just let Jingyu go for the sake of having been together for so many years. She's only just turned 20 and has a long way to go. Exposing this now will ruin the rest of her life. Junjie, a private settlement will benefit both of our families. As long as you are willing to settle it privately, our Sun family will definitely show sufficient sincerity." Jiang Junjie stared at Sun Changming for 2 full minutes, and suddenly he laughed. "Sun Changming, I agree to settle this privately. I'll call my parents later and we can have a good chat. But I have to kindly remind you that some ungrateful people are impossible to tame. No matter how good you are to them, they won't be grateful. Instead, they will slander you in front of others just to gain sympathy." Sun Jingyu was furious, but out of guilt she did not dare to refute. Sun Changming smiled bitterly. Of course he understood these words, and he knew what kind of person his sister was. But she is his sister after all, he really can't be so cruel as to ignore her. On the other side, Jiang Junjie started sending messages to his father, telling him about the situation here. His decision to settle the matter privately was also a weighing of the pros and cons after his anger. Just as Sun Changming said, if this matter were to be exposed, it would not only be Sun Jingyu who would be embarrassed, he would also be ridiculed for a long time for being cuckolded. For someone as concerned about reputation as him, this is more painful than killing him. What's more, what if Sun Jingyu is pushed into a corner and this bitch keeps talking nonsense all day? Even if there is no evidence for many things, speaking them out will have a certain impact on his reputation. The daughter of a wealthy family would never marry someone with a bad reputation. So it's better to settle it privately, find a random excuse to call off the marriage, and then find a girl of equal status to marry. If my reputation is really ruined because of this bitch, it will be more trouble than it is worth. Chapter 54. Sun and Jung break off their engagement. Soon, Jung's father replied. Jung Junjie said arrogantly, "My dad is busy. We will negotiate after he gets off work." Sun Changming, you should also take this opportunity to think carefully about how to protect this bitch. After saying that, he slammed the door and walked out. At this moment, only brother and sister Sun Changming and Sun Jingyu were left in the ward. Sun Changming sighed, then he stood up and looked at Sun Jingyu expressionlessly. He was waiting for Sun Jingyu's explanation, confession, and promise. Sun Jingyu felt a little nervous when being stared at, but she also felt more aggrieved. Brother, I just did something wrong, not the wrong person. Why are you looking at me like you're interrogating a criminal? I know I did some things wrong, but Jung Junjie cheated on me too, and he even abused me. If there weren't so many people in the hospital, I would have been beaten to death. Are you still my brother? Why do you only blame me and not him? According to your bottom line, that animal can also be considered a human being. Sun Changming's eyes were filled with disappointment. Sun Jingyu, it's already this late, and you're still shirking responsibility. You said Jung Junjie cheated on his wife, do you have any substantial evidence? Sun Jingyu stopped talking. She and Jung Junjie are both narcissistic. Before the truth came to light, they both thought they were very charming and could control the other. After the truth was revealed, Sun Jingyu recalled details that she had not noticed before, and only then did she realize that Jung Junjie had been cheating on her for a long time. But now it's too late. Apart from the chat records with Lin Yujiao, she can't produce any other strong evidence. Words are useless. Even if she tells others, how many people will believe it? Sun Changming sighed. His sister is too cunning. She seems smart, but in fact she is not worthy of being in a respectable family. He reasoned earnestly, even if you have evidence of Jung Junjie's infidelity, and you both expose each other's dirty laundry, you will be the one who suffers the most in the end. Jung Junjie is the only child of the Jung family. The Jung family is rich and prestigious. If he achieves something in the future, the scandal of his cheating will become a romantic affair. But you're different. You don't have a strong background, and your own abilities aren't great. To put it bluntly, your best option right now is to find a man with good character and a good family background, marry him, and become a wealthy wife. If your scandal were to be exposed, which wealthy family would be willing to marry you? So why didn't I blame Jung Junjie? I didn't want to? I didn't dare to gamble. I was afraid he would get upset and tell everyone about it. Sun Jingyu bit her lip and said nothing. She hated Sun Changming's hypocrisy. If it's really for her own good, you should give the company to her. Wouldn't this give her confidence and a way out? The atmosphere in the private room was a bit depressing. Jung Junjie and his parents were arrogant, and they looked at the Sun brothers and sisters with undisguised contempt, as if they were looking at garbage. Sun Changming didn't care, or perhaps he had become immune to it. Ever since his grandfather passed away suddenly and he was in a hurry to take over the company, bad guys from all over the world have emerged. They also looked at him with the same contempt. They were all waiting to laugh at him and see his company go bankrupt. Uncle and aunt, my parents are not feeling well and can't come today, so I'll drink 2 glasses of wine as punishment. Sun Changming stood up to apologize, and the moment he raised his head to drink, he felt an indescribable bitterness in his heart. In fact, he didn't dare tell his parents what happened today. He was afraid that his parents' involvement would make things worse. After Sun Changming finished his 2 glasses of wine, Father Jung spoke quietly, "It's nothing. What does it matter if unrelated people come or not?" Sun Changming smiled and said, "Then let's get down to business." Mother Jiang snorted coldly, "Then we have to have a good chat. My Junjie can't suffer this in vain." Sun Jingyu, your Sun family is nothing but a third-rate family that can't even be ranked. I don't know what seductive tricks you used to make Junjie insist on getting engaged to you. He's almost breaking up with his family because of this. We were forced to agree to this marriage because we loved our son so much. I originally thought that if you were a good wife and mother after marriage, I would slowly accept you. I didn't expect you, a bitch, to be so horny that you'd go to the club to order a male model before you even get married. We won't let this go unless we give the Jung family a satisfactory outcome. Sun Jingyu was almost angry to death after hearing this. If you don't know, you would think Jung Junjie loves her very much. In fact, when Jung Junjie told his family that he wanted to marry her, it was just a rash decision during his passionate love affair. In addition, he is a rather self-centered and rebellious person. The more his family forbids him from doing something, the more paranoid he becomes. In fact, if his family had agreed from the beginning, he would have calmed down. Sun Changming said humbly, Jingyu did such a shameful thing, and our Sun family cannot escape the responsibility. In order to make amends for their mistake, the Sun family is willing to pay 200 million yuan as compensation. 200 million? Father Jiang said sarcastically, give us 200 million. I'm afraid your Sun family will declare bankruptcy directly, right? Sun Changming, don't bother your uncle to worry about this. I don't want to. You're sending away a beggar for just 200 million? Jiang Junjie jumped in and yelled, Sun Jingyu, that stinky bitch cheated on me. You think she can get away with it just by giving me 200 million? You're dreaming. I want 500 million. Father Jiang did not stop him and let Jiang Junjie continue talking. He was testing Sun Changming's bottom line. Sun Changming was silent for a while, then said, the Sun family's capabilities are limited. Since young Master Jiang is not satisfied, there is nothing I can do. Mr. Jiang, please do as you please. The literal translation of this sentence is, I can only give you this much, love it or not, if you don't want it, then expose it. Jiang Junjie gritted his teeth, are you threatening me? Sun Changming still had that indifferent expression, the choice has always been with young Master Jiang. How can this be called a threat? Sun Changming knew that the Sun family would not make a big deal out of it if it was profitable. Because it would not be good for them to make a big fuss, not to mention that Jiang Junjie's background is not clean. If Sun Jingyu could find evidence of Jiang Junjie's infidelity first, the situation at the dinner table today would be reversed. Junjie, you have no right to speak here. After figuring out Sun Changming's bottom line, Jiang's father came out and pretended to scold him a few words, then sighed. Our Jiang and Sun families almost became in-laws. Besides, Jingyu was raised by me, and I couldn't bear to see her being criticized by so many people. This incident is bad luck for our Jiang family, we accept it. Let everything be done according to your Sun family's wishes. Hearing this, Sun Changming took out a contract from his bag and handed it to John's father. Uncle, this is a confidentiality agreement. If you breach it, you'll have to pay 2 billion in liquidated damages. Please sign it if you think it's okay. Finally, he added, Uncle, only our two families know about this. If everyone strictly abides by the confidentiality agreement, I believe no one else will know about it. Sun Jingyu agreed, yes, if other people knew about it, it must have been you who spread it. Father Jiang, don't worry, we still have this spirit of contract. The agreement is very simple, just one piece of paper. Father Jiang took a quick look and then signed. Chapter 55 They should be locked up and not enter the marriage market to harm others. Sun Changming carefully put away the agreement and handed John's father a check for 200 million yuan. This matter has come to an end. Now we just have to wait for the two families to agree on a time to issue a statement and find an excuse to cancel the marriage. Father Jiang stood up, and Jiang Junjie and Mother Jiang also stood up. Looking at the untouched dishes on the table, Father Jiang sneered, we won't bother you anymore. I hope Mr. Sun and Miss Sun enjoy their meal. Sun Changming nodded politely, Mr. Jiang, take care. I won't stand up to see you off. Father and Mother Jiang left in a domineering manner. Before leaving, Jiang Junjie gloated, with your small company, can you still run it if you give us 200 million? Ha, I'll just sit at home and wait for news of your bankruptcy. Bankruptcy. Sun Jingyu was frightened when he heard this word. Her family conditions were already poor. If she went bankrupt, would she still have a chance of marrying into a wealthy family? Sun Jingyu couldn't help but ask, brother, is what Jiang Junjie said true? Will our family really go bankrupt? Sun Changming picked up a piece of meat expressionlessly and said, this isn't something you should worry about. Let's eat quickly. This table of food is quite expensive. How could Sun Jingyu eat anymore? She frowned and began to think about her way out. On a sunny day, the Jiang and Sun families each issued a statement to cancel the engagement. Although the copy was very decent, simply blaming the breakup on the incompatibility of the two people's personalities, everyone in the circle is a shrewd person, and everyone more or less smelled the scent of gossip. After getting the news, Lin Yujiao immediately went to Shenzhen to share the gossip. Oh my god! Big news! The guy I hate the most and the girl I hate the most have called off their engagement. They're both equally selfish and arrogant. They're a perfect match. How could they break off the engagement just because of personality incompatibility? Ah, how could this be possible? I just wanted them to have a fight, but I never thought of asking them to break off their engagement. They should be locked away and not allowed to enter the marriage market and cause harm to others. Shin Zheng'an also stretched his head to read the statement, and suddenly a disgusting name caught his eye. For a moment he thought he had seen it wrong, so he blinked and looked again. Now, he was finally sure. Shin Zheng'an blurted out, "Fuck. Sun Jingyu? Is this a serious name? Is this the Sun Jingyu I know?" Lin Yujiao asked curiously, "Do you also know someone named Sun Jingyu?" "Yeah, she's an exchange student who just joined our class this year. She talks in a teasing way and I get annoyed just by seeing her." Lin Yujiao was excited. "Then we know the same person. She is Jiang Junjie's fiancée. I know she's currently at Haicheng University, but I didn't expect that she'd be in the same class with you. You were listening to our conversation a few days ago, but maybe she was losing her composure and didn't hold her voice, so you didn't hear it." "Oh, I sent her those messages just to get them to quarrel, but they just broke off the engagement. It's really boring." "Shin Zheng'an, wife, why do I always feel that you are getting more and more excited the more you talk?" Lin Yujiao stuck out her tongue playfully. "Not only do you know the person I hate, but you also hate him just as much. Isn't that something worth getting excited about?" Shin Zheng'an thought about it, and it was indeed worth getting excited about. He has tolerated this woman, Sun Jingyu, for a long time, and now he has found a like-minded person. When these two people started to play crickets behind someone's back, they decided to forget about their feelings and kept playing crickets until late at night, still not satisfied. "Husband, are you asleep?" The only response to Lin Yujiao was the sound of steady breathing. With the dim light of the night light, Lin Yujiao rested her head on Shin Zheng'an's arm and looked at his face carefully from the side. Before she fell in love, she would never confide her joys, sorrows, anger, and happiness to anyone. But until one day a very nice boy suddenly broke into her life, she felt that she finally had someone to share things with. So, she gradually began to rely on and become addicted. I have to admit that her husband is really a very good boy who is worthy of trust. Perhaps she could finally make up her mind to take the final step. "Jingyu, what happened? You and Senior Junjie had such a good relationship. Why did you suddenly cancel the engagement?" "Huh? Jingyu, why are you wrapping yourself up so tightly indoors?" After seeing the statement, Hu Mengyao anxiously sent a message to Sun Jingyu to inquire about the situation. Sun Jingyu replied, "It's hard to explain over the phone, let's talk about it in person." So, the two of them made an appointment to meet at a coffee shop. In response to Hu Mengyao's questions, Sun Jingyu took off his sunglasses and mask, and then took off his sun protection clothing. Sun Jingyu knew that she was very scary now. Her eye sockets were bruised, half of her face was swollen, and her prosthetic nose was crooked and had not been repaired yet. There were also bruises on his exposed arms. "Mengyao, I." As soon as she opened her mouth, Sun Jingyu burst into tears. This time she didn't pretend, she really wanted to cry. This matter was too big, and Sun Changming did not choose to hide it for her. He directly told his parents the whole story. "When my father heard that 200 million yuan was gone and the company was on the verge of bankruptcy, he fainted immediately. Now she is suffering from both mental and physical torture. Everyone in her family only blames her, but no one cares whether her wounds still hurt. She was so upset. She wanted to escape from this cold home all the time." Hu Mengyao frantically tried to comfort her. "Jingyu, don't cry, don't cry. What happened? How did you get the injury?" After crying for a long time, Sun Jingyu finally said tearfully, "It was Jiang Junjie who beat me. "What?" Hu Mengyao asked again in disbelief. "Jiang Junjie actually dared to hit you?" "Yeah." Sun Jingyu cried even harder. "In fact, Jiang Junjie has always liked Lin Yujiao, and they have been in contact privately, but I was kept in the dark by them like a fool. It wasn't until a few days ago when Lin Yujiao sent me provocative text messages and insulted me over the phone that I learned the truth. I wanted to ask Jiang Junjie for an explanation, but before I could even say a few words, he started attacking me. Mengyao, I was beaten so hard that I lost consciousness. I thought I would never see you again." This announcement of breaking off the engagement was also issued by the Jiang family to threaten us. "You know, our Sun family is just a third-rate family and can't compete with the Jiang family at all. This is too much. This is absolutely too much." Hu Mengyao was very angry. "I didn't expect Jiang Junjie to be this kind of person. No wonder the Jiang family is getting worse and worse every year, almost falling from the first tier of Haicheng to the second tier. This is retribution. And that Lin Yujiao, does she have any shame? She's having an affair with someone else's fiancé, and yet she loves stealing men so much. What a pair of bastards. Chapter 56. Are you Shin Zheng'an? Hu Mengyao scolded Lin Yujiao and Jiang Junjie so harshly that she took out her cell phone. No, Jingyu, I must seek justice for you. I'm going to call and ask this couple what they're trying to do. I'm taking this opportunity to show everyone in the industry the true colors of this pair of bastards. I'm going to make them rot and stink. How could Sun Jingyu dare to ask Hu Mengyao to help her get justice? No, Mengyao, don't do this. She hurriedly stopped him. Just let this matter pass. Time will heal all my wounds. Junjie and I have been together for so many years. He is unkind, but I cannot be unjust. Hu Mengyao was very disappointed. Jingyu, you are just too kind, that's why you are always bullied by bad guys. Don't stop me this time. I won't let you be bullied in vain. Seeing that Hu Mengyao was really serious, Sun Jingyu started to tell new lies. She looked sad. Mengyao, I appreciate your kindness, but please don't do these useless things for me. Our family has already reconciled with the Zhang family. The announcement of the cancellation of the engagement has already been released. There is no point in pursuing this further. Hu Mengyao's eyes widened. Didn't you just say that the Zhang family threatened you to issue that statement? Sun Jingyu smiled bitterly. Ever since my brother took over the company, it has been in a downturn. The Zhang family gave my family a large sum of money, and we reconciled and signed a confidentiality agreement. Outrageous, absolutely outrageous. That beast Jiang Junjie beat you up like this, and your family actually settled for money? Hu Mengyao was so distressed that she cried, Jingyu, why do you, such a beautiful girl, have to suffer so much? I hope you can quickly become stronger and escape from your cannibalistic home. Sun Jingyu shook her head. I have accepted my life, which is like mud. I don't come from a good family and I'm not valued by my family. Now my fiancé, who I've been dating for many years, has cheated on me. My family only blames me for being incompetent and not being able to keep a man. I think I will marry a mediocre man and live my life in confusion. Maybe one day I can't bear it anymore and I'll commit suicide. Hu Mengyao immediately retorted, Jingyu, you are so beautiful and kind, why do you want to marry a mediocre man? Sun Jingyu, what else? Mengyao, do you think I can find a man as outstanding as Jai Haochen to marry? I'm not as rich and powerful as your family. Why not? I'll take care of it. Hu Mengyao was determined to pull Sun Jingyu out of the quagmire. My dad is taking me to a banquet next week. I heard that all the top businessmen in Haichang will be attending. In a banquet of this scale, the Jiang family is nothing. They're just at the bottom of the list. I'll have my dad take you with him then. I tell you, those wealthy businessmen will bring their children or grandchildren to expand their network. There are so many outstanding men for you to choose from. We must pick someone who is 1,000 times or 10,000 times better than Jiang Junjie and make that scumbag die. Seeing Hu Mengyao indignantly standing up for him, Sun Jingyu almost laughed out loud. What a fool! She just said a few pitiful words and then he started fighting for her again. Another boring combined class. As usual, the teacher was giving a lecture at the podium while the students were busy with their own things. Shaonan, have you heard that Sun Jingyu has asked for half a month's leave? Shin Zheng'an said regretfully, why don't you hire one for a year or two? That way, you won't have to see her until graduation. Zhang Xiaotian became anxious at the mention of graduation. It's almost your senior year, have you decided what to do? Louis, I've made up my mind. I plan to take the postgraduate entrance exam. Shin Su sighed, I don't plan to continue taking the exam. My family's financial situation is average, so I'm going to find a job to earn some money. Shin Zheng'an, I will just focus on serving my financial sponsor. Zhang Xiaotian sighed, you kid don't want to take any detours at all. We're both in our early 20s, and our youth might only be worth 10 or 20 yuan an hour, but you're already wearing limited edition sneakers bought by a rich woman. Oh, only after growing up did I realize how ridiculous the saying, looking good doesn't make a living is. Damn, all the good-looking people are almost starving to death. After sighing, Zhang Xiaotian asked curiously, by the way, I never asked if your sponsor is single? Shin Zheng'an nodded, of course, I still have some professional ethics. I am only a male concubine, but I will never be a mistress who destroys other people's families. Work hard, and don't forget your brothers when you become successful. Of course. Then I will adopt you under my name and make you my sons. As long as we can have enough food and drink for the rest of our lives, calling you dad is my due. Bang! While they were chatting and laughing, the door of the classroom was suddenly pushed open, and everyone in the class looked towards the door. I saw a man who looked a little depressed but had a fierce look in his eyes standing at the door. He looked around and asked word by word, "Who is Shin Jung-on?" Everyone turned their eyes to the most handsome boy in the classroom. Under the gaze of the crowd, Shin Jung-on stood up calmly and said, "I am the person you are looking for. If you have anything to say, let's talk outside. Don't disturb the teacher's class." "It's you!" Jung Junjie widened his eyes. He never expected that Shin Jung-on, who was entangled with Sun Jingyu in the text message, was the bastard who beat him into a pig's head at the Lin family. This discovery made Jung Junjie so angry that he was panting and his eyes were bloodshot. "Let's go, let's find a place with fewer people and talk slowly." Shin Jung-on had already walked up to Jung Junjie. Seeing that Jung Junjie didn't move, he kindly whispered, "Don't be stubborn. You can't beat me. Don't force me to slap you in front of so many people, otherwise you will lose face." This sentence made Jung Junjie sober up a lot, and he finally followed Shin Jung-on away. However, in order to express his anger strongly, he glared at Shin Jung-on's back fiercely all the way. In the corner of the classroom, Meng Shufa showed a sly smile of a villain who had succeeded. She didn't know the class schedule of Shin Jung-on's class, so she wrote down the time and place of the combined class in the anonymous text message. Based on her understanding of Jung Junjie, he will definitely cause trouble for Shin Jung-on. Humph, Shin Jung-on, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not knowing what is good for you. You have embarrassed me in public time and time again. I have plenty of ways to deal with you. Chapter 57. Did you abandon me for the day? Jung Junjie followed Shin Jung-on all the way to the school playground. Shin Jung-on said sarcastically, "You are so petty. We just had a small conflict at the Lin family, and you dug out my personal information and even my class schedule. Did you come to school to seek revenge? Sorry, you still can't beat me in a different environment." Jung Junjie was furious. "You brought me here to talk? Why didn't you find a cafe or restaurant? You don't even give me the most basic respect. You're clearly provoking me and trying to intimidate me." Shin Jung-on. This answer was completely irrelevant and he didn't know how to continue the conversation. "You can chat or not, my time is precious. If you don't want to chat now, I'll go to the Lin family after school to chat." Jung Junjie gritted his teeth and said, "Shin Jung-on, I suspect you are here just to defeat me. You stole my 2 women. You and I will never be on good terms." Shin Jung-on frowned. "2 women? You're still playing dumb," Jung Junjie roared. "Not only did you hook up with Jiao Jiao, you're also having an affair with Sun Jingyu. How dare you say you don't know that Sun Jingyu is my fiancé?" "I know. See, you did it on purpose. But I only found out about this 2 days ago. And please don't insult me personally. Even if you put a knife to my neck, I won't have an affair with that green tea bitch." Jung Junjie's defense broke down again. "What do you mean? Are you implying that I have poor taste in choosing a girlfriend?" Shin Jung-on shrugged. "The answer is obvious. But where did you get such outrageous news? Who told you?" At first, Shin Jung-on thought that Jung Junjie had opened the account for him, but as things became more and more outrageous, some missed details emerged in his mind. When Jung Junjie first came to the class to find him, he seemed unaware that he was the one who beat him at the Lin family. Someone must have wanted to mess with him and deliberately plotted against him and Sun Jingyu in front of Jung Junjie. Who was trying to mess with him behind the scenes? Jung Junjie thought for a moment and suddenly smiled with great wisdom. "Oh, I see, you're just too scared to admit it. You are Lin Yujiao's male favorite now. You are afraid that if Lin Yujiao finds out, your good days will be over. My trip wasn't in vain. I finally found something to hold against you, this pretty boy. Just wait, I'm going to complain to Jiao Jiao. When you lose Jiao Jiao as your backer, won't you be at my mercy? Shin Jung-on, it's up to you, as long as you are happy." "You didn't deny it?" Jung Junjie suddenly changed the subject. "So you really are Jiao Jiao's male lover?" His features were distorted with jealousy. "Have you slept with Jiao Jiao? Isn't Jiao Jiao's naked body very beautiful and irresistible? When did this improper relationship of yours begin? How many times have you done it? Do you know how many men Jiao Jiao has been with?" Shin Jung-on, 6. No wonder Lin Yujiao said that he and Sun Jingyu should be locked up together. These 2 people's brains are really more abnormal than each other. Especially when communicating with Jung Junjie, I felt a deep sense of powerlessness. He spoke as if he was dreaming, and often said whatever came to his mind in his dreams. We couldn't even chat on the same channel. Shin Jing'an was too lazy to continue talking to the lunatic. He wanted to leave, but Jiang Junjie quickly stopped him. You haven't answered my question yet, so you can't leave. Shin Jing'an, who do you think you are? Why should I answer your questions? Jiang Junjie is very proud. I am the only son of the Jiang family and the future heir of the Jiang family. And you are just a shameless gigolo raised by Jiao Jiao. Once Jiao Jiao gets married, you will be abandoned. Shin Jing'an asked sincerely, did your parents really not have a second child? Jiang Junjie, what? It's okay, I'm going back to class. Shin Jing'an warned, if you dare to stop me again, I'll beat you up. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Jiang Junjie watched Shin Jing'an leave angrily. Report. The teacher saw Shin Jing'an and nodded for him to come in. The classmates in the class also looked at him with more or less inquiring eyes. Meng Shuefei's body suddenly stiffened, and her eyes stared at Shin Jing'an. How is it possible? How did he come back so soon? And safe and sound? Jiang Junjie let him go so easily? Just as Meng Shuefei was daydreaming, her cell phone suddenly vibrated. When I clicked on it, I saw that it was sent by Jiang Junjie. I'm free today, so I came to play with you. I'll be waiting for you at your school's playground. The corners of Meng Shuefei's mouth twitched speechlessly, but she still had to meet the god of wealth. Fortunately, she was sitting in the back 2 rows. After planning her route, she quietly slipped out through the back door when the teacher wasn't paying attention. Arriving at the playground, she saw Jiang Junjie and teased him, "Hey, busy man, why did you suddenly think of me?" In fact, she said this with resentment. Before he got her, Jiang Junjie was indeed very generous to her, but once he gave her something, his interest in her began to plummet. He stopped giving her gifts and stopped transferring money to her. Damn it, she was thrown away that day. Jiang Junjie, I've been too busy recently. Wouldn't I come to see you today if I had time? Meng Shuefei curled her lips. She thought that she happened to have something to do at Haicheng University, so she came to make an appointment. However, she did not expose his lie, but asked indirectly, you come to play with me, aren't you afraid that your fiancé will come to check on you again? Don't mention her to me. Jiang Junjie gritted his teeth, I've already broken off the engagement with her. Ah? The engagement has been cancelled? Meng Shuefei was very surprised. In fact, the cancellation announcements from the Jiang and Sun families were only posted by the elders of each family on their WeChat moments. Although this news has spread throughout the circle, ordinary people have no channels to know it. Jiang Junjie, why are you so happy? Even if I break off the engagement, it won't be your turn. I just came to play with you. Meng Shuefei. Perhaps realizing that his words were a bit harsh, Jiang Junjie quickly added, how have you been lately? There was some emotional fluctuation in Meng Shuefei's eyes. She has been having a hard time lately. Her good-for-nothing brother fell in love with a female teacher in town, and bought a bunch of cheap roses for $5 to confess his love to her, but was inevitably rejected. So that loser started a hunger strike, saying that the female teacher must be disgusted with him because he had no car or house. This made her parents very distressed, so they took turns calling her and bombarded her with calls, demanding that she must buy a car and a house for her brother. The house must be in the city center, and the car cannot be less than 300,000 yuan. Meng Shuefei had just saved a little money and was definitely unwilling to do so, but she could not bear her parents' threats of suicide, so she finally compromised and paid the down payment for a car and a house. Of course, she repaid all the subsequent loans, but the name was written in the vampire's name. Meng Shuefei spent all the money she made from Jiang Junjie at once, and she still had to repay a loan of 10,000 yuan every month. She couldn't find a new sponsor for a while, and under pressure she had to go to the club to make quick money. Then I ran into Sun Jingyu's trouble in the club. Chapter 58 I bought you some aphrodisiac supplements. Meng Shuefei pretended to be carefree and said, just muddle along. Every day after class I either go to club activities or go shopping. It's so boring. Jiang Junjie was a little disdainful. He didn't believe that Meng Shuefei's private life was as normal as she said. Although his train of thought is bizarre, he has seen countless women and is very experienced in some aspects. The last time he banged Meng Shuefei, the young girl's clam was not very firm, which made him a little disappointed. Fortunately, the other party is skilled and has many tricks, so the experience is barely acceptable. But it was still too expensive, and he never dated Meng Shuefei again after that. The reason for today's appointment was purely because I was mad at Shin Jing'an. In order to make things quick and easy, I made an appointment with Meng Shuefei, who was also studying at Haicheng University, to vent my anger. After a few words of pretentious conversation, Zhang Junjie got straight to the point. I'm feeling a little uncomfortable. How about we go to the hotel and rest for a while? Meng Shuefei said coquettishly. How can you ask a girl out like this? You don't even ask me to have a meal or go shopping with you first. When Zhang Junjie was in a good mood, he would still be willing to play with Meng Shuefei, but the problem was that he was in a bad mood now. 100,000 for one price. If you don't want to, I'll find someone else. Meng Shuefei was startled, and then angrily asked, What do you think of me? Are you using money to humiliate me? Zhang Junjie had seen through her long ago and ruthlessly exposed her. You've acted so much, do you really think you're a good woman? Will you sleep with me if I don't pay you? Last time, you slept with me even though you knew I had a fiancé. You have no sense of shame at all. You treat yourself like a commodity with a fixed price. How much respect do you expect from me? Anyway, don't play hard to get into your love game with me. There's nothing about you that I could covet. Meng Shuefei suddenly felt it was ironic. How could Zhang Junjie have the nerve to say that she had no sense of shame? Does he have a sense of shame? Since the other party didn't buy it, Meng Shuefei didn't continue to show off her poor acting skills and agreed. She is very short of money now, and 100,000 yuan can solve her urgent needs. Moreover, Zhang Junjie is fast and has no habit of abusing others, so it is easy for her to earn this money. The deal was agreed upon and the two headed straight to the hotel. After a set of massage, Zhang Junjie relieved a lot of his sexual desire. He patted Meng Shuefei's little face, and suddenly felt that the pine needles also had their benefits. At least the effect would last much longer than before. This time it took 2 or 3 minutes. Zhang Junjie has always been upset about Sun Jingyu's words half an hour of foreplay and 30 seconds of main act, and he gets angry every time he thinks about it. If possible, he would have liked to drag Sun Jingyu to the scene to watch the fight and slap her in the face. But this is just thought. He doesn't have any disgusting habits, and he simply won't get up if there are other people in the room. Etc. Zhang Junjie suddenly had an idea and came up with a good plan. Yes, he can record a video and send it to Sun Jingyu. This way he could prove that his real part lasted longer than 30 seconds, but it just wasn't working for her. Zhang Junjie decided to record the video another day. After all, he had just consumed a lot of physical energy, and he wanted to make sure he was in the best condition. When Xin Jing'an returned home from school, he saw the sofa filled with large and small bags of things as soon as he entered the living room, and the coffee table was also piled with snacks with foreign language labels on the packaging. This is... Grandpa is back? Grandpa? Grandpa, are you back? Xin Jing'an ran to the study happily and knocked on the door a few times but got no response. At this time, Aunt Xiu came over and said, Uncle, the old man is back, but he went to the company again. By the way, the old man asked me to tell you that there are gifts on the sofa for you and the eldest lady. There are clothes and jewelry. Take a look and see if you like them. The coffee table also has some popular snacks from abroad. He didn't know which ones were the best, so he just bought them all. Xin Jing'an felt warm in his heart when he heard this. It was such a good feeling to be remembered by others. Then I must cook a few more dishes tonight to welcome Grandpa home. Xin Jing'an rushed to the kitchen to cook without even opening the presents, fearing that his grandfather would suddenly come back and he wouldn't even be able to eat a hot meal. About an hour later, there was a noise at the door, and Lin Yuzhou also went home from school. Wow, so many gifts. Is Grandpa back? Xin Jing'an poked his head out of the kitchen. Yes, but Aunt Xiu said that Grandpa went back to the company not long after he came back. Lin Yuzhou praised, Our master is very ambitious. Ha ha ha, let's open the blind box. Let me see what gifts Grandpa brought back this time. Lin Yuzhou muttered as she unpacked the box. Hey, husband, let me tell you, when I was little, whenever Grandpa went on a business trip, I would cry and not let him go. There was nothing I could do. Grandpa could only coax me and tell me he would bring me lots of gifts when he came back. I'm grown up now, but in my grandfather's heart, I'm still that crybaby little girl. Every time he comes back from a business trip, he's loaded with bags and bags, eager to buy me all the good things in the world. It turns out that the cool and aloof campus beauty from our Haicheng University can also cry. The image of the cute little Yu Jiao crying appeared in Xin Jing'an's mind. Ha ha ha, it's so cute just thinking about it. Lin Yuzhou snorted softly. Is it abnormal to cry? I have tear glands too. The two of them were chatting casually, and suddenly Lin Yuzhou fell silent. Shen Jing'an asked curiously, "Why are you silent?" "Well, our master really cares about us too in every way." "Oh? What do you mean?" "I unpacked the aphrodisiac supplements my grandfather bought for you." Shen Jing'an. "No, do I look that weak?" Lin Yuzhou jokingly said, "No matter what, it's Grandpa's good intention, so just accept it." I recently saw a quote online that said once a man is over 25, he's only good at chatting. Calculating the time, you don't have many years left. Shen Zheng'an was very dissatisfied. "I'm just a small-time chef, and Shui Lingling sentenced me like this? What do you mean by in a few years? With my physical condition, I can handle it even if it's 20, 30, 40, or even 80 years later." Lin Yuzhou said venomously, "Stop bragging. 80 years from now, the only thing you'll be able to stand on will be your tombstone." Shen Zheng'an was too depressed to talk. Don't bully people like this. Dear readers, can you please give me a good review? Chapter 59. You are my husband, why should I avoid you? When Mr. Lin came back, there were already more than 10 plates on the dining table, and the layout was quite good. Looking closely, wow, each dish is delicious and all looks great, and no dish is just there to make up the numbers. "Grandpa, you're back. I missed you so much." Zhengyan prepared a large table of delicious food to welcome you back. Lin Yuzhou ran up and attentively helped Mr. Lin hang up his coat, then pushed him to sit on the dining chair. Not only that, she also bowed 45 degrees in a formal manner and offered the chopsticks with both hands. "Grandpa, please have your meal." Old Master Lin saw through her thoughts at a glance and said helplessly, "I told you a long time ago, if you are hungry, eat first, no need to wait for me. I don't have so many rules. It doesn't matter who starts eating first." "That won't do." Lin Yuzhou was stubborn. "You let me eat first when I'm hungry. It's your love for the younger generation as an elder. But I'm waiting for you to pick up your chopsticks, as a younger generation showing respect to the elders." Old Master Lin was overjoyed when he heard this. "Your little mouth is as sweet as honey, and your words are so pleasing." At this time, Shen Jing'an also came out with the last dish. He said, "My wife, seeing how anxious you are, someone who doesn't know would think I didn't make you any delicious food while Grandpa was away on business. You should at least wait for Grandpa to wash his hands before you start eating." Lin Yuzhou smiled and said, "It's because your cooking is so delicious. I can never get tired of it. Grandpa, go wash your hands quickly, let's eat." Everyone was laughing and talking at the dinner table. The more he got to know them, the more Shen Zheng'an loved and integrated into this family. Because he saw different sides of the grandfather and grandson. Here, Lin Yuzhou is no longer the cold goddess who keeps everyone at a distance in school. Mr. Lin is no longer the business tycoon with thundering means, and he himself is no longer the helpless orphan. They are all a family, a very ordinary yet warm family. "Grandpa, have you heard the gossip in the circle recently? The Jiang and Sun families broke off their engagement." Old Master Lin said with a hint of regret, "I heard that these two kids are a match made in heaven. Why would they cancel the engagement?" Shen Jing'an tried to hold back his laughter. This old man had such a sharp tongue. Lin Yuzhou said mysteriously, "They said it was due to personality incompatibility, but no one would believe that excuse. But I seriously doubt that I had a hand in their breaking off of the engagement." Then Lin Yuzhou told the story of how Jiang Junjie came to the Lin family and made trouble when Grandpa Lin was on a business trip, and was finally beaten out by Shen Jing'an. Then she talked about how she sent text messages to provoke Sun Jingyu. At the end, she looked innocent. "My original intention of provoking Sun Jingyu was just to make Jiang Junjie's family restless, but I didn't expect them to just call off the engagement." After hearing this, Mr. Lin felt relieved. "Well done. Last time, when that jerk said something outrageous in front of me, saying that my precious granddaughter and he were in love, I wanted to slap him in the face. But due to my status as an elder, I can't argue with him. Xiao Zhang, next time you encounter something like this, beat him to death. I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong." Shen Jing'an nodded, and then he told him about Jiang Junjie coming to the school to find him today. "At first I thought he came after me because of the beating he got last time. I thought he was pretty brave, coming after me alone. Wasn't he afraid of getting beaten up again? I didn't expect that he came here because he suspected that Sun Jingyu and I were having an affair. Before he met me, he didn't know I was Shen Zheng'an." Old Master Lin was completely bewildered. Can anyone explain to me how Sun Jingyu got involved with my grandson-in-law again?" "I know that," Lin Yuzhou answered quickly. "Sun Jingyu is an exchange student and happens to be in the same class as Zhengyan. She saw how stunningly handsome Zheng Yan was and started to have evil thoughts, but Zheng Yan was very defensive and in the end, she didn't even add him on WeChat. Old Master Lin nodded. It's normal for her to like Xiao Zhang. After all, she just has bad character, not bad taste. But he soon raised another question, but how did Zhang Junjie know this? And it's such an outrageous version. It can't be that Sun Jingyu said it herself, right? Xin Jing'an, the dispute between Sun Jingyu and I is only known to my classmates. I seriously suspect that someone I know is deliberately making irresponsible remarks and misleading people in front of Zhang Junjie. Besides, I already have a suspect in mind. Lin Yujiao pricked up her ears. Who is it? Meng Shuefei, the one who snatched my duck leg in the school cafeteria. When Zhang Junjie came to see me today, I was in the classroom taking a joint class with Meng Shuefei and her class. The timing is too coincidental, so I suspect the rumormonger doesn't know my class schedule, but only knows the time for the combined class. Although there are many things I still haven't figured out, my intuition tells me that this matter is related to her. In the evening, Shen Jing'an happily returned to his room to try on the new clothes that Grandpa Lin bought for him. He stood in front of the dressing mirror, looking left and right, and was amazed by how handsome he was. Sure enough, falling in love with yourself is as easy as breathing. Little did he know that while he was posing in the mirror, there was a pair of greedy eyes behind him. Honey, go take a shower. I have an early breakfast tomorrow and I want to go to bed early. Good daughter-in-law. For some reason, Shen Jing'an always felt that Lin Yujiao's voice was a little strange, as if it was clamped. Hiss. Don't think too much. Shen Jing'an quickly ran to take a shower. When he came out of the shower, he saw another exciting scene. You, what are you doing? Shen Jing'an quickly lowered his head and covered his eyes, not daring to look for even a second longer. Ah. Lin Yujiao looked up and answered confusedly, I'm applying body lotion. What's wrong? But why did you take off your pajamas? Because it's easier to apply after I take off my clothes, and this is my room, so there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with me taking off my clothes in my room. Then why don't you avoid me? You are my husband, why should I avoid you? Shen Jing'an. Well, every word made sense and he couldn't refute it. Shen Jing'an slowly took his hands away from his eyes and tried to look directly at the erotic scene. After all, Lin Yujiao is very graceful as a girl, so it's not good for him as a boy to be too pretentious. Fuck. When Shen Jing'an saw that Lin Yujiao was wearing a set of lace underwear, he couldn't help but utter the most simple exclamation. What are you standing there for? Lin Yujiao scolded, hurry up and apply some paint on my back. I can't reach it. Oh, okay. Shen Jing'an walked towards Lin Yujiao with his legs a little weak. Chapter 60 Husband, I'm ready. Just as Shen Jing'an reached the bed, Lin Yujiao, who was originally sitting, suddenly lay down. She said, this will make it easier for you to apply it. Thank you, daughter-in-law, you are so thoughtful. Shen Jing'an tried hard to keep his breathing steady. He squeezed a few pumps of body lotion into his palms, rubbed his hands together and began to apply it evenly. The sight of that white back made him feel dizzy. Lin Yujiao was far from being as calm as she appeared. She kept burying her face in the pillow, feeling extremely embarrassed. Both of them were a little absent-minded. After 5 or 6 minutes, Shen Jing'an stopped and said, Wife, I'm done. Lin Yujiao turned over, her cheeks flushed, as beautiful as cherries in early summer. Well, honey, I'm ready too. We are all adults now, and this sentence undoubtedly directly pierced the paper window. Shen Jing'an's Adam's apple rolled and his heart was beating fast. He suddenly remembered a saying, if a girl wears a set of underwear, then you will be the one being slept with. After turning off the lights, Shen Jing'an took off his pajamas and became very affectionate with Lin Yujiao. His hands caressed every inch of the other person's skin, and he could hear the moans of his beloved in his ears. Everything is so dreamy. When they were about to proceed to the last step, Shen Jing'an paused, then gently kissed Lin Yujiao's lips and solemnly swore, Wife, I will treat you well for the rest of my life. Lin Yujiao put her arms around Shen Jing'an's waist and said with some trepidation and anticipation, Honey, I'm ready. After turning on the light, the two of them sat on the bed dejectedly. The moment they looked at each other, both of them smiled bitterly. Damn, I didn't realize I didn't have an umbrella at home until the most critical step. Shen Jing'an scratched his head, Wife, I'm going to take a shower. Lin Yujiao, I'll go wash it too, it's sticky. Oh, I have to wash more underwear. Ahem, although there were some minor incidents along the way, the two of them have made a breakthrough in their progress. The two hungry young men played some dirty tricks in the bathroom before going to bed sticky together. The next day, the alarm clock rang at 7:10. Lin Yuzhou rubbed her eyes sleepily, stretched her limbs, and found that there was no one beside her. After a moment of hesitation, she realized that Shin Zheng'an had gotten up early to make breakfast. Lin Yuzhou hugged the quilt with a bit of loss. She actually hoped to wake up and find herself in Shin Zheng'an's arms. Suddenly, the door was pushed open and Shin Zheng'an, dressed in a respectable manner, came in carrying a tray. I figured you must be awake, so I came in just in time. Dear princess, I'm here to bring you a loving breakfast. Lin Yuzhou felt a surge of sweetness and jokingly said, "Oh, did the sun rise from the west today? The service attitude is so good." Shin Zheng'an put the tray on the bedside table and grinned. But why does this smile make me feel more guilty the more I look at it? Lin Yuzhou sat up and asked curiously, "Did you do anything wrong? Your smile is so fake." But she knew the reason the next second. The moment she stood up, the quilt slipped off her. Lin Yuzhou glanced down inadvertently and her whole body instantly went numb. Because her body is covered with hickeys, people who see her are almost suffering from claustrophobia. Lin Yuzhou was embarrassed and annoyed. She glared at him and said, "Shin Zheng'an, did you suck me like jelly last night? You bastard. I couldn't bear to bite you yesterday, but you showed no mercy at all." Shin Zheng'an thought that it was so white and tender that it was even easier to suck than jelly. However, he didn't dare to say what was in his heart and just kept apologizing and asking for forgiveness. "Humph. I don't want to bother with you, you bastard. You just bully me." It was obvious that Lin Yuzhou had no intention of forgiving Shin Zheng'an. She went to the cloakroom with her bare feet to pick out clothes angrily. Oh, her bare feet are not the only ones that are exposed. Shin Zheng'an wanted to look, but he felt it was not good to stare at someone like that. After a fierce mental struggle, he finally turned his head secretly to look. But the next second he became awkward because he and Lin Yuzhou looked at each other. Lin Yuzhou had crossed her arms at some point and was looking at him speechlessly. Shin Zheng'an wanted to defend himself, but his eyes couldn't help but stay on the other party's surging strength. Lin Yuzhou complained, "If you want to watch it, just watch it openly. Why are you being so hypocritical? Come over here and help me choose what I'm going to wear today." After saying that, she turned around and went to the cloakroom, and Shin Zheng'an hurriedly followed her. "What do you think of this black turtleneck slim dress? It can just cover the strawberry marks on your neck, and it also shows off your figure and temperament. Just wear this seamless underwear." Shin Zheng'an was glad that it was already autumn, otherwise it would be difficult to choose clothes. "As you say." After saying that, Lin Yuzhou began to put on her clothes as if no one was around. After she was done, she stood in front of the dressing mirror and looked herself up and down. Shin Zheng'an asked cautiously, "How is it? Isn't it pretty good?" Lin Yuzhou nodded, "Make amends for your mistakes, I will forgive you this time." After Lin Yuzhou finished washing up, she started to eat the loving breakfast. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Shin Zheng'an came forward again to atone for his sins. "Wife, I recently learned a simple and beautiful hairstyle online. How about I do it for you? When you finish eating, I'll almost have it done. It won't delay your class." Lin Yuzhou naturally would not refuse this service that was delivered to her door. Shin Zheng'an recalled the teaching video. He first left 4 fingers of hair on each side of Lin Yuzhou's head, then tied the hair at the back into a high bun, and then wrapped the hair at the front around the back and into the bun, and finally fixed it with a clip. A beautiful flower bud is made in this way. Lin Yuzhou looked at her new hairstyle in the mirror and was very satisfied. She didn't wear any makeup today, and her hairstyle looked like it was casually tied up. Not only did it look lazy, but the fluffy hairstyle also made her face look smaller. "You're quite dexterous." Lin Yuzhou checked the time on her phone and it was time to go to school. Shin Zheng'an sent Lin Yuzhou downstairs. Before they parted, he once again apologized solemnly, "I'm sorry, my wife. I was so excited last night that I didn't know how to control my words. What I did was really inhumane." Seeing Shin Zheng'an's sincere attitude in admitting his mistake, Lin Yuzhou felt a little embarrassed. "It's okay, sometimes I don't do anything." Shin Zheng'an, Lin Yuzhou, you sleep quite soundly every night. Shin Zheng'an, Lin Yuzhou's expression was a little unnatural. "It's my fault for being too curious. Sometimes I'll take advantage of you sleeping, turn on the flashlight on my phone, pull down your pants, and then pull them up for you after I'm done. Actually, you're quite cute when you're not erected, so small. You look nothing like a penis when you're erected." Shen Jing'an. Chapter 61. I seriously suspect you have NPD. Having just returned from a business trip, the company has a lot of things to deal with, and Mr. Lin is so busy that he wishes he could split himself into two. At this time, a young assistant knocked on the door. Boss Lin, Boss Zhang's son, Zhang Junjie, is in the reception room. He's clamoring to see you. He says he has something important to tell you. No, just find a reason to send him away. Don't let him stay in the reception room and eat and drink for free. The tea in the reception room is not cheap. Mr. Lin was annoyed when he heard the name, and he immediately ordered his secretary to chase the person away. The secretary was stunned for a moment, then his expression became inquiring. Judging from Mr. Lin's reaction, he seems to be very annoyed with Zhang Junjie. Why is Zhang Junjie still pretending to be cool downstairs? Just as the assistant was about to leave, Mr. Lin stopped him again. Wait, forget it, let him come up. I want to see what important things he has to tell me. When the young assistant returned to the reception room, Zhang Junjie was making things difficult for the new girl at the front desk. I asked you to massage my back. Are you deaf? When I see Grandpa Lin later, I will definitely complain to him and ask him to replace you, the receptionist with such a sharp eye. The little girl was almost crying after being scolded, but she still said stubbornly, I'm sorry, sir, this is not within my job scope. Zhang Junjie was furious. Why are you so stubborn? Mr. Jiang. The assistant quickly came to the girl's rescue. Mr. Lin asked you to go up. The assistant was also very precise in his words. He said, let me go, not please go up. Although there is only one word difference, the meaning is very different. Zhang Junjie automatically ignored this small detail. He only heard the word go up. He became even more arrogant and superior. I said it from the beginning. Mr. Lin has watched me grow up. In his eyes, I am half his grandson. My grandson is here to see me. What kind of bullshit appointment do I need? If I had someone with a keen eye, I would have been invited up long ago. You are the only fools who don't know how to adapt. You don't even realize you've offended someone. Humph, Mr. Lin doesn't need idiots like you around. Just wait for you to pack up and leave. The assistant said nothing, but just kept smiling as he led the way. After bringing Zhang Junjie to the door of Mr. Lin's office, the assistant said 3 words sparingly, go in. This attitude made Zhang Junjie a little unhappy, but he didn't dare to act rashly in front of General Manager Lin's office, so he could only hold back his anger. Just wait for me. He left this vicious threat and went into the office. After closing the door, Mr. Lin didn't even raise his eyelids when he heard the noise and continued to flip through the contract. Zhang Junjie stood there awkwardly. After a minute or two, he finally couldn't hold it in any longer and said, Grandpa Lin, I'm here. Mr. Lin, if you have something to say, just say it. While speaking, he still didn't even glance at Zhang Junjie. Even up to this point, Zhang Junjie still hadn't realized that he was unpopular. He still thought that the old man was too busy with work. Zhang Junjie quickly organized his words and said with great sorrow, Grandpa Lin, there's something I've been hesitating about for a long time, but I finally decided to tell you. Jiajiao's private life is chaotic. While you were away on business, she kept a gigolo in the Lin family. And that pretty boy was extremely arrogant. When I was trying to persuade Jiajiao to be chaste, he even beat me up. Grandpa Lin, I originally didn't want to get involved in this, but Jiajiao and I grew up together and have a deep bond. I really can't bear to see her degenerate and have her life ruined by a gigolo. You said Jiajiao isn't married yet. If this gets out, who would dare to marry her? Grandpa Lin, you must take good care of it. Mr. Lin, okay, I see. Go away. Don't come to me unless you have anything to do. Zhang Junjie was stunned. This isn't right. Why is Mr. Lin so indifferent and acts as if it has nothing to do with him? Zhang Junjie was anxious. Grandpa Lin, did you really listen to what I just said? Old Master Lin slowly put down the documents in his hand and looked at Zhang Junjie with alms. Junjie, you are 24 now, right? Zhang Junjie was confused, but nodded. Old Master Lin sighed and asked again, if you're like this, can your father really sleep at night? This question made Zhang Junjie even more confused, but he still answered honestly, yes, I haven't heard my dad say that he has insomnia. Grandpa Lin, why are you asking this question? What does my dad's insomnia have to do with me? Mr. Lin's eyes were complicated. When he was a child, he thought the child was quite smart, so why did he become like a fool possessed by someone after growing up? He said earnestly, Junjie, if you're okay, go to the hospital for a checkup. I seriously suspect you have NPD. NPD, commonly known as narcissistic personality disorder, is a complex personality disorder characterized by a paradoxical relationship between an extremely inflated sense of self-worth and an inherently fragile self-esteem. Characteristics of the disorder include unrealistic fantasies of self-importance, a sense of entitlement, an excessive need for constant admiration, and a lack of empathy in interpersonal relationships. According to the DSM-4 diagnostic system, a diagnosis can be made by simply meeting the above 5 characteristics: exaggerating one's own achievements and talents, indulging in fantasies of unlimited success, believing in one's own specialness, an excessive need for praise, a sense of entitlement, exploitative interpersonal relationships, lack of empathy, envy of others or the perception of being envied, and an arrogant attitude. After observing you for some time, I found that you meet all of the requirements. Jang Junjae's face turned dark. Are you saying I'm sick? Mr. Lin, I just have a suspicion. You can find out if you are sick by going to the hospital for a checkup. Jang Junjae gritted his teeth and said, Grandpa Lin, I'm kindly reminding you, but you're humiliating me like this? Is this what an elder should do? Mr. Lin asked in confusion, I suspect you're sick, so I'm urging you to go to the hospital for a checkup. Isn't that what an elder should do? As for Jiao Jiao's affairs, it's not your turn to worry about them. You should focus on yourself. You're already 24 years old and haven't even landed a position in the family business. Mr. Lin's last sentence was really a subtle reminder. Because in this circle, illegitimate children are nothing new, it's just that some are exposed and some are not. A few years ago, something happened in the circle that dominated the hot searches. A well-known entrepreneur who liked to create a persona of doting on his daughters had only one daughter on the surface. However, after his death, 2 illegitimate sons and 1 illegitimate daughter popped out from the United States and clamored to divide the family property. If the entrepreneur's daughter hadn't used thunder-like means to suppress it, it would have been wiped out by all kinds of monsters and demons long ago. Although Jang Junjae's father has not been exposed to have an illegitimate child, his various behaviors are very suspicious. Let me ask you, if you have a wealthy family and only one son, would you let him spend his days eating, drinking, and having fun at the age of 24 and not get involved in company affairs? Chapter 62. You hit my mom, but you can't hit me anymore. Jang Junjae, with his pig brain, naturally didn't hear the reminder. He was so angry that he started to speak without thinking. I'm the only son in my family. I'm the only child my parents have. No matter if I have a position in the company now or not, the Jiang Group will belong to me in the future. No one can take it away from me. As for you, Grandpa Lin, you lost your son in middle age, and now you only have one granddaughter to rely on for survival. Can a woman like Lin Yujio hold up the company? If you find alive a son-in-law, who will take over the company after you die? Waiting quietly for Jiang Junjie to finish, Mr. Lin asked calmly, Are you done? Let's go when you're done. Jiang Junjie left angrily and deliberately slammed the office door loudly. Mr. Lin shook his head helplessly, then called his assistant, Xiao Lu, please copy the surveillance video of Jiang Junjie entering my office and send it to Mr. Jiang. After giving all these instructions, he continued to look at the contract. I'm the only son in my family. In the future, the Jiang Group will belong to me alone. No one can take it away from me. But your Grandpa Lin. Can a woman like Lin Yujio hold up the company? If you find alive a son-in-law, who will take over the company after you die? After watching the entire surveillance video, Mr. Jiang felt a little dead. He would not have dared to say these words even if he had the courage, but his own son said them so eloquently. Jiang's father was furious. He called Jiang Junjie with trembling hands, but Jiang Junjie didn't answer even after he called twice. There was no other way, so he had to beat Jiang Mu with trembling hands again. Jiang Mu answered immediately. Hey, what made you think of calling me? What? Did you break up? Are you starting to miss this old hag like me? Father Jiang was too lazy to argue with this jealous, stupid woman. He suppressed his anger and asked, Where is Jiang Junjie? You're talking about our son. Even though Jiang Junjie had hurt Jiang's mother's heart last time, Jiang's mother still hoped for the best for her son. He's reading a management book in his room. He can help share some of your burden in the future. You should be happy to have such a sensible son. Now Father Jiang couldn't hold it in any longer. You still dare to lie after all this? A loving mother often spoils her child. Do you know how much trouble that rebellious son has caused? I'll be home soon. I don't care what method you use, you must call him back before I come back, otherwise you and your son will get out of the Jiang family. After saying the last sentence, Father Jiang hung up the phone. Jiang's mother was completely panicked and she quickly called Jiang Junjie. Once, twice, 3 times. I don't know how many times I called before the other party finally answered. Son, where are you? I called you so many times, why did you just answer? Jiang Junjie said impatiently, I was drinking at the bar because I was in a bad mood. I didn't hear it because the music was too loud just now. I'm in the bathroom now. If you have anything to say, tell me now. I have to go out and have fun later. Jiang's mother was almost dying of anxiety. Come back quickly, you've gotten into trouble, do you know? It had been a while since Jiang's father came back before Jiang Junjie returned home leisurely. As soon as he entered the door, he said confidently, Dad, I can probably guess why you asked me to go home. But this isn't my fault. That old man is disrespectful and slandered me as being sick. So what's wrong with me fighting back normally? Dad, we are a family. If you blame me for others, that will really chill my heart. You rebellious son. Father Jiang was so angry that he untied his belt and pulled out 7 wolves, wanting to beat this disobedient son to death. Jiang's mother quickly stopped him. If you have something to say, talk it over nicely. Why hit the child? The child has self-respect. You'll only make him more rebellious. And I've also watched the surveillance video. It was indeed that old man who started the nasty things. It's fine that you didn't dare to seek justice for Junjie, but instead you took your anger out on us mother and daughter. Are you even a man? Shut up. Father Jiang, who was already furious, slapped Mother Jiang in the face. I've provided you with good food and drink for so many years, but you can't even raise a child properly. What's the point of me marrying you? Mother Jiang covered her face in disbelief. Although Father Jiang has many shortcomings and often likes to steal wildflowers outside, he has one good point, which is that he never hits women. Even if Jiang Mu scratched his face, he would only defend himself and not attack. But today, he actually took action. Tears welled up in Jiang's mother's eyes. She gave birth to a son for the Jiang family. Even if she didn't make any contribution, she did work hard. Just as Jiang's mother was feeling sad, she heard Jiang Junjie exclaim, You hit my mom? Jiang's mother thought Jiang Junjie was trying to stand up for her. To prevent the father-son relationship from getting worse, she was about to say, My son is fine. I'm not hurt. But she heard Jiang Junjie say, You hit my mother, but you can't hit me again. When Jiang's mother heard this, she was completely stunned. This sentence is much more lethal than the slap from Jiang's father. In the end, Jiang's father's 7 wolves still hit Jiang Junjie. Hearing Jiang Junjie's screams, Jiang's mother did not intervene to stop it this time. She sat on the sofa as if she had lost her soul. Father Jiang beat him and scolded him, You've grown so capable that you even dare to talk to Mr. Lin like that. Do you really have to kill me to be satisfied? Jiang Junjie was unconvinced. I was just kindly reminding him to keep an eye on Lin Yujiao, but I didn't expect that old man to be so ungrateful. Father Jiang was even more furious. Even if Lin Yujiao keeps 10 gigolos, what does it have to do with you? Who do you think you are? You're meddling in the Lin family's affairs? Jiang Junjie dodged and yelled, Why is it okay? I like Lin Yujiao, so I want to take care of her. Otherwise, who would dare to marry her if her dissolute image was exposed? Hearing this, Jiang's father knew that Jiang Junjie was completely hopeless. He threw down the whip with a snap and sat down on the sofa dejectedly. After a long while, he said to Jiang's mother, Take Junjie to the hospital some other day. I suspect Mr. Lin isn't being sarcastic. Junjie really does have NPD. Why should I go to the hospital just because of what that old man said? Jiang Junjie yelled, Dad, I'm so disappointed in you. You're so timid and you don't have any manliness at all. After yelling, he rushed out of the house. Only Father Jiang and Mother Jiang were left in the room. After a long time, Jiang's mother suddenly started crying. At first she was just sobbing quietly, but as time went on, her tears grew more and more, like a faucet that had been opened and could not be stopped. Father Jiang was overwhelmed, but he still apologized patiently. I'm sorry, Shoudua, I was too angry just now, please stop crying. Hearing this, Jiang's mother cried even harder. She said intermittently, I'm not crying because you hit me. I just feel sorry for you. I've ruined our son. Husband, what should we do now? Father Jiang, what can we do? Just let it sit. Chapter 63 You are just biological father and biological mother. That afternoon, Zhang's father went to Lin's house to apologize in person. But he didn't even see the old man. Mr. Lin's assistant, Lu Xiao, passed on a message to him. Boss Lin said that he will never embarrass the Zhang family because of this matter, but please ask Boss Zhang to take good care of your son and make sure it doesn't happen again. Father Zhang smiled awkwardly. Boss Lin is really generous. Please also ask this little brother to pass on a message for me, saying that Boss Zhang can rest assured that I will definitely keep an eye on our rebellious son and prevent him from causing trouble again. After saying that, he took off his watch and tried to give it to Lu Xiao, saying smartly, "It's just a small token of my appreciation. Just accept it, little brother. No one else will know." Hey hey hey. Lu Xiao dodged quickly and asked faintly, "Boss Zhang, why do you still want to hurt me?" "I will convey your words to Mr. Lin word for word. This is also my duty. Mr. Zhang, there is no need to be so polite." Father Zhang took back the watch awkwardly. "Then I'll trouble you, little brother." Lu Xiao reported back word for word, and old man Lin nodded. "Okay, I understand. By the way, Xiao Lu, I have something for you to do. Hasn't the Zhang family recently set their sights on a shop in the Shichang building? Go and put some obstacles in their way. Don't make it too difficult for them. Just quit while you're ahead and let them spend a few tens of millions more in vain." Lu Xiao was surprised. It turns out that "never make it difficult" was just a lie told by General Lin. However, adhering to the principle of doing more and talking less, he did not reveal any emotion, agreed and left. Mr. Lin was extremely satisfied with the new assistant. As expected of someone who has followed Butler Dong for several years, he is very useful and knows how to do things. I will definitely ask the boss for a few more people someday. Nonsense. I told him in advance that I wanted him to go with me to an important banquet today. Where is he? Father Jiang felt that he had aged a lot in just a few days. Zhang Junjie had just offended Mr. Lin, and then the project that was originally a sure thing ran into problems. He absolutely doesn't believe that these two things have nothing to do with each other. But he couldn't find any evidence and could only swallow his loss. What made him even more upset was that Zhang Junjie had caused such a big disaster but still didn't know how to restrain himself and continued to act recklessly. He was notified a few days in advance to attend an important banquet, but when he arrived, he disappeared. Zhang's mother called Zhang Junjie twice, but no one answered. Father Jiang waved his hands gloomily. "Forget it, don't beat him. I think he's useless." Mother Zhang opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end she said nothing. At the same time, Sun Jingyu looked at herself in the mirror over and over again at home, waiting for Hu Mengyao to pick her up. When Sun's mother saw this, she said sarcastically, "Where are you going to go after dressing up so beautifully? You've almost squandered all the family money. You've got to be frugal with the little money you have left. If you don't spend it all, no one will give you any more." Sun Jingyu was almost annoyed by what she heard. Originally, their family was united in targeting Sun Changming, but once this incident came out, the situation suddenly changed. She became a person that everyone in the family could step on. I'm speechless. Everyone makes mistakes now and then. Why are they so obsessed with her? It's not like she's breaking any laws. Besides, 200 million is just a drop in the bucket for a big family, so why is it that his family is almost bankrupt because of the loss of 200 million? Instead of blaming her, you should reflect on your own inability to develop the company. It turns out that some people are not worthy of being parents, they are just biological fathers and mothers. Sun Jingyu asked, "Mom, do you know where I'm going?" Sun's mother snorted coldly, "Who knows where you'll be fooling around later? I just beg you not to expose any more scandals, otherwise our Sun family really can't afford to support you like a big Buddha." Sun Jingyu said proudly, "I'm going to attend the banquet at Jinqiu Villa soon. Do you know how valuable Jinqiu Villa is? Only the richest people in Haicheng can participate. Even the Jiang family would only be at the bottom of the list. Don't even mention you, my dad, and my brother. Even my grandfather has never attended such a high-end banquet." Seeing the shocked look on Sun's mother's face, Sun Jingyu felt extremely happy. She continued, "After so many days of lows, I've seen your ugly faces. You don't deserve to be my family at all. When I become rich, the first thing I will do is to escape from my family of origin. Don't even think about getting any benefit from me." Just at this time, Hu Mengyao sent her a message saying that she had arrived at her door, and Sun Jingyu left arrogantly, leaving Sun's mother at a loss. So what? Could attending this splendid banquet instantly transform one from a sparrow into a phoenix? Instead of daydreaming here, I might as well go out and find a job with a monthly salary of 5,000 to help relieve some of the pressure at home. Meng Yao. As soon as Sun Jingyu went out, she saw the Hu family's car worth tens of millions. She opened the car door happily, but the next second her smile froze on her face. Because Hu Mengyao's father and mother were also there. This made Sun Jingyu feel a little uncomfortable, and she couldn't help but complain in her heart. Didn't Hu Mengyao say she was coming to pick her up? Why did her parents come along too? The Hu family has so many luxury cars, why do they have to squeeze into one? The innocent Hu Mengyao still greeted her warmly. Jingyu, come and sit next to me. Finally, I have a companion for the party today. After getting in the car, Sun Jingyu greeted them a little stiffly. Hello uncles and aunts, I am Mengyao's good friend, my name is Sun Jingyu, and I have been to your house before. Hu's father hummed a response, while Hu's mother looked her over from head to toe, then asked dissatisfiedly, Mengyao, didn't you explain this clearly to your friend in advance? This banquet is of high standard, so you have to dress formally. If your friend just throws on some random clothes and goes, he'll be laughed at. No matter what, you have to wear a decent piece of jewelry and carry a limited edition bag to show off your appearance. These words were like a slap in the face of Sun Jingyu, burning with pain. That's right, Hu Mengyao and her daughter are all dressed in high-end clothes, with jewels shining brightly, looking very noble. In their eyes, the clothes they put so much effort into are just shabby. Hu Mengyao quickly came out to rescue. Mom, you don't know, Jingyu is usually low-key, not fighting, not competing, and not comparing. Mother Hu smiled and asked, oh? Is that so? Sun Jingyu nodded randomly. Yes, auntie, this banquet may be rare for you, but for me it is just an ordinary banquet. I am mainly there to accompany Meng Yao. Mother Hu smiled, a smile that seemed both praise and yin and yang. It's rare to find a child like you who doesn't fight or compete. Then she closed her eyes and stopped talking. Sun Jingyu felt extremely aggrieved. She didn't understand why Hu Mengyao's mother was so malicious towards her. Is he jealous that she is prettier than Hu Mengyao? Chapter 64, It's just a dying fantasy of the pig's head. Once this idea comes into being, it can never be erased. The more Sun Jingyu thought about it, the more possible it seemed. She even put herself in Hu's mother's shoes. If she gave birth to a daughter in the future, and she bought her high-end clothes, high-end jewelry, and limited edition bags, but her daughter turned out not to be as pretty as her friend who was wearing ordinary clothes, she would definitely be upset. Thinking of this, Sun Jingyu actually felt a little sorry for Hu's mother. TSK, she must feel bad for giving birth to such a stupid and mediocre daughter. Half an hour later, the car drove into Jinxiu Villa. From the moment he entered the villa, Sun Jingyu's eyes were wide open. Oh my god! She had never seen so many good things since she was a child. If it weren't for the presence of Hu Mengyao's family, she would have picked up her phone and started taking pictures frantically. After the car stopped at the designated parking space, Sun Jingyu also got out. Hu's father and mother walked in front, and she and Hu Mengyao walked side by side behind. At first glance, you really think they are a family. Oh, Mr. Hu is here. Mr. Hu, are you doing well these days? The Hu family is one of the largest families in Haicheng. As soon as they entered the banquet hall, they attracted a lot of attention, and there was no shortage of people coming forward to compliment and toast them. Among them, the unfamiliar face of Sun Jingyu quickly aroused everyone's curiosity, and even some rich ladies secretly made plans. If this girl is a relative of Mr. Hu or Mrs. Hu, then marrying her home as a daughter-in-law would be a disguised way of establishing a connection with the Hu family, wouldn't it? Sun Jingyu naturally felt these inquiring gazes, but she did not feel uneasy or embarrassed about her identity at all. On the contrary, she put on her signature smile and acted very confidently. Since she was a child, whether at home or at school, she has always enjoyed the feeling of being noticed. She felt that her life should be like this, that wherever she went, she should be the center of conversation and the focus of the crowd. Thinking of this, Sun Jingyu shamelessly took another step closer to Hu's father and mother, standing even closer than Hu Mengyao, creating the illusion that she was very familiar with the Hu family. Hu's mother saw through her little thoughts at a glance. While she felt disgusted, she had to admire Sun Jingyu's good psychological quality. It's hard to find a girl as shameless as her these days. At this time, a noble lady dressed in elegant attire called out Hu's mother's maiden name affectionately, Qin Wan, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Hu's mother was also surprised, Ying, didn't you settle abroad? Why did you come back suddenly? As she spoke, she pulled Hu Mengyao forward and said, Mengyao, this is your Aunt Ying. Do you remember when you were a child you had a favorite teddy bear toy? That was a gift from your Aunt Ying. I remember. Hu Mengyao covered her mouth with her hands in surprise. Aunt Ying, I recognized you right away. How come you're still as young as I remember you? Are you an ageless goddess? The girl's cute and adorable reaction made Tang Ying laugh like a rich person. The last time I met Mengyao, she was still a little girl, but this time she's grown up. Tang Ying took off the jade bracelet on her hand and handed it to Hu Mengyao. Mengyao, you are such a lovely child. Come, auntie will give you a gift. Hu Mengyao didn't hesitate. She took it and put it on her wrist immediately. Then she said happily, wow, it's really beautiful. Thank you Aunt Ying for giving it to me. I really love you so much. Aunt Ying, please eat less at the banquet. After the banquet, come to my house and I will show you my cooking skills. Mengyao can cook? Yes. Mother Hu said with a bit of pride, my daughter Mengyao likes to research some small recipes every day, but they are just some home-cooked meals. You can't be disgusted by them later. How could I possibly dislike it? Unlike their lively conversation, Sun Jingyu stood aside and couldn't get a word in. She stared at Tang Ying's wrist greedily and began to fantasize. Although Tang Ying had already given away a bracelet, she was still wearing another one on her left hand. This bracelet is made of Hutian white jade. It is estimated that the minimum price is at least 2 million. It would be nice if I could give her one too. Perhaps because Sun Jingyu's gaze was too noticeable, Tang Ying finally remembered to ask, Jin Wan, who is this little girl? Sun Jingyu quickly introduced herself, hello, Aunt Ying, my name is Sun Jingyu, and I am. She originally wanted to say, I am Mengyao's good friend, but she was interrupted by Hu's mother before she could finish her words. Mother Hu, she is from the Sun family and was a classmate of Mengyao. Sun family? Tang Ying was a little confused. How come she had never heard of it? Is this the new upstart of Haichang? Mother Hu shook her head. They're not newly rich, but they're also a family with great potential. Tang Ying understood instantly, and she also started to talk nonsense. Oh, the Sun family, I remember now, it really has a bright future. The two old sisters can guess each other's thoughts just by looking at each other. One wanted to play crickets, the other wanted to listen to gossip, and the two hit it off immediately. Mother Hu sent Hu Mengyao away, baby, if you feel bored, just take your classmates for a walk. Okay. Jingyu, let's go play over there. Hu Mengyao was already feeling bored listening to the adults talking, and she had long wanted to go somewhere else. Sun Jingyu looked at the jade bracelet on Tang Ying's wrist with some reluctance, and then followed Hu Mengyao away. Now Hu's mother stopped pretending and cursed, what bad luck. Tang Ying asked curiously, tell me what's wrong, you seem to be annoyed by that girl named Sun Jingyu. Mother Hu, I'm almost fed up with that little green tea. If my daughter hadn't insisted on bringing her here, she wouldn't even be qualified to enter the gate of this villa. Let me tell you, Jingyu, this snack is really delicious. You should try one too. Sun Jingyu looked at Hu Mengyao's chubby cheeks and thought it was ridiculous. Does she think she is cute, like a little hamster? The reality? It's just a dying fantasy of the pig's head. I'm not hungry, you eat. Sun Jingyu naturally refused. Her main purpose of coming here was to catch a rich man, so she had to maintain a refined image at all times. Sun Jingyu scanned every person of the opposite sex present. Suddenly, she made eye contact with a man. The man looked to be around 30 years old. Although he was not good looking, he had the aura of a successful career man, which was a big plus. The man smiled crookedly, raised the red wine glass in his hand, and strode towards her. Sun Jingyu suppressed her inner ecstasy, she adjusted her hair reservedly and waited for the other party to come and talk to her. At this moment, someone at the door shouted, Boss Lin and his granddaughter are here. In an instant, everyone's eyes were fixed on the door. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Yujio appeared holding Grandpa Lin's arm. Lin Yujio was wearing a black suit today, which added a bit of charm of a career woman to her and was very eye-catching. Sun Jingyu snorted, then retracted his gaze and focused it back on the crooked-mouthed laughing god. But after seeing this, her mentality collapsed a little. Because the crooked smile that was teasing her just now was now staring at Lin Yujio infatuatedly. Chapter 65. Does he have a pig fetish? Ever since Lin Yujio came, the crooked-mouthed laughing god has completely forgotten about Sun Jingyu. Sun Jingyu couldn't suppress her anger and jealousy, and her expression looked a little weird. Hu Mengyao, who was eating and drinking beside her, noticed something was wrong and asked with concern, Jingyu, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so bad? No. It's okay. Sun Jingyu lowered her eyes in panic to hide her emotions. I just thought of some bad experiences when I saw Lin Yujiao, and suddenly I felt a little flustered. Maybe the psychological trauma she left on me is too great, and it will take me a long time to digest it. Hu Mangyao felt very distressed. She glared at Lin Yujiao, who was chatting and laughing with the boss, and said, "This bitch is a troublemaker." As the saying goes, the higher you stand, the harder you fall. I believe that God will see through her. Sooner or later, she will get her comeuppance. After she finished speaking, she looked worried again. "Jingyu, you have experienced so many setbacks recently, and I am really worried about your current condition. How about I accompany you to see a psychologist?" Sun Jingyu shook her head. "Don't worry, Mangyao, I'm much stronger than you think." These words made Hu Mangyao feel distressed again. God is so unfair. Why do bullies thrive while those who are bullied have to live in the shadow for the rest of their lives? What Hu Mangyao didn't know was that while she was standing up for Sun Jingyu, her best friend was already planning how to use her. In order to successfully catch a rich son-in-law at this banquet, Sun Jingyu has been reading financial news every day and even compiled a list of the best rich son-in-laws. After identifying the target person on the list, she pulled Hu Mangyao forward to chat with him and ask for his contact information. Hu Mangyao naively thought that Sun Jingyu was shy and wanted to pull her along to give her courage, so she accompanied her heartlessly. Little did they know that Sun Jingyu just wanted to use her identity to easily add those men as friends. After all, for the sake of the Hu family's daughter, they had to add more even if they didn't want to. "Oh my god, that guy just now was the fifth one, right?" Hu Mangyao exclaimed. "Your contact information is always accurate. No man would be willing to refuse you. Let me tell you, Jingyu, you're so beautiful. If you leave Jian Junjia, won't you have your pick of rich and powerful men?" Sun Jingyu was in a very good mood. This banquet was really fruitful. She didn't believe that she couldn't catch any fish even if she cast a wide net. As long as there is one person who takes the bait, her future life as a rich lady will be just around the corner. But she still pretended to be shy. "Mangyao, don't talk nonsense, they may be polite and afraid that I would be embarrassed so they didn't reject me. I'm really impressed. Can't you be more confident in yourself?" While the two were chatting, Hu Mengyao's cell phone rang and someone was calling her. Seeing the note, she immediately replied, "Haochen." When Sun Jingyu heard the name, she subconsciously put her ear close to the phone. She wanted to hear what Jai Haochen was saying. On the other end of the phone, Jai Haochen chuckled indulgently. "Turn around, I'm right behind you." "Ah." Hu Mangyao quickly turned around and saw Jai Haochen walking towards her with a plate full of snacks. "Haochen." Hu Mangyao jumped into his arms like a happy little sparrow. Sun Jingyu, who had followed, felt a toothache from the pain. She couldn't help but kindly remind him, "Mangyao, please be mindful of the occasion." Oh. After realizing her loss of composure, Hu Mangyao took a few steps back embarrassedly, but her eyes never left Jai Haochen, almost tearing. The same as her is Sun Jingyu. This was the first time Sun Jingyu saw Jai Haochen wearing a suit and tie with his hair neatly combed. This kind of charm was fatal to her. Her hands were tightly grasping the corners of her clothes. She remembered that Jai Haochen was top one on her list of the best rich sons-in-law. At this moment, Hu Mengyao's attention was all on Jai Haochen, and she didn't notice that the little sister next to her was also looking at her with a frown. She asked with a mixture of excitement and shyness, "Haochen, didn't you say you couldn't come today because of something?" Jai Haochen smiled and said, "I came here after the matter was resolved." As he spoke, he placed the plate on the table again. "Knowing you're a little greedy, I picked out some pretty snacks for you. Eat some first to pass the time. I'll take you out to play after the banquet." Hu Mengyao's eyes lit up. "Yeah, Haochen, I really love you so much." Jai Haochen patted her head and said, "I'm going to go chat with the elders first. You wait for me obediently." Aha! From the time Jai Haochen appeared to the time he left, he never even glanced at Sun Jingyu. Sun Jingyu felt extremely uncomfortable. She claimed that she was much more charming than Hu Mangyao. To put it nicely, Hu Mangyao looks plump and blessed because of her good food. To put it bluntly, she is the reincarnation of a pig spirit. She was only 1.65 meters tall, but her weight was about to reach a staggering 120. When she sat down, she had a layer of fat on her stomach, which made people feel nauseous just by looking at it. Unlike me, not only am I beautiful, I am also very self-disciplined. Once my weight exceeds 90 kilograms, I start dieting to lose weight. She couldn't understand why Jai Haochen was so cold to her. Could it be that Jai Haochen has a pig fetish? He just likes stupid, fat pigs? And there was the ungrateful Shin Zheng'an. These two men were about to become her inner demons. Hu Mangyao, immersed in sweetness, inadvertently added fuel to the fire. My boyfriend brought me so much food, is he afraid that I'll starve and lose weight? Jingyu, why don't you share some of the food with me? Okay, I'm hungry too, so let's eat something. Sun Jingyu forced a smile, but her eyes were full of malice. Eat, 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 I let you eat. When her hand was about to touch the plate, an accident happened. She twisted her ankle, and then when she supported the table with both hands, she accidentally knocked the plate to the ground. Clang! The plate and the snacks were scattered all over the floor. The noise here attracted the attention of others, including Lin Yujiao. Lin Yujiao was surprised and puzzled to see Sun Jingyu appear here, but after seeing Hu Mangyao beside her, she understood something. TSK, Hu Mangyao could make friends with anyone else but has to hang out with this dead green tea bitch. Sooner or later, she will suffer a great loss. As soon as this thought flashed through Lin Yujiao's mind, new developments arose over there. Sun Jingyu was seen squatting on the ground in a panic. She picked up the snacks and put them on the plate while apologizing with tears in her eyes. I'm sorry, Mangyao, I didn't mean it. It's all my fault that I twisted my ankle accidentally just now. I'll get you a new one later. Please don't be angry. Chapter 66 Sun Jingyu will backstab everyone equally. Hu Mengyao's brain was slow to react, and she was at a loss when faced with such an emergency. She stood there in confusion. Taking advantage of the moment when she was still dazed and hadn't reacted, Sun Jingyu asked again in a teasing tone, Mangyao, are you ignoring me because you are angry with me? No. Hu Mangyao reacted and said quickly, Jingyu, aren't we good friends? How could you think I would be angry with you over such a small matter? Sun Jingyu lowered her head and bit her lip. Yes, we are good friends, how could you be angry with me? I'm sorry, Mangyao. I'm too sensitive and easily startled. After hearing this answer, Hu Mangyao always felt that something was strange, but she couldn't put her finger on it. Also, why does this scene seem so familiar? Lin Yujia was also paying attention to the situation here and was watching the excitement with great interest. You know, her reputation was ruined little by Sun Jingyu when she was in high school. Although Hu Mangyao was deceived by Sun Jingyu at that time and foolishly used her as a tool, it could not change the fact that she was aiding and abetting the evil. Now the boomerang finally hit her. Sure enough, Sun Jingyu never disappoints anyone, because she will backstab everyone around her equally. Jingyu, even if you are frightened, you can't hurt Mangyao. My Mangyao is very sensitive and she will be sad if you do this. At this time, Hu's mother walked slowly into the crowd, looking at her silly daughter helplessly. Maybe it's just that everything has its limits. Otherwise, how could she and her husband, who are such smart people, give birth to such a simple-minded daughter? Well, never mind, you can't blame her entirely. After all, Sun Jingyu is a man of many tricks, like a hornet's nest, and when dealing with people of the same age, it's simply a dimensionality reduction attack. When Sun Jingyu saw Hu's mother, her body stiffened a little. Oh no, she was so jealous that she just wanted to vent her anger on Hu Mangyao immediately, but she forgot that Hu's mother was also present. This middle-aged woman is not someone who was easy to deal with. As expected, the next second, Hu's mother said gently, Jingyu, I know you come from a poor family and are quite self-conscious and sensitive. But don't worry, my Mangyao really treats you as a friend, otherwise you wouldn't be able to enter the gate of Jinxiu Villa. As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of the rich ladies who were originally making their own calculations when they looked at Sun Jingyu changed. Hey, it turns out that he came in with the light from the Hu family. Seeing his true identity exposed in public, Sun Jingyu was so angry that he almost bit his gums off. However, the closer it gets to this point, the more you have to endure, the more you have to pretend to be pitiful to gain sympathy, and you must never break down. Sun Jingyu nodded timidly, looking very afraid of Hu's mother. Hu's mother wasn't angry either. She continued, also, you need to change your frightened temper. Girls should be outspoken. How can you be so timid and petty? Otherwise, what if you get married and have children, and your children are influenced by you and become as cowardly and sensitive as you? The last sentence is a killer. Hu's mother almost said directly, you are too pretentious. Rich people pay great attention to the cultivation of the next generation. They will not find a petty mother for their children. Sun Jingyu was a little overwhelmed. She looked at Hu Mangyao with a look of help, begging her to say a few words for her. Hu Mangyao didn't notice the war between them and said seriously, Jingyu, I think my mother is right. I was shocked by your sudden reaction just now. I didn't say anything. Good medicine tastes bitter but is good for the disease. Honest advice is unpleasant to the ears but is beneficial for one's conduct. I hope you can take my mother's words to heart. People who are too sensitive will live a very painful life. Sun Jingyu was almost fainted from anger. If she didn't know Hu Mengyao well enough, she would have suspected that she was pretending to be stupid. What's wrong? What happened? Zhai Haochen finally arrived. It's okay, there was a small misunderstanding, but it has been resolved. Hu's mother was a little unhappy, and she was openly and secretly blaming Zhai Haochen for coming late. If she hadn't been there, her precious daughter would have been bullied to death by this hornet's nest. Zhai Haochen's face was full of guilt. Sorry, Auntie, I just went to the bathroom. After all, he is the future son-in-law that the whole family likes, so Hu's mother can only give him a warning and not blame him too much. Haochen, Auntie didn't mean anything else by saying this. It's just that Mengyao is too easy to be bullied. Ah? Hu Mengyao pointed at herself. Bullied? Me? How come I don't know when I was bullied? Whose mother? Go play over there. In between eating melons, Mr. Lin pulled Lin Yuzhou aside and whispered, Zhai Haochen didn't tell the truth. He didn't go to the bathroom just now. Instead, he ran outside the villa to talk to a beautiful young girl. I just happened to see it when I went out for some fresh air. What? What's going on? Lin Yuzhou's appetite was suddenly piqued. Who is that girl? Mr. Lin, she looks unfamiliar, and she's a mixed-race kid. She looks like a doll. But she didn't show up at the banquet. She must have spoken to Zhai Haochen outside and then left. Mixed race? Could it be someone from the Xia family? Lin Yuzhou suddenly remembered that when she was in high school, she overheard Xia Qir say that her father had a mistress in France, and that mistress had given birth to a daughter who was the same age as her. Considering that Zhai Haochen studied in France for many years, this all fits. Lin Yuzhou was a little excited, and at the same time, she felt secretly happy that you are all kept in the dark, and I am the only one who knows the truth. She couldn't wait to go home and share the gossip with Xin Zheng'an. After the banquet, when Mr. Lin and Lin Yuzhou were about to leave in the car, Zhang Junjia's father suddenly called them from behind. Mr. Lin wondered, Mr. Jiang, is there anything wrong? Father Jiang gave a flattering smile and said, Boss Lin, I haven't had the chance to apologize to you in person for my son's offense. We happened to meet at the same banquet today. I wonder if I could treat you and Miss Lin to a meal to clear up the misunderstanding. Ha ha. Old Master Lin sneered, Mr. Jiang still speaks politely as always. Misunderstanding? How dare you say that? Mr. Jiang, just be direct with what you want to say. I'm old and don't like these beating around the bush. Father Jiang sneered, Boss Lin, compared to your Lin family, our Jiang family is just a small fry. I just hope that Mr. Lin can calm down and help us make a living in the business world. Mr. Lin, it's human nature to take revenge for a grievance. But Mr. Jiang is very good at dealing with people, so I naturally have no problem with you. It's just that your son has been provoking me and my granddaughter time and time again. If I don't take some measures, I'm afraid everyone will think that we are easy to bully. Chapter 67, My body isn't tired, but my throat is. After watching Grandpa Lin and Lin Yuzhou leave in the car, Father Jiang sighed. What a misfortune for our family. What a misfortune for our family. Father Jiang drove to a villa in the suburbs, knocked on the door, and the door opened quickly. Ah Wei, why did you come here so suddenly? You didn't even tell me in advance. A well-maintained woman with an innocent look in her eyes excitedly threw herself into Jiang Wei's arms. Ah Wei, we haven't seen each other for a week. I miss you so much. Ah Wei, did you miss me? Jiang Wei hugged the woman's waist tightly and smelled the pleasant perfume on her body. A smile appeared on his tired face. Yes, of course I do. I think about you all the time. But I still want to discuss something with you today. Let's go inside and talk. After entering the house, Zhang Xiaowei made a cup of tea for Jiang Wei, then walked behind him and gently massaged his shoulders. Ah Wei, why have you lost so much weight? There's no flesh on your shoulders. Are you under too much pressure recently? Jiang Wei became furious when talking about the recent troubles. Don't mention it anymore. I've been too indulgent towards that mother and son for so many years, and now I have to clean up their messes every now and then. Actually, after Jiang Junjie graduated last year, I wanted him to try out company-related things, but he was too eager to play around. I thought I was still young, so I let him play around for a few years. When he settled down, I would personally guide him. Who knew he would offend Mr. Lin before he even took over the company? If he really takes over the company in the future, my Jiang family will be defeated by him. Zhang Xiaowei just listened quietly to Jiang Wei venting, occasionally whispering a few words in agreement. Finally, Jiang Wei said he was tired. He sighed, Wei, isn't our Yen Che doing an internship at a factory in the United States? Let him come back to work in the company. Ah? Zhang Xiaowei was so shocked that she stopped what she was doing. Ah Wei, didn't you say before that you wanted to leave the company to that kid Junjie? Yes, that was my original plan. Jiang Wei became agitated again. It's a pity he's not up to the task. What can I do? You really shouldn't marry a stupid woman. She'll ruin the next generation. Fortunately, I still have Yen Che, otherwise I would be sorry for the ancestors of the Jiang family after my death. Xiao Wei. Jiang Wei suddenly grabbed Zhang Xiaowei's delicate hand and said lovingly, wait for me. One day I will be with you openly and honestly. You gave me a son when you were only 19. I will never let you down. Zhang Xiaowei's cheeks flushed. Although she was already 40, her appearance and behavior were no different from those of her teenage years. We're already an old married couple, so what's the point of talking about disappointment? It's good that you have this heart. The more sensible Zhang Xiaowei is, the more guilty Jiang Wei feels. To be honest, Jiang Wei really loves Zhang Xiaowei. The tigress in his family is suspicious all the time. Sometimes she suspects the company's new receptionist, and sometimes she suspects the company's new secretary. In fact, she is suspicious of the wrong direction. Jiang Wei is a male chauvinist. How could he bear to let his woman work? Of course, it is raised by feeding it with good food and drink. Zhang Xiaowei is a small-town girl. She met Jiang Wei in her first year working after graduating from high school. At that time, Zhang Xiaowei was so young that you could squeeze water out of her. Although she dressed in a simple way, she was still beautiful and ethereal. Her big, watery eyes seemed to speak, and she always had a naive smile on her face. In today's terms, she is a typical Tu Chunfeng. At that time, Jiang Wei was already 30 years old and his wife was in the late stages of pregnancy, but he still couldn't resist the temptation and kept Zhang Xiaowei outside. Over the years, he has never treated this little wife badly, and her food, clothing and other expenses are even better than those of his legal wife at home. Ah Wei, are you hungry? I recently learned how to make pasta, so I'd like to show you how to make it. Zhang Xiaowei bent down to give Jiang Wei a kiss, and then prepared to go to the kitchen. I'm not hungry yet, Xiaowei, please keep me company. On the other side, Jiang Junjie was also working. After the clear soup, Meng Shuefei asked cautiously, do I feel enough? That's enough. We've recorded enough material. Meng Shuefei finally breathed a sigh of relief. If this continued, she was afraid that Jiang Junjie would suddenly die. Who would dare to play with her in the future? After Jiang Junjie had a good rest, he sat up, picked up the drink on the bedside table and started drinking it. After drinking, he sent all the recorded materials to Meng Shuefei. Edit it. Remember, it has to be natural, without any visible signs of editing. Remember to send it to me after you've finished cutting it. That's right, in order to prove himself capable, Jiang Junjie suffered from insomnia for several days before coming up with this crooked idea. That is to record several clips of material, and then edit the best parts together. It takes a long time to put them together. Meng Shuefei downloaded these videos to the album, but gave up after editing them for a while. Because with her editing skills, she can't reach the level that Jiang Junjie wants at all. But I can't pay others to help me edit such private videos, which is really annoying. In a flash, Meng Shuefei suddenly thought of a sucker by yapping. I remember that last year, 1 month before her birthday, in order to save money on a photographer, she asked Bai Yaping to help her take a video record. After receiving this difficult task, Bai Yaping studied editing day and night, and finally completed the task excellently. The photos he took of Meng Shuefei were so beautiful that they didn't look like her real self, and the birthday vlog he shot looked like a variety show. Thinking of this, she packaged these videos and sent them to Bai Yaping, listing her requirements one by one. The phone vibrated several times in succession. Bai Yaping thought it was another group message, so he pressed the power button without much interest, but the next second he straightened his back with excitement. Who would have thought that this was sent by the goddess he pinned to his favorite place? Bai Yaping was about to cry. Ever since Meng Shuefei warned him last time, he didn't dare to send her messages anymore, for fear that Meng Shuefei would really block him on WeChat. All he could do was send a blessing text message to his goddess during the holidays. But he didn't expect that the goddess would contact him on her own initiative today. Ha ha ha, has he finally made it? Bai Yaping couldn't wait to open the chat page. When he saw the video sent by Meng Shuefei, he clicked it without thinking. Chapter 68 Bai Yaping, no movies allowed during class. Ah yam eaty. Woo 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 woo. The unbearable sound rang out in the classroom without warning. This immediately perked up the students who were originally listless in class. The teacher stopped teaching and they all looked at Bai Yaping. At this time, Bai Yaping's hand holding the mobile phone was shaking like a sieve, and his eyes were fixed on the two white bodies entangled together in the video. He was very sure that this heroine was his goddess Meng Shuefei. How could she do this? How could she? Seeing that Bai Yaping was still immersed in his own world and couldn't extricate himself, the teacher was so angry that he slammed the blackboard several times with his hands. The boy in the third row from the back is not allowed to watch movies in class. Ah! Bai Yaping suddenly let out a heart-wrenching roar, then stood up gloomily and ran out of the classroom. The classroom was silent for 3 full seconds, and then the students below began to whisper. Fuck, this guy usually doesn't like to talk much, what's up today? Are you also sexually repressed? Look at his shaking hands just now, I guess he was too excited, hee. When the dragon people talked about sex, they all became so angry that they forgot about romance. If the teacher hadn't repeatedly emphasized discipline at the end, they might have talked for an entire class. Bai Yaping escaped from the class and came to the playground. He hid in a corner and watched the video while crying. At first he was filled with hatred, but when he saw Meng Shuefei shouting until her voice was hoarse, he couldn't help but cry out of heartache. No matter how much he blamed others, he still only blamed himself for having no money and no ability. Bai Yaping said with concern, Fei, don't try too hard. I'll be sad if your voice gets hoarse. Where are you now? Give me an address and I'll give you some throat-soothing medicine. Meng Shuefei, stupid bitch, do you really need to care? I order you to quickly edit the video according to my requirements. I want to see it in an hour, otherwise I will never talk to you again. Bai Yaping gave a bitter laugh, deleted and typed in the chat box, and finally sent only 2 words, yes, sir. After handing the task over to someone else, Meng Shuefei felt relieved. She snuggled happily in Jiang Junjie's arms again. Ever since she found out that Jiang Junjie and his fiancée had broken off their engagement, she had started to have inappropriate thoughts. Even if Jiang Junjie said, even if we cancel the engagement, it won't be your turn, so what? Anyway, she doesn't have to marry into a wealthy family. What's so good about marrying into a wealthy family? You have to live your life under the whims of your parents-in-law and follow a bunch of crappy rules. Her ultimate goal is to have a child, then ask the Jiang family for a sky-high amount of child support and live a life of luxury. Thinking of this, Meng Shuefei said in a coquettish voice, Young Master Jiang, don't wear a small umbrella next time. It affects your performance. Jiang Junjie narrowed his eyes slightly, you'd better not have any bad ideas, I won't marry you. Meng Shuefei, who cares if you marry me? I will take medicine afterward, but you have to pay more. After hearing this, Jiang Junjie felt relieved. For him, as long as it's about money, everything is fine. Why not spend a few tens of thousands of dollars to enhance the experience? An hour later, Bai Yaping sent the edited video over. Jiang Junjie was very satisfied after watching it. Yeah, not bad. After watching it, I feel like I am the bravest lion on the grassland. Jiang Junjie immediately sent the video to Sun Jingyu. On the other side, when Sun Jingyu realized what he had seen, he wished he could gouge out his eyes immediately. She suppressed her nausea and asked, what are you trying to do by sending me this kind of filthy video? Jiang Junjie, you responded so quickly, are you stimulated? I sent you this video for no other reason than to humiliate you. I spend an hour with other women, but only 30 seconds with you. Shouldn't you reflect on yourself? Sun Jingyu laughed in anger, what do I need to review? Am I being too strict? Jiang Junjie, we've already called off our engagement. A qualified ex should be as good as dead, instead of popping up from time to time like you to try to make a name for yourself. After cursing, Sun Jingyu blocked the number and cried under the quilt in grievance. Why is everything so unsuccessful for her? When she got home, she wanted to send a message to the young men she had added at the party, but it turned out that group of snobs had deleted her. She was already feeling depressed, and then that idiot Jiang Junjie came out and posted this video to insult her eyes. Thinking of this, Sun Jingyu cried even louder. Squeak! The door of the room was opened by Sun's mother. Mother-son, with a facial mask on, said in discontent, "Why are you howling like a ghost as soon as you get home? Isn't that bad luck? You've ruined all our family's luck. If you cry again, I'll kick you out." Sun Jingyu's crying stopped abruptly. She believed that her cruel biological mother could really do this. Until she finds a way out, she still has to learn to endure. The next day, Sun Jingyu, who had disappeared for a long time, went to school in a listless manner. Of course, the happiest person among them is Wang Zihan. She hadn't stopped talking all morning. "My dear, you are finally here. I missed you so much. What have you been doing lately? I sent you a message and you didn't reply. Wow, you don't know how lonely I am without you." Sun Jingyu replied somewhat indifferently, "I didn't do anything, I just went traveling around the world." "Wow, I'm so envious." Wang Zihan's face was full of envy. "I've never been abroad since I was a child. My dear, I also want to go abroad to play. Your family is so rich, so I'm sure you can afford this." Sun Jingyu just remained silent. Because she was afraid that if she opened her mouth, the character she had worked so hard to build would be ruined. Seeing that Sun Jingyu didn't say anything, Wang Zihan's attitude also turned cold. She said sarcastically, "I still consider you a good friend." "Well, that's right. Miss and a country bumpkin like me are not the same kind of people after all. How could she possibly take me on a trip abroad? I'm glad you understand." Sun Jingyu finally couldn't stand it anymore. She looked at Wang Zihan sinisterly and threatened in a low voice, "I'm very annoyed now. If you dare to say another word, I will tear your mouth apart." You. Wang Zihan was shocked. She took a long time to utter, "Were you pretending before?" Sun Jingyu was too lazy to continue pretending. "Yes, I am pretending, so what? If you have the guts, expose my true face right now in front of the whole class. I want to see whether the class will believe you or me. You'd better recognize your identity quickly. How can someone like you be worthy of being my friend? Even if you're my shoe-licking maid, I still find your saliva dirty." Chapter 69. Congratulations, you got a hidden version. After Sun Jingyu's attack, Wang Zihan instantly became obedient. Sun Jingyu sneered. Flies in society like this love to flatter the weak and take advantage of others. If you treat her with a little kindness, she will lose her sense of her own status and position. Still dreaming of becoming friends with her? How ridiculous. National Day is here. In previous years, Lin Yujio would choose to travel abroad during the National Day holiday, but she did not go this year. Because she wants to concentrate on her career. Shin Zheng'an naturally couldn't sit idle either. He wore clothes designed by Lin Yujio and went to the venue to take promotional photos. Since it was his first time as a model, Shin Zheng'an's movements in front of the camera were a little unfamiliar and his expression was not very natural. The key photographer was a perfectionist. He spent a long time directing before he managed to take one or two satisfactory photos. "I see your face is stiff from smiling, just take a rest first." As soon as the photographer finished speaking, Lin Yujio ran over and handed him a drink. Shin Zheng'an sighed, "Do you think I'm useless? I can't even take a good photo. I wasted everyone's time." "How can you think that?" Lin Yujio was a little unhappy. "You haven't received any systematic training. It's amazing that you can perform like this." "Hey, relax, don't put too much pressure on yourself, just treat this as a one-day work experience." The more Lin Yujia comforted him, the more depressed Shin Zheng'an became. He really wanted to do more for Lin Yujia. But the cruel reality told him that he seemed to be unable to do anything other than being a house husband. At this time, the photographer came over. "Ms. Lin, I have a suggestion." Although Mr. Shin's appearance and figure are both acceptable, he is, after all, an amateur. Putting aside his professional abilities, the key point is that even if these promotional photos are taken, they won't have much of a response. Why don't you hire a celebrity? With the Lin family's background, they can hire any popular young star. As long as the post-marketing is in place, the investment will be recovered soon. Lin Yujio refused without a second thought. "No, these marketing costs will eventually be charged to consumers, and the price of clothes will at least triple. I don't want my customers to spend this money in vain. Besides," Lin Yujio paused, "many young actors who portray perfect characters on screen actually like to act like big shots behind the scenes. They want everyone to coax them into doing things, and they can't stand hardship or fatigue. They're so spoiled. The most important point is that they could collapse at any time. Compared like this, Shin Jung-an is way ahead of those young handsome guys? The photographer nodded and said, don't tell me, don't tell me. From these perspectives, Mr. Shin is much more reliable than those young handsome guys. But in this era, traffic is still respected. Lin Yujie lowered her head in thought, and suddenly an idea popped into her mind. How about we stop taking model pictures and try a dark commercial instead? Photographer Shin Jung-an, what do you mean? Lin Yujie waved her hand, come over here, I'll tell you what I think. The next day, a 15-second short video came out and received over 1 million likes in just one day. In the video, a young man in a black coat is strolling on the street. Then, the scene changes and the man's face suddenly zooms in, showing a sweet smile to the camera. Just listening to this description, do you feel it is unremarkable? What if I say that the man in the video is so handsome that it makes people angry? The comments section exploded. Cute husband and fierce wife, brother, can you be my husband? You know, I haven't had a husband since I was a child. Sexy female cockroach slaps the young man's butt like crazy, I really want to be your eye boogers, so that I can always be in your eyes. Riding a pig to chase a handsome guy, so handsome. If I am willing to give you 520 zeros every day, would you pay attention to me? Sly smile. But soon, another comment section appeared, hate rainy days, this coat is so textured, bro, please give me a link, I want to buy one for my boyfriend. Big bad wolf, open the door. I'm little white rabbit. Is there a link to the coat? I want to see if my husband can turn into a handsome guy when he wears it. A few hours later, Shin Jung-an added a comment, many sisters in the comments section are asking me for the link to the coat. I'll reply to everyone, it's a Fanjiao brand and can be bought at Taozi store. A minute later, that comment received 99 plus likes. An hour later, more than 99 pieces of the same coat were sold in Taozi store. Lin Family Villa. Shin Jung-an looked at the backstage data excitedly, my wife is booming. Your trick is really effective. I didn't expect women's purchasing power to be so terrifying. Even men's clothing can be sold so quickly. Lin Yujie smiled and said, isn't this normal? If I come across something good, I will think of buying it for you. Yesterday when I was shopping in Jingjing, I bought you some nice things, and they arrived today. Thank you, wife, but I have everything I need right now. Don't waste that money next time. Shin Jung-an was a little touched. His wife is really a very good person. Being able to marry her was a blessing he had earned in 3 lifetimes. Lin Yujie smiled and said, no, you are missing. I bought a small umbrella. Tell me if it's a good thing. Shin Jung-an. What do you want to do? Lin Yujie, nothing, just want to make love. Shin Jung-an. As a girl, don't keep saying such mean things. Lin Yujie curled her lips and said, we've been married for half a year, and you can't accept such lewd words? If this continues, when will we be able to eat meat? Hubby, why don't we get a little tipsy tonight and try it out? Shin Jung-an replied immediately, okay. Both young men were very excited about this. Neither of them drank too much. They just took a few sips and started to get down to business. Lin Yujie began to unpack the package. While unpacking, he joked, it's time to open the blind box. Let me see what kind of small umbrella I need later. No man in the world can accept such questioning. Shin Jung-an's face immediately darkened. In his anger, he quickly took off the remaining fabric and said, congratulations, you found a hidden model. Lin Yujie took a look and silently took the largest size. Shin Jung-an felt distressed, why not just forget it? No. Lin Yujie refused flatly. Good news, after some effort, we finally succeeded. Bad news, the success rate is 2 minutes long. Shin Jung-an was so embarrassed that he wanted to find a hole to crawl into. He explained weakly, wife, I might have been too nervous and didn't perform well. Lin Yujie took out his phone thoughtfully and asked Baidu for help. After a while, he put the phone down with a smile, it's okay, Baidu said this is normal. After all, everyone has a first time, it's already pretty good. Chapter 70. It turns out that novels are all lies. After several fierce battles, Shin Jung-an's legs became weak and Lin Yujie's legs trembled. No, it turns out that novels are all lies. What domineering CEOs say, starting from one day and one night and working from dusk till dawn, that's pure bullshit. Wouldn't both of them be exhausted to death? After saying the last sentence, Lin Yujie was so tired that she fell asleep with her head resting on Shin Jung-an's arm. Shin Jung-an carefully turned off the lights, then fell asleep while holding the beautiful woman in his arms. That night, both of them slept so soundly that Shin Zhengan was so immersed in the gentle love that he didn't even get up the next day. When he hurried downstairs, he happened to meet the old man who was about to go out. Shin Zhengan's heart tightened, and he apologized hurriedly. "I'm sorry, Grandpa, I got up late and didn't make breakfast." Mr. Lin's eyes moved down along his face, and then he coughed lightly a few times. "It's okay, no need to apologize." "Is Yu Jiao still not awake?" Shin Zhengan didn't think much about it. He nodded. "Yeah, she's still sleeping soundly." Mr. Lin's expression became more and more expressive. "Well, thank you for your hard work. Xiao Xiang, go back and have a good rest." After saying this meaningful sentence, Mr. Lin went to the company, leaving Shin Zhengan standing there somewhat confused. Back in the bedroom, he accidentally glanced in the mirror when passing by it, and his eyes widened instantly. My goodness, at first glance, there are at least a dozen strawberry marks on his neck. No wonder Grandpa had a weird expression and spoke strangely just now. After figuring out the reason, Shin Zhengan was so embarrassed that he wanted to explode on the spot. "Oh my god, this is so embarrassing." The culprit was still lying in bed, fast asleep. Shin Zhengan couldn't help but move closer and pinch Lin Yujiao's little mouth. "Your little mouth is quite good at sucking." Lin Yujiao felt uncomfortable in her sleep and frowned. Shin Zhengan quickly let go of her hand. "Forget it, I won't disturb your sleep. Otherwise, I'll be the one who suffers if you get up in a bad mood." Shin Zhengan muttered, took off his clothes, got into bed, and hugged Lin Yujiao's waist to take another nap. When Lin Yujiao woke up, there was no one around him. Although Shin Zhengan is usually not around when I open my eyes, the situation today is the same as usual. She now feels very empty inside and really needs company. Lin Yujiao called Shin Zhengan. The moment the phone was connected, she ordered in an irresistible tone, "I don't care what you are doing now, come up and accompany me." A minute later, Shin Zhengan pushed the door open and came in. Lin Yujiao asked aggrievedly, "Tell me, do you love me less now that you have me?" "How is that possible? I love you the most." "Then why weren't you by my side when I woke up?" "I was worried you were hungry, so I went to make breakfast for you." "Then why can't you hold me in one hand and make breakfast with the other?" "I think you just don't love me." Shin Zhengan was ashamed. Why did he feel that Lin Yujiao was being unreasonable today? When Lin Yujiao was angry, she wanted to get out of bed and beat Shin Zhengan, but as soon as her long leg touched the ground, she couldn't help but frowning in pain. Shin Zhengan understood. He took out a tube of ointment from his pocket and said, "Lie down. I'll apply the ointment on you." "Apply medicine? Can you help me?" "Yeah, I bought this medicine at the pharmacy as soon as I woke up. I heard it's very effective." Lin Yujiao's pretty face turned red. It's so annoying. Why is Shin Zhengan becoming more and more like a hooligan? Shin Zhengan went to the bathroom to get a basin of warm water, and then took out a few face towels. He squatted down and said, "Wife, lie down first. Be gentle. If you hurt me, I'll make you pay." After making the fierce threat, Lin Yujiao lay down reluctantly, and at the same time consciously spread her legs a little to make it easier to apply the medicine. Shin Zhengan first dipped the face towel in water, wrung it out, and wiped it gently. After applying it, he applied the ointment to every red and swollen area. During the following National Day holiday, these two young people who had tasted the forbidden fruit for the first time experienced some physical pleasure every night. I've been failing the review process lately, so I'll be honest and not describe it in detail. Please imagine the scenes yourself. After the National Day holiday, Shin Zhengan's neck was covered with a mixture of new and old strawberry marks. To cover up, he wore a white long-necked sweater to class. Zhang Xiaotian exclaimed, "Oh my god, Xiaonan, what are you crazy about? Although the weather is a little colder than before, it shouldn't be this exaggerated, right? Your sweater is all mixed up." Louis was also confused. "Strange, I've never seen you wear a turtleneck before." As he spoke, he pulled at Shin Zhengan's collar. Louis's hands were so fast that Shin Zhengan had no time to stop him. Now, several people could clearly see the red spots on his neck. Zhang Xiaotian exclaimed, "Xiaonan, what kind of insect bit your neck like this?" This voice successfully attracted the attention of everyone in the class. Everyone's eyes fell on Shin Zhengan's neck, and even the old man in the class showed concern. But fortunately, the collar covered it, so they couldn't see anything. Shin Zhengan was so embarrassed that he wanted to disappear immediately. Finally, he squeezed out a few words dryly, "I'm fine." This little episode soon passed. Chen Su elbowed Zhang Xiaotian hard and whispered, "Can't you change your bad habit of making so much noise? You idiot, even if you've never eaten pork, you've at least seen a pig run, right? That's not a bug bite. It's a strawberry mark. Zhang Xiaotian knew he was in the wrong, so he shrank his neck weakly. I'm sorry, Anan. I really thought you were bitten by a bug. I was just concerned about you. Shen Zhengan rolled his eyes at him and said, if you ever say you care about me like this again, I'll sew your mouth shut. Wang Zihan curled her lips and complained to Sun Jingyu, TSK, I don't know if it was bitten by an insect or a human. Jingyu, I told you Shen Zhengan is no good. Judging from the situation, he must have had some fun with some horny old woman last night. Who knows, they might have even done something disgusting. It's so disgusting. He's in the same classroom with me. I'm afraid I've caught something dirty. Sun Jingyu became even more annoyed after hearing this. Shut up, if a fool like you can see it, how can I not see it? Wang Zihan was not angry after being criticized. On the contrary, she felt extremely happy when she saw Sun Jingyu's face, which was so gloomy that ink seemed to drip. She said this just to disgust Sun Jingyu. TSK, Shen Jing'an is not indifferent to women, he just has no interest in you. Ever since their last falling out, Sun Jingyu had completely stopped pretending in front of her. All the sarcasm, viciousness and scheming are displayed to the fullest in her. After seeing the true face of this woman, Wang Zihan changed his initial thoughts. She absolutely couldn't let her brother marry this kind of troublesome girl, so she had to find a way to make a lot of money out of her. Sun Jingyu was in a mess at this moment. Even though so many things have happened to her recently, she still insists on keeping an eye on Lin Yujiao's movements every day for several years. Including Fanjiao, which she founded. Yesterday, after she saw the secret advertisement video that Shen Zhengan played for Fan Jiao, she was so angry that she couldn't hold the phone steadily. The man she likes is actually helping her arch-rival to promote his brand. Isn't this a betrayal to her? Bakayalu. She was already angry about this matter, and today she saw Shen Zhengan wearing a turtleneck sweater. In short, all of this put together made it hard for her not to think too much. Could it be that Shen Zhengan has been kept by Lin Yujiao, and they were making out last night? Sun Jingyu found it difficult to breathe when she thought of this possibility. She couldn't bear the fact that the man she couldn't sleep with was slept with by Lin Yujiao. It's an insult to her charm. But she soon comforted herself. Shen Zhengan didn't even like her, so how could he possibly like that little bitch Lin Yujiao? Maybe Shen Zhengan was really bitten by a bug? After thinking about this for the entire class, Sun Jingyu finally waited until the get out of class was over. She immediately stood up and walked towards Shen Zhengan. She had to go and see for herself to find out what was going on before she could give up. Chapter 71. Or are you having an affair with Lin Yujiao? When Shen Zhengan saw Sun Jingyu walking towards him darkly like a female ghost, he immediately went into level 1 alert. The other 3 roommates also spontaneously formed a wall to block Shen Zhengan behind them. Especially Zhang Xiaotian's fighting power was extremely fierce in order to make amends and regain the trust of his brothers. Retreat, retreat, retreat. What do you want to do, woman? I'm warning you, you'd better stay away from my brothers. Otherwise I will spread the news that you are pursuing me and ruin your reputation. Sun Jingyu turned a deaf ear to these words and stared at Shen Zhengan's neck. Student Shen, I heard that you were bitten by an insect on your neck. Are you okay? I happen to know someone at the hospital. How about I arrange a checkup for you? Shen Zhengan said indifferently, I'm fine, don't worry about me. I don't believe it. I want to see it with my own eyes. Roll. Shen Zhengan couldn't stand it any longer. Why did this woman like to take advantage of others so much? Sun Jingyu didn't feel that there was anything wrong with her behavior. She sneered, why? You don't dare let me see it. Are you feeling guilty? Was your neck bitten by an insect or a human? Shen Zhengan, if not big sister, who are you? Why should I let you see it? Don't you know someone at the hospital? I suggest you get your brain checked first. After this period of training, Sun Jingyu's mentality was much stronger than before, so she did not break down on the spot. She took a deep breath and lowered her voice, okay, I'll give in. If you don't let me watch it, then I won't watch it. Then let me ask you another question. Why did you help Lin Yujiao promote Fan Jiao? Was it because she gave you a lot of money? Or were you having an affair with her? This question was too sharp and unreasonable. Shen Zhengan pressed his eyebrows with his fingers in pain. Many people envy him for his good looks, but few know that being good looking can also bring a lot of troubles. Just like now, you might be entangled by some monsters. Didn't you give in? You're saying this as if you've been wronged. Who gives you the right to pry into my private affairs? I've really put up with you for a long time. Do you know how annoying you are? If you still have any shame, stay away from me. What's that on your hand? Suddenly, Sun Jingyu let out a piercing scream. She pointed at the rough DIY ring on Shin Zheng'an's finger and said aggressively, "What is this? I'm asking you what this is. Answer me now." No wonder Sun Jingyu was so emotional. Because she had seen a similar ring in Lin Yuzhou's circle of friends, she and Hu Mangyao laughed at it for a long time. And now you tell her that this is evidence of Shin Zheng'an and Lin Yuzhou having an affair. How could she accept this? Faced with such a crazy woman, Shin Zheng'an felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Come on, it seems that all the words I just said were in vain. This woman didn't listen to a word I said. Shin Zheng'an was too lazy to continue arguing with Sun Jingyu. He finally understood that Sun Jingyu and Zhang Junjie were the same type of people, and communicating with them was as difficult as playing the lute to a cow. Shin Zheng'an sat down and chose to ignore Sun Jingyu. This completely broke Sun Jingyu's defense. She can accept the other party arguing with her or even fighting with her, but she cannot accept being ignored. This reminded her of high school, when Lin Yuzhou just sat quietly in his seat and ignored her despite her malicious nitpicking. This annoyed her, so she started to make more trouble. Although she was slapped by Lin Yuzhou in the end, she was extremely excited and felt happy for several days. Because in her opinion, being able to cause Lin Yuzhou's emotions to fluctuate so much was her victory. In anger, Sun Jingyu actually wanted to snatch the ring directly. Why don't you say anything? Do you think you can get away with this by ignoring me? I'm telling you it's impossible. If you don't tell me exactly where this ring came from, I won't let you go. After a brief moment of confusion, Zhang Xiaotian, Lui, and Chen Su immediately protected Shin Zheng'an. However, they only defended themselves and did not fight back because they were afraid of touching something they shouldn't touch in the chaos. If they are accused of sexual harassment, that would be really unfair. Shin Zheng'an's fists itched. He glanced around and then locked his gaze on Wang Zihan, who was watching the show from the side. What are you standing there for? Aren't you inseparable from Sun Jingyu all day long and have a good relationship with her? Pull her away. If you don't pull her away in a minute, my fist will fall on your good girl's face. After being called out, Wang Zihan reluctantly ran over to separate the two in front of everyone. My little ancestor, please stop making trouble. All the classmates are watching you. Do you still want to maintain your image? These words were said in a sarcastic tone, but they also made Sun Jingyu shudder and sober up a lot. Yes, there are so many people here, and the character she has worked so hard to build cannot be ruined. Sun Jingyu's brain started working rapidly when she noticed that many people in the class had subtle changes in the way they looked at her. In this situation, apologizing is not a wise move, and escaping is the best option. Because once you apologize, it means you admit your mistake. But if she was trying to escape, the ignorant onlookers would automatically imagine that there might be some inside story that forced her to become like this. After making up her mind, Sun Jingyu's eyes were filled with tears. She covered her mouth helplessly and ran out of the classroom crying. Wang Zihan followed him out slowly. I have to say that Sun Jingyu's trick was really good. When she left, the bootlickers in the class looked at Shin Zheng'an with some unfriendly eyes. Subconsciously, they thought that Shin Zheng'an must have done something excessive that caused Sun Jingyu to lose her composure just now. Shin Zheng'an shook his head helplessly. You infatuated lickers, even if you lick until flowers appear, people won't even look at you. Sun Jingyu stopped suddenly at the stairs. Wang Zihan also stopped. Sun Jingyu turned around, raised her hand and slapped Wang Zihan hard. Wang Zihan was caught off guard by the attack and she barely managed to stand by holding onto the wall. You hit me? Yes, I'm beating you, bitch. Immediately afterwards, Sun Jingyu slapped Wang Zihan in the face for the second time. Just now in the classroom, did you enjoy watching the play? Snap. Before Wang Zihan could say anything, the third slap fell. Why are you being so sarcastic? Do you think I'm stupid and can't hear you? Not feeling satisfied after scolding, Sun Jingyu kicked Wang Zihan again. Next time, if you dare to speak to me in such a sarcastic way, you will get a few slaps in the face. After making the threat, Sun Jingyu left in disdain. Wang Zihan covered his face, looking like he wanted to cry but didn't dare. She never imagined that she, a veteran bully since elementary school, would also experience the feeling of being bullied after entering college. Chapter 72. He secretly wanted to be my dog. After beating Wang Zihan, Sun Jingyu not only did not calm down, but the fire in her heart became more and more intense. Since Xin Zheng'an won't tell her, she will go to Lin Yujiao in person to find out. Sun Jingyu went to the school's business office to get a new number, and then dialed the name he knew by heart. The other party answered the call quickly. Sun Jingyu held back her words. She wanted to wait for Lin Yujiao to speak first, as if this would prove that she was superior to Lin Yujiao. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Beep, beep, beep. In the third second, the other party hung up the phone. Sun Jingyu stomped her feet in anger, but she still called Lin Yujiao without giving up. This time, as soon as the phone was connected, her mouth started firing like a machine gun. Lin Yujiao, you bitch, you must have guessed it was me who called, right? Are you scared that you hung up on me so quickly? Why are you still as cowardly and incompetent as you were in high school? You want to run away when you hear my voice. Are you going to be laughed at? Do you think you can hide from it? I'm telling you, don't ever think about getting rid of me in this life. I will cling to you forever, forever. Beep, beep, beep. The call was hung up again. Sun Jingyu was so angry that she covered her heart with her hands. This time she paused for a full minute before making another call. But this time she was much more honest. Hey Lin Yujiao, let's meet later. I want to talk to you about something. Lin Yujiao's nonchalant voice came from the phone. Wouldn't it be better if you did this earlier? Just now I thought you had escaped from some insane asylum. It really makes me lose the desire to communicate. Sun Jingyu suppressed her anger and said, if you can answer my call now, it means you are not in class. Let's arrange a time and place to meet. Lin Yujiao decisively refused. I don't want to see you. Don't you know how disgusting you are? It's just past dinner time. I'm afraid I'll vomit up my nauseous lunch. Her lunch was a loving lunchbox carefully prepared by Xin Zheng'an, so she was reluctant to vomit it. Sun Jingyu, I want to talk to you about Xin Zheng'an. Are you sure you don't want to meet me? When Xin Zheng'an was mentioned, Lin Yujiao quickly changed her tone. Okay, send me the address. After the call ended, Sun Jingyu held the phone tightly. It seems that her guess was almost right. There really is a shady relationship between Lin Yujiao and Xin Zheng'an. Since that is the case, she must snatch away whatever Lin Yujiao likes no matter what. Hey, this restaurant is new, right? I've never been here before. The environment looks pretty upscale, but I'm not sure if the food is any good. Lin Yujiao looked around and gave a few sincere compliments as soon as he sat down. Sun Jingyu couldn't help but sneer. If only you weren't sociable. This restaurant has been open for almost half a year, and many celebrities have checked in here, and you don't even know this, then you're really too low. Lin Yujiao chuckled. What kind of circle can you fit into just by following the trend and checking in? What kind of circle is that? Sun Jingyu gritted her teeth. What do you mean by that? Of course it means literally. If you can't even understand this, then you should go back to first grade Chinese. Sun Jingyu really wanted to retort, but the waiter came and she could only shut up temporarily. Lin Yujiao seemed to be very interested in this restaurant, and she looked through the menu carefully. This made Sun Jingyu's right eyelid twitch, and she suddenly had a bad feeling. You should know that this restaurant is famous for its high prices. A cup of ordinary mineral water can be transformed into the kind that costs 88 yuan by pouring it into the cup. Sure enough, the thing she was most worried about happened. Lin Yujiao tapped the menu casually with her jade fingers. This, and this. This dish name is quite novel. I want one too. After ordering, Lin Yujiao handed the menu to Sun Jingyu. It's your turn to order. Sun Jingyu said with a forced smile, I have no appetite. If she wasn't afraid of being embarrassed, she would have been so heartbroken that she wanted to hold her head and cry. Sun Jingyu had been here once before breaking off her engagement with Jiang Junjie, so she naturally knew how outrageous the prices here were. She dared to invite Lin Yujiao to dinner here even though she was not well off, also to maintain her dignity. In addition, her relationship with Lin Yujiao was very bad, so she was sure that Lin Yujiao would not be in the mood to have dinner with her. The two of them just went through the process and it didn't cost any money at all. Who would have thought that she would miscalculate? After ordering, Lin Yujiao's mood visibly improved. A few days ago, my grandfather told me that the Sun family was on the verge of bankruptcy. Now it seems that he was just exaggerating. What a joke! How could our Sun family, which is doing so well, possibly go bankrupt. Sun Jingyu angrily scolded, Lin Yujiao, I know you can't bear to see me doing well, but there's no need to curse our family into bankruptcy, right? You're as vicious as ever. Although Sun Jingyu tried her best to deny it, the guilt in her eyes could not be deceived. Lin Yujiao sneered, I just said it casually, why are you so excited? I didn't know, and I thought I was right. Sun Jingyu was so angry that she almost broke down, but reason pulled her back. After calming down, she also started to fight back. Lin Yujiao, you have really changed a lot. When we bullied you in high school, you didn't dare to fight back, but now you're standing up for yourself. Even though you slapped me in the end, it was worth it in exchange for 3 years of isolation and bullying. Lin Yujiao, I wonder if you're suddenly awakened by nightmares at night, dreaming of being isolated and bullied in high school? After saying all this in one breath, Sun Jingyu stared at Lin Yujiao with ill intentions, expecting to see anxiety and pain on the other's face. TSK, being bullied for 3 years in high school would be a very painful memory for anyone. What the hell are you doing? Who would have thought that? Lin Yujiao blinked and asked in confusion, how come I didn't know that I was bullied for 3 years in high school? Sun Jingyu? This completely threw her off. She stammered, why are you being so stubborn? You didn't have a single friend in your 3 years of high school. You were alone every day. Your classmates hated you and looked down on you. Even your childhood sweetheart, Zhang Junjie, started to stay away from you. If this isn't bullying, what is it? Can you please stop pretending? You must be feeling really bad inside. Lin Yujiao just found it funny. In fact, she was pretending. How could she, a person with such a delicate mind, not notice the malicious intentions of her classmates? But it's also true that she's not sad. Not everyone needs friends. My grandfather gave me so much love. Even though I don't have any friends, my spiritual world is very rich. You said my classmates all hate me and bully me, but do they dare to say a bad word about me to my face? Do they dare to make things difficult for me? What you call isolated bullying actually did zero harm to me. Sun Jingyu was stunned. Looking back carefully, although Lin Yujiao's reputation in school had been ruined due to her deliberate guidance and rumor mongering, they only cursed her behind her back, and no one dared to do anything to Lin Yujiao openly. However, they were immature at the time and thought being isolated in school was a big deal. Then Lin Yujiao suddenly revealed a malicious smile, also, I'm smart, pretty, and have a good family background. Zhang Junjie secretly wants to be my dog. How could he really be willing to stay away from me? Did you forget about the chat screenshot I sent you last time? Do you want me to send it to you again? Chapter 73. My feelings are limited, but my money is unlimited. What's there to brag about? Zhang Junjie, that worthless jerk, wants to get in any hole he sees. Is it something to be proud of being noticed by him? You're the only one who keeps talking about this all the time. Thinking of the humiliation he suffered last time, Sun Jingyu became so angry that he lost his mind. Shoo! Lin Yujiao put her index finger to her lips and kindly reminded her, this is a high-end restaurant. You should pay attention to your image. With such a ferocious expression, he could be a door god to ward off ghosts. You bitch. Big bitch. Sun Jingyu gritted her teeth. She was so angry that her speech system was disordered. She just kept cursing bitch. Lin Yujiao calmly smoothed her hair and said, I was just joking. Why are you so angry? Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Let's get back to the point. Tell me, what did you come to talk to me about today regarding Shin Jing'an? Sun Jingyu didn't beat around the bush, you and Shin Jing'an have been together for a long time, right? Don't even think about denying it. Otherwise, why would Shin Jing'an help you promote Fanjiao for no reason? Not to mention that you two are wearing those ugly handmade couple rings on your hands. As he spoke, Sun Jingyu's angry gaze fell on Lin Yujiao's ring finger. Why do you think I would deny it? Lin Yujiao raised her eyebrows and admitted frankly, Shin Jing'an and I are together. I'm so beautiful and have such a great figure, I deserve to be with such a handsome man. So you two slept together? Yeah, I've already slept. Although this answer was expected, Sun Jingyu still felt extremely angry when Lin Yujiao actually said it. How could the man I like be taken away by that bitch Lin Yujiao? This is simply a shame for her. Sun Jingyu began to sow discord. Do you think Shin Jing'an really loves you? Don't be naive. In the adult world, there is no absolute love, only absolute interests. If you don't have money, do you think he will follow you? Lin Yujiao, I don't care. Since he likes money, I will give him endless money. In this life, my emotions are limited, but my money is unlimited. As long as I pay him enough, even if he doesn't love me, he will have to pretend that he is willing to go through fire and water for me. Sun Jingyu. She experienced this feeling of powerlessness like punching cotton repeatedly on Lin Yujiao. Just then the ordered meal arrived, and Lin Yujiao elegantly cut a piece of steak. Why don't you continue? I'm hungry. I'll eat something to replenish my energy. Sun Jingyu took a deep breath and exhaled sharply. She told herself that she must not give in at this moment and must stay steady. In just a few moments, Sun Jingyu had already thought of a strategy, and she started spreading rumors as soon as she opened her mouth. Actually, Shin Zheng'an and I have already slept together. Lin Yujia continued to eat calmly. She must be pretending. Sun Jingyu refused to believe it and continued to spread rumors. He is a complete gold digger. Do you think you can buy his loyalty by giving him money? Don't be ridiculous. In his eyes, you're just an ATM. People are only loyal to money, how can they be loyal to an ATM? He would eagerly guard any ATM that dispensed cash. If there were more ATMs that dispensed cash, he wouldn't mind guarding more. Oh, by the way, do you think Zhang Junjie and I broke off our engagement because of those text messages you sent? Actually, that's not the case. I broke off the engagement with him because I cheated on him. At this point, Lin Yujio finally showed some interest. So what you mean is? That's right, the person I cheated with was Shin Zheng'an. Sun Jingyu actually became proud. Not long ago, Zhang Junjie came to the school to cause trouble for him. Shin Zheng'an probably didn't dare tell you about this. During that time, Sun Jingyu took a long vacation to recuperate at home and didn't know about this. It was Wang Zihan who told her after she returned to school. Today was just the right time to make use of it. I don't know exactly when you two got together, but I can tell you clearly that he had already set his sights on me on the first day I arrived at Haicheng University. He lied to me that he was single and was so attentive to me every day. He was even more attentive in bed, almost wanting to break the bed. But then I accidentally discovered him flirting with a 60-year-old woman. I found it disgusting, so I kicked him out. I didn't expect that after all these twists and turns, you would take over. It's hilarious. Sun Jingyu was very proud. Anyway, it is true that she and Shin Zheng'an had a fight, and it is also true that Zhang Junjie came to the school to find Shin Zheng'an. If the truth is mixed with half-lies, then the truth will be rounded off. People like Lin Yujiao, who can't tolerate any grain of sand in their eyes, will definitely feel disgusted and nauseous. Who would have thought that Lin Yujiao still had no reaction after hearing it? Sun Jingyu couldn't hold it in any longer. Hey, stop eating. Did you hear what I said? Shin Zheng'an is just a duck who works hard for money. Don't you feel disgusted by keeping him around? What's more, you hired him to advertise Fan Zhao. Aren't you afraid that if his reputation collapses, the brand image you've painstakingly cultivated will be severely damaged? Lin Yujiao, please say something. What do you mean by letting me perform a solo? Now Lin Yujiao was finally willing to put down her fork. She wiped her mouth with a tissue, then picked up her bag and stood up. Thank you for your hospitality. The food in this restaurant is pretty good. Next time I have a chance, I'll bring Zheng in here to try it. Sun Jingyu couldn't believe it. Did you hear what I just said? Lin Yujiao smiled slightly. Of course I heard it. Thank you for telling me stories to cheer me up. You gave me a lot of emotional value. Love you, heart. After saying that, Lin Yujiao turned and left. Are you kidding me, bitch? Stop right there. Don't leave. Sun Jingyu was so angry that she wanted to catch up with Lin Yujiao, but was stopped by the waiter. Ma'am, please place your order. Get out. Let me go. I'm going to beat that bitch to death. Ma'am, are you trying to cause trouble and get away with it? As soon as these words were spoken, the restaurant security guard came over with a nasty look. Sun Jingyu finally regained her senses. She took out her card and threw it directly in the waiter's face. You're such a jerk, am I really short of money for a meal? Hurry up and pick up the card and settle the bill. The unlucky waiter dared not say anything and could only pick up the card in humiliation. After coming out of the restaurant, looking at the double-digit balance left on the card, Sun Jingyu felt light-footed and everything seemed so unreal. Isn't she here to sow discord? How come it's your own wallet that gets hurt in the end? Chapter 74, can't teach well, can't kill. Dad, did you know that the Fanjiao brand founded by Lin Yujio has been going viral online recently? You should find a way to suppress it. Jiang Wei's face turned black. So you barged into my office just to talk about this? Jiang Junjie was anxious. What do you mean just to talk about this? This matter is extremely urgent. Fanjiao has achieved such success right after its launch. If we wait for it to develop for a while, who knows how much of our market share it will capture? Jiang Wei's face turned even darker. Do your homework first and then come to me. Fanjiao's prices are low and its main focus is on being affordable, but the clothing brands under our Jiang group all follow the light luxury route, and most of their customers are from the middle class. We serve different groups of people, so how can we talk about grabbing the market? Humph. I think you just want to make things difficult for Lin Yujia. Seeing that his little thoughts were exposed, Jiang Junjie simply stopped pretending. Yes, I just can't stand seeing her well. Dad, even if you don't suppress her now, I won't give up this idea when I inherit the company. Jiang Wei was also tired. Whatever you want. Anyway, the company will not fall into Jiang Junjie's hands in the future. Jiang Junjie wanted to say something but was interrupted by the sound of the door opening. The person who came in was a young man who looked to be in his early 20s. He was wearing a formal suit, glasses, and his hair was neatly combed, giving him the air of a social elite. When the young man saw Jiang Junjie, a complex emotion flashed in his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. He first nodded and smiled at Jiang Junjie, then walked straight to Jiang Wei and put the document folder on the table. Mr. Jiang, I have sorted out all the documents you requested. Yeah, okay. Junjie, I still have work to do, why don't you go back first? When the two sons met, it would be a lie for Jiang Wei to say that he didn't feel guilty. He just wanted to get Jiang Junjie away as soon as possible. Who knew that this would successfully arouse Jiang Junjie's rebellious psychology? He plopped down on the sofa in the office and said nonchalantly, Dad, this company will be mine from now on. Is there any need to talk about work behind my back? I'll just sit here and play games for a while. You guys should chat. Jiang Wei was furious. Nonsense. Do you think this is just a child's play? Seeing the tension between the father and son, Jiang Yanche quickly said, It's okay, Mr. Jiang, You stinky worker, do you have the right to speak? I don't know why, but Jiang Junjie disliked Jiang Yanche from the first sight, so he started scolding him whenever he got the chance. I'm talking to my dad, who do you think you are to interrupt? You're still calling me Mr. Jiang, but I think you're the most troublesome person in the office. No matter how harsh Jiang Junjie's curses were, Jiang Yanche kept his head down and said nothing. This made Jiang Wei feel very uncomfortable. They are both his sons, one is excellent and sensible, the other is extremely rotten. In addition, he himself owes Jiang Yanche and his mother, so it is difficult for him not to be biased. Shut up! In a fit of rage, Jiang Wei slapped Jiang Junjie in the face. Jiang Junjie couldn't believe it. Dad, you actually slapped me for a stinky worker? He's getting paid by our Jiang family. Let alone scolding him, even if I hit him, he has to take it. With this slap you've severed our father-son relationship. From now on, you should treat him as your son. After roaring, Jiang Junjie left angrily. Before leaving, he kicked the office door hard as if to vent his anger. Jiang Wei was so angry that his heart ached. Rebellious son, rebellious son. Jiang Yanche quickly poured Jiang Wei a cup of tea. Dad, drink some tea first to calm down. Jiang Wei finished his tea, but the depression in his heart still did not disappear. If only Jiang Junjie was as sensible as you. If I had known what he would become when he grew up, I should have used a double umbrella to strangle him in the cradle. Jiang Yanche frowned. Dad, my brother still has a childlike heart. In a few years, he will be more motivated. Next time, don't quarrel with my brother over me. It's not worth it. Besides, he is my brother after all. As a brother, it is normal for him to scold me a few times. Jiang Wei looked at Jiang Yanche's face, which was similar to his mother's, and felt guilty. At this time, you are still speaking for that rebellious son. You are really as kind as your mother. After all, I owe you and your son. Yanche, this company will be yours from now on. You must work hard and strive to make our Jiang family stronger. Jiang Yanche nodded. Don't worry, Dad, I will work hard. Jiang Junjie returned home angrily. Mom, what my dad did is really too much. He doesn't even care about me as his son. Jiang's mother, Jiang Qiuyue, who was sitting on the sofa playing with her phone, didn't even raise her eyelids. What's wrong? When this was mentioned, Zhang Junjie was filled with anger and did not notice at all that Zhang Choyue's attitude towards him had changed. I just cursed at the company for being a cheap cow, and my dad slapped me. You say, isn't this excessive? Am I not as good as a lousy worker in my dad's eyes? Then he should not let me inherit the company. If he has the guts, he can let that lousy worker inherit it and leave all the family property to outsiders. Zhang Choyue sighed, what's the point of you telling me? Your father is the head of the family, and I can't change anything. Instead of complaining to me, you might as well think about how to make your dad happy. Zhang Junjie said bitterly, that old man doesn't make me happy, so why should I make him happy? I'm not a people-pleasing person. He's really too old to see the situation clearly. I'm his only son, so he should be the one trying to please me. Otherwise, when he gets old, I will never let him have an easy time. Zhang Choyue felt even more heartbroken when she heard these words. No matter what, Jiang Wei is his biological father. How could he say that? Originally, Zhang Qiutian felt that he had made great contributions by giving birth to a son for the Jiang family, ensuring that the Jiang family had a successor. But now it seems that she is the sinner of the Jiang family. Having given birth to such a disaster, I can't teach him now, but I can't kill him either. What a headache. Zhang Junjie talked a lot, simply treating Zhang Choyue as an emotional trash can. Zhang Choyue only occasionally replied with a sentence or two. Finally, Zhang Junjie said he was tired. He paused for a moment and suddenly said, Mom, it's been a while since I broke off the engagement. Why don't you find me a new marriage partner? Don't you usually like to attend some rich ladies' gatherings? Can you help me find out which girls are good and help me introduce them to each other? I want someone who is pretty, has a good figure, comes from a family that is comparable to our Jiang family, has a cultured way of speaking, and has high emotional intelligence. By the way, the most important thing is cleanliness. Mom, you know what I mean. Now Zhang Choyue finally looked Zhang Junjie in the eye. Do you think I'm a god and are making a wish with me? Chapter 75, her son is a low-quality person with all the 5 vices. What? Zhang Junjie thought he had misheard, so he asked again, Mom, what were you talking about? Zhang Choyue repeated with a blank expression, do you think I'm a god and are making a wish with me? Finally, she added, you are such an ugly toad, but you still dream. Look at yourself, you are full of flaws. Which rich girl would be interested in you? Zhang Junjie immediately yelled, Mom, how can you say that to me? I'm your precious son. My dad has gone insane and beat me for a stranger. How dare you belittle me? I suggest you two go to the hospital to get your brains treated. Zhang Choyue smiled bitterly. She once felt that her son was good in every way except that he loved to play. But as so many things happened, and the filter of maternal love faded, she despairedly discovered that her son was not only useless, but also had a bad character and was full of evil. Whatever you say, I can't help you anyway. Mom, why are you so useless? Zhang Junjie couldn't help but complain, you can't even help me find a marriage partner, so why do you attend so many parties every day? Rich wives go to parties to network and find partners for their children. You're just wasting your money. Zhang Choyue simply closed her eyes and pretended not to hear these outrageous remarks. Zhang Junjie was so angry that he couldn't stay at home anymore. He drove away angrily. He went to the bar. In the private room, he drank bottle after bottle. He didn't understand why his parents suddenly became so strange and unreasonable. Other people's homes are warm harbors, but what about his home? His parents were all against him, which made him feel no warmth at all. Mr. Jiang, why do you drink so much? Drinking too much is bad for your health. As soon as Meng Shuefei entered the private room, she saw Zhang Junjie drinking loudly, and she quickly stopped him. If Zhang Junjie gets drunk and passes out, how can she do her job? Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you control me? Zhang Junjie grabbed Meng Shuefei's hair and poured wine into her mouth. I asked you to come here to drink with me, not to control me. Woo woo. Only when the bottle of wine was empty did Zhang Junjie let go of Meng Shuefei. Cough cough cough. Meng Shuefei started coughing violently. Now she didn't dare to say anything and just sat next to Zhang Junjie. Zhang Junjie, who was drunk, was obviously more talkative. He kept talking about the pain of his original family. My dad, he's unworthy of being a father. Besides giving me money, what else can he do? Do I care about that little bit of money? I want lots and lots of love. Meng Shufe was so angry that her teeth were itching as she listened to this. Damn it, when will she be able to experience this kind of pain from her original family again? Zhang Junjie finished another bottle and suddenly put his hand on Meng Shuefei's black stockings. Black goes well with JK. Is it crotchless? Meng Shuefei understood instantly. After drinking, she starts to get horny. Meng Shuefei took off her outermost safety pants and spread her legs. You'll know if you touch it. Zhang Junjie touched it with his hand and then let out a lewd laugh. He threw Meng Shuefei onto the sofa, without any foreplay, and got straight to the point. Meng Shuefei was delighted. Zhang Junjie was probably drunk and forgot to bring his umbrella. This is really a great thing for her. After the first time, Meng Shuefei came again with all kinds of attentiveness. After finishing, Zhang Junjie was so tired that he fell into a deep sleep. Meng Shuefei first put a pillow under his butt, and after a long time she put on her clothes and left. After returning to the rented house, she first poured herself a glass of water and then gently stroked her belly with her hand. I hope her belly can hold up. She really didn't want to live this poor life anymore. Just as she was fantasizing about the good days when her mother would be honored because of her son, her cell phone suddenly rang. Meng Shuefei saw the note, hesitated for a while, and finally picked up the call. My mother's angry roar came. You money loser, are you trying to rebel? It's almost time to pay back the money. Why haven't you transferred the car loan and mortgage money to me yet? Meng Shuefei said helplessly, Mom, isn't there still a week left? You dare to talk back? Stop talking nonsense. I'll hit you if I ask you to. Who knows if you'll pay me back in a week, you conscienceless bastard. Look at other people's daughters, they all pay out of pocket for their brothers to buy cars and houses, but you, a loser, can only afford a down payment. How could I give birth to a useless daughter like you? Okay, I'll transfer the money to you now. Meng Shuefei didn't want to listen to her mother's complaints anymore, so she transferred 10,000 yuan. I thought that was the end of it, but my mother was still not satisfied. I only gave you 10,000 yuan to get rid of a beggar? What about your father and I's living expenses? You can't go home many times a year, so shouldn't you give us some extra money to show your filial piety? And your brother, when you're not at home, he's the only one running around. He's so tired. As his younger sister, it's not right for you not to give him some hard work money, right? Meng Shuefei bit her lip tightly. Mom, just tell me directly, how much money do you want? Meng Mulian opened her mouth and said, from now on, your father and I will each pay 10,000 yuan a month, and your brother will pay 20,000 yuan a month. If your brother gets married and has children in the future, you will have to pay for your nephews and nieces' milk powder and schooling. When Meng Shuefei heard this, the sky collapsed. In the past, she always numbed herself, thinking that after her brother got married, she would not have to work so hard. Who knew that after her brother got married, she would have to support nephews and nieces? This made her unable to accept it for a moment, and she couldn't help but ask angrily, why? I have done my best to buy a car and a house for my brother, why should I raise his child? If he can't afford to raise a child, then don't have one. I'm not pushing him to have one. Mom, in your eyes, am I your daughter, or a slave you gave birth to your son? After 3 seconds of silence, Meng's mother on the other end of the phone started cursing. Meng Shuefei hung up the phone in frustration, then set her phone to silent mode and threw it on the bed. She lacks love, but she is not stupid. After so many disappointments, anyone would become discouraged. Meng Shuefei was tired. She knew clearly that she was in a young age and the best years to make money were only in the next few years. She didn't want to give the money to her parents anymore, and she didn't want to be left with no savings when she was old and ugly. She has already done enough to help her family, and now she needs to think more about herself. Chapter 76 The School Beauty Arrives. Meng Shuefei stared at the ceiling and thought a lot, and finally fell asleep in a daze. The next day she was woken up by the alarm set on her cell phone. She struggled with sleepiness for a long time before finally sitting up with her hair in a mess. She turned on her phone, intending to check the time, but missed calls and messages kept popping up as if they were multiplying infinitely. This also caused her phone to freeze. It took a full 3 minutes before the phone could operate normally. Meng Shuefei clicked on them one by one to check. Apart from the group messages, the rest were sent by her parents and brother, and they contain all kinds of nasty words. These include but are not limited to you are a money-losing commodity that can't even be sold at a good price, why don't you die of a dirty disease, if you don't give me money, I will find your school and advertise that you are a prostitute everywhere, etc. Just looking at these news, those who don't know would think she is their enemy. Meng Shuefei felt a little heartbroken, but more numb. She was wrong from the beginning. She shouldn't have expected to use money to maintain that ridiculous family relationship. After sitting there for a while, she blacklisted all contact information of her parents and brother. As for living expenses, car loans, and mortgages, just get out of here. From now on, these vampires will never get a penny from her. The last class in the morning is water class. The courses are dry and boring, and many students can't stand the loneliness and secretly watch some stupid videos to relieve boredom. Zhang Xiaotian was one of them. As he was scrolling, he accidentally came across Shen Jing'an's video. When he saw the number of likes, he sat up straight and his eyes widened like light bulbs. Seeing that the other 3 people were also playing with their phones, he simply forwarded the video to the dormitory group. Zhang Xiaotian, what's going on? A famous internet celebrity is actually right next to me? Chen Su, so handsome. A handsome big boy with a perfect body, as handsome as he can be, and his skin is also very fair. Jing'an, so handsome. Shin Jing'an, we've been filming for several days, and you just saw it? Zhang Xiaotian, this isn't our fault. We usually only see abstract videos, so it's hard for big data to recommend such stylish videos to us. Louis finished watching the video and then looked at the comments section, his expression a little strange. Is this a dark advertisement? Fan Jiao, this brand also has the character in it. Could it be a brand founded by Lin Yujiao? ISNT, it said that Louis is smart? At this point, Shen Jing'an also admitted generously, yes. Zhang Xiaotian, Louis, and Shen Su all had different expressions, and then they started tapping their phones. Zhang Xiaotian, didn't we remind you and Lin Yujiao a long time ago to be careful with your behavior? It seems you didn't take our words to heart at all. Louis seemed to have seen Shen Jing'an's miserable state in the future, and sighed, Jing'an, what you did is really immoral. That rich woman may be a little older and not as pretty as Lin Yujiao, but she is really generous to you. You can't have both. You have no power or influence, and you can't afford to offend either the rich woman or Lin Yujiao. If you get caught, no one can save you. Shinsu also strongly condemned, the strawberry marks on your neck haven't even completely disappeared, and you're already so anxious to flirt with Lin Yujiao, you damn scumbag. How could you treat a rich woman like this? Honestly, you two have been together for so long, you should have developed feelings for each other, right? Shen Jing'an. He really has no words to express his pain. In order to appease the public anger, he had no choice but to tell lies. Brothers, what do you think of me? Just be at ease. I'm the god of pure love, definitely not some two-timing scumbag. I'm currently working for Lin Yujiao, and we don't usually interact with each other. After Shen Jing'an's sincere explanation, the other 3 people reluctantly believed it. Ding ling ling. The bell rang for the end of get out of class. Shen Jing'an packed up his things and prepared to go for lunch. Suddenly a message popped up on his phone. Wife, look up and look at the door. Shen Jing'an looked up in confusion, and happened to meet Lin Yujiao's eyes. The moment they looked at each other, Lin Yujiao smiled like a flower. Shen Jing'an's heart was beating wildly. Who can resist the charm of the school bell? Lu Yi, haha. Zhang Xiaotian, Shen Su, didn't you say that you two don't usually interact? Shen Jing'an. He rubbed his nose awkwardly and explained that school beauty Lin might have something to discuss with me about work, so she came to me. Louis, Zhang Xiaotian, and Shen Su all raised their middle fingers at him to show their contempt. Shen Jing'an left with Lin Yujiao in full view of everyone. Louis complained, Tisk, there's clearly no leash on the dog, but why does Lin Yujiao look like she's walking the dog? Zhang Xiaotian gritted his teeth, because Shen Jing'an is a dog. Chen Su added, he's still a playboy. In the eyes of the 3 of them, the once innocent little Lin has changed and become very unfamiliar. This made the 3 of them very uncomfortable. It is the father's fault if the son is not well educated. It is their fault that Shen Jing'an has become bad. Just as they were blaming themselves, a voice suddenly sounded from behind them. Seeing Shen Jing'an and Lin Yujiao together, you must feel bad. Zhang Xiaotian sighed, it's really uncomfortable. Shen Jing'an was playing 2 games, and his brothers were always worried, fearing that he would be chopped into pieces one day. No, who's talking? Zhang Xiaotian's brain seemed to be frozen. He turned around in confusion and saw Sun Jingyu. Sun Jingyu was as eerie as a female ghost. I guess you all know about the shady relationship between Shen Jing'an and Lin Yujiao. Aren't you very angry? You are obviously no worse than Shen Jing'an, so why is he able to get beautiful women? And you don't even have a member of the opposite sex around you? The air was silent for 3 seconds. Wait a minute, what do you mean by a shady relationship? Zhang Xiaotian, realizing what was happening, immediately corrected him. They just have a normal employee-boss relationship. Please don't make malicious assumptions. After saying this, he scanned Sun Jingyu from head to toe with disgust. Sure enough, dirty people see everything as dirty. Shensu even asked a soul-searching question: since we are no worse than Shin Jing'an, why did you only take the initiative to ask for Shin Jing'an's WeChat? They can't stand Shin Jing'an's two-timing, but they won't join forces with outsiders to bully him. Sun Jingyu was a little crazy. How come this is different from what she imagined? Shouldn't these stupid losers with low IQs be able to have their evil hearts aroused by just a few words from her? She just didn't believe it. They really weren't jealous at all. Louis saw through her thoughts at a glance. If you want to cause internal strife between us brothers, then don't waste your energy. A dark person like you wouldn't have any friends at all, so you don't understand what friendship is. If our brothers are doing well, we won't be jealous. If our brothers are not doing well, we will help them to the best of our ability. Sun Jingyu scoffed at this. How could she not have any friends? Hu Mangyao was her best friend. But when she saw that she had such an outstanding boyfriend like Zhai Haochen, she still couldn't control her jealousy. Haha, what a hypocritical man. She wanted to see how long they could keep pretending. Chapter 77, Loving Someone Cannot Be Hidden. Hey, buddy, turn off the flash before you take the photo. It's almost blinding me. Shin Zheng'an patted the shoulder of a male classmate who was holding the phone to his ear and pretending to make a call. The male student apologized awkwardly. Sorry, I'll turn it off right away. After turning off the flash, the male student openly raised his mobile phone to take pictures. Shin Zheng'an. When he and Lin Yujie walked on the campus, they attracted a lot of attention. No, it should be said that no matter which man stands next to the ice beauty Lin Yujiao, he will attract a lot of attention. Shin Zheng'an asked quietly, Wife, what do you want to see me about? Lin Yujiao, I found a delicious restaurant yesterday, and I want to take you there to try it today. Shin Zheng'an frowned, but we are being too high profile. Didn't Grandpa say that our relationship shouldn't be exposed until we graduate from college? Lin Yujiao winked playfully, but I do want to. Before Shin Zheng'an could react, Lin Yujiao had already pulled his hand and interlocked their fingers. The moment their fingers were linked, they had already been knitted into a common destiny. Shin Zheng'an. Passers-by eating melons. Lin Yujiao said very seriously, Sun Jingyu came to see me yesterday, and I told her that we had slept together. Zhang Junji also saw you at the Lin family. Loving someone is something you can't hide. Instead of hiding it, I'd rather be open with you. This way we can be like a normal couple, walking around campus hand in hand every day, eating delicious food together, and I can also accompany you to class. Besides, our real relationship is husband and wife. We can just say we're lovers. This doesn't count as going against Grandpa's words. If there weren't so many people around taking secret photos, Shin Zheng'an would have burst into tears long ago. He had a very strange disease. Whenever someone expressed their love to him firmly, he would want to cry. He almost cried as he promised, I will always be with you until you no longer need me. This sentence will always count. Lin Yujiao couldn't help but scold, silly boy, we have to be together well, no one can say goodbye. When they arrived at the restaurant, Shin Zheng'an checked his phone and found that the photo of them holding hands had spread all over Haicheng University's confession wall. Lin Yujiao was browsing the posts with great interest, sometimes happy, sometimes angry. Well, this photo is beautiful, and it has quite an atmosphere. This photo is pretty standard. Huh? Does this guy know how to take pictures? I'm only 1.7 meters tall, but he made me look like 1.5 meters. I'm so angry. Don't be angry, don't be angry. The audience's eyes are sharp. Everyone knows that you are the campus beauty of Haicheng University. Don't mind a few negative photos. While comforting her, Shin Zheng'an silently searched for nearby photography training institutions. In fact, it is difficult to comment on his photography skills. He needs to brush up on his photography skills quickly, so as to avoid taking ugly photos in the future and making his wife angry. Lin Yujiao hummed twice, then carefully selected a couple's profile picture from the internet and sent it to Shin Zheng'an. They quickly changed their profile pictures to romantic ones, and also replaced the background pictures of their moments with their DIY couple rings. Lin Yujia posted a photo with Shin Zheng'an, with the caption, "Don't get me wrong, we are just ordinary people, not friends." Shin Zheng'an also posted the same photo on his Moments, with a line from a song's lyrics, "I've never been so sure and certain of who will be my destiny." Lin Yujia's side is quite quiet. Maybe everyone just took screenshots and forwarded them, and talked about it privately. Shin Zheng'an's phone kept vibrating, and many people he didn't know well also sent him messages. He always chooses not to reply. Dormitory cluster. Zhang Xiaotian, question mark. Shinsu, is this what you mean by having nothing to do with Lin Yujiao? Louis, why don't you check your Moments again to see if you forgot to block the rich woman? Shin Zheng'an, haha, brothers, today I can finally tell you the truth. Actually, the rich woman who supports me is Lin Yujiao. Yes, you heard it right, Lin Yujiao is my girlfriend. Ha 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 ha. Louis. By the way, didn't he just swear to Sun Jingyu that he wouldn't be jealous if his brothers were doing well? Now he takes that back. When I think about my brother finding such a beautiful girlfriend, it's more painful than killing him, crying TT. Zhang Xiaotian, alright, stop showing off. Shensu was so angry just now that he rolled over on his bed. He was sleeping on the top bunk and almost fell off. Louis, I was so angry that I punched over my pinho rice. Zhang Xiaotian, Ed, come on, you lick it cleaner than anyone else. Shin Zheng'an was a little amused when he saw the messages in the group. He sent out a red envelope of 1,000 yuan. Grab it in seconds. Louis, thank you, sister-in-law. Zhang Xiaotian, thank you, sister-in-law. Shensu, thank you, sister-in-law. Shin Zheng'an sent a speechless emoticon, why don't you thank me? Equals, smiley face. Louis, if you didn't have a sister-in-law, how could you, a poor bastard, have any money in your pocket? Shin Zheng'an thought about it and felt that there was something wrong with what he said. Some are happy and some are sad. Shin Zheng'an is having a great time, but it may not be the same elsewhere. Sun Jingyu first saw a photo of Shin Zheng'an and Lin Yujiao holding hands on the confession wall, and then Hu Mengyao sent her a screenshot of Lin Yujiao's latest moments. She was so upset that she wanted to throw her phone away. Crazy, this Lin Yujiao must be crazy. She actually dared to expose such a shameful thing. Doesn't she want to marry into the family? It was already difficult for her to find a suitable son-in-law, and now it is even worse. Or does she plan to marry Shin Zheng'an into her family? As soon as this thought came to mind, Sun Jingyu was stunned on the spot. It seems that it is not impossible. When she was feeling upset, Wang Zihan, who was standing beside her, was very tactless and added to her annoyance. I never thought Shin Zheng'an was actually dating school beauty Lin. No wonder he didn't give me his WeChat twice when you asked for it. Shut up. Sun Jingyu gritted her teeth. If there weren't people around, she would have torn Wang Zihan's mouth apart on the spot. Wang Zihan is fearless. She has learned her lesson since she was slapped last time. She would not go to places with few people with Sun Jingyu. On the other side, Jiang Junji also learned the news, and he was so angry that he went crazy at home. Zhang's mother Zhang Choyue couldn't stand the commotion anymore and finally decided to go out for refuge. She did not make an appointment with her sisters for dinner, but decided to go to Jiang Group. Anyway, her son is unreliable, so she has to put more effort into her husband. Chapter 78 Mrs. Jiang, you don't mind, do you? Zhang Choyue came to the company very low-key. In fact, her relationship with Jiang Wei had become increasingly tense in the past few years, and they even slept in separate beds. But she didn't care at the time and didn't think about repairing the relationship. After all, she gave birth to the only child for the Jiang family. How could Jiang Wei dare to divorce her? But now she doesn't have that confidence anymore. She felt sorry for the ancestors of the Jiang family for giving birth to such a son. Giving birth to him is worse than giving birth to a piece of barbecued pork. Hello, do you have an appointment? Mrs. Jiang. The receptionist immediately changed her tone after recognizing Zhang Choyue. Mrs. Jiang, are you looking for Mr. Jiang? He is in his office right now. How could I not know where my husband is? Do I need you to remind me? Zhang Choyue rolled her eyes at her. She was hostile to any young and beautiful woman in the company and looked at everyone as a vixen. The front desk was very depressed. No, who did this honest and hard-working worker like her offend? Zhang Choyue came to the office and went in without knocking. At this time, Jiang Wei was carefully explaining the project to Zhang Yanche. He frowned after being interrupted. Which employee is so ignorant that he doesn't even know how to knock on the door? When he saw that the person coming was Zhang Choyue, his brows frowned even tighter, so tight that he could pinch a fly to death. Why are you here? Zhang Yanche also noticed Zhang Choyue. He looked her over calmly and then greeted her respectfully, "Hello, Madam Jiang." Zhang Choyue didn't even bother to spare Zhang Yanche a glance. Now her attention was entirely on Zhang Wei. She asked him flatteringly, "Husband, have you eaten yet?" Zhang Wei didn't want to talk to her and continued to look down at the documents with a cold face. Zhang Choyue was a little embarrassed. Zhang Yanche came to the rescue. "Mrs. Zhang, President Zhang has been so busy that he hasn't had time to eat yet. Do you have the right to speak here?" Zhang Choyue felt a little embarrassed. Why did you come to the office when you knew he didn't eat? What's so urgent? Why choose this time? Can you take responsibility for starving my husband? Zhang Wei was angry. Are you here to make things difficult for me? If you have nothing to do, just stay at home and don't come to the company. Zhang Choyue was anxious. Husband, Okay, stop talking. If you have nothing else, go back. I'm an adult now, I'll eat when I'm hungry. Zhang Wei had completely lost his patience and ordered them to leave. Zhang Choyue wanted to lose her temper and smash the office to pieces, but she was afraid that her relationship with Zhang Wei would deteriorate further, so she had to swallow her grievances. Okay, husband, I won't disturb you from working then. Zhang Wei waved his hand to drive them away. Hurry up and leave, and don't come here again. Zhang Choyue went downstairs with a gloomy face. The lady at the front desk saw her and bowed quickly. Goodbye, Madame Zhang. This sentence instantly touched Zhang Choyue's sore spot, and she directly grabbed the receptionist's ear. Are you mocking me here, you little vixen? I'm telling you, no matter what, I'm still the Zhang family's mistress. It's not your turn to be laughed at by those unpresentable little bitches. The lady at the front desk was in such an unexpected situation that she burst into tears due to the pain. It hurts. Madam Jiang, please let go. Hearing this, Zhang Choyue tightened her grip even more. Who do you think you are to order me around? I won't let go. What can you do to me? Everyone else in the company was silent, and no one dared to step forward to stop it. Just as the receptionist was despairing, a gentle voice came over. The little girl's skin is so delicate, how can her ears withstand your pulling like that? As he spoke, the owner of the voice wanted to help. Get out! Who do you think you are to control me? Zhang Choyue pushed the woman in frustration. Ah! The woman screamed and fell heavily to the ground. The thermos bucket in her hand flew out and fell not far away, and the vegetables and porridge in the bucket were scattered all over the floor. Zhang Choyue was stunned for a second, then cursed angrily. What are you pretending to be, you old green tea? I clearly didn't use any force just now, okay? Mom! Xiao Wei. Zhang Yanche and Zhang Wei happened to see this scene as they went downstairs. Zhang Yanche hurriedly helped Zhang Xiaowei up. Mom, are you okay? Where did you fall? Zhang Xiaowei's voice was filled with tears. It's okay, son, Mom just accidentally fell. It's just a pity about the meal. Oh, it's all wasted. After Zhang Wei confirmed that Zhang Xiaowei was fine, he pointed at Zhang Choyue's nose and angrily cursed, You vicious woman. Why was I so blind to marry you in the first place? From now on, you are not allowed to set foot in the company without my permission. Zhang Choyue ignored his words. She was stunned for a few seconds, then suddenly asked, How do you know this woman's name is Xiao Wei? Zhang Wei was a seasoned shrew. He remained calm and composed as he replied, She's my assistant's mother. She often comes to bring him food. Is it any wonder I know her name? But you are so disrespectful to my employees. If this gets out, it will ruin the reputation of my Jiang family. Zhang Choyue pointed expressionlessly at the rice scattered on the ground. This meal is for two, right? I see that the lion's head and other dishes are double portions. One portion is for her son, and who is the other portion for? Mrs. Zhang Xiaowei explained, My son had just arrived at the company when he was already highly regarded by CEO Zhang. He's been so busy every day that he doesn't even have time to eat. He's lost a lot of weight. As a mother, I naturally feel sorry for my child, so I bring him food every day. Later, I happened to learn that Mr. Jian was often too busy to eat out, so I simply cooked 2 meals. One for my own children, and one for Mr. Jiang. Mrs. Jiang, I'm doing this for Mr. Zhang's health. Do you mind? The last sentence is clearly a naked provocation. Zhang Choyue, the queen, could no longer bear it. She slapped Zhang Xiaowei hard with lightning speed, and then tore her hair hard. Why are you pretending to be a green tea in front of me, you old roast chicken? I'll tear your mouth apart. Do you want to cook for my husband or make love to him? You bitch. Bitch. Zhang Qiuyue's hoarse scream scared everyone present. It took a lot of effort for two grown men, Jiang Wei and Jiang Yanqie, to separate them. You vicious woman. After separating the two, the first thing Jiang Wei did was to kick Zhang Qiuyue in the stomach. Zhang Qiuyue was kicked several meters away. She covered her stomach and looked at Jiang Wei in disbelief. This was the second time Jiang Wei beat her after they got married. The first time was because of Jiang Junjie, and the second time was because of this woman. At this moment, Zhang Xiaowei was in a mess, with several slap marks on her face and her hair was messy. She closed her eyes and fell into Jiang Yanqi's arms. Mom, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Xiaowei. Yanqie, go drive and take your mother to the hospital. Seeing Zhang Xiaowei fainted, Jiang Wei had no time to settle the score with Zhang Qiuyue. He simply picked up Zhang Xiaowei and hurried to the hospital. Zhang Qiuyue was left holding her stomach and going crazy. Jiang Wei, don't leave. If you dare leave, I'll die in front of you. Unfortunately, no one paid any attention to her, and Jiang Wei didn't even turn his head. Chapter 79 I Can Be Your Woman When You Need Me. Since both of them had classes in the afternoon, Shen Zheng'an and Lin Yuzhou had a wonderful lunch together and then returned to school on time for class. As soon as he entered the classroom, Shen Zheng'an was bombarded with all kinds of looks. There is envy, jealousy and hatred, but more of it is pure hatred. Shen Zheng'an ignored these glances and sat down in the empty seat next to Chen Su. Chen Su's expression was exaggerated and sarcastic. I have never been so sure, so certain who will be my destiny. Shen Zheng'an wanted to beat him up when he saw his despicable look. But there are two other people as despicable as him. Zhang Xiaotian, so the person who sent you a message with the note wife last time at the mall turned out to be School Beauty Lin. I was wondering when School Beauty Lin became so familiar with me. She asked me to try on clothes and treated us to food. You two are still putting on an act in front of us, pretending you don't know each other. What? Are we part of your play? Have you paid us the performance fee? Shen Zheng'an was speechless. Why did you turn your back on me after grabbing the red envelopes? Think it's too little, huh? Fine, I'll just send you one. Stop being so sarcastic. It makes me so angry. I really want to give each of you a critical hit. As he spoke, Shen Zheng'an sent a big red envelope of 5,000 yuan in the group. Another instant grab. Louis said with a grin, we are all brothers. Even if you lied to us, you must have had your reasons. How could we brothers really be angry with you? Chen Su, thank you, brother Inan, for the gold coins. I won't take it for free. I can wear a bunny girl for you. Bunny girl? Shen Zheng'an imagined in his mind the scene of Chen Su, a rough old man who liked to fart in the dormitory, wearing a bunny girl suit and acting cute. Sigma? Vomit. Get lost. Shen Zheng'an almost vomited. Zhang Xiaotian is even more amazing. He actually started to compete with Chen Su. Xiaonan, I love you the most. Chen Su only dared to wear a bunny girl costume for you, but as soon as you asked for something else, he would run away. But I'm different. As he spoke, Zhang Xiaotian covered his face with his hands coquettishly. I can be your woman when you need me. Shen Zheng'an felt a chill run down his spine. He said mercilessly, get the hell out of here. He was really afraid that Zhang Xiaotian was telling the truth under the guise of a joke. Because although Louis and Chen Su are also virgin solos, at least it can be seen that they are genuine straight men. But it's hard to say about Zhang Xiaotian. This guy is 1.7 meters tall and weighs only about 100 kilograms including feces and urine. He is considered to be relatively petite among men. He also pays great attention to skin care. He uses a 3-piece set of lotion and cream, as well as facial masks every day. He also likes to buy clothes to dress himself up. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that he watches gay movies. This is a bit scary. Zhang Xiaotian pouted and acted cute. Brother, am I not cute? Shen Zheng'an, if you dare say another word, I will report you to the teacher and say that you are affecting my studies. Oh. Zhang Xiaotian rolled his eyes. What a cold-blooded man. Shen Zheng'an only has 2 classes in the afternoon. After class, he hurriedly packed up and prepared to find Lin Yuzhou to accompany her to class. Louis looked at Shin Zheng'an's back and said sourly, "How miserable. The classes for the day have already ended, but he still has to accompany his girlfriend to class. Unlike us, we can just lie in the dormitory and play games in a moment. It's so fucking cool." Shensu nodded and said in agreement, "It's better to be single. Brothers, we can't follow in Shin Zheng'an's footsteps. In fact, being single for a lifetime is also quite pleasant. Louis. Just stay single for the rest of your life and don't involve me." Zhang Xiaotian, "Yeah, don't drag me into this either. I don't want to be single." Shensu vaguely saw that his nose had turned into a round red ball. Goodness, it turns out that the clown is actually himself. Shen Zheng'an. Shen Zheng'an. When Shen Zheng'an heard Sun Jingyu calling his name from behind, he immediately quickened his pace. But Sun Jingyu still ran up to him and stopped him. Shen Zheng'an was really at his wit's end. "Could you please stop haunting me like a ghost?" Sun Jingyu asked with an unwilling look on her face, "Why did you choose Lin Yujio instead of me? Is it because Lin Yujio is richer than me?" Shen Zheng'an answered truthfully, "No, even if Lin Yujio wasn't there, I wouldn't choose you." "Why?" "There are so many reasons, so many that I can't list them all at once. I don't want to waste time talking to you. I have to go to class with my girlfriend. Please don't get in my way." As he said that, Shin Jing'an took a detour. Sun Jingyu was so angry that she grabbed Shin Jing'an's clothes. "Shin Jing'an, what if I told you that Lin Yujio would one day be ruined? Don't blame me for not warning you. Too many people are hoping for the downfall of the Lin family. If you break up with her now, you can still distance yourself from her. But if you continue to be stubborn, you'll regret it one day. Get your dirty hands off my boyfriend." Lin Yujio stood behind them at some point, and when she saw Sun Jingyu making moves, she immediately ran over and protected Shin Jing'an behind her. Shin Jing'an was very surprised. "Yujiao, when did you come?" "Lin Yujio, I was waiting for you downstairs in the teaching building, and then I saw from a distance that there was an idiot harassing you. So I came over to help you." Sun Jingyu was stimulated again when she saw the two people being so intimate. In fact, her feelings for Shin Jing'an are more of obsession than love. At first, she simply couldn't accept being rejected by the opposite sex. Later, after accidentally learning that Shin Jing'an and Lin Yujio had a relationship, her obsession with wanting to possess Shin Jing'an reached its peak. She had already regarded Shin Jing'an as the prize for winning the competition. She would not allow herself to lose to Lin Yujio, even if she had to use any means. In the heat of the moment, Sun Jingyu spoke without thinking and said whatever he wanted. "Lin Yujio, I wonder how long you can remain so proud. Your old man is not young anymore, is he? It seems he doesn't have many years left to live. Once he dies, can you, a woman, protect the family business? Without the money, I want to see if Shin Jing'an will continue to stay with you." Not surprisingly, after saying these words, she received 2 slaps in the face. Lin Yujio had a faint smile on his face. "When you cursed my grandfather, were you so sure that you would live longer than my grandfather?" Sun Jingyu looked alert and gradually regained his sanity. "We are now in a society ruled by law. What do you want to do?" Lin Yujio's smile didn't reach her eyes. "Don't worry, I won't kill you. I'm afraid of getting my hands dirty." Chapter 80. Are you two a couple? Tell me earlier. Come on, Jinan, let's go to class. Lin Yujio took Shin Jing'an's hand, and the two walked side by side towards the teaching building. After taking a few steps, Shin Jing'an suddenly stopped. He turned and held out his left hand with the ring on it. "You just said that if I break up with you Jiao now, I can still distance myself from her. But what I want to tell you is that it has long been unclear. To others, this childish ring may just be a decoration. But in Shin Jing'an's eyes, this is a unique wedding ring belonging to her and Lin Yujio, and it is a promise of love." Gently turning the ring on her finger, the deep ring mark on it was the trace of their love. What's more, they have already obtained a marriage certificate. How can they just deny it? Sun Jingyu naturally couldn't understand it. She looked at the cheap ring on Shin Jing'an's hand in confusion. "If a ring can make you fall in love with Lin Yujio, then you are really an easy boy." Shin Jing'an shook his head. "Forget it, why bother saying so much to her? A selfish person like her will never understand." Shin Jing'an and Lin Yujio went to the classroom hand in hand and caused quite a stir. The male classmates in the class who coveted Lin Yujio were heartbroken. What happened to the saying that those who are close to water will see the moon first? Why didn't it work for them? They expressed their dissatisfaction, and countless pairs of eyes were secretly looking at the couple during class. After observing the class, it was found that they were almost suffocated to death by eating dog food. Thanks to Shin Jing'an, they knew for the first time that the ice goddess could also smile. The goddess smiles sweetly and has bright eyes. Although I am not smiling at them, I am still satisfied to see it in my lifetime. At the end, they actually hoped that Shin Jing'an could accompany Lin Yujia to class every day so that they could see the goddess smile every day. The class ended quickly. While Shen Jing'an put the textbooks in the canvas bag, he discussed the filming content with Lin Yujia. Since the last video received a very successful response, they planned to develop this account. When they arrived at the shooting base, the photographer patted Shin Jing'an's shoulder enthusiastically. "Zhangyan, now you are here. We will be long-term partners from now on. I wish us a happy cooperation." The photographer boasted about his viral video that received millions of likes for several days. Although he knew that the core of the hit was not his shooting skills, but Shin Jing'an's handsome face. But this doesn't stop him from showing off on his resume in the future. The content of this shoot was a bit complicated. I had to change clothes for each scene and match different makeup and hairstyles. There were a total of 6 scenes to shoot. With the experience of the last shooting, Shin Jing'an became more adept. Soon the first scene was shot smoothly, and the photographer was very satisfied. He concluded, "This guy is suitable for shooting videos, not posters." When I was shooting videos, my facial muscles were relaxed and my eyes were more dramatic, but when I was shooting posters, I felt so restrained that I didn't know where to put my hands. Shin Jing'an didn't say anything after hearing this, but he was already complaining in his heart. "Isn't it?" When shooting the poster, the photographer kept asking him to put on a world-weary face and look fierce, saying that this would make the photo look more high-end. "But I'm sorry. No matter how fierce a boy like him pretends to be, he will inadvertently reveal a clear, stupid and innocent feeling." When making the costumes and styling for the second scene, Lin Yujia stood next to Shin Jing'an and talked to him the whole time. The photographer saw it, but he didn't think much about it. After all, one is the daughter of the Lin family and the other is a nobody. Who would dare to think too much? It wasn't until the third or fourth scene that he finally noticed something was wrong. Why is Miss Lin staring at Shin Jing'an all the time? No, won't this affect the model's performance? The photographer couldn't help but remind him, "Ms. Lin, why don't you sit down and rest for a while?" Don't worry, Zhengyan isn't the type to be sneaky or cunning. He'll complete the task brilliantly even if you don't keep an eye on him. It's mainly because your gaze is so strong that if someone didn't know you were going to eat him, he'd be nervous and his performance would be affected. Lin Yujio had a strange expression on her face. She said "oh" and then looked down at her phone. The photographer scratched his head in confusion. Strange, why is Miss Lin blushing? Could it be that the wind is too strong today and it blew it away? On the other side, Shin Jing'an, who was taking a distant shot, looked up. Why doesn't my wife continue to look at me? Is she tired of looking at me? TT. After the shooting was finished, the photographer even ran over to take credit for it. "Jinan, you have to thank me." "Shen Jinan?" The photographer winked at him and said, "You don't know, when we were filming just now, Miss Lin looked at you like a hungry wolf, as if she would pounce on you and tear you to pieces if you made the slightest mistake. I was afraid it would affect your performance, so I stopped her from doing that." "Oh, I never thought that Miss Lin would be so strict with her employees." Shin Jinan, "Oh, so that's how it is. Then thank you." The photographer chuckled and said, it's okay. We're all workers, so any help counts." After shooting the last 2 scenes, the photographer was very satisfied. "Okay, it's a perfect job. The next step is editing. Hey, Jing'an, stay here. We'll have a couple of drinks later." Shin Jing'an shook his head, "No, I have to go home and cook." The photographer was very enthusiastic. "Hey, what are you cooking for?" "I'll treat you to a big meal." Shin Jing'an looked helplessly at Lin Yujia, who was watching the show on the side. The photographer noticed it too. He asked in confusion, "Ms. Lin, you can't possibly be meddling in your employees' private lives after get off work, right?" Lin Yujia didn't say anything, just kept laughing. This left the photographer confused. Seeing this, Shin Jing'an could only take the initiative to walk over and hold Lin Yujia's hand, then explain to the photographer, "She is my boss at work and has to control me. After get off work, she is my girlfriend and has to control me. Brother, I'm so sorry. I have to go home quickly to cook and feed my girlfriend. I'll buy you a drink if I get a chance." The photographer was stunned when he heard this, and finally he focused his eyes on the tightly clasped hands. At the same time, all the strange things he felt during the filming process suddenly made sense. How could Lin Yuzhou's blush be caused by the wind? She was clearly shy. Also, she kept staring at Shin Jing'an not as a supervisor, but as her eyes were full of him. The camera guy wailed, "Are you two a couple? Why didn't you say so earlier? This makes me look particularly tactless just now." Lin Yuzhou finally couldn't help laughing out loud. "Shouldn't this give you some time to recover? If I say this in the middle of filming, I'm afraid it will affect your filming." They continued chatting for a while before Lin Yuzhou and Shin Jing'an went home. As soon as they got home, they saw Mr. Lin, who usually always had a smile on his face and looked like a kind old man, sitting on the sofa in the living room in a bad mood. Seeing them come back, he said with a forced smile, "Oh, it's public? Can young lovers finally hold hands and have a sweet campus romance openly?"